earning a meager monthly salary of 800 yuan as a child laborer. He never imagined his beast companion would turn out to be an extraordinary red fox with untapped potential. As the sun set, the evening sky blazed crimson, resembling spilled blood. At the seafood counter of a bustling RT Mart supermarket, a thin teenager skillfully gutted fish. With a knife as sharp as a blade dancer, he deftly removed gills, scaled the fish, gutted and cleaned it, his movements seamless and efficient. "Erase your fish. Thank you, and come again," he said, handing over a neatly packed grass carp. Lowering his gaze, Fang Shihao picked out a fatty fish liver from the discarded entrails and casually tossed it aside. In a flash, a red fox leaped gracefully into the air, snatching the liver mid-flight before swallowing it in one swift motion. Its barbed tongue flicked across its lips, cleaning the oily fur around its mouth. Its brown eyes gleamed with a deep attachment to the boy. This was Xiao Guai, Fang Shihao's beast companion, a red fox he had purchased for a mere 2,000 yuan, seemingly ordinary yet uniquely special. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam, but the seafood shop was unusually busy. As the only fish preparer on staff, Fang Shihao had been working non-stop since school let out. Exhaustion had drained the color from his face, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing the thriving business, the shop owner, Yin Peng, was in high spirits and handed out red envelopes to each employee. When it was Fang Shihao's turn, however, the boy said something that caught Yin Peng completely off guard. "Boss, I won't be coming in from tomorrow. Please return the deposit I paid when I started." Yin Peng's face darkened instantly, and he withdrew his outstretched hand. "If you're sick, go home and rest. Stop spouting nonsense. If you don't work here, where else could you possibly go?" he barked, his mind calculating how to keep exploiting the boy. Over the past 4 years, Fang Shihao's monthly salary had risen from 500 to 800 yuan, still far below the 2,000 yuan earned by sanitation workers. "I'm going to take the college entrance exam," Fang Shihao replied calmly. Yin Peng let out a derisive laugh. "You? Get into college? My son's beast companion is an extraordinary grade armored rhino that cost 800,000 yuan, and its training alone costs 200,000 a year. And you think that 2,000 yuan fox of yours could ever become a nine-tailed flame fox?" Sensing its master's anger, Xiao Guai immediately assumed an aggressive stance, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Its body temperature spiked, and wisps of white smoke rose from its fiery fur, as if it were about to ignite. The surge of energy was brief, barely noticeable to anyone present. When Yin Peng outright refused to return the deposit, Fang Shihao made his move. The sharp fish knife flashed past Yin Peng's ear, embedding itself into the wooden door frame with a dull thud. "Return what's rightfully mine," Fang Shihao demanded coldly. Terrified, Yin Peng's legs gave way as he hastily handed over 2,800 yuan, which included his unpaid wages for the month. "You lunatic. Take it and leave. Don't ever come back," he stammered. Fang Shihao pocketed the money, his expression calm as he glanced at his cowering coworkers. Without a trace of sentimentality, he turned and walked away from the place where he had worked for 4 years. Mounting his bicycle, with Xiao Guai perched on the back, the boy and his fox rode off into the distance under the glow of streetlights. 18 years. 18 years of preparation. "Xiao Guai, it's time for us to live a different life." The night deepened, and a cool breeze brushed against his face. Fang Shihao stood by the roadside, turning to glance at the bewildered red fox, Xiao Guai, by his side. A faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips. As a transmigrator, this was one of the 2 secrets he had never shared with anyone. 18 years ago, he had been hit by an out-of-control dump truck while saving a terrified little girl on a crosswalk. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world eerily similar to Earth Halen's star. Armed with memories from his past life, he was initially full of confidence, especially after discovering the existence of extraordinary powers in this world. But reality soon delivered a harsh blow. In 2022, a sudden cataclysm completely reshaped this world. Spiritual energy was revived, all creatures rose to power, and ordinary humans instantly fell to the bottom of the food chain. After a decade of brutal survival wars, birds claimed the skies, sea beasts ruled the oceans, and humanity's living space continued to shrink. At this critical juncture, humanity's ancestors developed the Beastmaster system, regaining much of their lost territory. However, under the law of the strong prevailing, powerful families and corporate conglomerates quickly rose to dominance. Among them, the Xia family, with their mythical-grade Azure Dragon Beastmaster cultivation system, became the rulers of the Tunglong Empire. By the year 2287, the divide between the ruling families and monopolistic corporations had only deepened. "There's only one illness in this world: poverty." Yin Peng's mocking words summed up the harsh truth. For someone like Fang Shihao, who came from a poor family, cultivating a beast was nothing short of a pipe dream. Even though his top-ranking high school entrance exam scores brought countless invitations, his best options were limited to signing a servitude contract or marrying into a wealthy family. But Fang Shihao chose a different path. He spent all his savings to buy a simple red fox for just 2,000 yuan, a paltry sum, in a beastmaster market where the awakening grade beasts started at 50,000. Yet, he possessed a second secret that no one else could imagine: a system. This system had only two functions: extracting life essence from creatures to enhance his beast's rank, and stealing beast skills to transfer them to his own beast. With this ability, Fang Shihao had taken on the task of slaughtering chickens and fish at home from the age of 12. During school breaks, he worked at slaughterhouses and seafood markets. Over 6 years, he had silently accumulated enough life essence to elevate Xiaoguai directly to the Lord level. After a 20-minute bike ride, Fang Shihao returned to his home in the old district. The dilapidated building's walls were peeling, the stairwell's dusty railings were long neglected, and only a few residents remained in this century-old structure on the verge of collapse. Opening the door, he stepped inside. Under the dim yellow light, his mother was already asleep, while his elderly grandmother sat waiting at the dining table. This fatherless household, sustained by his mother working 2 jobs, was Fang Shihao's entire world. "Xiaohao, you're back?" "Yeah, Grandma. I ate at the shop already. I'm heading to bed." Fang Shihao, on the verge of defying fate, could barely contain his excitement. After a quick and casual goodbye, he dashed into his cramped, barely 10 square meter bedroom. The room was sparsely furnished: a single bed, a desk, and piles of worn-out second-hand books on beast taming. He shut the door firmly, drew the curtains, and rubbed his hands together in anticipation before scooping up a sleek, well-groomed red fox into his arms. Xiaoguai, his fox companion, blinked at him with wide, watery eyes, clearly puzzled by his sudden burst of enthusiasm. "Xiaoguai, do you know what this means?" Fang Shihao exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "From this moment, I'm no longer the clueless high schooler everyone mocks, and you're no longer just an ordinary fox. In this year's college entrance secret realm trial, we're going to change our destiny." The fox, who bore the weight of Fang Shihao's lifelong dreams, leapt onto the desk and sat upright with a dignified air. It tilted its head slightly, revealing the snowy white fur under its chin. Fang Shihao took a deep breath, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, a translucent virtual panel appeared before him, visible only to him. The panel was divided into 2 sections. The top displayed his own information, while the bottom detailed his beast companion stats. At present, Xiaoguai was his sole contracted beast. The beast panel displayed the following information: name, Xiaoguai; species, red fox; rank, ordinary upgradable; level, 0 upgradable; skills, none. A beast's strength was determined by its rank and level. There were 7 ranks: awakening, extraordinary, lord, king, epic, legendary, and mythical. Each rank corresponded to a range of levels, with beasts capable of evolving up to 15 stars in total. For example, awakening beasts could reach 1 or 2 stars, extraordinary beasts 3 or 4, and so on. Mythical beasts had access to the rare 13 to 15 star range. While there was a slim chance to upgrade a beast's rank during a star evolution, a beast's innate rank usually capped its potential. Fang Shihao tapped on the rank section, and 3 evolution paths immediately appeared. 1. Ordinary red fox awakening. Nightclaw fox requires 35 life essence king. Moonlight spirit fox. 2. Ordinary red fox extraordinary. Little fox maiden requires 270 life essence epic. Fox immortal. 3. Ordinary red fox awakening. Ember fox requires 60 life essence mythical. 9-tailed flame fox. System note: once an evolution path is selected, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. These 3 are the system's optimized recommendations, as other paths with lower potential or inherent flaws have been filtered out. Fang Shihao's face broke into a goofy grin as he examined the options. Too bad Xiaoguai's a male. Otherwise, going down the little fox maiden route and opening a fox-made cafe would have been a goldmine. Sensing its master's dangerous thoughts, Xiaoguai lunged forward and gently bit his wrist in protest. All right, I'm kidding," Fang Shihao said with a laugh, rubbing his wrist. "Of course, we'll go with the most powerful option." Truth be told, Fang Shihao had already made up his mind when he first purchased Xiaoguai. The 9-tailed flame fox route was why he had chosen a red fox instead of the rarer Arctic or black fox species. With the decision made, 60 points of life essence were deducted from the 1,024 points in his system balance. The evolution process began. This was the most critical moment in Xiaoguai's life. The fox crouched low, its body trembling as a surge of energy, previously dormant, exploded within it like a detonated bomb. This time, the energy storm didn't dissipate halfway but instead surged through its entire being, initiating a complete genetic overhaul. The rank ascension process was excruciating. Xiaoguai's body temperature skyrocketed, and its fur began to change from a dull reddish-brown to a brilliant crimson. Tiny, ember-like flames flickered between its strands of fur. The temperature in the small room soared past 50 degrees Celsius. Fang Shihao, as its master, shared in Xiao Guai's agony through their empathic bond, a crucial skill for any aspiring beast tamer. As Xiao Guai evolved, Fang Shihao experienced a transformation of his own. It felt as though a cosmic explosion detonated within his mind. A deafening roar filled his head before his thoughts went blank, and when the sensation subsided, he found a 10 square meter black void, a personal beast space now existing within his consciousness. So this is the beast space, Fang Shihao murmured in awe. He picked up a water glass and experimented with moving it in and out of the space, marveling at the seamless transition between reality and the void. Xiao Guai's evolution finally reached its conclusion. The fox had grown to the size of a medium dog, its limbs now sleek and powerful. It moved with a newfound grace, leaving trails of fiery sparks in its wake. Unfortunately, one of those sparks accidentally set the bedspread and a stack of old books ablaze. Xiao Guai, stop! Fang Shihao yelled, rushing to douse the flames with water. The room was left in disarray, but he couldn't suppress his grin. What a day! 2 major milestones. Xiao Guai has awakened, and I've officially become a junior beast tamer. The excited Xiao Guai leapt into Fang Shihao's arms. Though it didn't use much force, it nearly knocked its owner over. This wasn't surprising ever since evolving from an ordinary fox into an awakened tier flame fox. Xiao Guai's strength had increased significantly. However, this evolution was far from over. As an awakened tier beast, the flame fox's combat abilities were among the weakest of its kind. Its melee capabilities couldn't compare to professional fighting dogs, and its newly gained fire abilities were limited at best, only capable of igniting dry, flammable materials. On rainy days, its fire powers were practically useless, leaving it in an awkward position. Fang Shihao was well aware that relying solely on an awakened tier flame fox to excel in the college entrance exams was unrealistic. He had chosen this evolution path because of its immense potential to eventually become the mythical nine-tailed flame fox. If immediate combat power was all he sought, the Darklaw fox obtainable for just 35 life essence points would have been the better choice. That beast could easily take down a leopard solo under the cover of night. Opening the system interface, Fang Shihao reviewed the requirements for Xiaoguai's advancement to extraordinary tier. Awakened Flame Fox, Extraordinary Firetail Fox, 230 life essence points. Xiaoguai, how are you feeling? Can you handle another round of evolution? Fang Shihao asked with concern. No problem at all. Xiaoguai responded in a sharp, childlike voice, both delicate and high-pitched. The evolution had not only enhanced its strength, but also its intelligence, enabling it to express its thoughts more clearly. Perfect. Fang Shihao pressed the confirm button, and 230 life essence points were consumed in an instant. This second evolution was far less painful than expected. The first evolution had already transformed Xiaoguai's body comprehensively, and this round merely strengthened its existing capabilities. Xiaoguai's body grew larger once again, and the sparks scattered across its fur began to gather at its tail, resembling countless fireflies converging on a mother tree. Its bushy tail stood tall as flickering flames danced along it. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, the sparks erupted into a blazing inferno. Xiaoguai's tail had transformed into a massive torch, with flames surging upward, scorching the dim, yellowed ceiling until it turned black. Standing too close, Fang Shihao's bangs were singed, releasing an unpleasant burnt odor. The intense heat forced him to take a few steps back, pressing against the window to let the cool night breeze alleviate the stifling heat. This won't do at this rate. The whole house will burn down. Fang Shihao quickly transferred Xiaoguai into the beast space with a single thought. With its newfound powers, their cramped apartment could no longer accommodate it. The system notification chimed. Your beast Xiaoguai has advanced to Extraordinary Firetail Fox and learned the innate skill Flame Whip. Fang Shihao closed his eyes and entered the beast space. Xiaoguai now rivaled a full-grown male cougar in size. Its muscular forelimbs were covered in jet-black fur, as if charred, while the fur on its lower jaw gleamed snow-white. Its large, glossy eyes sparkled with intelligence, and its upright ears twitched attentively at every sound. Most striking of all was its fiery red coat, resembling flowing sunset clouds, and its perpetually blazing tail, the source of its power, akin to an eternal Olympic torch. Xiaoguai was testing its new skill, Flame Whip, a quick spin, a sharp twist of its hips, and a lashing of its fiery tail. The tail streaked through the air with a crackling roar, leaving blazing trails of fire in the dark beast space. If unleashed in Fang Shihao's apartment, the entire room would have been destroyed, walls collapsing, flames raging, a complete disaster. Transcendent, extraordinary, so this is the power of an extraordinary tier beast? Fang Shihao murmured to himself. At that moment, he understood why humans had been utterly defeated. Just an extraordinary tier beast possessed destructive power that was nearly impossible for humans to counter. After the initial shock came uncontainable joy. If an extraordinary firetail fox was already this formidable, How unstoppable would it be as a lower-tier Blazetail fox? Let's go all the way today. Xiaoguai, can you keep going? Oh, whoa. I'm invincible. Xiaoguai howled toward the sky. That's the confidence I like to see, Fang Shihao said with a smile. Xiaoguai had endured far too much restraint. He opened the system interface. Extraordinary Firetail Fox Lower-tier Blazetail Fox, 660 life essence points. Confirm evolution. The third evolution began. 6,236, 60 a total of 950 life essence points. Fang Shihao had spent nearly all the life essence he had accumulated over the years, leaving him with less than 100 points. But in exchange, he now had a priceless, lower-tier Blazetail Fox with limitless potential. For beasts, every evolution brought a complete metamorphosis. The awakened tier Flame Fox had been among the weakest of its kind. The extraordinary tier Firetail Fox was barely average, but the lower-tier Blazetail Fox stood out as an exceptional beast for its rank. The true transformation, however, would come with the next evolution when the Blazetail Fox advanced to the King tier Three-tailed Firefox. At that stage, it would be nearly unrivaled within its tier, firmly stepping onto the path of becoming the invincible Nine-tailed Flame Fox. This third evolution lasted an hour and a half, significantly longer than the previous two. The system notification sounded once more. Your beast Xiaoguai has advanced to Lord-tier Blazetail Fox and learned the innate skill Scorched Earth Inferno. In appearance, the Blazetail Fox wasn't drastically different from the Firetail Fox, though its size had grown more imposing, comparable to a young bull, with its head reaching Fang Shihao's shoulder when sitting. Its flames burned more fiercely than ever, and the fiery paw prints it left behind as it walked were strikingly vivid. Xiaoguai's incredible strength was enough to bring down a wild buffalo. In the confined 10 square meter beast space, it darted back and forth like a streak of red lightning, its speed dazzling to the eyes. Paired with its formidable fire abilities, it was clear that if unleashed into the wilderness, it would dominate as a ruler of the forest, truly embodying the essence of the word Lord. Despite Xiaoguai's newfound power, it continued frolicking joyfully within the beast space, while Fang Shihao, utterly exhausted, stifled a yawn after another. You can keep playing here, but remember to rest soon. We have trials to face tomorrow, he said. Xiaoguai responded with a soft got it, and thus, this extraordinary day quietly came to an end. The next morning, the sound of Yang Mingyuan knocking on the door broke the silence. Son, Xiaoguai, time to get up and have breakfast. Coming. Fang Shihao woke up immediately, his first instinct to check on Xiaoguai within the beast space. The vibrant fox greeted him with an energetic bark, its eyes sparkling with excitement, signaling it was eager to come out. As Xiaoguai returned to the physical world, it instinctively suppressed the flames on its body, a habit it had developed to avoid harming its loved ones. When Fang Shihao opened the door, Yang Mingyue was left utterly speechless at the sight of Xiaoguai, now unrecognizable in its evolved form. What on earth happened? She gasped. Fang Shihao affectionately ruffled Xiaoguai's fluffy head. Xiaoguai evolved. Wow, Xiaoguai is amazing. Although Yang Mingyue wasn't a beast master and didn't grasp the significance of Xiaoguai leaping 3 levels overnight to become a lower-tier beast, she crouched down and hugged the now 10 times larger fiery fox tightly. Xiaoguai closed its eyes in bliss, clearly relishing the affection. Being doted on by several humans at once was a luxury it thoroughly enjoyed. Overcome with excitement, Yang Mingyue led Xiaoguai to visit Grandma. With its head held high, Xiaoguai strutted down the now cramped hallway like a proud soldier on parade. Reaching Grandma, it rubbed its head affectionately against her pant leg, purring contentedly. My goodness, how has Xiaoguai grown so big? Grandma exclaimed, adjusting her floral pattern glasses to examine the evolved fox more closely. Xiaoguai has become a lower-tier beast. Our family's fortune is about to change, Yang Mingyue said, her voice trembling with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. Our days will only get better from here, Fang Shihao chimed in, stepping forward to embrace his mother and grandmother. Xiaoguai joined in, placing its front paws on Fang Shihao's shoulders, and the four huddled together in a warm family hug. Let's eat before the food gets cold, Grandma said, breaking the moment. She retrieved 2 glass cups and poured 50 milliliters of golden liquid into each, precious milk from an awakened golden goat, rich in spiritual energy and capable of accelerating a beast's growth. At a market price of 1,000 yuan per 100 milliliters, it was a luxury far out of reach for most families. Previously, they had only bought a small amount on major holidays, and every drop had been reserved for Xiaoguai. Fang Shihao was about to give his share to Xiaoguai again, but the fox, now possessing the intelligence of a 10-year-old child, pushed the cup back with its paw. Despite drooling at the scent, it understood the value of the milk. Fang Shihao didn't insist, and instead divided the milk into 4 portions. Grandma, Mom, let's all drink together. Consider this the start of better days. Soon, golden goat milk won't be a rare treat in our home. Let's listen to the boy and drink, Grandma said decisively. For the first time, The three of them savored the creamy richness of the milk, even rinsing the cups to ensure not a single drop was wasted. After breakfast, Fang Shihao prepared to leave for school. Xiaoguai, now too large to fit on the back of his bicycle, even caused the concrete staircase to tremble under its weight as they descended. Reluctantly, Fang Shihao sent Xiaoguai back into the beast space, deciding to keep its evolution a secret for now. While he could hide its transformation from his mother and grandmother, his classmates would certainly grow suspicious if they saw Xiaoguai had advanced 3 levels overnight. However, everything would fall into place once he entered the Gaokao mystic realm. That special environment, teeming with wild awakened beasts, often allowed students to tame rare creatures. This was exactly why Fang Shihao had held back Xiaoguai's evolution for 3 years. Only within the mystic realm would it be plausible for him to possess a lower-tier beast. Outside the gates of Tianlan City No. 2 High School, a row of luxury cars gleamed under the sunlight. Fang Shihao arrived on an old, scratched-up bicycle, pedaling slowly. The stark contrast between him and the surrounding opulence couldn't have been more obvious. Yet, his expression remained calm and composed, showing no hint of discomfort about his modest background. Ignoring the curious and judgmental stares of others, Fang parked his bike and strode confidently toward the assembly point on the field. As a self-proclaimed outcast with no friends, Fang Shihao had long grown accustomed to solitude. Standing quietly in the designated area for his class, he closed his eyes, conserving his energy as he waited for the secret realm to open. Not far away, a group of students were engaged in a heated discussion. I heard the second daughter of the Chui family is taking the college entrance exam this year. Looks like the top scorer in Guangning province is already decided, one of them said. You mean the second daughter of the Fengshan wyvern family? Yeah, Chui Xia. Even though she's only a first year, with an epic deer beast like the Fengshan wyvern under her command, skipping grades is no big deal. We mere mortals can't comprehend the world of geniuses. Genius? Isn't it just because of her family's wealth? Give me a Fengshan wyvern, and I'd outperform her any day. Sure. Keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? While Fang Shihao listened to the banter between Lu Yang and Zhang Changming, a hostile voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see Yin Zheng Kaisimion he recognized from a photo taken at a seafood restaurant. He was the son of Yin Peng, the restaurant's owner, and he was now glaring at him with undisguised animosity. So it was you who threatened my dad with a knife last night, wasn't it? Yin Junkai sneered. The students nearby immediately gathered around, eager to witness the drama unfold. It was me, Fang Shihao admitted without hesitation. Yin Junkai puffed up his chest, trying to appear intimidating. Mess with my family, and I won't let you off. Pray we don't cross paths in the secret realm. He clearly thought his bravado made him look heroic, but to Fang Shihao, he was nothing more than a childish clown. Unfazed, Fang Shihao shot back. Your father exploits his workers, cheats customers by shortchanging them, and spends his dirty money on raising a useless son like you. I worked at your family's restaurant for 4 years and never once saw you lift a finger. Now you want to play the role of a filial son? What a joke. Yin Junkai's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and the laughter from the surrounding students only added fuel to his humiliation. Why you, how dare you? He stammered. Is stuttering a family trait? Your dad can't speak properly, and apparently, neither can you. Stop embarrassing yourself and go back to your class. At that moment, a proctor noticed the commotion and sternly warned, You there, return to your class immediately, or he'll have to disqualify you from the exam. You'll regret this. Yin Junkai spat angrily before slinking away under the teacher's watchful gaze. At 8:40 a.m., the school principal and government officials arrived on the scene. The proctors began checking the students' exam permits and identification while distributing recall wristbands and emergency flares. At exactly 9 a.m., a bespectacled government official summoned a rare lower-tier beast, the phase-wing butterfly. The phase-wing butterfly fluttered gracefully in the air, creating a rectangular portal with its shimmering wings. Through the rippling gateway, a dense, verdant jungle could be seen, teeming with hidden dangers. This college entrance exam was not just a test of academic knowledge, it marked a pivotal moment when students transitioned from the safety of the classroom to the harsh realities of life. Some would go on to pursue higher education, others would enter the workforce, and a select few might even join pioneering teams to explore uncharted territories. But no matter their choice, they would all face life and death challenges. From the elite classes to the regular ones, students from Tianlan City No. 2 High School stepped into the portal one by one, their destinations within the secret realm determined randomly. This vast and naturally formed secret realm, which housed all the province's candidates, was not a beast space left behind by a deceased beast master but an expansive, untamed wilderness. The secret realm for the college entrance exam spans an area of approximately 300 square kilometers, about 1/10 the size of Shenangjia. This self-contained, stable microworld operates independently, complete with its own sun and stars. Fang Shihao stood before the teleportation gate. As the worst student in the worst class, He was the last candidate in the entire school to enter the secret realm. It was already 9:40, a full 40 minutes later than the others. No one paid attention to this unfairness, as if the concept of fairness had never existed. The moment he stepped into the teleportation gate, a wave of vertigo and weightlessness overwhelmed him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself deep within a forest. A thick, soft layer of fallen leaves carpeted the ground beneath him, while lush green canopies above blocked out the sunlight. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, the leaves whispering softly. In the distance, the chirping of birds echoed, adding to the tranquil and serene atmosphere. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao summoned his companion, the flame fox named Xiaoguai, from his beast space. Although every candidate was equipped with emergency flares for rescue, the mortality rate in the secret realm still exceeded 5% each year. Even though officials preemptively cleared the area of powerful wild beasts, the danger level here was still only 1/10 that of the real wilderness. The breeze ruffled Xiaoguai's flamered fur as the spoiled fox nuzzled its fluffy head against its master's arm, relishing the affection. As a member of the canine family, its sense of smell far outmatched its sight and hearing. It wasn't long before the scent of various dangerous creatures awakened its latent hunting instincts. Suddenly, Xiaoguai leapt forward, swiftly clamping its jaws around something. From the pile of fallen leaves, it pulled out a viper whose scales blended seamlessly with the dried foliage. Fang Shihao's heart skipped a beat. Despite priding himself on his extensive theoretical knowledge, comparable to that of a wilderness survival expert like Bear Grylls, he had failed to notice the immediate threat right at his feet. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Xiaoguai held the still-writhing viper in its mouth and pranced around Fang Shihao's feet, as if presenting a prized treasure, eagerly awaiting praise. Fang Shihao patted its head approvingly and said, "Good job, Xiaoguai." Then, using a military-grade knife, he severed the snake's head and buried it in the soil. Peeling back the snake's skin revealed its pale, tender flesh. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several wriggling parasitic larvae hidden beneath the membrane. As a beast tamer, Fang Shihao's beast space was already stocked with sufficient supplies, so eating the snake was unnecessary. His true intention was to use the blood-scented snake carcass as bait to lure in larger prey. Fireworks lit up the jungle sky, blooming one after another in the dark night. Each burst signified the elimination of another student. These specially designed exam fireworks contained trace amounts of powdered excrement from epic-grade beasts, which scattered with the sparks. While an unusual design, it served a crucial purpose. Awakened beasts used scent to mark their territory. Wild awakened beasts were deterred from entering the domain of stronger counterparts, granting examiners precious time for rescues. Fang Shihao had been waiting in the same spot for 2 hours. The snake meat hanging from a tree branch nearby was nearly dried out. Just as he was about to signal Xiaoguai, who was hiding in the bushes, to relocate, a wave of tension suddenly surged through their bond. "Master, something big is coming." He immediately held his breath, lowering his gaze to the forest floor. The fallen leaves trembled rhythmically, betraying the approach of a massive creature. Judging by the heavy footsteps, he ruled out large feline predators with padded paws. Considering the area was neither a predator's territory nor near a water source, and factoring in the bait's blood scent, Fang Shihao quickly identified the intruder: a wild boar. His sharp deduction was a testament to his top-ranking performance in the city's liberal arts exams during middle school. Sure enough, a colossal wild boar, over 3.5 meters long, lumbered into view. Its tusks were as thick as Fang Shihao's forearm. The beast's massive body occasionally scraped against tree trunks, eliciting creaks of protest from the sturdy wood. The boar approached the branch with the snake carcass. Though momentarily puzzled by the skinned snake, it wasted no time devouring it whole. Fang Shihao observed closely, confirming it was a male mudshell boar of extraordinary rank. In a hunter's experience, wild boars were deadlier than bears or tigers. Not only did their habitats overlap with human settlements, but they were also notoriously aggressive and resilient. After the cataclysm, these hardy creatures became an even greater threat. Mudshell boars wielded the power of earth, using their needle-like bristles to collect and compact soil into a defensive shell as they rolled, granting them formidable resistance to both physical and elemental attacks. As the boar turned to leave, Fang Shihao seized the rare opportunity. "Xiaoguai, attack." Xiaoguai shot out from the bushes like a fiery comet. Flames engulfed its body as it entered combat mode, each step igniting sparks on the dry leaves. Though lacking the stealth of feline predators, its astonishing speed more than compensated. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoguai was behind the boar, executing a graceful midair spin. Its blazing tail whipped down with the force of a steel lash, striking the boar squarely across the face. Innate skill. Flame tail whip. The lumbering boar sensed the danger too late. Half its face caved in from the impact. An eye burst. Facial bones shattered. It staggered briefly before collapsing with a heavy thud, clearly suffering severe brain trauma. The intense heat ignited its bristles, releasing a pungent burnt stench. The boar let out a harrowing scream, its hooves frantically churning up a storm of dirt and rocks. The sound evoked vivid memories for Fang Shihao, recalling his apprenticeship at a slaughterhouse. The gap between extraordinary and epic ranks was a chasm. If Xiao Guai had been merely an extraordinary-grade flametail fox, even a successful ambush wouldn't have inflicted such devastating damage on the notoriously defensive mudshell boar. Fang Shihao's dedication to training Xiao Guai every weekend with live rabbits and roosters had finally paid off. Don't let up, Xiao Guai, finish it off. The heavily wounded mud-shelled wild boar retreated step by step under the relentless assault of Xiao Guai. The blazing fire fox showed no mercy, sinking its teeth into the opponent's steel bristle-covered spine and tearing ferociously. Although its mouth was pierced and bleeding from the tough bristles, this only fueled Xiaoguai's ferocious instincts. With incredible strength, it slowly dragged the massive beast, weighing over 1,000 kilograms, backward. Losing its balance, the mud-shelled wild boar's advantage in sheer power quickly crumbled. As the blazing fire fox engaged in close combat, flames engulfed the mud-shelled wild boar's entire body. Xiaoguai grew fiercer in the blaze, while the boar's vitality gradually faded. At last, the beast collapsed, unwilling but defeated. A system notification promptly popped up. Beast Companion Blazing Fire Fox has slain mud-shelled wild boar, earning 76 points of life essence. Current empty skill slots, 2. Available skill to plunder, mudshell protection. Watching the burning leaves scatter in the wind, Fang Shihao couldn't help but reflect. He thought back to his days working at the seafood shop, where slaughtering a fish would earn him a mere 0.02 points of life essence. Today, slaying an extraordinary awakened beast had granted him 76 points. This stark contrast finally made him realize the proper way to utilize the system. As for the mudshell protection skill offered by the system, Fang Shihao decisively rejected it. While the skill could enhance defense, it would reduce speed and hinder flame-based attacks, making it ill-suited to Xiaoguai's combat style. Furthermore, such a generic skill was common and unremarkable. With skill slots being so precious, it wasn't worth wasting one on this. This battle vividly demonstrated the importance of level disparity. Despite the mud-shelled wild boar being a 4-star extraordinary beast that had undergone 4 growth phases, it still couldn't match the 0-star blazing fire fox. For this reason, Fang Shihao had refrained from spending life essence to upgrade Xiaoguai's star level. He understood that naturally leveling up through training and combat was the norm, while raising the rank of its position was the true key to power, a feat that could only be achieved through the system. Therefore, he resolved to reserve all life essence for rank advancement. After the battle, Xiaoguai, its jaw stained with blood, proudly trotted back to Fang Shihao's side. He embraced its fox-like face and showered it with kisses, laughing so hard that his eyes squinted into slits. My Xiaoguai is the best beast companion in the whole world. After their affectionate moment, Fang Shihao quickly turned his attention to harvesting the spoils of victory. He cut off the distinctive tusks of the mud-shelled wild boar, its charred and scarred body lying lifeless on the ground. According to the National Standardized Evaluation for College Entrance Exams, results were divided into 4 tiers: pass, good, excellent, and outstanding. Killing an extraordinary awakened beast and submitting its distinctive trophy would earn a pass, qualifying one for admission to third-rate universities like Harvard Harbin Buddhist Academy. Achieving a pass wasn't particularly difficult. One could target relatively weaker extraordinary beasts, such as peak moose, Pegasus, or fluffy long-eared rabbits. Alternatively, some opted to rely on stronger allies to carry them through, or even stumbled upon the corpses of extraordinary beasts by sheer luck. However, earning a good rating was far more challenging. It required hunting 3 different types of extraordinary beasts, eliminating the possibility of shortcuts. As for excellent and outstanding ratings, these were almost exclusively dominated by the offspring of noble families, wealthy merchants, or high-ranking officials. An excellent rating required slaying a lord-class beast, while an outstanding rating demanded the hunting of 3 different lord-class beasts and 10 different extraordinary beasts. For an extraordinary beast to take on a lord-class beast was nearly impossible. Only lords could contend with lords, and beasts above the lord class had long been monopolized by the elite, leaving ordinary people no chance to claim them. Fang Shihao had a clear goal for himself. At the very least, he aimed to achieve a good evaluation. If possible, he wanted to push for an excellent rating. In the current education system, aside from the 3 most prestigious academies in the Tunglong Empire, Longqiao University, Binghuang University, and Jianghai University, every other top-tier university would eagerly compete to admit a talented beast tamer with an excellent evaluation. These 3 elite institutions, jokingly nicknamed the Big 3 by students, had exceptionally high standards, only recruiting those who achieved an outstanding evaluation, the pinnacle of talent. For Fang Shihao, a good evaluation would only be enough to secure admission to a second-tier university, which might waive tuition and fees. However, Getting into a top-tier university would mean earning a minimum annual scholarship of 100,000 yuan. Coupled with taking on tasks and competing in tournaments, his yearly income could reach around 300,000 yuan. Coming from an impoverished family, Fang Shihao knew he had to rely on his own efforts to change his fate. As he contemplated his future, something in front of him ignited his excitement. Using nothing more than a small snake as bait, he had managed to lure out a formidable mudshell boar. If he used the mudshell boar as bait, what kind of prey might it attract? Fang Shihao skillfully processed the catch, covering up the signs of battle with fallen leaves. While gutting the boar, he intentionally set aside its liver for Xiaoguai. It was the little fox's favorite treat, both tender and nutritious. After resetting the trap, Fang Shihao grew increasingly uneasy as he waited. He felt like he had overlooked something important, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Suddenly, the ground began to quake violently. The thunderous sound of hooves filled the air like a rolling storm. The treetops swayed fiercely, and large trees bent and tilted as if a cavalry charge was heading straight for them. It was then that he remembered mudshell boars were herd animals. Spotting one meant there was an entire group nearby. Just as regret set in, the deafening sound of hooves was already upon him. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao summoned Xiaoguai, hoping it could release the aura of a lord-level beast to intimidate the herd. But the sight before him left him stunned. A colossal stone-hide boar, as massive as a small mountain, was leading the entire herd in a reckless stampede. This was the evolved form of a mudshell boar, possessing lord-level strength. Though Xiaoguai was a lord-level flame fox, its intimidation might not be enough against a herd with a lord-level leader. Just as Xiaoguai prepared to unleash its wildfire blaze to carve an escape route for its master, Fang Shihao noticed something unusual. The boar herd didn't seem to be driven by vengeance. Instead, they were in a panic. They were fleeing. The leading stone-hide boar even trampled over the corpses of its own kind, with the rest of the herd following closely, crushing the massive carcass into unrecognizable pieces. For a boar herd led by a lord-level beast to be so terrified, what kind of terrifying predator could be chasing them? The answer soon became clear. A violent gust of wind tore through the treetops above, revealing the astonishing truth. A stormwing wyvern. This was an epic-grade ancient beast, with adult specimens reaching lengths of 15 to 20 meters. According to legend, a legendary wild awakened beast, the golden crest stormwing wyvern named Alista, had destroyed over 35th-generation fighter jets of the Lighthouse Nation during the early days of the Cataclysm, earning it the title of King of Aerial Combat. On Earth, only the Chui family, the strongest clan in Guangning Province, had mastered the breeding of stormwing wyverns. The Chui family currently had 3 heirs to the stormwing wyverns: the 20-year-old eldest daughter Chui Zhiyon, a provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam who had hunted 1 king-level and 15 lord-level beasts before choosing to attend Binghuang University; the 16-year-old second daughter Chui Xia, who was taking the college entrance exam early and was now piloting the stormwing wyvern; and their youngest sibling, 5-year-old Chui Xiaoxiao, who was already ahead of 99 of beast tamers in the world by birthright. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Xiaoguai's flames flickered unsteadily in the raging winds. Its fur was blown into disarray, its ears flattened against its head, and its large frame instinctively retreated behind Fang Shihao. Eventually, overwhelmed by fear, it reverted to its pet form. This wasn't cowardice, it was the natural survival instinct of any creature. The Lord-class stone-hide boar displayed a rare moment of courage when faced with the Fengshan wyvern, choosing to confront it head-on. However, this bravery lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds. The wyvern lunged with lightning speed, pinning the boar to the ground. Its razor-sharp beak, lined with teeth as fine and lethal as a file, began its deadly assault. The boar's stone-like hide cracked under the relentless pecking and soon shattered. Exposed crimson flesh was instantly pierced. The wyvern's cold amber slit pupils locked onto the boar's heart, delivering a fatal strike before devouring its prey. The entire hunt was over in a flash, the wyvern's pecking speed comparable to that of a woodpecker, leaving only blurred afterimages visible to the human eye. Peering out from her custom-made wyvern saddle, Chui Xie surveyed the scene. Though still young and retaining a hint of baby fat on her face, her delicate features already hinted at the beauty she would become. With a commanding tone, she addressed Fang Shihao. "Hey, you cut off this stinking boar's tusks for me." Fang Shihao was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself in confusion. You mean me? Is there anyone else here besides you? Hurry up, I don't have all day." Chui Xie's attitude made it clear she regarded Fang Shihao as someone she could order around at will. Fang Shihao's demeanor shifted immediately. Has no one ever taught you to be polite when asking for favors? He despised sycophants, and even though Chui Xie was a noblewoman of the Chui family, he had no intention of groveling. Chui Xie's expression turned icy. "Did I say please? I'm giving you an order." Sensing its master's mood, the Fengshan wyvern abruptly turned its head. Its metallic beak, still smeared with blood, now pointed directly at Fang Shihao. In that moment, Fang Shihao felt as though death itself was staring him down. His heartbeat froze for 2 seconds before he managed to recover. Yet it was Xiao Guai, his small fox companion, who demonstrated extraordinary bravery in this perilous moment. Flames erupted around its body as it stood protectively in front of its master. The little fox is kind of cute, Cui Xie remarked, her tone softening slightly. Fine, they'll let you off the hook this time for the fox's sake. Now hurry up and cut those tusks for me. Fang Shihao's chest heaved as he struggled to steady his nerves. Under the shadow of the massive Fengshan wyvern, he had no choice but to comply. Swiftly, he cut off the boar's tusks and tossed them to Cui Xie. Without so much as a glance of acknowledgement, Cui Xie took her prize and commanded the wyvern to take flight. The gust from its wings knocked Fang Shihao off his feet. As Xiao Guai approached him with its head hung low, Fang Shihao forced a smile. No need to feel ashamed. You did great, standing up to a Fengshan wyvern that's 2 levels above you. Besides, if I, your master, didn't set a good example, how could I blame you? Remember, one day you'll become a 9-tailed flame fox. When that day comes, it'll be the wyvern's turn to tremble in fear. Lifting his gaze, the scene within a 100-meter radius was as if a typhoon had swept through ancient trees uprooted, the ground torn asunder, and the marks of a ferocious battle laid bare. The air still carried the lingering presence of a powerful, mythical-grade beast. Fang Shihao knew this area wouldn't yield any more prey. Cui Xie had completely disrupted this hunting ground, leaving no reason to stay. Dusting himself off, he deliberately chose a direction opposite to hers. That fierce and utterly unlikable girl really didn't want to run into her again. But the calm never lasts. Before he could fully leave the battlefield ravaged by the wind god wyvern, a bone-shaking infrasound tiger roar reverberated through the forest. Fang Shihao's right eyelid twitched violently. You've got to be kidding me, another big shot? Little Guai immediately crouched low, baring its fangs as flames roared to life. Fang Shihao quickly widened the distance, warily watching the direction of the roar. In the distance, a massive tiger, far exceeding the size of any ordinary feline, strolled forward with an air of dominance. Its saber-like fangs gleamed menacingly. It was none other than the ancient species, the king-class bloodfang saber-toothed tiger. Trailing behind it was its master, Zhou Qinyu. Fang Shihao recognized Zhou Qinyu, though he doubted the other would remember a nobody like him. 3 years ago, during the high school entrance exams, when Fang Shihao had garnered attention for scoring first in liberal arts citywide, Zhou Qinyu had represented the Zhou family with an offer. They proposed gifting him a lord-class beast, the sawtooth saber-toothed tiger, if he agreed to marry into their family. Among the many offers from different factions, this was the most tempting. Fang Shihao had been swayed until he learned the intended bride was the Zhou family's eldest daughter, a woman 2 cycles older than him and notorious for her nightlife. That revelation had extinguished any interest. You've seen the second Miss Cui, haven't you? Where did she go? Zhou Chenyu's tone was far more polite than Cui Xie's. South, Fang Shihao replied, pointing in the direction. Thanks. Zhou Chenyu offered a casual word of gratitude before heading off in pursuit of Cui Xie. In this secret realm designed for the college entrance exams, most participants were ordinary students with only awakened or extraordinary grade beasts. Encountering 2 heirs of influential families back-to-back, Fang Shihao wasn't sure if he should feel fortunate or unlucky. But in the end, they belonged to a different world, merely passing figures in the story of his life. As he continued on, Fang Shihao came across a mudshell boar that had strayed from its herd. Little Guai engaged it heat, easily countering its innate skill, mudshell defense. The intense heat quickly hardened and cracked the boar's protective mud layer, draining its stamina through excessive sweating. Finally, Little Guai clamped down on its throat, delivering the fatal blow. Fang Shihao earned 71 life essence points, bringing his total to 252. Though he already possessed a lord-class beast, witnessing the mythic and king-class beasts owned by the heirs of powerful families left him feeling dissatisfied. Checking his virtual system panel, he saw the cost for upgrading his lord-class blazing fox to a king-class 3-tailed fire fox, 3,690 life essence points. You've got to be kidding, Medhat much? Fang Shihao sighed. The exponential increase wasn't unexpected, considering it was a leap from an ordinary species to a mythical one, akin to the Qinglong of the Tunglong Empire's royal family. Moving to a new spot to fish for prey, his results were Miagra mutated awakened class carrion eater took the bait but was easily dispatched by Little Guai, earning him a mere 15 life essence points. As dusk approached, a girl wearing the uniform of Longzhou City's first high school appeared. She was tall, with long, flowing hair framing a softly contoured oval face. When she smiled, her neat row of 8 pearly teeth gave her the demeanor of a gentle older sister. Hey there, I've been watching you for a while. Sitting here waiting for prey isn't very efficient. I just found a den of extraordinary class puffball long-eared rabbits, but I can't handle them alone. How about we team up and take them down together? What do you think? Fang Shihao gave her a meaningful smile. Sure thing. I was just worried about not catching anything. Looks like the opportunity came to me instead. After accepting the invitation to team up, Fang Shihao learned that the gentle senior's real name was Meng Xinyu. At that moment, his extraordinary 3-star ironclad crocodile turtle was standing guard at the entrance of the ball-wool longeared rabbit's burrow. Your fire fox seems to be well trained. Is it at the lord level? Meng Xinyu, walking ahead, casually probed. Her gaze subtly observed the massive red-furred fire fox by Fang Shihao's side. In its non-combat state, it was difficult to determine its true rank. No, it's a 4-star firetail fox, Fang Shihao replied succinctly. The two chatted idly as they climbed over a small hill and finally reached their destination. The sight before them was shocking. The ball-wool longeared rabbit's burrow had already been raided, leaving a gruesome scene. Rabbit corpses with their ears cut off were neatly arranged, and countless white wool balls were scattered across the ground, covering the entire forest floor. The ferocious ironclad crocodile turtle still crouched menacingly at the entrance, its scales glinting sharply. Looks like someone got here first. I guess this ends our partnership, Fang Shihao said, crossing his arms with a calm tone. Indeed, it should end. Meng Xinyu sneered, shedding her facade of a gentle senior. This isn't a partnership anymore, it's a robbery. Hand over the spoils you've collected and cooperate, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, your journey in the entrance exam ends here. As her words fell, 3 students wearing Longqiu High School uniforms emerged from hiding, each accompanied by a menacing beast. An extraordinary class savage rat, an undead skeleton archer, and a support-type hypnotic warbler. Fang Shihao pulled out a distress signal flare, feigning panic. You dare rob and extort in the entrance exam secret realm? I'll call the invigilators to punish you. What a clueless bookworm, sneered a boy with a 7,030 haircut. Go ahead and launch the flare. The moment you do, your score will be invalidated. As for punishment, as long as no one dies, the invigilators couldn't care less. The others laughed mockingly. In truth, even if someone were to die, as long as it wasn't caught in the act, the invigilators usually turned a blind eye. Every year, there were fatal incidents in the secret realm, often involving students killing each other. So, what's your decision? The 70-30 haircut boy continued to pressure him. Launch the flare and lose your score, or hand over the spoils and still have 2 days to make a comeback. You know which is the better choice. Or, are you choosing death? Fang Shihao retracted the flare, his expression of panic instantly replaced by one of calm confidence. You guys are experienced, I'll give you that. I wouldn't dare make a move without first understanding the invigilator's behavior patterns. He smirked coldly. You called me a bookworm earlier, and I admit, I do love reading. But precisely because of that, I wouldn't make such a rookie mistake trying to trap someone without even figuring out the rank of their beast. Absolutely foolish. With Fang Shihao's shout, his firetail fox suddenly erupted in blazing flames. The intense light illuminated the dimming forest and the terrified faces of the 4 would-be robbers. A lord-ear beast, the blazing fire fox? Exine you. What on earth are you doing? The boy with a sharp side-part haircut erupted in fury, his voice rising in a roar. He had just been fishing and accidentally hooked a shark, leaving him already in a foul mood. Meng Xinyu's expression darkened. Her voice was icy as she retorted, Does blaming me help now? Take it down, and the lord-tier beast will be ours. She understood human nature all too well, and the promise of immense benefits could unite her companions. As expected, the 2 classmates who only had awakening tier beasts immediately showed a flicker of greed in their eyes at the thought of obtaining a lord-tier beast. The battle broke out instantly. Fang Shihao's beast, Little Blaze, charged forward, initially targeting the hulking, muscle-bound savage rat. But mid-sprint, Little Blaze abruptly changed its trajectory and lunged at the ironclad alligator turtle, a creature renowned for its defensive prowess. The turtle had used its psychic skill, Taunt, successfully redirecting Little Blaze's aggression. Under the skill's influence, Little Blaze was forced to attack the turtle for the next few seconds. If it wants to die, then let's grant its wish. Fang Shihao barked decisively, commanding Little Blaze to unleash its ultimate move. The fiery fox opened its jaws wide, spewing molten flames that engulfed the ironclad alligator turtle in an instant. The searing heat spread to a nearby tree, igniting it in a raging blaze. Iron Wall Shield. Use Iron Wall Shield now. Meng Xinyu screamed desperately. But while the Iron Wall Shield could harden the turtle's shell to steel-like resilience, it was no match for such intense flames. Worse yet, the turtle's limbs and head couldn't fully retract into its shell. Under the relentless heat, its shell cracked loudly, and the exposed flesh was charred black in moments. A system notification chimed. Your beast, Blazing Fire Fox, has killed the ironclad alligator turtle, absorbing 48 points of life essence. 2 skill slots are available. You may acquire Iron Wall Shield or Taunt. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao chose to acquire taunt. The system's power became evident. Every memory and experience related to the taunt skill was instantly transferred from the turtle to Little Blaze, enabling it to master the skill effortlessly. Eager to try out its new ability, Little Blaze quickly turned its attention to a skeleton archer aiming at Fang Shihao. It unleashed a taunt, and just as expected, the archer shifted its focus. However, its arrows were no match for Little Blaze's agility. The fox darted forward with a burst of speed, shattering the skeleton archer into pieces with a single strike. Your beast, Blazing Fire Fox, has killed the skeleton archer. No life essence absorbed. Undead creatures do not yield life essence. The system's message made Fang Shihao frown in mild irritation. The battle quickly turned in his favor. What had been a 4-against stone scenario was now a 2-against stone, with the remaining opponent being a low-tier hypnotic warbler circling the sky. Its rank was far too inferior to pose any threat to the Blazing Fire Fox. In truth, the fight had become an unknown duel between Little Blaze and the Savage Rat. The Savage Rat had no ranged abilities, and any attempt to close in resulted in painful burns from the flames radiating off Little Blaze. After several exchanges, Little Blaze had only lost a tuft of fur, while the Savage Rat was battered and bleeding. Seizing the moment, Little Blaze lashed out with its fiery tail, landing a precise blow to the rat's spine. The sickening crack of bones signaled its demise. Your beast, Blazing Fire Fox, has killed the Savage Rat, absorbing 61 points of life essence. Fang Shihao turned to the defeated trio, his voice cold and laced with menace. Now it's my turn to rob you. Hand over all the spoils you extorted from other candidates today. The three stood frozen, their faces pale. Losing their beast creatures they had spent fortunes raising and training for 3 years was a devastating blow, one that also shattered their hopes for the future. Yet Fang Shihao showed no mercy. He believed in karma. Those who preyed on the innocent should expect retribution. Under his threat, the boy with the side-parted hair reluctantly surrendered their ill-gotten gains. 6 pairs of rabbit ears from ball-tufted lop-eared rabbits, 2 pairs from extraordinary tier, 4 from awakening tier, along with fresh materials from other extraordinary tier beasts, including thunder antlers from a thunder stag, a giant hornet stinger, and a corruption bear's claws. The haul far exceeded what Fang Shihao had earned from an entire day of fishing. Though he avoided taking the path of villainy, looting from evildoers didn't trouble his conscience in the slightest. With his reputation intact, he could now focus on hunting lord-tier beasts to aim for an outstanding evaluation. Additionally, the 109 points of life essence Little Blaze had gained brought it closer to evolving into a 3-tailed fire fox. The biggest prize, however, was the taunt skill. Thanks to the system, Little Blaze could now instantly master skills that other beasts had painstakingly trained for years. As night fell, Fang Shihao, having dealt with the gang of scammers, now faced the challenge of spending the night in the forest. The chilling howls of wild beasts echoed through the mountains, heightening the tension. Carefully, he chose a flat clearing to set up camp. He meticulously cleared the ground of leaves and weeds to prevent any hidden snakes, insects, or rodents from creeping in. Then, he spread a circle of beast-repellent powder around the campsite and lit some mugwort to ward off mosquitoes. From his beast-taming space, he retrieved a tent and swiftly set it up with practiced efficiency. In the distance, streaks of fireworks shot into the sky, a signal from the defeated scammers, announcing their decision to quit the high-stakes entrance exam after much soul-searching. Serves them right, Fang Shihao muttered coldly, his tone laced with disdain. He gathered a bundle of dry wood and doused it with gasoline. His companion, Little Flare, let out a soft puff, igniting the pile into a roaring campfire. As a civilian candidate with a lord-level flame fox, Fang Shihao's strength was already among the top tier, second only to heirs of prominent families like Cui Siye and Zhou Qinyu. This allowed him to navigate the treacherous exam grounds with confidence, even harboring a subtle anticipation for any foolish beast that might dare challenge him. As the night deepened, the forest reverberated with the sounds of battles. Some candidates' beasts were better suited for nocturnal combat, making the darkness their domain. Yet, while the campfire failed to attract any wild animals, it did draw 2 unexpected visitors. Exhausted and disheveled, Yan Junkai and his girlfriend, Yang Shuang, spotted the glow of the fire from afar. Hoping to find refuge for the night, they approached cautiously. But as Yan Junkai recognized the figure by the fire, a sinister grin spread across his face. Well, if it isn't fate bringing us back together. Time to settle the score, kid. Do you know him? Yang Shuang asked, curious. That punk humiliated me in front of everyone this morning, Yan Junkai growled, halting in his tracks. A twisted smirk appeared as he began plotting. Shuang, go over there and sweet-talk him into handing over his distress fireworks. Once we've got them, they'll make him pay. I don't want to lie to anyone. Yang Shuang hesitated, frowning. Yan Junkai slapped her rear crudely and sneered. No need to lie. Just turn on your charm. A poor, inexperienced kid like him won't stand a chance against you. Rolling her eyes in feigned annoyance, Yang Shuang swayed her hips and sauntered toward the campfire. Hey there, handsome. Mind if we crash here for the night? Fang Shihao looked up to see a curvaceous, alluring young woman, her figure reminiscent of a ripe peach despite her youth. Though momentarily distracted, he maintained his composure and offered a polite smile. Of course, you're welcome. Thank you. You're so kind. Yang Shuang replied sweetly. As she drew closer, her tone shifted to one of helplessness. By the way, handsome, could you lend me a distress firework? Mine got soaked and won't work. Fang Shihao's instincts flared. His expression hardened as he asked, and what if I say no? Come on, big brother, please? Yang Shuang clung to his arm, her soft figure pressing against him as she swayed coquettishly. I'll make it worth your while. Fang Shihao sighed, deciding to see where this charade would lead. Fine. I don't need it anyway, he said, retrieving a firework from his beast taming space and handing it over. Yang Shuang was surprised at how easily he relented, but she quickly hid her delight and rushed back to Yin Junkai. We've got it. Come on out. Yin Junkai emerged from the shadows, wrapping an arm possessively around Yang Shuang's waist. He sneered at Fang Shihao with open contempt. For a moment, I thought I'd run into another band of robbers preying on loan candidates. Turns out it's just you. What do you want? Fang Shihao asked calmly, his expression unreadable. You embarrassed me in front of everyone this morning. Hey, race the deal. Crawl over here on your knees and lick my shoes clean. Do that, and we'll call it even. Fair enough, don't you think? And don't forget mine, Yang Shuang added haughtily, leaning against Yin Junkai with a smug smile. Be thorough, will you? Fang Shihao fixed Yin Junkai with a cold, piercing stare, his eyes gleaming with an icy light that seemed to see through everything. If your goal was merely to humiliate me, why go to the trouble of having your woman steal my distress flare? You clearly wanted me dead, didn't you? Huh. At least you're not completely clueless. Yin Junkai sneered, his face contorted with malice as he roared. That's right. I want you dead. You, a pathetic insect working for my family, how dare you humiliate me in front of everyone? Before the echo of his words faded, Yin Junkai summoned a beast from his summoning space, a massive armored rhinoceros, his father's pride and joy. The creature towered at 1.8 meters at the shoulder and stretched 4.5 meters in length, resembling a living tank. Its thick, grayish hide folded into layered ridges, forming a natural suit of armor that was as formidable as its name suggested. The armored rhinoceros wielded two deadly abilities, piercing charge, which allowed it to lock onto a target and unleash a devastating rush, and Rhino's Moonrise, an attack where it would impale its enemy with its razor-sharp horn and toss them skyward, tearing them apart. This brutal 1-2 combination left few survivors. Yang Shuang, standing nearby, hurriedly released her own beast, a blue-eyed owl, an awakened-grade creature with exceptional eyesight but no notable combat abilities. Die, you worthless scum. My armored rhinoceros will crush you into pulp. Yin Junkai bellowed with deranged confidence. Is that so? I don't think so, Fang Shihao replied calmly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips as he let out a sharp whistle. The next moment, a fiery figure emerged gracefully from a nearby tent. It was Xiao Guai, his beast companion, cloaked in roaring flames. Its fiery mane flickered like a living inferno, and waves of scorching heat radiated outward, instantly withering and igniting the surrounding underbrush. In seconds, the forest floor was ablaze. Though the armored rhinoceros dwarfed Xiao Guai in size, its towering form tremblingly recoiled at the sight of the flame-cloaked fox. Instinctively, it recognized the predator before it. A flame fox at the Lord tier. Yang Shuang gasped in terror, her legs giving way as she slumped against a tree for support. Her eyes rolled back as fear overtook her. Impossible. Yin Junkai howled in disbelief, his voice cracking. You're the disgrace of Air Gao. How could you possibly have a Lord-tier beast? Armored rhinoceros, attack. Kill him. Under the force of its master's command, the armored rhinoceros let out a reluctant growl and charged forward. Its horn gleamed menacingly under the moonlight as the ground trembled beneath its thundering steps. Xiao Guai showed no fear, racing headlong to meet the charge. Its fiery paws left smoldering, flower-like scorch marks with every step. Just as the two beasts were about to collide, Xiao Guai leapt nimbly onto the rhino's back. Its searing claws pierced through the creature's armored hide, embedding deep into its flesh. Smoke billowed into the air as the armored rhinoceros let out an agonized scream, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to dislodge Xiao Guai. But the fox clung on, its grip unyielding. The battle raged on, with the armored rhinoceros demonstrating far greater resilience than the mudshell boar Fang Shihao had fought before. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Then come on. Fang Shihao taunted, stepping forward with a gleaming fish-gutting knife in hand. Seeing that the flame fox was preoccupied, Yang Shuang desperately commanded her blue-eyed owl to launch a surprise attack. But Fang Shihao had anticipated this. With a swift signal to Xiao Guai, the fox cast a single glance at the owl. The effect was immediate. The owl, affected by Xiao Guai's provocation ability, veered off course and dove uncontrollably toward the fox. No, blue-eyed owl, retreat. What are you doing? Stop. Yang Shuang screamed in despair as the owl was snatched midair and killed with a single fiery bite. In panic, she launched a distress flare, its red glow streaking skyward. Meanwhile, the psychic bond between Yin Junkai and his armored rhinoceros was flooded with waves of pain and terror. Overwhelmed by fear and desperation, Yin Junkai made the worst possible decision, charged at Fang Shihao with his bare hands. I'll kill you myself, he screamed. Fang Shihao's expression darkened, his intent unmistakable. He no longer cared about the overseers or their rules. With cold precision, he drove the fish-gutting knife straight into Yin Junkai's chest, piercing his heart. The very tool of exploitation became the instrument of justice, ending the life of the oppressor's son. As Yin Junkai collapsed, the armored rhinoceros lost all will to fight. Its once imposing form was now charred and cracked, its exposed flesh blackened like coal. Xiao Guai seized the opportunity, clamping its jaws around the beast's muzzle and unleashing a torrent of flame. In a final, fiery moment, the armored rhinoceros fell with a resounding thud, lifeless. A system notification echoed in Fang Shihao's mind. Your beast, Flame Fox, has slain the armored rhinoceros. Life essence gained. 145 points. The forest fell silent, save for the soft sobbing of Yang Shuang. Kneeling in the dark, her white knees stained with mud, she begged through her tears, please don't kill me. I swear I won't tell anyone you killed Yin Junkai. Please, spare me. They'll do anything you want. Don't be foolish, sister-in-law. I don't kill women. Go. Thank you, she whispered, trembling as she turned to leave. The blade flashed. Blood sprayed. 10 minutes later, the proctor arrived at the scene, accompanied by a ferocious 6-star Lord-level honey badger. The sight before them was staggering. Scorched earth stretched as far as the eye could see, with only a man and a fox sitting quietly by a campfire near a tent. Did you set off the distress flare? The proctor asked as they approached. Fang Shihao pulled an intact distress flare from his pocket. No. Do you know who did? No. The proctor asked a few cursory questions before leaving, his attitude perfunctory at best. If he had taken even a moment to search, he could have uncovered the hastily buried bodies of Yin Junkai and Yang Shuang. But it seemed he had no interest in the deadly rivalries brewing among the students. Fang Shihao smirked coldly. Yang Shuang had knowingly aided Yin Junkai, fully aware of his malicious intent, yet she chose to side with him, becoming an accomplice. Unlike petty criminal gangs that steal without killing, these two aimed to take his life. Sparing them was out of the question. He had only killed their beasts and let them live once before, but he would not be so lenient again. As sleepiness crept in, Fang Shihao returned to his tent, clutching Xiao Guai, the soft, fur-covered fox that felt like an oversized plush toy. He drifted off into a deep slumber. To him, killing someone was no different from slaughtering livestock. It left no trace of guilt in his heart. At dawn, dew glistened on the blades of grass. After breakfast, Fang Shihao and Xiao Guai set out. Having already secured a satisfactory evaluation, he now aimed for an excellent score by hunting a Lord-level awakened beast. Lord-level beasts each dominated their own territories. Waiting passively wouldn't work. He had to take the initiative and face danger head-on. Although Xiao Guai had recently advanced to Lord level, it had not undergone any evolutionary transformations since becoming his contracted beast. It would likely struggle against a wild lord that had evolved multiple times. Besides, as a flame fox, Xiao Guai's power was only mid-tier among Lord-level beasts, far from the overwhelming strength of a monarch-level 3-tailed fire fox. Fang Shihao decided to target weaker wild lords, or those whose abilities Xiao Guai could counter. On a sparsely wooded hillside, he spotted traces of his first potential target, brown bear fur clinging to tree bark and claw marks high above, indicating the territory of a formidable mountain giant bear. He marked the location on his map and continued his search. By midday, after trekking over hills and valleys, he had identified 3 more Lord-level beasts: the mountain giant bear in the northwest highlands, the blackwater python and swamp behemoth in the muddy lake, and the golden centipede in the fern basin. The mountain giant bear is too strong, the centipede's venom is too dangerous, and aquatic creatures have an advantage over Xiao Guai. Fang Shihao muttered to himself when distant laughter caught his attention. Following the sound, he came upon a campsite with about 20 people. The group appeared to be chatting and joking, more like they were on a leisurely outing than participating in a high-stakes entrance exam. Stop right there. A guard stepped forward to block him. State your name, school, and the rank of your beast. Fang Shihao, Tianlan City Second High School, Lord-level Flame Fox. The guard checked a list and frowned. You're not on the roster. This camp is for top students with Lord-level beasts only. I'm not a top student, but before Fang Shihao could finish, Xiao Guai's body ignited with flames, radiating the unmistakable aura of a lord-level beast. The heat forced the guard to step back. Flustered, he quickly apologized. My apologies. Please, come in. The rigid hierarchy of beastmasters was laid bare in that moment. Welcome, new friend. A bright-eyed young man with thick eyebrows and a sunny disposition approached him. What a stunning flame fox it must have been raised with great care. It was none other than Wang Hanyu. Wang Hanyu stood at the center of the exchange event, introducing himself with confidence as the student council president of Tianlan High School. I'm Wang Hanyu, the initiator and organizer of this exchange. This is a platform for the top students of Guangning province to relax and connect with one another. There are no rigid rules here, just friends sharing ideas. Fang Shihao quietly found an empty seat, smiling as he listened to the ongoing discussions. The topic had shifted to the event's celebrity, Cui Siya, a prodigy who had skipped 2 grades to take the college entrance exam as a freshman. She was widely known as Miss Cui II. You folks from other cities don't know the backstory, Han Baojun, a student from Tianlan High, said with excitement. My cousin is in the same grade as Miss Cui II, and everyone knows she skipped grades to surpass her sister, Cui Zhiyang. 2 years ago, her sister made headlines by slaying a monarch-tier awakened beast during her college entrance exam. Mark my words, Miss Cui II is going to replicate that feat and claim this year's top scorer title. When someone questioned Cui Siya's abilities, Han Baojun immediately defended her. Her contracted beast is practically the pride of Guangning province, the Windwing Dragon. Born as an epic-tier creature, it has 2 potential legendary evolution paths when it matures. A mere monarch-tier awakened beast is nothing in comparison. Wang Hanyu, on the other hand, analyzed the situation calmly. The only monarch-tier awakened beast in this year's secret realm is the 8-star Thunderbird in Thunder Canyon. Cui Siya's Windwing Dragon is only at 3 stars. A 3-star epic-tier creature against an 8-star monarch-tier one, her chances of winning are slim. She's rushing things. If she waited 2 more years to hone her skills, she'd absolutely dominate. As more students arrived, the exchange of information became increasingly lively. Fang Shihao shared details about the regional lords he had encountered and, in return, gathered valuable intelligence. Among the information he received, he identified the ideal hunting target for his partner, Xiaoguai, a web-spraying man-eater spider located southwest of the campsite. Armed with this knowledge, Fang Shihao ventured into the dense forest where the spider resided. Layers of sticky web stretched overhead, blocking out the sunlight and casting an eerie gloom. Every sound seemed amplified in this oppressive stillness, and even the faintest footsteps sent vibrations rippling through the webs, alerting the hidden predator. Suddenly, a massive web-spraying man-eater spider scuttled down the webbing, positioning itself directly above Fang Shihao. Its blade-like legs gleamed menacingly, and the fine sensory hairs on its limbs twitched, detecting even the slightest movement. Its poor eyesight was no hindrance. The spider relied on its natural sensors to track its prey. Let's light up this forest, Fang Shihao said, giving Xiaoguai an encouraging pat before retreating to a safe distance. As a pre-professional beastmaster, ensuring his own safety was his top priority. The battle erupted in an instant. The spider relentlessly sprayed sticky webs, attempting to trap Xiaoguai and limit its mobility. At first glance, Xiaoguai seemed cornered, but in reality, it was baiting the spider into a vulnerable position. When the predator finally descended from the treetops to the forest floor, Xiaoguai unleashed its true power. Sparks flickered across its fiery red fur, igniting into roaring flames. The intense heat quickly neutralized the stickiness of the webs, while freshly sprayed webbing combusted midair. The spider instinctively tried to flee, but it was already too late. Xiaoguai lunged forward, its blazing tail sweeping across the battlefield and sending the spider flying. With a final, devastating move, Xiaoguai activated its innate skill, Blazing Inferno, engulfing the struggling prey in a sea of fire. A system notification chimed. Your beast, Blazing Fox, has slain the web-spraying man-eater spider, absorbing 357 points of life essence. As a beastmaster, Fang Shihao understood his role was more akin to that of a manager and coach. He was responsible not only for providing his beasts with a high-quality living environment and training conditions, but also for strategizing during battles. At this moment, watching Xiaoguai easily defeat a web-slinging man-eating spider, it was clear that his feigned weakness tactic had worked wonders. Well done. Fang Shihao beamed with pride, affectionately ruffling the fur on Xiaoguai's fluffy head and stroking its soft fox ears. After collecting the spider silk pouch and taking photographic evidence, an excellent grade was all but secured. However, a sudden wave of exhaustion left him in a state of listlessness, unable to muster any motivation. For him, the college entrance exams were as good as settled. With this performance, the gates of any top-tier university would open for him. His first-choice school was Qingqiu University, a prestigious institution renowned for its expertise in cultivating fox-type beasts. Of the 3 recorded cases of nine-tailed flame foxes being successfully raised on the planet Hylon, 2 had originated from Qingqiu University in the Tunglong Empire. To transform Xiao Guai into a nine-tailed flame fox, there was no better place. His second choice was Tianlan University, a well-ranked second-tier institution. If he hadn't achieved an excellent grade, this school conveniently closer to home would still be a solid option. As for the elite trio of universities Longqiao, Binghuang, and Jiang Heitho, he had a fair shot at admission. Fang Shihao didn't see much point in aiming for them. For his goals, the renowned Qingqiu University was a far better fit. The grueling 3-day, 2-night exam was drawing to a close. On the third evening, all candidates would be gathered to have their scores tallied, followed by a night of rest before the final day. Rather than risk hunting a lord-level beast on the last day, Fang Shihao thought it wiser to stake out a water source and ambush extraordinary or awaken-level beasts coming to drink, accumulating life essence more safely. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, they had already left behind the shadowy spiderweb forest. The sky was ominously dark, with storm clouds pressing low and distant mountains shrouded in mist. Thunder and lightning signaled an impending downpour. Good thing we moved quickly, Fang Shihao remarked with relief. As a fire-type beast, Xiao Guai's abilities would undoubtedly be hindered in the rain. Before he could finish his sentence, a torrential downpour suddenly began, the mercurial climate of the secret realm catching him off guard. In an instant, visibility dropped to less than 2 meters, and his makeshift raincoat was soaked through. Master, follow me. I know a place to shelter from the rain, Xiao Guai said with its characteristic soft, high-pitched whimper, leading the way. This endearing, almost childlike sound was typical of foxes, whether they were being playful or annoyed, and it carried no trace of menace. Amid the downpour, Xiao Guai's flames were suppressed, reduced to a faint glow barely covering its fur, just enough to keep it from getting wet. Fang Shihao followed closely, the diminished heat no longer enough to harm him. Guided by its keen instincts, Xiao Guai soon led its master through the muddy forest to a hidden cave. The entrance was barely half a person's height, concealed by thick grass and nearly invisible. Peering through the foliage, Fang Shihao noticed fresh muddy footprints at the cave's mouth. To be cautious, Xiao Guai entered first. Moments later, a girl's delighted exclamation came from within. Wow, what an adorable big fox. Hearing this, Fang Shihao let his guard down and stepped into the roughly 10-square-meter cave. Inside, he found a soaking wet girl with long hair, holding a snowy white Arctic fox for warmth. This was an extraordinary level icewind fox, 0.8 meters in length, with icy blue eyes that exhaled faint frost crystals with every breath. In comparison, Xiao Guai, as a lord-level blazing flame fox, measured a robust 3.3 meters in length, its fiery red back exuding strength, with faint embers still lingering around its frame. Looks like we've run into a pro, they both thought simultaneously, instinctively assessing each other's beasts and reaching accurate conclusions. Nice to meet you. I'm Shun Wanwan, a student from Tianlan City's second high school, the girl said politely, wringing water from her wet hair as she introduced herself. Well known indeed, Shin Wanwan, the Class 3 beauty and the only Icewind Fox Beastmaster at second high, Fang Shihao replied with a smile. Oh, you're from second high too? How come I didn't know we had a blazing flame fox Beastmaster at our school? Shin Wanwan asked, surprised. I wouldn't call myself anything special. I only bonded with the blazing flame fox here in the secret realm during the exam, Fang Shihao explained. Fang Shihao revealed a lie that he had carefully crafted but was impossible to verify. Shin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with envy. Really? You're so lucky to have caught the attention of the blazing fire fox. Can I touch it? She asked, her gaze fixed longingly on the majestic creature. Of course, Fang Shihao replied, understanding her excitement. Among fox-type beasts, the red fox lineage indeed possessed the greatest potential for growth. From the mythical nine-tailed flame fox to the legendary fox immortal, they all descended from the bloodline of the red fox. In comparison, Shin Wenwen's icewind fox could only evolve up to the king-tier Arctic ice fox. Shin Wenwen hugged her little companion tightly, her fingers running through its soft, smooth fur. The blazing fire fox, whose physique rivaled that of a Siberian tiger, gave her a profound sense of security, making her reluctant to let go. Meanwhile, the neglected icewind fox let out a soft whimper, leaping into Fang Shihao's arms in a playful tantrum, as if to protest its owner's apparent betrayal. For the next 2 hours, their conversation revolved around their respective beast companions, interspersed with anecdotes from Tianlan's second high school. By the time the rain stopped, the blazing fire fox had already dried their clothes with its warmth. Standing at the cave entrance, they exchanged social media information and made plans to hang out during the summer break. Shin Wenwen left in a hurry, clearly with unfinished goals in mind. Fang Shihao, on the other hand, leisurely made his way back to the campsite. The muddy mountain trail prompted him to switch to non-slip rain boots, his clothes speckled with dirt. Standing on a hillside, he noticed the river had swelled significantly, with aquatic, awakened beasts frolicking wildly in the murky waters. This sudden downpour was unusual during the college entrance exam period. Beast tamers were typically tasked with controlling the weather to prevent any extreme conditions over the 3 days. Recalling the tent he hastily packed earlier that morning, Fang quickened his pace. However, when he arrived at the campsite, the scene before him was entirely unexpected. The once proud Chui Xia, the golden girl, now appeared utterly disheveled, squatting by a tent like a drenched stray. Her clothes were torn, her legs bleeding, and her face swollen, resembling a fallen princess in distress. Shivering from the cold, she clumsily attempted to ignite freshly broken branches with military-grade matches. "Do you seriously have 0 survival skills?" Fang Shihao remarked flatly as he emerged from the woods. The last time they met, Chui Xia had been arrogant and domineering. Now she was in complete disarray. Chui Xia's phoenix-like eyes glinted with anger. "Who do you think you are to criticize me? Get lost right now. Sorry, but you're on my turf. If anyone needs to leave, it's you. Do you have a death wish?" Chui Xia shot to her feet, radiating fury. Fang Shihao burst out laughing. "Go ahead, summon your storm wyvern and kill me. Can you, though? I bet it's already out of commission. Now I understand the cause of this sudden storm. You must have commanded your storm wyvern to battle a thunderbird, and judging by your state, you clearly lost." Chui Xia's face went pale. Fang Shihao had hit the nail on the head. "Remember yesterday when you threatened to kill me? This is the second time now. I hate being threatened the most. And here we are, just the 2 of us. They'll even let you choose how you want to die," Fang Shihao said with a sinister smile. "Don't try to scare me. I don't believe you dare to kill anyone," Chui Xia retorted, feigning calm but instinctively stepping back. "Is that so?" Fang Shihao sneered, pointing to an empty patch of ground near the tent. There, the rain had exposed 2 pale corpses. Chui Xia followed his gaze, her heart skipping a beat. "This can't be happening. I've actually run into a murderer," she thought, her blood running cold. Yet, she stubbornly declared, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. The Chui family won't let you off the hook. Tianlan City will be drenched in blood." Fang Shihao was secretly impressed by her bravery. "Fine, you win. You can leave," he said, pulling out a dry distress flare. "Stop being so stubborn. Try again next year. Light this and someone will come to rescue you." Chui Xia slapped the flare into the muddy water without a second thought, turning her head away in defiance. Fang Shihao gave her a long look. "If I can't deal with you, I can at least avoid you. Goodbye." With that, he turned and walked away, preferring to sleep on the streets rather than stay near her. As Fang Shihao disappeared into the distance, Chui Xia let out a sigh of relief and resumed her attempts to start a fire. Match after match went out, the sky darkened, and the sight of the 2 lifeless bodies only made her feel more unsettled. "Hey, are you still there?" she called out, but only the sound of insects answered her. Without the protection of her storm wyvern, Chui Xia, who had always been fearless, felt truly alone for the first time in her life. Fang Shihao wasn't joking when he decided to leave. He stared at Chui Xia's retreating figure, his heart resolute. The chasm between their identities was insurmountable. She was a noblewoman from a prestigious family, while he was struggling just to survive. One lived among the clouds, the other was mired in the mud. A knight in shining armor on a noble steed was meant to save the distressed princess, not a penniless nobody like him. Back in the rain shelter cave, Fang Shihao kept himself busy. He cut down several large banana leaves, had Xiaoguai use its fire ability to dry them, and spread them on the ground as makeshift bedding. Xiaoguai had gone out to patrol the area, ensuring there were no lurking threats. Meanwhile, he lit a campfire at the cave entrance, crushed some compressed biscuits into a military pot, added water, and cooked up a hearty porridge. Just as he leaned against the rocky wall, savoring a rare moment of solitude, an uneven set of footsteps approached. Fang Shihao frowned. Here came that troublemaker again. "Are all the other men in the world dead? Why do you insist on tailing me?" Fang Shihao walked to the cave entrance, his tone laced with irritation. Chui Xia snorted, her gaze flitting between the dry, cozy cave and the warm campfire. "Not bad. I like this place. Name your price." "Don't bother. If you like it, it's yours. Just stop following me," Fang Shihao replied, whistling for Xiaoguai and turning to leave. "Wait," Chui Xia called after him, taking a deep breath as if making a significant decision. "I'm used to dealing with my family's servants, so I might not treat outsiders well. Thank you for your help earlier. I apologize if I offended you." "Understood. Goodbye." Fang Shihao's response was perfunctory. Seeing he was still determined to leave, Chui Xia resorted to her trump card. "You're just going to leave me here all alone? What if something happens to me?" "Well, that'd just be heaven's way of being blind and jealous of talent," Fang Shihao remarked dramatically, his schadenfreude evident. Chui Xia crooked her finger at him, a sharp glint in her eyes as she revealed her tiger-like fangs. "Come here. I've got something to show you." Confident he wouldn't fall into a trap, Fang Shihao stepped closer. Chui Xie pulled out a pair of glasses with violet crystal lenses from her beast taming space and handed them to him. Put these on. You're trying to bribe me with glasses? Fang Shihao scoffed, slipping them on. Other than the dimmer light, nothing seemed unusual. Look up at the sky. When Fang Shihao raised his head, he was struck speechless. Thousands of glowing, jellyfish-like creatures floated in the sky of the secret examination realm, entirely invisible without the special glasses. What the heck are those things? Chui Xie smiled and explained. They're invisible aerial jellyfish, equipped with high-resolution infrared night vision cameras. They're excellent surveillance creatures. Your every move is being monitored. Fang Shihao's heart sank. Had his less savory actions been recorded? Relax, Chui Xie reassured him. These cameras aren't here to spy on examinees. They're just for my safety. They weren't used in past years. As she spoke, Chui Xie suddenly stepped forward and hugged him. Fang Shihao froze, his mind racing with one thought. I've been set up. Leaning against him, Chui Xie chuckled softly, her voice as sweet and sinister as a devil's whisper. It was fine before, but now that I've hugged you, we're connected. If anything happens to me, the Chui family will definitely come after you. Can't outplay you, Fang Shihao admitted, wrapping his arms around the underdeveloped bag of bones girl and feeling the softness of her frame. But I'm not entirely losing out here. The distinguished Miss Chui, second daughter of the Chui family, willingly hugging a poor nobody like me? If this gets out, I've hit the jackpot. Let's take a selfie. Don't push your luck, you jerk. Chui Xie snapped, shoving him away. Come on, what's your real game? What's your goal? Fang Shihao asked, his anger somewhat appeased after getting a small measure of payback. Just as you suspected, Chui Xie admitted. My wind god pterosaur was injured during a fight with a thunderbird. It can't fly anymore, and moving is even a struggle. I need an assistant to help me. You're strong enough, ruthless enough, and qualified to assist me. Fang Shihao had already guessed she wanted something from him when she swallowed her pride to apologize. Don't tell me you're still planning to hunt the thunderbird? He asked, frowning. No, not anymore. For now, I just want to hunt as many Lord-level and extraordinary-level beasts as possible to achieve an exceptional evaluation. Fang Shihao relaxed and nodded. Well, it seems our goals align. I was planning to do the same. I can cooperate. I don't mind if you take all the spoils. I only have one condition: let Xiaoguai land the final blow on the wild awakened beast, Fang Shihao said. Why? Chui Xie asked, puzzled. Xiaoguai lacks experience in combat. I wanted to get used to the sight of blood. Chui Xie found the request reasonable and extended her hand. Deal. But let me add something: our collaboration is strictly limited to the exam period. Once the exams are over, you and I are strangers. Don't tell anyone you know me, and I won't acknowledge it either. If you run into trouble, don't come looking for me. Won't help. Her cold and detached words oddly put Fang Shihao at ease. He had no desire to get too entangled with someone as troublesome as her. Agreed. After this, we act like we've never met. If anyone goes back on their word, they're a dog. Despite the sharp words exchanged, the two had no choice but to work together for now. Chui Xie needed someone to assist her in achieving an exceptional evaluation, while Fang Shihao saw this as an opportunity to gather more life points. Fang Shihao, though ruthless toward his enemies, treated his allies with surprising care. Gently helping Chui Xie lean against a wall, he immediately got to work. He fetched a large basin of mountain spring water to clean her wounds, wiped away the mud on her body, applied antiseptic spray, and carefully bandaged her injuries with breathable, sterilized gauze. Worried she might not be able to stomach dry rations, he ventured out to the river under the starlit sky, caught 2 crabs, steamed them, and painstakingly prepared a crab meat porridge. Handing it to her, he said, the conditions here are basic, but I've ensured everything from the ingredients to the utensils perfectly clean. Chui Xie, in a low point of her life, had toned down her usual spoiled attitude. Silently, she accepted the bowl and ate in small bites. Though she said nothing, her heart was deeply moved. As the daughter of Chui Mingyue, the current head of the Chui family, and Yin Yujing, a renowned beastmaster in Guangning Province and CEO of Jinjiang Oceanic Corporation, she had grown up surrounded by luxury. However, her parents had devoted most of their energy to their careers, leaving a gap in their affection for her. Raised by nannies, she had always felt a lack of genuine familial warmth. After all, to a nanny, caring for a child was just a job. How much true devotion could one expect? Lowering her head, Chui Xie suddenly spoke up. I think you're not bad. Interested in becoming a retainer of the Chui family? Didn't I just say half an hour ago that whoever goes back on their word is a dog? Are you that eager to be one? Fang Shihao teased. Dog meat doesn't belong on a banquet table, you ungrateful wretch. Chui Xie snapped, biting her lip in frustration. She turned her attention to Xiaoguai and said, Little fox, don't stay with your mean owner. Come to me, and he'll give you something delicious. As she spoke, She dangled a golden block of concentrated goat milk worth 30,000 yuan and rich enough to feed a whale. Xiaoguai's mouth watered as it looked pitifully at Fang Shihao, seeking its owner's permission. Go ahead, go ahead. Spend the night with this generous spender, it'll be like working off a debt, Fang Shihao said with a laugh. With his approval, Xiaoguai eagerly trotted over to Cui Siya, wagging its tail and skillfully playing the role of a fawning pet. The night deepened, and the campfire began to die down. Having never shared a space with a strange man before, Cui Siya remained on high alert. She pretended to sleep but kept sneaking glances at Fang Shihao. Only after seeing him sprawled out and snoring without a care did she finally relax and drift into sleep herself. At 3 a.m., both woke up abruptly. The large fox in Cui Siya's arms had suddenly become scorching hot. Fang Shihao sensed that Xiaoguai was about to evolve and immediately sent it into the beast space. Congratulations, Cui Siya murmured weakly, still half asleep. Not bad, Fang Shihao replied with a smile. The evolution process for a beast was much faster than a rank advancement for a human. Within 5 minutes, it was complete. When Xiaoguai emerged from the beast space, it was stronger, more agile, and its control over fire had noticeably improved one step closer to perfect evolution. This upgrade brought comprehensive enhancements, raising Xiaoguai's level on the Beast Master panel to a 1-star rating. Can I take a look at the Wind God Wyvern's current condition? Fang Shihao asked after breakfast. Cui Siya nodded and stepped out of the cave, summoning the Wind God Wyvern. The colossal creature emerged, its massive body flattening the rain-soaked, overgrown grass beneath it. Fang Shihao carefully examined its injuries. The right wing was pierced by lightning, its entire body marred with jagged scorch marks, and one of its hind legs was completely charred, rendering it immobile. Such severe wounds would cost millions to heal completely. Remembering the wyvern's once majestic presence as it effortlessly took down a lord-level stonehide boar, Fang Shihao couldn't help but sigh at its current state. Still, its destructive potential remained. Its alloy-like razor-sharp teeth and fearsome beak gleamed menacingly, reminiscent of a battered siege hammer damaged but still deadly if the enemy strayed too close. I've tracked down 13 wildlord-level beasts, Fang Shihao said. 4 of them are tough targets, likely still alive. Lead the way. Their first destination was the territory of a mountain grizzly. Xiaoguai, Fang Shihao's companion beast, immediately emitted the intense pheromones unique to lore-level beasts. Flames erupted across its body, scorching the earth and withering nearby plants in its path. This blatant provocation enraged the short-tempered mountain grizzly, which roared with a sound that shook the forest. It charged forward, a living wrecking ball of raw power. The grizzly's deep brown fur bristled like steel needles, and its round, menacing head dripped with foul-smelling saliva from between its fangs. As it reared up, its massive frame completely dwarfed Xiaoguai, whose tiger-like size seemed insignificant in comparison. The bear's enormous paw came crashing down, the force of the blow bending nearby trees under the sheer pressure. But Xiaoguai was quick and nimble. It darted to the side, evading the deadly strike with ease. Rather than confronting the grisly heathen, it focused on enraging the beast further, subtly deploying its psychic skill, taunt, to lure the furious bear into an ambush. The wind god wyvern, lying in wait, seized the perfect moment. In a flash, its beak struck like lightning, piercing the unsuspecting grizzly's shoulder. The giant beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. The wyvern's attack was swift and relentless within 2 seconds. It had incapacitated the grizzly, shredding its limbs and leaving its body riddled with gaping wounds. Blood poured from ruptured arteries, pooling on the ground. As per their agreement, the final blow was reserved for Xiaoguai. With a powerful swing of its flaming tail, it struck the grizzly's head with precision. A loud crack echoed through the forest as the bear's skull fractured. The system notification promptly appeared. Your beast, Blazing Fox, has killed the mountain grizzly and absorbed 550 life essence points. 2 skill slots are currently available. Skills available for absorption: Bone-Crushing Claw, Charge Strike, Rare, Mountain King's Wrath. Whoa! Fang Shihao exclaimed in amazement. Mountain King's Wrath is a rare skill that only king-level mountain grizzly kings have a chance to learn. This guy had incredible potential. He sighed with a hint of regret. If he had known the bear's talent earlier, he might have considered taming it as a second companion beast. But it was too late now. All they could do was extract its remaining value. Fang Shihao chose to absorb Bone-Crushing Claw and Mountain King's Wrath. The former could be immediately taught to Xiaoguai, while the latter, being exclusive to strength or earth-type beasts, couldn't be passed on to Xiaoguai. However, its rarity made it too valuable to discard, so he decided to save it for future use. Beast skills are categorized into 4 levels: Common, Rare, Legacy, and Eternal. Common skills can be learned through training. Rare skills are acquired only through an extremely low chance of awakening, signifying exceptional potential. These skills are highly sought after, often fetching prices tenfold higher in auctions. Legacy skills can be passed down to offspring, guaranteed to be inherited within 3 generations with a small chance of reawakening thereafter. The highest tier, eternal skills, are unique once a beast learns one. No other can ever acquire it, making it truly one of a kind. While eternal skills were a distant dream, and legacy skills were exceedingly rare, obtaining a rare skill was already a significant achievement. After harvesting the grizzly's 4 paws, Fang Shihao and Cui Xia headed toward Fern Basin to hunt the golden centipede. They employed a tried-and-true strategy, setting fire to the forest and leaving one path of escape, where the wind god wyvern lay in ambush. This method proved highly effective, allowing them to sweep through the area. By noon, they had successfully taken down 6 lord-level beasts. The time spent traveling and setting traps far exceeded the actual combat time. Each time a lord-level beast encountered the wind god pterosaur, the battle would typically be decided in mere seconds. Fang Shihao tried to contain his excitement, but the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth was impossible to hide. And for good reason, lord-level beasts provided a minimum of 300 life essence points, with the strongest, such as the mountain giant bear, yielding as much as 550 points. In just one morning, he had accumulated 2,300 life essence points. Combined with his earlier savings, Fang Shihao now held 3,000 points, inching ever closer to the 3,690 points required for Xiao Guai to evolve into a king-level 3-tailed fire fox. This success was undoubtedly owed to Cui Xia's wind god pterosaur. Even gravely injured and unable to fly, the majestic flying beast could still dominate any lord-level opponent in close combat. By noon, Fang Shihao was busy roasting meat over a fire. Not far away, the wind god pterosaur was gracefully enjoying the sika deer that Xiao Guai had just hunted, while Xiao Guai lay beside it, intently tearing into its favorite tray out a piece of rich, tender deer liver. Through their shared battles, the relationship between Fang Shihao and Cui Xia had noticeably improved. While not exactly close friends, they had at least moved past the awkward stage of mutual disdain. So, which university are you planning to attend? Cui Xia asked casually, gently swaying back and forth on a woven vine swing. Qingqiu University. Qingqiu University is excellent for nurturing fox-type beastmasters, but you can't rely on just one beast your entire life, she said, pausing momentarily. Why not consider Ice Phoenix University? Fang Shihao chuckled, as if getting in were that easy. Just split the spoils of war, and you'll have enough, she replied. You're actually willing to share the loot with me? Aren't you aiming to be the top scorer in the entrance exams? Fang Shihao asked in surprise. Cui Xia sneered. What good is being the top scorer? I just want to prove I'm better than my sister. Failing to hunt the Thunderbird already means I've lost. Any effort now is just damage control to make the loss less humiliating. Grades mean nothing to me as long as I achieve an exceptional evaluation. I must get into Ice Phoenix University. As for why, she gave Fang Shihao a meaningful look. If you want to know, follow in my footsteps. Seeing Fang Shihao's calm expression, she sweetened the deal. Become my retainer, and I'll give you the chance to rise to the Topa King level Bloodclaw Raptor as your beast, plus an annual salary of 5 million and access to the Cui family's internal resources. After a long silence, Fang Shihao finally spoke. Honestly, that's a very tempting offer. Let me think about it. His expression shifted slightly, revealing an internal struggle. No rush. Just give me your answer before the summer ends. For now, let's split the spoils, Cui Xia said, laying out the day's haul. Fang Shihao took only what he needed to achieve on exceptional evaluation 2 lord level and 3 extraordinary level items, leaving the rest for Cui Xia. Dividing the loot so early? Not planning to hunt this afternoon? Fang Shihao asked. Cui Xia looked visibly tired. I'm a bit worn out. I want to head back and rest. Let's end our partnership here. With that, she retrieved a golden red phoenix feather from her beast space and waved it lightly, tearing open a portal to the Cui family's Cloud Sea realm. Through the swirling mist, the breathtaking sight of towering peaks piercing the clouds emerged faintly. Remember what I said? Once you've made up your mind, find me at the Mingting Manor. With those parting words, she stepped through the portal and disappeared. Fang Shihao was left deep in thought. The resources controlled by aristocratic families were indeed far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. If he couldn't beat them, joining them might not be a bad option. Fortunately, he still had time to decide and didn't need to rush. Without Cui Xia's support, Fang Shihao and Xiao Guai's hunting efficiency dropped significantly. On their final afternoon, Xiao Guai had to go all out, turning an entire forest into scorched earth. After a harrowing battle of attrition, they finally managed to take down a lord-level Howling Moon silver wolf. By the time they skinned the silver wolf, dusk had fallen. Feeling the pull of the recall bracelet, Fang Shihao knew their time was up. He returned Xiao Guai to the beast space and ended this trial with 3,405 life essence points. At precisely 5 p.m., the candidates within the examination realm were transformed into streams of light and teleported back to their respective schools. When Fang Shihao opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the school field. In front of him was a sea of thousands of students. Some were chattering excitedly about their experiences in the Gaokao secret realm, while others hung their heads in dejection, clearly upset about their poor performance. Under the urging of the supervising teachers, the students formed long lines and proceeded one by one to the temporary steel cabins set up by the government to hand over their spoils for evaluation. The grading process was remarkably efficient, focusing on verifying the authenticity and compliance of the spoils. For instance, only the pelt of the Howling Moon silver wolf would count, and the mountain giant bear required all 4 claws to be intact for points. Other parts were disregarded to prevent duplicate scoring. After submitting his spoils, Fang Shihao tried calling home, but no one answered. He then strolled leisurely back to Class 33, known mockingly as the bottom feeder class. Their homeroom teacher, Li Lihua, stood at the podium. Seeing him arrive late, she immediately snapped in irritation. "Oh, look who decided to grace us with their presence, making the whole class wait just for you. Apologies, the spoils I submitted took a bit longer to verify because there were so many," Fang Shihao said nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into laughter. Known as the worst student in the worst class, the fact that he even made it back alive was already surprising to many. "Buddy, I really can't figure out how you survived. Did you dig a hole and hide for 3 days in the Gaokao secret realm? Don't tell me your spoils are just a bunch of earthworms." Liu Yang, the class clown with a penchant for mockery, sneered. "I bet he cozied up to someone stronger for protection. He always did have that submissive look about him." Someone else chimed in, "Embedding the guy starved for 3 days and, in desperation, ate his own fox pet. Otherwise, where's that fox he's always glued to?" Another voice jeered. Hearing the ridicule, Xiao Guai, Fang Shihao's beast companion, fumed furiously inside its beast space, itching to leap out and claw everyone to shreds. Fang Shihao, however, merely wore a mocking smile. His calm and confident demeanor only seemed to irritate Li Lihua further. "Everyone, shut your mouths. Fang Shihao, stand up," Li Lihua barked. Her authority carried weight, and the classroom fell silent instantly. But Fang Shihao, who had undergone a transformation in the Gaokao secret realm from an ordinary student to a beast master, paid her no heed. He casually sat down in the front row. "Shamelessness really is unbeatable. If you keep this up, no one will care about you in the future," Li Lihua said, her face dark with anger. "That'd be wonderful. Thank you and your family for the blessing," Fang Shihao replied, clasping his hands together in mock gratitude. Li Lihua's face twitched with rage, her deepening frown lines betraying her fury. Just then, the academic director arrived with the grade reports, followed closely by the principal and the grade supervisor. Li Lihua handed the reports to the class monitor, Yi Ning, to read aloud. Yi Ning began reading the grades from the lowest tier. Zhang Chun, pass. Zheng Qingze, pass. Liu Yang, pass. Huang Ziliang, pass. Out of the 19 students in the class, 16 received the lowest passing grade. After finishing the pass list, Yi Ning moved on to the good tier and, seeing her own name alongside Jiang Qin's, breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Ning, good. Jiang Chun, good. That's all, Yi Ning said, putting the papers down without noticing there was a third sheet. "Take your seat," Li Lihua said with a cold smile. Then, turning her attention back to Fang Shihao, she sneered, "Stand up. How did I end up with a student as shameless as you? You've disgraced the entire class 33. Following Li Lihua's lead, the classroom erupted into a chorus of mockery. "Huh. Fang Shihao really didn't score anything. I knew he spent 3 days hiding in the secret realm. While we were taking the exam, he was playing hide and seek. What a genius. He turned the Gaokao secret realm into his personal vacation spot." What irked Fang Shihao even more was that Yi Ning, who had originally sat beside him in the front row, silently moved to the back after reading the grades, her actions expressing clear disdain and scorn. Li Huali had long abandoned any effort to maintain order in the classroom. Her gaze at Fang Shihao was filled with contempt. With her chin raised, she spat out venomous words. "No wonder your father died early. If I had a son like you, I'd rather die sooner than be angered to death by you." Her words ignited a firestorm within Fang Shihao. The ridicule from others, no matter how cruel, had always been limited to personal insults. But for Li Huali to disgrace his late father, who had worked himself to death to provide for his family, was beyond unforgivable. He shot to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at her with unrestrained fury. "Say that again if you dare," he growled. "Fine, I'll say it again. If I had a son like you," Li Huali began. But before she could finish, the disciplinary director, who had been observing the escalating tension, decided he couldn't wait for the principal to arrive. Sensing the murderous intent in Fang Shihao's eyes, he kicked the door open and stormed to the podium. A resounding slap silenced Li Huali mid-sentence, cutting off her vile words. "Li Huali, what do you think you're doing? Leading the charge in bullying a student? Have you no shame as a teacher?" the disciplinary director bellowed. Without giving her a chance to respond, he turned his wrath to Yi Ning, the class president. And you, the one reading out the grades. Are you blind? Can't you see there are 3 pages here? Caught off guard by the sudden reprimand, Yi Ning buried her face in her arms, sobbing. But the male students, emboldened like bulls on a rampage, roared in unison. Who do you think you are to yell at our class president? If you've got guts, fight us outside. A deafening crash silenced the room. A massive golden-banded king cobra, as thick as a man's leg, smashed down onto the podium, reducing it to splinters. The serpent was the disciplinary director's contracted Biasta 6-star lord-level creature. Rising high, its hood flared menacingly as it scanned the room with icy, slit-pupiled eyes. The oppressive presence instantly quelled all noise, leaving the room in stunned silence. The disciplinary director bent down, picked up the scattered grade sheets from the floor, and tore off the first 2 pages. He read aloud, Fang Shihao, outstanding. The classroom erupted in disbelief. Some questioned if there was a mistake. Others speculated it might be someone with the same name. Li Huali, however, lost all composure and shrieked, cheating. There's no way he could achieve an outstanding evaluation. Li Huali, mind your position. The disciplinary director snapped sharply. You're his homeroom teacher, the last person who should be doubting him. It's precisely because I'm his teacher that I know him. He's nothing but a useless. Li Huali's tirade was cut off. Enough. Fang Shihao's voice rang out, steady and cold. You've repeatedly questioned my results, slandered my character, and insulted my family. Since you doubt me, they'll give you the chance to see for yourself. Ms. Li Huali, I formally challenge you to a duel. Li Huali faltered, her bravado slipping, but she forced herself to retort. No need to go to the training grounds. If you want to prove yourself, summon your beast. She knew that engaging in a duel with a student would destroy her career, but she had already pushed herself into a corner. As you wish. The moment Fang Shihao spoke, a blazing firefox leapt from his beast space. Standing at 2.4 meters long, its body was wreathed in searing flames. The classroom temperature soared instantly, driving students to the farthest corners. The sight of the lord-level beast, its fiery presence akin to a tiger, left everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, the elderly principal finally arrived. As he pushed the door open, the wave of heat almost knocked him off his feet. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he chuckled. Ah, it seems Fang Shihao is showcasing his beast. A bit of celebration is understandable. I trust that Fang Shihao usually abides by school rules. Unaware of the prior events, the principal turned to Li Huali with a smile. Ms. Li, raising such an exceptional student is a great accomplishment. Next semester, you can take charge of Class 2, and your title will be elevated as well. Thank you, Principal. I will. Li Huali immediately put on a flattering smile. I don't think that's appropriate, Fang Shihao interjected bluntly. The disciplinary director leaned in to whisper the details of the incident to the principal, who listened with a deepening frown. The principal's face darkened. This is unacceptable. A teacher like this has no place in our school. Next semester, you're suspended without pay for further evaluation. Principal, please let me explain. Fang Shihao, help your teacher out. I know I was wrong. Li Huali pleaded desperately, but the disciplinary director had already grabbed her by the arm and dragged her out without a word. In recent years, the enrollment situation at Second High School has been steadily deteriorating. With the Chui sisters enrolling at First High School one after another, a wave of aspiring noble families' children and talented commoners flocked there, propelling First High to unprecedented heights. In contrast, Second High has failed to produce any students admitted to the 3 top-tier universities for 3 consecutive years, further tarnishing its academic reputation. Amid this crisis, Fang Shihao's sudden rise turned the tide. He proved with his abilities that Second High was still capable of nurturing top talent, a statement far more compelling than any glossy admissions brochure. However, Li Lihua's narrow-minded actions nearly pushed this golden opportunity to the opposite extreme, leaving the principal understandably furious. For once, the old principal wore a kind smile, the sort even his own grandchildren rarely saw. Speaking gently, he said, "Don't let one bad apple spoil the barrel. Fang, you must believe that the teachers at Second High care about you deeply and hold nothing but love for you." Seeing how the school handled Li Lihua's behavior, Fang Shihao's emotions gradually calmed. The principal continued, "Next month, there's the Provincial High School League. Would you be interested in participating? It's been years since Second High made it into the top 10. He sighed deeply as he added, "I'm getting old and won't be here for much longer. I wonder if I'll get to see Second High reclaim its glory before I retire." Fang Shihao remained expressionless. Such emotional appeals had no effect on him. He replied with a hint of regret, "As a member of Second High, I'd love to bring honor to my alma mater. But my family is struggling financially, and I have to work during the summer to support them. I simply can't spare the time." Li Lihua has gone too far. How could she fail to help an outstanding student apply for financial aid? That's a serious dereliction of duty. The principal erupted in anger again, seizing the opportunity to shift all the blame onto Li Lihua in her absence, ensuring Fang Shihao's dissatisfaction wouldn't extend to the school itself. With a decisive wave of his hand, the principal presented an enticing offer. Hey race, what ill do? The financial aid for 3 years of high school is usually 25,000 yuan per year, totaling 75,000 for 3 years. I'll round it up and issue you 100,000 yuan in one go. If you achieve excellent results in the league, in addition to the competition prize money, they'll personally contribute another 200,000 yuan to support you. How does that sound? Restoring second high's glory is a duty I cannot shirk, Fang Shihao replied with unwavering resolve. The principal, clearly satisfied, turned to address the other students. Take a good look, everyone. This is the kind of outstanding talent second high nurtures. In time, he will undoubtedly become a source of pride for both our school and Tianlan City. After offering a few more words of encouragement, the principal left the classroom with the school leadership team. With only the students remaining, the atmosphere in the classroom remained heavy. Lu Yong, known for his thick skin and sharp tongue, was the first to break the silence. With an unusually sincere expression, he said, "We're all classmates Herethiers, no need to let things get this tense. Brother Hao, I was wrong before. If you want to scold me or even hit me, I won't fight back. From now on, let's be good classmates and good friends." Seeing someone take the lead, Yining quickly followed suit. Her eyes were slightly red as she adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Fang, I'm so sorry. My carelessness caused you to suffer an undeserved injustice. Please accept my apology and give me a chance to make it up to you." By the end of her speech, her cheeks were flushed, and she shyly fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. The usually aloof goddess, who looked down on underperforming students, had fully revealed her admiration for wealth and power. "The class president has a crush on him. Say yes. Say yes." The classmates jeered, trying to mend their relationship with Fang Shihao. Their faces radiated enthusiasm, a stark contrast to their earlier hostility. Watching this dramatic shift, Fang Shihao suddenly burst into laughter. He walked to the collapsed podium, letting his gaze sweep over the familiar yet distant faces. The classroom fell silent. "There's no need for anyone to pretend to be kind just to please me," Fang said, his tone calm but piercing. "We've been classmates for 3 years, who doesn't know who by now? I'd actually prefer if you all just treated me like I'm invisible. If we run into each other on the street, a simple nod is enough. No need for small talk, because let's face it, we're not close." He paused before continuing. "And please don't invite me to your graduation parties. Even if you do, I won't go. I'm broke and can't afford a gift. That's all I have to say. Take care, everyone." With that, Fang Shihao turned and walked out of the classroom without looking back, decisively severing the ties of 3 years of high school camaraderie. Who does he think he is, acting all high and mighty? The campus buzzed with chatter after the college entrance exams had ended. Exactly. So what if he got into a good university? That doesn't mean his future is guaranteed. Fang Shihao strode away without looking back, his long strides cutting through the sea of envy and bitterness behind him. Their sour words only confirmed his decision to sever ties with these classmates. In the center of the crowd, Yining stood frozen. She had just mustered the courage to confess her feelings, only to watch Fang Shihao leave without so much as a glance in her direction. Memories flooded Yining's mind like waves crashing on the shore. She thought back on the past 3 years. From the day Fang Shihao arrived at the school with his pet in tow, he had been the target of ridicule and mockery. Yet, he remained unfazed, his resolve unshaken. He faced the world with defiance, focusing solely on his goals, immersing himself in beast taming studies during school hours and working part-time jobs afterward, never slacking for a moment. It finally dawned on Yining Fang Shihao's resilience was unparalleled. These snide remarks were nothing but fleeting noise to him, and his classmates had never been part of his plans. "Why didn't I notice his potential sooner?" she lamented, feeling like a foolish gold prospector who had overlooked the treasure beneath her feet. At second high, a peculiar white rain fell as jubilant students shredded and flung their textbooks from the upper floors. Fang Shihao walked through the flurry of paper, hopped onto his bike, and pedaled home, eager to share the good news with his mother and grandmother. Halfway there, his mother, Yang Mingyue, called. "I was busy earlier and missed your call. The exams are over, right?" "Yes, I'm on my way home now," Fang Shihao replied, his voice soft as the evening breeze brushed against his face. "Don't come home just yet," Yang Mingyue said, her voice trembling as she tried to suppress her sobs. "No one's there. Your grandmother's been hospitalized. She's in the ICU on the 6th floor of the central hospital." The smile on Fang Shihao's face froze instantly. How could this happen? She was fine before. Without another word, he hung up and raced toward the hospital, his legs pumping furiously as panic gripped his heart. The hospital was brightly lit. its polished floors reflecting the fluorescent glow. Having spent 3 grueling days in the secret realm for the exams, Fang Shihao carried with him a faint, stale odor. The other passengers in the elevator subtly stepped away from him, but he paid them no mind. His thoughts were consumed by his grandmother's condition. When he reached the 6th floor, his heart sank. The room his mother had mentioned was none other than the ICU. On a bench outside, his mother sat with their neighbor, Aunt Zhao. The moment Yang Mingyue saw him, she stood and embraced her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, I'm here now. Everything will be okay," Fang Shihao reassured her, trying to keep his voice steady. But his gaze had already drifted toward the ICU window. What he saw made his blood run cold. His grandmother's face was swollen, her body covered in bruises that had turned a sickly purple. This wasn't the result of illness, it was outright brutality. "What happened?" Fang Shihao's voice was low and icy, his entire demeanor exuding a menacing chill. Yang Mingyu's sobs grew heavier, rendering her speechless. Aunt Zhao sighed and pulled Fang Shihao aside to the end of the corridor. "Shihao, we'll tell you everything, but you must stay calm. You're the pillar of this family now. Tell me, Aunt Zhao." "I can handle it," Fang Shihao replied, his face expressionless. It turned out that his grandmother, wanting to help with the significant expenses required for his journey as a beast tamer, had decided to gather wild mushrooms in the countryside to sell. Yesterday afternoon, while passing by Platinum Residence, she was inexplicably assaulted by the security guards there. The beating lasted over 10 minutes. She barely managed to make her way home before collapsing, prompting the family to rush her to the hospital. Fang Shihao turned to leave as soon as he heard this. Aunt Zhao grabbed his arm in a panic. "Shihao, don't go. The people living in Platinum Residence are all powerful and influential. We can't afford to cross them." "Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. I'm just going to pay the hospital fees and check on the doctors. I won't act rashly until grandmother is out of danger," Fang Shihao said, his tone calm but resolute. He walked toward the doctor's office without another word. The attending doctor explained the situation in detail. The old woman had 4 broken ribs, blood clots in her lungs, extensive soft tissue injuries, a minor skull fracture from a heavy blow, and a concussion. Fortunately, the healing dandelion was continuously channeling vital energy into her. The bloodletting leech was clearing clots and fragments, and the soothing songbird was stabilizing her mental state. If her condition remained stable through the night, she could be transferred to a regular ward. In this beast-tamer-dominated world, every profession relied on their skills. Fang Shihao thanked the doctor and left the hospital. Knowing his grandmother's life was no longer in immediate danger, he now had only one thing on his mind: justice. An eye for an eye, a debt repaid in full. This was a duty he could not ignore. On a night where layers of clouds veiled the moon, a gentle drizzle soaked the ground. The rain-slicked road shimmered under the dim glow of streetlights, with puddles reflecting their faint, yellow light. Fang Shihao arrived at the gates of the Platinum Mansion, drenched to the bone, riding an old and battered bicycle. "Stop right there. This isn't a place for someone like you," barked the security guard, stepping forward to block his way. "Get lost? Or don't blame me for being rough." The Platinum Mansion was the most luxurious residential area in Tianlan City, home to the wealthy and powerful. The guards here, emboldened by the status of their employers, were notoriously arrogant and rude. Fang Shihao brushed aside his rain-soaked hair, revealing eyes that burned with fury. "I'm here to find someone," he said coldly. "Who are you looking for?" The guard snapped impatiently. "You," Fang Shihao replied. Before the guard could respond, a gleaming knife appeared in Fang Shihao's hand, a blade he usually used to gut fish, now glinting menacingly in the dim light. "Troublemaker!" the guard shouted, summoning a group of security personnel who had been playing cards inside the booth. They grabbed their batons and rushed out. "Think you can stir up trouble here? You've got a death wish," one of the guards sneered. "Kid, better protect your head. If you die, don't say I didn't warn you." In a place like this, where the elite ruled, even killing someone could be justified as protecting the residents. 6 burly guards surrounded Fang Shihao, but they were unaware of the world they truly lived in, a world where beast tamers wielded immense power. Suddenly, flames erupted, and out of thin air, a fiery fox named Xiaoguai appeared. With a single swipe of its claw, it sent one of the baton-wielding guards flying. The man crashed into a parked Mercedes, caving in the door as the car alarm blared in a piercing shriek. Blood gushed from his mouth, and Nosy was dead on impact. A beast tamer? The remaining guards turned pale, their gazes darting toward their leader, Tang Wenbin. In this world, only the strongest beast tamers lived in private estates. Those who ended up as security guards were usually the weakest of the weak, often failing even the most basic exams. Tang Wenbin's beast, a lowly sand monitor lizard of the awakening rank, trembled before the overwhelming presence of a lord-level beast. His bravado quickly crumbled, and he adopted a servile tone. "Brother, surely we can talk this out," he pleaded. "Hands on your heads. All of you, squat down." Fang Shihao's voice was icy and commanding. Under Tang Wenbin's lead, the guards quickly complied, crouching in a line. Fang Shihao walked behind them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I'm here for revenge," he declared. "Yesterday afternoon, my grandmother was passing by this place when she was beaten by some security guards." "Who did it?" Tang Wenbin exhaled in relief and hurriedly distanced himself. "Sir, I wasn't even here yesterday. I had a class reunion and was gone all day." "Then get out of my sight," Fang Shihao snapped. One of the guards suddenly spoke up. "It was Zhao Liang, sir. He was the one." "Who's Zhao Liang?" Fang Shihao demanded. "The one who just got killed," the guard stammered. Fang Shihao's jaw tightened in anger. "Pushing the blame onto the dead? Do you take me for a fool? Xiaoguai, burn him." As the fiery fox began to gather flames in its throat, the accused guard broke down, falling to his knees in tears. "He'll talk. It wasn't just Zhao Liang. Shinpeng and Yang Haoshuan were involved too." "Li Ming, you bastard!" Shinpeng roared, leaping to his feet in rage. But before he could act, Fang Shihao lunged behind him, clamping a hand over his mouth and slitting his throat in one swift motion. Shinpeng clutched his slashed windpipe, staggering down the street as blood poured relentlessly through his fingers. His vision blurred, his limbs weakened, and he eventually collapsed heavily onto the ground. After a few spasms, his body went still, lifeless. "Please, young master, spare me. They'll pay for everything." Yang Haoshuan knelt on the ground, gripping Fang Shihao's leg tightly, his voice trembling. "I'll work like a slave for the old lady to atone for my sins. Just give me a chance. I beg you. An eye for an eye. A debt must be paid. That's the law of the heavens." Fang Shihao replied coldly, his gaze icy and unyielding. "You can apologize, but I have the right to refuse your plea." Suddenly, the piercing wail of sirens shattered the night. Four police cars rapidly approached, flanking Fang Shihao from both sides and cutting off all his escape routes. This was the Platinum Residence, an affluent neighborhood located near the police station, ensuring a swift response. Armed officers poured out of the vehicles, taking cover behind the doors as they aimed their weapons at Fang Shihao. Alongside them were their specialized beasts, bloodhound trackers, and northern windwolves, creatures bred for tracking and combat, now standard in law enforcement. "This is the royal police of the Tunglong Empire. Drop your weapon and surrender immediately," an officer barked through a loudspeaker. "I repeat, surrender now, or we will open fire." Seeing salvation, Yang Haoshuan bolted towards the police. But in his desperation, he made a fatal error. No human could outrun the speed of a blazing fox. Fang Shihao's voice cut through the chaos, calm and merciless. "Kill him." In an instant, the fox little Gue caught up to Yang Haoshuan, its iron claw of shattered bones striking with unerring precision, reducing his skull to fragments. The brutal display left the bloodhound trackers and northern wind wolves paralyzed with fear, unwilling to advance. "Young man, don't resist anymore," one officer urged, his tone measured but firm. "You're up against the machinery of the state. Surrender now. You're still young. You have a chance to turn your life around." The police were hesitant to escalate the situation. After all, Fang Shihao had only killed a few security guards, sparing the elites residing in Platinum Residence. In the distance, more police cars roared toward the scene. With his vengeance fulfilled, Fang Shihao reined in little Gu A, who had been poised to strike again. "Come back. It's over now," he said softly. Only then did the officers dare to approach, securing him with specially designed handcuffs that severed the connection between beast masters and their summoned creatures. A young officer, Su Xinghui, tasked with escorting Fang Shihao, asked gravely, "Why did you kill them?" "Revenge," Fang Shihao replied without hesitation. "That scum beat my grandmother so badly she ended up in the hospital. Why not let the law handle it?" Su Xinghui sighed. "There's always a legal way to bring them to justice. The law can't touch them," Fang Shihao said, his voice resolute. "Even if Platinum Residence shields its own, there are other ways," Su Xinghui reasoned. "But you chose the most reckless and violent path. Now you've stirred up a hornet's nest. The owners of Platinum Residence won't tolerate a beast master killing people at their doorstep. Even if it was meant to send a message, they'll ensure you face the harshest punishment." The police car soon arrived at the station. As Fang Shihao stepped inside, he heard the precinct chief speaking into the phone, his tone deferential. "Yes, well, handle this matter with utmost seriousness. No leniency, I assure you." "Handle with seriousness, I suppose that means me," Fang Shihao said with a wry smile. "Guess I've just destroyed my own future, huh?" Yet he showed no regret. The world was rife with injustice, and while he could ignore it when it happened to others, he refused to stay silent when it struck his own family. Even if he weren't a beast master, he would have found a way to make those responsible pay. Fang Shihao didn't believe in compromise or submission. He lived by one principle: better to break than to bend. When Fang Shihao was escorted into the interrogation room, the harsh glare of the overhead spotlight pierced his eyes, while the faint red light of the surveillance camera blinked ominously in the corner. From the hallway outside came the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. Soon, a young Beastmaster police officer, Su Xinghui, entered the room alongside his seasoned partner. On the night of June 15th, you killed security guards Zhao Liang and Xin Peng at the entrance of the Platinum Residence Complex, and then murdered Yang Haoshuan in front of the police. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Su Xinghui asked bluntly. No, Fang Shihao replied, his tone calm and even. Su Xinghui let out a long sigh. Since you've admitted to it, there's no need for further questioning. The court will convene tomorrow. Once you're convicted, there's no turning back. Before the trial, you can make a call to the most influential person you know and see if they can help you. What's the likely sentence? Fang Shihao asked in a low, steady voice. Your Beastmaster license will be revoked, and you'll face at least 20 years in prison without the possibility of parole, Su Xinghui said, glancing at Fang Shihao's shabby, street market attire. A flicker of pity crossed his face. Both of them had come from humble beginnings, rising to become outstanding Beastmasters with promising futures. Yet, a moment of recklessness had destroyed it all. But Beastmasters are allowed to kill legally, aren't they? Why such a harsh sentence? Fang Shihao struggled to comprehend. The loss of his beast companion, Xiao Guai, had rendered 3 years of effort meaningless. Now, 20 years of imprisonment would also put an end to his career as a Beastmaster. This punishment was no different from a death sentence. Su Xinghui explained, that's an unspoken rule never officially acknowledged. In most cases, acts of personal vengeance, especially for family, are treated leniently by the courts. But what you did at the Platinum Residence is entirely different. 60% of Tianlan City's elite live there. You've stirred up a hornet's nest, and they need to make an example out of you. Realizing the true issue wasn't the act of killing itself but rather offending the powerful, Fang Shihao understood his only way out was to find someone with even greater influence. Brother Su, can you do me a favor? I want to make a call to my school principal, Fang Shihao said. As a penniless student with no connections, the most influential person he could think of was Principal Hu Shirong of Second High School. When the call went through, the elderly principal's voice shifted from shock to sorrow. The Platinum Residence case was your doing? Oh, child. How could you be so reckless? I'll see if there's any way I can get you out of this. 5 minutes later, Su Xinghui returned with bad news. Your principal reached out to the police and the court, but it was no use. Many officials live in the Platinum Residence. Since their own safety is involved, they won't budge. I know someone else, Fang Shihao said after a brief silence. She lives in Mingting Villa. If she's willing to help, everything will be resolved. But I don't have her contact information. You mean that woman from the Chui family, don't you? Su Xinghui asked. In Tianlan City and even across Guangning Province, only the Chui family wielded that kind of power. I'll pass on the message for you. Don't lose hope. Later, Fang Shihao was transferred to a temporary detention center, where he was made to change into a red vest that symbolized guilt and placed in a narrow solitary cell. The moonlight streamed through the iron bars, but the bustling world outside had already become distant from him. It had only been an hour since Head lost his freedom, but he could already feel the profound value of it. This was the rule of the world. While Beastmasters might have the unspoken privilege to kill, the one unchanging law was that the powerful must never be provoked. Even the slightest threat to their safety could justify the complete destruction of a young Beastmaster's life. One day, they'll be the one to control their fate. With this thought burning in his mind, Fang Shihao slowly drifted into sleep, only to be jolted awake by the sharp clanging of metal bars. Get up. Stop pretending to sleep. It's time to go to court. At the break of dawn, Fang Shihao was rudely yanked out of his sleep. Before he could even brush his teeth or wash his face, the escorting officers shoved him into a riot jeep, which sped straight toward the courthouse. The sky outside the car window was still dim, and the streets were eerily deserted. Meanwhile, there was no word from Su Xinghui. When the powerful decide to target someone, their efficiency is terrifying. By the early hours, the courthouse staff were fully assembled, and the trial against Fang Shihao began. The legal procedures, which should have been followed meticulously, were drastically condensed, as if they couldn't wait to convict him. Facing the judge's relentless questioning, Fang Shihao remained silent, determined to stall for time. However, the judge saw through his intentions and, after rushing through the formalities, abruptly stood up to deliver the verdict. The defendant, Fang Shihao, is found guilty of premeditated murder, with severe consequences and a profoundly negative impact. He is sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, and his contracted beast shall be executed within 3 days of this judgment being issued. In the 2 centuries since the cataclysm, the appeals process had long been abolished. Once a verdict was handed down, it was final. Sitting in the defendant's seat, Fang Shihao clenched his fists and shut his eyes, trying to connect with his beast space, but the special handcuffs blocked his efforts. He had once believed that his outstanding college entrance exam scores could change his fate, but now he realized how naive he had been. A few casual words from the powerful were enough to plunge him into an abyss from which there was no escape. Just as despair began to consume him, the courtroom doors swung open. An elderly man, impeccably dressed in a butler's uniform, his silver hair neatly combed, strode in with measured steps. "Mr. Deng, what brings you here? A phone call would have sufficed. There's no need for you to come in person," the previously stern-faced judge said, instantly donning a sycophantic smile, more eager than if he were greeting his own father. The second miss gave her orders. "I had no choice but to come," Deng Bo replied, his tone tinged with weariness. Coming to the courthouse at 4 a.m. was evidently no small ordeal for his aging frame. "What are the second miss instructions?" the judge asked, though the answer was already clear to everyone in the room. It was obvious that anything concerning Miss Chui had to involve the defendant, Fang Shihao. "No need to be nervous. Ignorance is no crime," Deng Bo said with an air of innate arrogance despite his refined demeanor. This boy didn't explain things clearly at the police station. But even if it were a dog of the Chui family, the police would have no right to detain it, let alone a friend of the second Mississippi. The judge nodded repeatedly, agreeing without hesitation. Deng Bo turned to Fang Shihao, scrutinizing the young man who was of average height but had decent looks. To kill someone in the Platinum Pavilion required both courage and skill. Unfortunately, his family background was poor, though for a Livian son-in-law, that might actually be an advantage. "Remove his handcuffs and come with me," Deng Bo said to Fang Shihao. "I was just sentenced to life imprisonment. Walking out like this doesn't seem appropriate, does it?" Fang Shihao muttered, still dazed from the dramatic turn of events. The judge quickly forced a smile. "Young Master Fang, you must have misheard. I pronounced you not guilty and ordered your release. A chivalrous figure like you, avenging an elder with such courage and righteousness, how could the court sentence you to life imprisonment?" Then, turning sharply to the bailiffs, he barked, "What are you all standing around for? Take off young Master Fang's handcuffs immediately." Once Fang Shihao had changed out of his prison uniform, the crowd escorted Deng Bo and him out of the courthouse with reverent deference. They watched as the two left in an extended Lincoln limousine, which disappeared into the distance before they reluctantly returned inside. One of the court clerks couldn't help but sigh. What kind of nonsense is this? First, we're ordered to work through the night to destroy someone, and then the Chui family tells us to let them go. The court is nothing more than a tool for the aristocracy. Where's the authority in that? The judge looked at the clerk, as if seeing a younger version of himself, and smiled bitterly. "That's just the way the world works. The more you see, the more you'll understand. Thank you, Mr. Deng, for stepping in to save me." Fang Shihao expressed his gratitude softly as he sat in the back of an extended Lincoln. It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had ridden in such a luxurious vehicle. Leather seats, wooden paneling, crystal chandeliers, every detail exuded opulence. However, he neither looked around in awe nor appeared overly reserved. Instead, his demeanor reflected a calm composure, forged through life and death experiences. "You should thank my young lady and that little police officer who worked tirelessly for you all night," Mr. Deng replied coolly. "I will always remember the young lady's kindness. As for Officer Su, I'll personally visit to express my gratitude." Mr. Deng gave a slight nod and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Fang Shihao also shut his eyes, soothing the restless little guai in his beast space while reflecting on the events of the previous night. He didn't regret killing those 3 despicable security guards, only the choice of location, or rather, not escaping immediately when surrounded. If retreat wasn't possible, he should have at least negotiated before surrendering. This reaffirmed his belief: never relinquish control to others under any circumstances. Following instructions, the driver dropped Fang Shihao off at the central hospital. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the hospital was already bustling with activity. When he reached the 6th floor of the inpatient building, he happened to see a nurse and his mother, Yang Mingyue, wheeling his grandmother to a general ward. Fang Shihao hurried over to help. Once everything was settled, his mother grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Son, where were you last night?" "I was a bit tired, so I went home to rest." "Don't worry," he lied, a feeble excuse that was made all the more unconvincing by his unwashed, dirty clothes. Yang Mingyue lowered her head, silently letting her tears fall. "Mom, it's all taken care of, there won't be any trouble," Fang Shihao reassured her gently while suppressing little Guai's urge to emerge. The hospital prohibited non-medical beasts, a rule he had to abide by. Despite his capabilities, he wasn't someone who found joy in flouting rules. The general ward was modest, a cramped 20-square-meter room with 6 beds. Including patients and their families, there were at least a dozen people in the space. Visitors came and went, and even the whirring ceiling fan couldn't dispel the stifling heat. His grandmother had regained consciousness but couldn't speak. She could only look at him with concern in her eyes. "Grandma, I've been admitted to a top university and even received a 100,000 yuan scholarship. Don't worry, once you recover, you'll enjoy a life of comfort, Fang Shihao whispered softly into her ear. Good, good, she managed to utter, her voice faint and labored, as if those two words had drained all her strength. She fell back into a deep sleep almost immediately. Watching her in this fragile state, Fang Shihao felt a sharp pain in his chest. His once robust grandmother had been reduced to this, and the only solace he could find was knowing her attackers had already met justice at his hands. Though the ward was stifling, it remained relatively quiet, with only brief bursts of noise during visiting hours. Just then, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and an exaggerated gold necklace entered, dragging along a reluctant teenage girl. Mom, I brought your granddaughter to see you. How's your leg feeling? The woman's voice was loud not intentionally, but because the elderly lady was hard of hearing. Grandma, the girl greeted politely, though her reluctance was evident. After a few pleasantries, the conversation quickly shifted to college entrance exam results. The middle-aged woman beamed with pride. Mom, Zhio got into Tianlan University. What? The elderly lady didn't catch it. Zhio got into Tianlan University, she repeated, this time loud enough for even the neighboring wards to hear. That's wonderful. Zhio has grown up and made us proud. The grandmother's face lit up with a smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Other patients and their families chimed in with congratulations, praising Tianlan University as one of the top schools in Guangdong province and complimenting Zhio for being both beautiful and accomplished. The middle-aged woman basked in the compliments, her expression smug. Noticing that Fang Shihao's family remained silent, she turned to him with a hint of malice. And you, young man peeling that apple, did you take the college entrance exam? Which university did you get into? Zhio quickly tugged at her mother's arm. Mom, don't ask people about their scores like that. Huh. Just look at him, doesn't exactly look like someone who did well, does he? The woman sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. The middle-aged woman persisted relentlessly, saying, how else can you elevate your own daughter without viciously trampling on others? Only through comparison can you highlight the gap. Fang Shihao responded with a faint smile. The ridicule and mockery he endured during his 3 years of high school had long toughened him into someone nearly impervious to verbal attacks. Such remarks didn't even scratch the surface of his composure. His mind, however, was occupied with a pressing question. Which university should he choose? Logically, it should be Qingqiu University, his first choice. Yet with his outstanding achievements, even Binghuang University was vying for him. The tables had turned now. It wasn't the universities choosing him, but him choosing the universities. As the middle-aged woman basked in the self-satisfaction of praising her daughter's superiority, an unexpected visitor quietly entered the hospital room. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a round face and a friendly smile. He wore a navy blue t-shirt embroidered with the iconic emblem of Qingqiu University, a fox, gazing into the distance. Excuse me, is Fang Shihao here? The man asked, breaking the group's conversation. The middle-aged woman immediately scowled. There's no one named Fang Shihao here. Get out. I am. Fang Shihao replied calmly. Wonderful. The visitor clasped his hands together respectfully. I'm Du Lingdong, the admissions director of Qingqiu University. I apologize for the unannounced visit. The middle-aged woman sneered. Oh, this is hilarious. This is the first time I've ever heard of an admissions director personally visiting a student. Don't even ask, I can tell it must be some second-rate, no-name university. Showing such reverence to a poor kid, what a joke. It's like ignoring the emperor to bow to a eunuch. Mom, stop it. Her daughter, Zizhu, tried to intervene, but her timid nature couldn't rein in her mother's arrogance. Du Lingdong's expression darkened instantly. As someone who had built his reputation through grit and determination, he wasn't the type to rely on a gentle temperament to secure his position. Suddenly, the space in front of him split open into a dark rift, and a sleek, sand-covered fox claw emerged, exuding the overwhelming presence of a lord-class beast. The entire room was suffused with its oppressive aura. Fang Shihao immediately recognized the creaturite was a sandstorm fox, a lord among the desert fennec foxes. His own beast companion, Xiaoguai, perked up excitedly, eager to challenge this formidable kin. Du Lingdong's killing intent was directed squarely at the middle-aged woman, reducing her to a trembling, pale figure who collapsed to the floor in disgrace, paralyzed with fear. This is a hospital, Fang Shihao reminded him at the right moment. Du Lingdong retracted his aura, his smile returning. Qingqiu University cannot be insulted. My apologies for the display, Fang. Director Du, your visit is certainly sincere, Fang Shihao said, cutting straight to the point. Why don't you tell me what exceptional terms Qingqiu University can offer to make me choose it over Binghuang University? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the room was struck with sudden realization. No wonder the admissions director had come personally. This seemingly ordinary young man had already been accepted by Binghuang University. For context, Binghuang University, along with Longqiao University and Jianghai University, was one of the top 3 institutions in the nation, comparable to the globally renowned Tsinghua and Peking universities before the cataclysm. Fang Shihao's mother, Yang Mingyue, was moved to tears, overwhelmed with pride. She had known her son had done well, but she never imagined he had done this well. This was nothing short of a miracle for the Fang family. As for the once arrogant middle-aged woman, all her resentment and jealousy evaporated in an instant. She had been waiting to flaunt her daughter's acceptance into Tianlan University to humiliate Fang Shihao, only to discover that this poor boy she had looked down upon was, in fact, a dragon yet to soar to the heavens. And those qualified to recruit a true dragon weren't just any institution, they had to be the celestial courts or the dragon palaces themselves. In comparison, Tianlan University was nothing more than an anthill, or at best, a rabbit's burrow. In the hospital room, Du Lingdong sat upright, his sharp gaze fixed on Fang Shihao. Without any preamble, he began, "Fang, you're a straightforward person, so let me get straight to the point." Speaking with sincerity, he continued, "Qingqiu University may not have the same prestige as Binghuang University. The latter is a hub for the nation's elite prodigies from noble families and heirs to influential dynasties. While you've earned remarkable recognition among ordinary talents, your edge might not stand out as much among those with such privileged backgrounds and exceptional abilities. And as for the top-tier resources at Binghuang University, how much of them do you think you'll actually be able to secure?" He paused briefly before presenting an enticing offer. "At Binghuang University, you might be just another blade of grass. But at Qingqiu University, you'll be our treasure. I can promise you this, an annual scholarship of no less than 1 million yuan, and all the resources required to cultivate your second beast will be fully covered by the school. Most importantly, we possess the complete knowledge system for nurturing the nine-tailed flame fox. I know you've chosen to raise a fire fox, and am certain it's because you dream of transforming it into a nine-tailed flame fox that will be renowned across the nation." The room fell silent as the mention of a 1 million yuan scholarship left everyone stunned. To ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure. But those who understood the field knew that the school's commitment to covering the costs of cultivating a second beast was the truly irresistible part. After all, nurturing a beast was notoriously expensive. Jiro sat with her head lowered, overwhelmed by a deep sense of inadequacy. Qingqiu University had sent its admissions director to personally visit and extend such a generous offer, whereas Tianlan University had only made a brief phone call to inform her of the enrollment date. Fang Shihao smiled. "Qingqiu University made the right choice sending you. You've convinced me I'm willing to join Qingqiu University." He was well aware that Du Lingdong had painted a rosy picture. In reality, Binghuang University's greatest advantage could be summed up in 2 words: connections. The students at Binghuang were the cream of the crop, while those at Qingqiu were undeniably a tier below. But for someone like him, who had his own unique advantages, faculty strength and networking opportunities were secondary. Tangible resources and knowledge were what truly mattered. Moreover, Qingqiu University's evident sincerity had genuinely moved him. "Excellent. On August 1st, the entire faculty and student body of Qingqiu University will be eagerly awaiting your arrival," Du Lingdong said, his face lighting up with joy at the successful outcome of his mission. After seeing Du Lingdong off, the atmosphere in the hospital room shifted completely. Jiro, who had previously been the center of attention, was now sidelined. The elderly women, who had been doting on her moments ago, turned their praise to Fang Shihao, hailing him as a once-in-a-generation genius and the pride of Tianlan City. Meanwhile, the other visitors showered care and concern on Yang Mingyue, their change in attitude leaving her momentarily stunned. "Oh, here comes our brilliant beast tamer. Please, have a seat," someone exclaimed as Fang Shihao entered the room, quickly pulling up a chair for him. What followed was an enthusiastic matchmaking session. One person touted their niece as 1 in a million, emphasizing her maturity and caring nature despite being a few years older, and tried to set them up on the spot. Fang Shihao politely declined all such proposals. Navigating through the overly enthusiastic crowd of middle-aged women, he made his way back to the bedside. The sharp-tongued woman who had earlier spoken to him with disdain now wore a fawning smile. "I'm so sorry, Fang. I tend to speak without thinking. I didn't mean any harm." Leaning in closer, she added, her perfume so overpowering that Fang Shihao frowned. "So, what do you think of my niece, Jiro? She's a good girl, never dated anyone throughout high school." Fang Shihao glanced at Jiro. The young woman shyly lowered her head but subtly straightened her posture, clearly trying to highlight her appeal. It was evident she wasn't opposed to the idea of developing a relationship with him. Reflecting on his miserable high school days, when he was looked down upon and treated poorly, and comparing it to the starkly different attitudes he was now witnessing, Fang Shihao couldn't help but feel the fickleness of human nature. "Auntie, I'm really not interested in pursuing a relationship right now," he said with a polite yet firm smile. Then, addressing the room, he added, "Let's all keep it down, shall we? The patient needs rest." His words immediately met with agreement. Fang is right. Let's all quiet down. Just 10 minutes earlier, no one would have paid him any mind, and the sharp-tongued woman might have even mocked him. But now, his words carried the weight of authority, and the room fell silent in an instant. The middle-aged woman relayed his response to Jiro, who cast him a disappointed, wistful glance. Fang Shihao, however, paid her no mind. He simply returned to his seat and resumed peeling the apple in his hand, his expression calm and unbothered. At that moment, head nurse Gua, who was in charge of the area, approached Fang Shihao. Her face bore a gentle smile, a stark contrast to the impatience she usually displayed toward ordinary patients. Hello, Director Du from Qingqiu University just arranged for the elderly lady to be moved to a private room. When would you like to make the move? She asked respectfully. Let's do it now, Fang Shihao replied, feeling a bit uneasy. He wasn't quite used to being the center of attention. No sooner had he spoken than 4 young nurses entered the room briskly and began carefully packing up belongings. Even the cup for the elderly woman's dentures was thoughtfully handled without a hint of disdain. The caregivers in the ward lent a helping hand and, as they bid farewell, reminded Fang Shihao to visit often, remarking on the rare bond they had formed during this time together. Director Du Lingdong had arranged the hospital's most luxurious private room. Spanning 40 square meters, the room was adorned with warm, light yellow wallpaper and bathed in natural light. The central air conditioning maintained the perfect temperature. Compared to the dilapidated home Fang Shihao and his family lived in, the conditions here were leagues better. What was even more remarkable was that the doctor's office was right next door, allowing for immediate assistance. Fresh flowers were placed daily, and a trained thrush capable of sensing patients' emotions added to the room's unique atmosphere. How much does it cost to stay here for a single day? Yang Mingyue asked nervously, gazing at the lavish surroundings. Even if it's expensive, it's just a drop in the bucket, Fang Shihao reassured her. You heard Director Du once I start school, we'll have an Animal Yunyuan scholarship every year. Since you've already quit your job, just relax and enjoy being a lady of leisure. To lighten his mother's mood, Fang Shihao released Xiao Guai, their beautiful bushy-tailed fox. The creature immediately nuzzled against Yang Mingyue, purring softly, and soon had her smiling again. Why did you turn down that girl named Jiro earlier? Yang Mingyue asked while stroking Xiao Guai. She seemed like a good, well-mannered girl who'd make a great wife. Jiro herself is fine, but her mother is difficult to deal with, Fang Shihao replied with surprising maturity. If I were to marry her, her mother would be a headache. And if I were just looking for something casual, I wouldn't want to waste a good girl's time. His words carried the weight of someone far older, more like a seasoned adult than an 18-year-old driven by hormones. But Yang Mingyue was used to her son's maturity. From a young age, Fang Shihao had always made his own decisions and even comforted and guided her, rather than the other way around. At 2 p.m., Fang Shihao's grandmother woke up. Seeing the entirely transformed environment, she looked puzzled. After Yang Mingyue explained everything that had happened, tears welled up in the old woman's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She murmured that her life was now complete. Fang Shihao silently held her hand, at a loss for words. That evening, once assured that his grandmother was stable and well cared for by his mother and the medical staff, Fang Shihao returned home to shower and change. He then headed to the police station near Platinum Residence. Isn't that the suspect from the Platinum Residence murder case? He's been released, one officer exclaimed upon recognizing him. Don't spread rumors. He's the filial grandson who avenged his family, another officer, who was familiar with the case, joked. Fang, how does it feel to revisit this place? Not bad, Fang Shihao replied with a smile. Is Officer Su Xinghue around? I'd like to thank him in person. Soon after, Su Xinghue, dressed in casual clothes and ready to head off duty, came over. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Shihao suggested they grab a meal together. Golden Dragon Pavilion or Jade Spring House? Su asked, clearly on board with the idea. Let's go to Jade Spring House. The ambience is more refined, Fang Shihao said with a grin. Fang Shihao hosted a banquet to express his gratitude to Su Xinghue for his tireless efforts to save him and also to get to know this brotherly figure who had come to his aid in a time of need. Before all the dishes were even served, the two were already deep in lively conversation. During the meal, Fang Shihao learned that Su Xinghue was a top graduate of the Zhongding Royal Police Academy. After graduating, Su chose to return to his hometown to develop his career. What surprised Fang even more was that Su not only shared an alma mater with Wang Shizhong, the police chief of Tianlan City, but was also in a relationship with Wang's youngest daughter. Su Xinghue, in turn, discovered that Fang Shihao had excelled in his college entrance exams and was debating between Binghuang University and Qingqiu University. After a moment of thought, Su shared his insights. The top 3 universities each have their strengths. Zhanghai University focuses on aquatic beast taming and marine beasts, so I want to elaborate on that. Longqiao University is the first choice for royal descendants and the elite of the capital. Binghuang University mainly attracts talents from local noble families and gifted commoners, and it offers great prospects. As for Qingqiu University, it's renowned for its specialization in fox-type beast taming. It even produced 2 nine-tailed flame foxes in the past, which shows its deep foundation. Fang Shihao nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic. I've been thinking about getting a safer and better place to live. Any recommendations, Brother Su? What a coincidence. Su Xinghui replied with a hearty laugh. My neighbor just moved out. It's a 240 square meter riverside apartment in Red Maple Estate, Building A. Most of the residents are families of inspectors, so safety is guaranteed. IDs say it's a steal at just over 3 million. When Fang hesitated, expressing concerns about his limited finances, Su generously offered, I can buy it first and let you live there. You can pay me back at the original price when you're ready. Fang Shihao was tempted. With just a month and a half before he left for university in another city, relocating his mother and grandmother to Red Maple Estate would indeed ensure their safety. Zu's mention of preparing for his own future marriage further eased Fang's concerns. Thank you, Brother Su. Fang raised his glass in gratitude. I'm just a high school kid with no real abilities yet. But once I've finished my studies, let's work together to achieve something great. As the drinks flowed and the evening progressed, the two enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After seeing Su Xinghui off, Fang Shihao sat by the roadside alone to sober up. It was then that 2 burly men in black suits approached him, towering over him as they spoke. Our young master wants to see you. And who might your young master be? Fang asked, his tone calm. You'll find out when you meet him. Are you coming with us willingly, or do we need to carry you there? Faced with their veiled threat, Fang smirked and got to his feet. Lead the way. Let's see what kind of lion's den or tiger's lair this is. He knew that avoiding the situation wouldn't solve anything now that he had been targeted. The men escorted him to a well-known nightclub in the area. The deafening music reverberated through the air as the DJ hyped up the crowd. The dance floor was packed with tattooed young men and scantily clad women, the atmosphere thick with indulgence and debauchery. In a private room, Fang Shihao was surprised to see a familiar face, Zhou Qinyu, the second son of the Zhou family. Zhou lounged on the sofa, his shirt unbuttoned to reveal his toned abs, with a sultry woman on each arm. Well, aren't you a cunning one? Zhou Qinyu sneered, his smile cold. During the college entrance exam trial, you deliberately pointed me in the wrong direction while you went off to cozy up to the second Mississippi. And it worked, didn't it? You clung to her and earned yourself an outstanding evaluation. Must feel great riding that wave of success, huh? It was a misunderstanding that was difficult to clarify. Back then, Fang Shihao had indeed encountered Zhou Qinyu after his initial meeting with Cui Xia. He had directed Zhou to where she had left. Later, by sheer coincidence, he reunited with Cui and ended up working alongside her in the trial, both earning top marks. It's all just your imagination, Fang began, attempting to explain, but Zhou Qinyu impatiently cut him off. Enough. I'm not here to dredge up old grievances. What's the point of arguing? You, a penniless nobody, managed to latch onto the second miss and turn your life around. That's your skill, not mine. I don't care to settle scores with you over that. However, let me remind you, Zhou Qinyu said, his tone dripping with disdain as he looked down at Fang Shihao. Second miss is a noblewoman from a prestigious family, the cherished jewel of Guangning province. You're just a scheming little thug. Someone like you could never be worthy of her. Do you understand? Fang Shihao's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Oh, I get it now. You called me here to make a point. If you want to pursue second miss, just say so. But let me tell you this, no matter how many competitors you eliminate, if you're not good enough yourself, she still won't even look at you. Zhou Qinyu's face darkened. He abruptly rose from his seat, his movements sharp and deliberate. I don't need a lecture on how to handle my affairs, he snapped. With one swift motion, he yanked the tablecloth off the table, revealing a glass display case beneath. Inside, bundles of cash were meticulously stacked, their edges gleaming seductively under the light. Take it, Zhou Qinyu said coldly. If one hand isn't enough, use both. If even that's not enough, call in your entire family to help. Take as much as you can carry, but stay away from second Mississippi. Fang Shihao's eyes flicked to the money, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. But just as quickly, he forced himself to regain his composure. 2 days ago, maybe I would have taken this deal, he said, his voice steady. But now, after the kindness second miss has shown me, accepting your money would be an insult to her generosity. He tore his gaze away with effort, then turned and made to leave. If you walk out that door like this, Zhou Qinyu's voice dropped to an icy chill, you're disrespecting me. Do you really think you have what it takes to go against me, Zhou Qinyu? Fang Shihao didn't even glance back. Respect isn't something you demand, it's something you earn. If you're a man, win her over with your own merits. These underhanded tricks will only make her despise you. With that, he strode out without hesitation. 2 burly men entered the room moments later, awaiting orders. Young master, this guy clearly doesn't know his place. Do you want us to leave it? Zhou Qinyu cut them off sharply, his expression as cold as his tone. He's a beast master with a lord-level beast under his command. Do you really think the two of you could handle him? His gaze hardened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Let's see how he behaves. If he dares to ignore my warning, I'll make sure he learns what it means to cross the Zhou family. On a Saturday morning, Fang Shihao and Su Xinghui went house hunting together. The riverside apartment they visited was impeccable in both location and construction quality, with the only downside being its steep price. After the viewing, the two strolled along the riverbank. Su Xinghui smiled and asked, "So, what do you think?" "Satisfied?" "Very satisfied," Fang Shihao replied. "Then just move in, no need to be polite," Su Xinghui said earnestly. His high regard for Fang Shihao stemmed from two main reasons. First, the immense potential Fang had demonstrated. Without it, Su wouldn't have gone out of his way to assist him. Secondly, Fang's filial devotion was something Su deeply admired. As the saying goes, loyal subjects often come from filial sons. While not universally true, there was a certain wisdom in it. When they first met, Fang Shihao had been seeking justice for his grandmother, ruthlessly taking on the corrupt security guards of the Platinum Mansion. Su Xinghui, well aware of the guards' notorious deeds, didn't hold this against Fang. Instead, he admired the young man's courage in standing up to wrongdoers, a trait essential for achieving great things. Moreover, both men had built their success from nothing, rising from poverty through hard work and seizing opportunities. This shared background created a strong sense of camaraderie between them. "All right, then I won't hold back," Fang Shihao said with a smile. "I'll get a renovation team to fix up the place and add some new furniture. Once my grandmother is discharged from the hospital, the whole family can move in." "Sounds good. If you need any help, just let me know," Su Xinghui said, thumping his chest in a display of brotherly generosity. "Brother Su, I've heard that beast tamers are usually wealthy, but I'm not quite sure how they actually make money," Fang Shihao admitted honestly, still new to the field after just graduating. Su Xinghui patiently explained, "There are plenty of ways for beast tamers to earn a living. The most stable income comes from the government stipend. As long as you have no criminal record, you can collect a monthly allowance from the guild, 10,000 for beginner level, 30,000 for intermediate, 50,000 for advanced, and 100,000 for professional level tamers. The government is willing to support beast tamers for the sake of societal stability. If you want extra income, you can take on guild tasks, which pay anywhere from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands, depending on the job. These options are safe and enough to support a family, but they won't make you rich. If you're aiming for wealth, you'll need to venture into the wilderness, capturing young beasts with strong potential, locating rare resources, or exploring and conquering secret realms. But these are all extremely dangerous, and without professional level strength, it's best to stay away." Taking the advice to heart, Fang Shihao wasted no time. That afternoon, he headed to the Beast Tamers Guild in Tianlan City's Bayan district. The guild was housed in a towering 30-story building surrounded by open grounds resembling a racetrack, where various beasts played and roamed freely. Sensing the lively atmosphere outside, Xiaoguai, Fang's beast companion, grew restless in its beast space. He let it out to stretch and play while he entered the building. Inside, a tall, elegant receptionist with the poise of a flight attendant approached him. "Hello. May I see your identification, please?" "Oh, I'm here to apply for certification," Fang Shihao realized, quickly understanding she wasn't asking for his ID but rather his beast tamer certificate. After the staff verified his identity, education, and his possession of a beast space, the certification process was completed in just 5 minutes. The receptionist then congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations on becoming a certified beast tamer. You can collect your monthly stipend at the front desk. The first floor is the task hall, the second floor has a restaurant, the third floor features a bowling alley and swimming pool, and the fourth floor houses the library. I just want to know which floor I should go to if I want to ask you out," Fang Shihao said with a playful grin. "Sir, please refrain from flirting with staff during work hours," the receptionist, Zhao Xijia, replied, biting her lip. Her shy smile betrayed a hint of delight as she discreetly wrote her name and phone number in his palm. "Zhao Xijia? What a coincidence. I'm called Jia too," Fang teased. "Please refrain from flirting with staff during work hours," she repeated, though her tone had softened, showing she wasn't entirely displeased. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. Get ready, I'll pick you up tonight," Fang said confidently. Fang Shihao spoke softly, but his youthful face carried an undeniable air of authority. Zhao Xijia merely nodded gently, silently agreeing to his request. In the mission hall of the Beastmaster Guild, a variety of tasks were displayed. Protecting the Thunder Mine for half a month, driving away wild boars from the farmlands of Wangjia Town, escorting a painter on a field trip, and hunting the East River crocodiles, among others. While these tasks required the intervention of Beastmasters, they weren't particularly challenging. However, as Fang Shihao had other plans for the next day, he simply collected his monthly stipend and left. At 4 p.m., Fang Shihao picked up Zhao Xijia and began their traditional date routine. Dinner, a movie, and finally capping the night with a passionate stay at a hotel. At the age of 18, brimming with energy and hormones, the night became an unforgettable experience for both of them. At dawn, Fang Shihao woke up in the warm embrace of Zhao Xijia, the older woman who had shared a wonderful night with him. He kissed her gently before heading off on his new journey. He took a taxi to the outskirts, arriving at a breeding farm for fluffy long-eared rabbits. By law, even the weakest awakened beasts posed a lethal threat and had to be raised far from urban areas. At the farm, Fang Shihao met the manager, Li Datsai, a retired beastmaster missing his left thumb. Without any preamble, Fang Shihao stated his purpose. As a high school junior preparing for next year's college entrance exams, he needed to train his beast to get accustomed to blood and hunting. He offered to handle the disposal of the fluffy long-eared rabbits. Li Datsai, expressionless, set a price of 100,000 yuan, but Fang Shihao saw through his intentions immediately. This was a labor-intensive and low-paying task that even beastmasters avoided, yet the manager was trying to exploit the situation. After some bargaining, they settled on 10,000 yuan. In the slaughterhouse, rows of steel cages containing the fluffy long-eared rabbits were brought in. Despite their seemingly fragile appearance, these awakened beasts had strength and speed surpassing that of an average adult, requiring the same level of containment as ferocious predators. As soon as the cage doors opened, the rabbits bolted in all directions, suddenly tasting freedom. Fang Shihao summoned Xiaoguai, his beast companion, and issued a simple kill command. Xiaoguai leapt into action, tearing through the rabbit horde like a tiger among sheep. In their terror, the rabbits frantically shed their fur, turning the slaughterhouse into a sea of white fluff. Some rabbits were instantly killed with a bite to the neck, while others knocked themselves unconscious in panic. As the kill notifications came in one after another, Fang Shihao's life essence points steadily increased. Although these farm-raised fluffy long-eared rabbits provided relatively small amounts of life essence, the accumulation was enough to push him past the 3,700-point threshold, signaling that Xiaoguai was on the verge of evolving into a three-tailed fire fox. Success! Fang Shihao clenched his fist tightly, his heart surging with joy. The evolution of Liehua the fox into a three-tailed fire fox was not just a simple advancement, it was a transformative leap, a metamorphosis from an ordinary species to a mythical one. Every step of its previous three advancements had been laying the foundation for this qualitative breakthrough. Inside the slaughterhouse, the fur-covered Xiaoguai padded out of the workshop. In an instant, flames erupted, incinerating the rabbit fur clinging to its body. Workers immediately got busy, efficiently gathering the singed fur balls and processing the rabbit meat. The long-eared velvet rabbit was truly the farm's cash cow. Rapid reproduction, high yield, fur for weaving, skin for leather, and meat as premium beast feed. The only challenge lay in the slaughtering process, which required the expertise of a beastmaster. Li Datsai, after tallying the rabbit carcasses, beamed with satisfaction. Xiaoguai's precise slaughtering method minimized damage to the pelts. "Young man, if your Liehua gets the itch to work, you're always welcome here," he said, returning the full payment of 10,000 yuan. Clearly, he was impressed by this efficient professional butcher. "Next time, you'll have to pay me a proper wage. Don't think I'll work for free forever," Fang Shihao joked. "Haha, fair enough." Li Datsai laughed heartily as he escorted Fang Shihao out of the farm. They exchanged contact information before parting ways. On the way back, Fang Shihao couldn't wait to immerse himself in the beast space and pulled up the interface. Name, Xiaoguai. Species, Liehua fox red fox. Rank, Lord upgradable. Level, 1-star upgradable. Skills, Firetail whip fire, physical. Blazing inferno fire. Taunt mental. Ironclad smash physical. He tapped on the rank upgrade option, and a prompt appeared. Lord Liehua fox monarch, three-tailed fire fox. Requires 3,690 units of life essence. Proceed with upgrade? Xiaoguai, get ready for your greatest transformation yet. Fang Shihao decisively confirmed the upgrade. The accumulated life essence began depleting rapidly as flames erupted within the beast space, engulfing Xiaoguai entirely. Under the fiery surge, Xiaoguai's body began to expand, and two small bulges formed at the base of its spine, signaling the emergence of new tails. This evolution marked a species leap, a transition from an ordinary species to a mythical one, a process that typically demanded immense time and carried significant risk of failure. But with the system's assistance, everything was under control, and the evolution would be completed in just 1 hour. Time passed quietly, and the changes within the beast space finally settled. A system notification chimed. Your beast Xiaoguai has successfully evolved into Monarch Three-Tailed Fire Fox. The skilled Firetail Whip has been upgraded to Triple Flame Whip, and a new skill, Magma Eruption, has been unlocked. Magma Eruption was a strategic level skill capable of summoning a geyser of magma at a designated location. Its power far surpassed Blazing Inferno, capable of melting tanks. While it required a brief casting delay and displayed a warning glow on the ground, it was highly effective for dividing the battlefield or forcing enemies to reposition. Even more exciting was the upgrade to Firetail Whip. This skill, which had accompanied Xiao Guai since its Liehua Fox days, could now be unleashed 3 times in succession, tripling its power. If Xiao Guai were to evolve further into a 9-tailed flame fox in the future, a 9-strike combo could easily demolish skyscrapers. The newly evolved Xiao Guai had grown significantly. Standing upright, its shoulder height reached 2 meters, with its head towering at 2.3 meters. Its limbs were no longer slender but packed with knotted muscles, prioritizing strength over agility. Its 3 fiery tails, each over 2 meters long, swayed like blazing whirlwinds. Fully extended, its body length reached 6 meters, and it now weighed an impressive 1.5 tons, far exceeding the typical size limits of a fox. Master, this space feels so small now. I can barely move around, Xiao Guai remarked as it surveyed its surroundings, its voice carrying a newfound majesty befitting its mythical status. Fang Shihao pondered silently. The 10-square-meter beast space was indeed too cramped. It was time to raise a second beast and advance to an intermediate beastmaster to expand the space. Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. Boss, take a look, something seems off. Fang Shihao was deep in thought about Xiaoguai when the driver's voice jolted him back to reality. Opening his eyes, he realized the car was now navigating through a dense forest. Towering trees formed an impenetrable canopy, blocking out the sunlight, while a ghostly white mist rose from the forest floor. Dark shadows flitted through the fog, darting after the vehicle with alarming speed. Overhead, a massive vulture circled, its cold, piercing eyes fixed intently on the car's occupants. The stench of decay seeped into the car as the driver cracked open a window, causing him to gag uncontrollably. His voice trembled as he spoke. Boss, what's going on here? Just focus on driving. I'll handle it, Fang Shihao replied calmly. Ever since Xiaoguai had ascended to the rank of a sovereign-level 3-tailed fire fox, Fang Shihao had felt invincible, even in the outskirts of the city. But the bloodthirsty creatures pursuing them were unaware of Fang's confidence. They quickly coordinated into a formation and launched a ferocious attack. 2 decayed wild dogs, their flesh rotting and eyes bloodshot, emerged from the woods, charging at the car from either side. One slammed into the driver's side window with such force that cracks spread across the glass like a spiderweb. The other sank its fangs into a tire, puncturing it instantly. The car spun out of control, skidding wildly. The seasoned driver fought to stabilize it, narrowly avoiding a rollover. When the vehicle finally came to a halt, Fang Shihao surveyed their surroundings. They were now completely encircled by 7 of the corrupted wild dogs. Above them, the vulture suddenly dove, its talons tearing through the car's roof before it ascended again, leaving a jagged hole behind. Clearly, the bird was the pack's eyes, scouting from the skies for potential prey. Boss, do something. Please, the driver pleaded, his voice breaking. Calm down. It's just a bunch of mutts, Fang Shihao said firmly. He kicked open the warped car door and released Xiaoguai, who had been waiting impatiently. A colossal 3-tailed fire fox materialized in the center of the encirclement, its fiery tails swaying like flames in the wind. The overwhelming presence of the sovereign-level beast blanketed the area, making even Fang Shihao feel a momentary tightness in his chest. The corrupted wild dogs froze, their tails tucked between their legs. Though their leader continued to bark orders, feigning courage, none dared to advance. Xiaoguai locked onto the leader and charged, its powerful strides shaking the ground and toppling nearby saplings. The largest of the corrupted dogs turned to flee but was swiftly pinned beneath Xiaoguai's massive paw. With a slight press, the creature's innards were crushed, rendering it lifeless. A system notification echoed in Fang Shihao's mind. Your beast, 3-tailed fire fox, has killed a corrupted wild dog. Life essence gained, 23 points. Seizing the moment, the remaining corrupted wild dogs scattered, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Only the vulture lingered, circling above, seemingly content to scavenge the remains of its fallen comrades. Corrupted wild dogs in the outskirts? Could they have wandered in from the wilderness? Lucky for them they ran into me, Fang Shihao mused silently. In this era of beast tamers, humanity had retreated into densely populated cities, as the wilds teemed with danger. Even the outskirts were frequented by awakened beasts. The driver sat trembling in the car, wiping away tears. This trip had not only failed to earn him any profit, but would now cost him a fortune in repairs. Come on, no need for tears, Fang Shihao said as he approached. How many people are in your family? What's your household income like? The driver cast a nervous glance at Xiaoguai, who loomed nearby, its massive paw still resting on the crushed corpse of the corrupted dog. Swallowing hard, he answered respectfully, Sir, there are 4 of us. Me, my mother, my wife, and my daughter. I drive a taxi and make about 8,000 a month on good months, but only 3 to 4,000 when it's bad. My wife works as a housekeeper, earning 3,500 a month. She also brings home a little extra from grocery shopping. So we make around 4,000 from her job. You're quite honest, aren't you? Not holding anything back, Fang Shihao said with a laugh. I wouldn't dare lie to you, sir, the driver replied with a sheepish grin. You've been driving me around these past few days, and I must say, your driving is steady and reliable. Hey, race the deal. From now on, you'll be my personal driver. They'll provide the car, and your base salary will be 10,000 a month, with bonuses during holidays. Your wife can join too, her pay will double, and her bonuses will match yours. The driver, young Fa, pushed open the door and was about to kneel in gratitude, but Fang Shihao stopped him. None of that, Fang Shihao said firmly. Just do your job well and stay loyal, that's all I ask. Thank you, young master. I'll work hard and never let you down, young Fa vowed, his voice full of emotion. Although Fang Shihao could drive, as a future man of importance, he understood that having a personal chauffeur better reflected his status. In his mind, he had already envisioned a grand blueprint. A luxurious estate, hundreds of respectful servants, and a life of enviable wealth and privilege. The newly hired driver, young Fa, was exactly what Fang Shihao was looking for. Firstly, Yang was timid and cautious, hesitant to act rashly, definitely not the type to recklessly speed down busy streets. Secondly, his driving skills were solid. Just moments ago, he had skillfully maintained control of the car even under the chaotic attack of a pack of wild dogs, which was no small feat. The police responded swiftly to the emergency call. Armed and well-equipped officers arrived on the scene with trained beasts, cordoned off the area, and immediately began their investigation. Thank you for your timely report. This will save many lives. Leave the situation to us now, you can go home and rest, one officer said. Back in the city, Fang Shihao headed straight to an Audi dealership and paid 800,000 yuan in full to purchase a brand new A8. Since the global cataclysm that had swept across the world, human technological advancements had come to a near halt, with no progress compared to the pre-cataclysm era. He left the mundane tasks like registration and paperwork to young Fa and made his way to the Beastmaster Guild to take on a mission. Despite his outward display of wealth, Fang Shihao was still considered poor within the Beastmaster community. His assets, amounting to just over 1 million yuan, were primarily made up of an annual scholarship issued early by Du Lingdong, the admissions director of Qingqiu University, and a student grant from the principal of the Second Academy. His savings from part-time jobs were negligible. This financial boost gave him the confidence to consider buying property. Although the house recommended by Su Xinghui exceeded his budget, Su generously covered 3 million yuan of the cost up front. To repay this debt, the mission rewards from the Beastmaster Guild became his best option. Coincidentally, Xiao Guai, his beast, was on the verge of completing a rank advancement, and Fang Shihao felt ready to make his mark. Unlike his previous visit, the mission hall was bustling this time. Groups of 40 to 50 beastmasters were animatedly chatting in small clusters. While trying to make sense of the commotion, Fang Shihao spotted Zhao Xijia at the service desk, brewing coffee. Why is it so crowded today? He asked, walking up to her. Zhao Xijia glanced at him with composed elegance before speaking seriously. You may not know this, sir, but Beta Oil Company holds a hunting festival every quarter. They burn lures to attract wild beasts, then carry out a mass extermination to ensure the safety of their drilling operations. All these beastmasters are here for the festival, and you didn't think to tell me about something this important? Fang Shihao teased her, gently pinching her cheek, completely disregarding how exhausted she was after last night's wild escapades. It wouldn't have mattered even if I had told you. You just graduated from high school. Beta Oil Company only invites seasoned beastmasters to participate, she replied with a hint of exasperation. Age doesn't determine ambition. They'd have to be blind to reject me. Just watch, Fang Shihao said confidently. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Jiarong, the regional manager of Beta Oil Company, arrived on the scene. We're all familiar faces here, so let's skip the pleasantries. Anyone interested in joining the hunting festival, come sign up, he announced. The beastmasters lined up according to their experience. At the front of the line stood the renowned Thorn Club trio from Tianlan City, 2 men and 1 woman, all around 30 years old. Their weathered faces bore the marks of years of survival in the wilderness. Fang Shihao, however, ended up at the back of the line, drawing a wave of laughter. His youthful and delicate features were completely out of place among the rugged and seasoned veterans, like a fresh-faced boy stumbling into a gathering of hardened warriors. Sorry, we're full. Come back after you've gained a few years of experience, Chen Jiarong said politely but firmly. That's right, kid. The hunting festival is too dangerous for someone like you. Maybe try finding District Chief Li's missing cat instead, someone quipped, sparking another round of laughter. Though the remarks carried no overt malice, they were far from kind. Unfazed by the jeers, Fang Shihao remained composed. He raised his hand and made a downward slicing motion, opening a portal to his beast space. A wave of intense heat erupted forth, instantly withering the potted evergreens on either side of him. Their leaves disintegrated midair, igniting into fiery embers that danced in the air like a mesmerizing blaze. In Fang Shihao's beast-taming space, a robust and majestic three-tailed fire fox materialized. This king-level fire-type beast exuded a unique aura, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Wait, this faint fox scent, could it be a three-tailed fire fox? That's a mythical beast. A female beast tamer from the Thorn Plum Club accurately identified the creature's true identity with just a trace of its presence, showcasing her extensive experience. Standing across from Fang Shihao, only manager Chen Jiarong had a direct view of the imposing mythical beast. As a regional manager known for his adaptability, he quickly replaced his initial demeanor with an ingratiating smile. Bowing deeply, he said, "My apologies for misjudging you as an ordinary student. To make amends, our company will provide an additional 30 bonus on your hunting festival earnings. I hope you can forgive my mistake." "It's fine," Fang Shihao replied with a calm smile, his gaze sweeping over the others. The beast tamers present nodded respectfully, acknowledging his strength. Before leaving, Fang Shihao approached Zhao Sijia. "So, did your man do you proud?" he teased. Zhao Sijia gently smoothed the creases on his collar. "Take care of yourself out there," she said softly. "You take care too. Wait for me to come back." Fang Shihao brushed her hair aside and placed a tender kiss on her forehead before setting off for the hunting festival. The hunting festival, held at night, was designed to combat nocturnal predatory beasts. The Beta Oil Company's drilling site was located 40 kilometers from the city, standing solitary on the open plains, while Li Deca's long-eared wool rabbit ranch was closer to the outskirts, just 10 kilometers from the city center. Beast tamers were divided into groups of 6 and boarded transport vehicles, except for the 3 members of the Thorn Plum Club, who rode in their exclusive armored vehicle. During the bumpy ride, a young beast tamer named Wang Huayu struck up a conversation with Fang Shihao. "First time at the hunting festival, brother? There are plenty of benefits," Wang Huayu said enthusiastically. "Just the appearance fee is 500,000. All the beasts you kill are yours to keep, and the company even pays extra bonuses based on the number and strength of your kills. 3 sources of income for 1 mission. It's no wonder everyone's eager to join. Oil companies sure know how to spend," Fang Shihao remarked. "If oil tycoons weren't rich, who would be?" someone chimed in, and the conversation soon shifted to ways of making money. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Huayu leaned closer to Fang Shihao and lowered his voice. "This festival might be more dangerous than usual. Recently, a large number of wild parasitic beasts have been spotted near the outskirts. Just a few days ago, a wealthy family hired beast tamers for protection during an outing, but they all went missing, likely killed. Even several cargo drivers have been found dead. You should stay vigilant. Thanks for the warning. I ran into a pack of corrupted wild dogs on my way back to the city earlier today. It seems like there have been quite a few victims already. The worst would be a beast tide," Wang Huayu said grimly. "I'm mainly here to assess the situation. If things look bad, they'll have to move my family out quickly." Although their acquaintance was brief, he shared what he knew with Fang Shihao, perhaps to build goodwill. The term beast tide evokes the most harrowing fears in the post-apocalyptic era. Every outbreak of a beast tide brings catastrophic devastation, with death tolls so staggering that history books recount them with a grim finality. Fang Shihao gazed at the ominous horizon in the distance and sighed softly. "We've only enjoyed a few days of peace. Please, let it not be a beast tide." Wang Huayu's ominous speculation cast a shadow over what had been a lively hunting celebration. The convoy jolted and swayed as it headed toward Beta Oil Company's remote drilling site. The farther they ventured from the city, the worse the road conditions became. Before them stood a squat, steel-reinforced concrete structure, resembling a tombstone on the desolate plains. Though unassuming in appearance, the building was a fortress in its own right, fortified enough to withstand a beast attack until reinforcements arrived. Inside the perimeter of the high-voltage electric fence, drills roared to life, and workers in brightly colored uniforms hurried about. The area was heavily guarded, with armed private security and the company's own beastmasters patrolling vigilantly. "Right this way," Chen Jiarong greeted them with a warm smile. The dining hall has been prepared with food and wine. As the heavy alloy doors slowly opened, the beastmasters filed in one by one. Fang Shihao dined quietly by himself. Though not much of a conversationalist, his prominent status drew many to offer him toasts. He accepted each one graciously but remained reserved, his composed demeanor earning him the respect of those around him. Knowing there was a battle ahead that night, everyone refrained from overindulging, sipping only lightly. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the faint glow of the moon climbed into the sky, Chen Jiarong announced the defensive strategy for their 3 key positions: Qingyin Mountain Pass, the dry riverbank, and the northern wastelands. Beast-luring incense would be burned at these locations to attract awakened beasts from within a 100-mile radius. The Thornrose Club trio was assigned to Qingyin Mountain Pass, while the remaining 40 Beastmasters were split between the other two locations. Fang Shihao and Wang Huayu were tasked with defending the northern wastelands. What makes these defense points different? Fang Shihao asked as they traveled to their post. Not much, Wang Huayu replied. The dry riverbank sees more aquatic beasts, so the Beastmasters stationed there are adept at water combat. Under the moonlight, wild grasses swayed gently as the mercenaries lit the beast-luring incense. Thin plumes of smoke rose, carrying a strange, alluring fragrance. Through the mental link they shared, Xiao Guai, Fang Shihao's beast companion, eagerly relayed. This smells amazing, master. What is it? Fang Shihao patiently explained. It's made with rare dragon marrow as the main ingredient. Just 1 gram costs 5 million. Xiao Guai's innocent voice chimed in with a suggestion. Why don't we hunt a dragon and make some ourselves? Fang Shihao chuckled. You've got guts for a fox. True dragons are legendary creatures. If we ever faced one, you'd probably be the first to run scared. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed like a war drum, growing louder with each passing moment. Prepare for battle, came the rallying cry as the Beastmasters swiftly summoned their companions. A massive array of beasts appeared. The serrated blade mantis, the crimson horn dragon steed, the far eastern bear, and others. Wang Huayu released his trio of extraordinary beasts, the thunderhorn elk, the lightning falcon, and the insulated python, each of them moving in perfect harmony. Fang Shihao called forth Xiao Guai, whose 3 fiery tails swayed in the darkness, casting a warm, flickering glow that illuminated the surroundings. Among the extraordinary and even lore-class beasts present, Xiao Guai's aura was undeniably the most commanding. A 3-tailed flame fox, one of the Beastmasters, Yu Hai, exclaimed in awe. I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd stand alongside a mythical class beast in battle. With the presence of the monarch-level 3-tailed fire fox, the confidence of the beast tamer's soared. As the wild awakened beasts charged in, the battle erupted instantly. Wang Huayu communicated telepathically with his contracted beast, directing the thunderhorn elk to launch a countercharge. The elk's sturdy antlers crackled with electricity as it barreled forward, toppling a bulky mudshell boar to the ground. Seizing the momentum, the thunderhorn elk drove its electrified antlers deep into the boar's soft underbelly, causing blood to spurt out violently. The lightning falcon, perfectly synchronized with the elk, followed closely behind. It released a lightning arrow that struck the elk's antlers with precision. The collision of the 2 electric currents unleashed a powerful surge of energy, like a writhing silver serpent, instantly paralyzing several nearby beasts. The rare insulating python seized the opportunity, coiling around a North American gray wolf and slamming it to the ground. The thunderhorn elk swiftly turned to assist, and the 3 beasts worked seamlessly to take down the extraordinary North American gray wolf, a creature that could have otherwise gone head-to-head with the elk alone. Elsewhere, Fang Shihao's attention was drawn to the unsettling duo of an awaken-level horror scarecrow and a human-skinned fly. The horror scarecrow, dressed in human clothes and stuffed with straw, wore a sinister smile and emitted fear-inducing abilities that sent enemies fleeing in panic. The human-skinned fly capitalized on this chaos, laying eggs on the beasts. The white maggots hatched quickly, ravenously consuming the beast's flesh until only their skin remained in a matter of moments. Even Fang Shihao, accustomed to slaughter, felt uneasy at this gruesome method. Yet he couldn't deny that this pairing of the lowest-tier awakened beasts was devastatingly effective, easily taking down extraordinary-level creatures. As Fang Shihao observed these seasoned fighters, he couldn't help but recall the inexperienced high school beast tamers, himself included, from the secret realm during the college entrance exams. In the face of overwhelming power, coordination seemed less significant. Meanwhile, the 3-tailed fire fox, affectionately called Xiaoguai, launched itself into the beast horde like a cannonball. Its 3 tails lashed out in quick succession, executing a triple fire tail whip that cleared a wide swath through the densely packed beasts, with kill notifications popping up incessantly. Just 2 seconds later, a towering 10-meter pillar of fire erupted from the densest part of the horde, flinging 7 or 8 beasts into the air. By the time they hit the ground, they were nothing more than charred corpses. In truth, the ground had shown signs of cracking and glowing with fire just before the eruption, but the sheer density of the horde left no room for escape. Xiaoguai didn't even bother to glance at the expected carnage, focusing instead on using its bone-crushing iron claws to dispatch a savage monkey in front of it. The scene of its rampage was reminiscent of a mischievous child pouring boiling water over an anthill. Other beast tamers couldn't help but steal glances at the slaughter, their eyes filled with envy. Even amid the carnage, Xiaoguai occasionally faced formidable foes like the Lord-level Fire Fist ape. Known for its immense upper body strength, this beast had arms thicker than those of a silverback gorilla and could easily crush a tiger with a single blow. Yet against the newly transformed 3-tailed fire fox, such strength was meaningless. When the ape's flaming fist collided with Xiaoguai's bone-crushing iron claws, its massive arm snapped instantly. Xiaoguai capitalized on the opening, breaking through the ape's defenses and delivering a lethal bite to its throat, ending the fight in moments. Despite the heavy casualties, not a single wild beast retreated. The reason? Underground pipelines laid in advance by Beta Oil Company were releasing an aggression-inducing agent. While the beast tamers were dominating the battle, injuries and occasional deaths among their beasts were inevitable. However, as long as the core combatants remained intact, the losses were deemed acceptable. Just as Xiaoguai continued its rampage through the horde, a monarch-level nebula leopard that had been hiding among the beasts suddenly made its move. Its first target was the nearby lord-level red-horned dragon-scaled steed. This sub-dragon beast, possessing a trace of diluted dragon bloodline, bore sharp twin horns on its head, had a body covered in blood-red dragon scales, and could breathe fire with its razor-sharp fangs. With high defense and devastating offense, it had a remarkable battle record. Unfortunately, it had now caught the attention of the nebula leopard. The nebula leopard, widely regarded as the most stunning of all leopard-like beasts, boasts a sleek, pure black coat shimmering with silver star-like spots. Swirling ribbons of blue-violet and magenta cloud patterns elegantly encircle its body. When it runs, its form resembles a flowing nebula, a spectacle not only of beauty but of cosmic resonance. Its power is drawn from a real nebula somewhere in the universe. Suddenly, the nebula leopard burst from the shadows, leaping with incredible agility onto the back of the crimson-horned dragon-scaled steed. Its razor-sharp claws sank deep into the dragon-like scales, and its fangs pierced the steed's nape in an instant. The steed let out a pained, piercing scream, thrashing violently in a desperate attempt to dislodge its predator. Beastmaster Li Hanyu immediately called forth his lord-tier razor-blade giant mantis for reinforcement. The insect assassin maneuvered expertly, circling into the nebula leopard's blind spot before launching itself high into the air. Its serrated forelimbs slashed downward, aiming directly for the leopard's throat. But the feline's legendary reflexes did not disappoint. Quick as lightning, the nebula leopard released its grip and dodged to the side. The crimson-horned dragon-scaled steed seized the moment, spinning sharply and delivering a thunderous kick with its hind legs. The airborne nebula leopard, with no leverage to counter, was sent hurtling several meters away, crashing into a cluster of green mane wolves. As it landed, blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. Though the injury was minor, the humiliation of being struck down by a lord-tier beast ignited the wrath of this king-tier predator. When the crimson-horned dragon-scaled steed unleashed a barrage of clustered flames, the enraged nebula leopard retaliated with its devastating starlight beam cannon. The radiant starlight obliterated the flames in an instant, reducing half of the steed's body to shimmering silver stardust. The beastmaster, devastated by the loss of his cherished companion, collapsed in grief and had to be carried away. Sensing the tide turning, Li Hanyu hastily ordered the razor-blade giant mantis to retreat and remain hidden. Meanwhile, Wang Huayu, who had initially intended to back up his allies with 3 of his own beasts, found himself in a precarious situation. His thunder-antlered elk was already in dire straits. The nebula leopard's ferocity surpassed that of any tiger or panther, and it now charged mercilessly toward the elk. The elk's reactions were sluggish in comparison, and even the reluctant, insulated python stepped in to shield it. Wang Huayu braced himself to sacrifice one beast to save the others. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, the nebula leopard abruptly changed course. With a snarl, it lunged toward the much larger 3-tailed fire fox, Xiaoguai. This seemingly reckless move was anything but random. Only the beastmaster wielding the terrifying scarecrow knew the truth. The nebula leopard had fallen prey to the psychic-type skill, provocation. Though highly effective, such skills are notoriously difficult to master and often less potent against height-ear beasts. Wang Huayu quickly deduced that Fang Shihao was behind this timely intervention. Fang Shihao had carefully observed the nebula leopard before acting. From the length of its fangs, the wear on its molars, and its overall size, he determined it was a young adult recently exiled from its territory, a 3-star beast at most. In battles between beasts of the same tier, such level gaps often decided the outcome. Just as Chui Sie's wind god wyvern stood no chance against an 8-star king thunderbird, this adolescent nebula leopard was unlikely to prevail against the 3-tailed fire fox. Anticipating the leopard's attack trajectory, Fang Shihao commanded Xiaoguai to unleash a ground fire eruption at the predicted impact point. The enraged nebula leopard, though consumed with fury, managed to retain a basic level of rationality. It deftly avoided the traps of erupting ground fire and opted for a more primal form of confrontation. The 2 king-tier beasts collided in an instant, like 2 blazing stars crashing into each other. The 3-tailed fire fox and the nebula leopard engaged in a brutal melee, clawing and biting as blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies were covered in gaping wounds, but both fought on with unwavering resolve. "Don't help me. Let me handle this." Fang Shihao shouted as he saw the other Beastmaster's companions growing restless, eager to intervene. He understood clearly that for Xiaoguai to truly evolve into a nine-tailed flame fox, this life-and-death battle was an unavoidable trial. The fight escalated in intensity. The Nebula leopard's injuries were horrifying. Its once beautiful fur was charred black, large patches of flesh hung loose, and its left ear was completely torn off. Although Xiaoguai was in slightly better shape, its abdomen bore a deep, bone-revealing wound from a sneak attack by its opponent. The Nebula leopard was the first to retreat, gathering dazzling stellar energy in its throat to unleash the starbeam cannon. Faced with this lethal strike, the three-tailed fire fox stood its ground, countering with a blazing inferno wave that forcefully blocked the incoming stellar energy. The repeated use of powerful abilities left the adolescent Nebula leopard severely drained. It began seeking an escape route. At that moment, Fang Shihao had a sudden idea. "Taunt it," he commanded. Xiaoguai immediately understood and repeated its provocations. Sure enough, the Nebula leopard, now incensed, charged recklessly once more. This time, the heavily injured Nebula leopard was doomed to defeat. Xiaoguai met its attack head-on, using overwhelming strength to pin it to the ground. The Nebula leopard struggled desperately, but it was too weak to turn the tide. Just as it felt the pressure lighten, three flaming tails swept toward it with devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. Three thunderous impacts later, the Nebula leopard was utterly crushed, curling into a defeated heap on the ground. A system notification immediately appeared. Life Essence 930 points acquired. Skills available for extraction. Stellar Projection, Starbeam Cannon. Fang Shihao decisively abandoned these niche skills that required stellar energy. He firmly believed that mastering a single practical skill was far better than dabbling in 10 flashy but impractical ones. After the battle, Xiaoguai, though covered in wounds, was brimming with energy, a sign that it was on the verge of leveling up. Fang Shihao sent it back to the beast space to recover and left the remaining cleanup to the other beastmasters. Half an hour later, the hunt was over. Mercenaries began dealing with the wounded wild beasts and dividing the spoils. Apart from the owner of the Scarlet Horn Dragon horse, who looked grim, the other beastmasters had gained considerably. Wang Huayu sought out Fang Shihao specifically to express his gratitude. "Brother, saving my beast is the same as saving my life. I've got some connections back in Tianlan City. If you ever need help, just let me know." "Of course. Just don't pretend you don't know me when the time comes," Fang Shihao replied with a grin as they shook hands. The two then discussed the beast tide issue but found no obvious anomalies. By now, it was close to 10 p.m., and Beta Oil Corporation had prepared a lavish celebration banquet. Fine wines, exotic dancers, and muscular performers were all on display, allowing everyone to revel in the joy of victory. The beast tamers each left with their chosen companions, but Fang Shihao, due to a slight obsession with cleanliness, retired alone to his room to rest until dawn. Early the next morning, Wang Huayu, the loving husband, came to collect the bounty with his spouse. In Qin Jiarong's office, the two carefully reviewed the bounty list. Fang Shihao's earnings were staggering: 1.5 million for slaying the Nebula leopard, bringing the total kill rewards to 3.3 million, along with a 500,000 appearance fee, proceeds from selling beast materials, and a 30 bounty bonus. The grand total came to 6.07 million. Seeing the figure, Fang Shihao's hand trembled slightly. One day's income surpassed what he could have earned in 100 years of fishing. Observing his reaction, Wang Huayu chuckled knowingly, recalling his own astonishment when he first made a fortune. Once the figures were confirmed, the funds were promptly transferred. The two then rode a Beta Petroleum Jeep back to Tianlan City, chatting amiably along the way and exchanging phone numbers with promises to share drinks together in the future. At the Beast Tamer Guild, they parted ways. Instead of rushing to meet his sweetheart, Fang Shihao asked the driver, Yang Fa, to take him to the hospital to visit his grandmother. At the hospital, there was good news. His grandmother was recovering well and could be discharged in 2 days. When Fang Shihao shared the news of his newfound wealth and plans to buy a new home, his mother, Yang Mingyue, was overjoyed, eager to return home and start packing. Fang Shihao quickly stopped her, saying, "Mom, there's no need to bring the old stuff. Well, replace it all with new things." Just as Fang Shihao was about to stay and spend time with his family at the hospital, an unfamiliar number ending in multiple eights called him. On the other end of the line came the slightly reproachful voice of Cui Siya. "You're really taking your time. Aren't you coming to see me?" An hour later, Fang Shihao waited outside a drink shop near the International Tower, holding a cup of chilled fruit juice head prepared. Cui Siya arrived half an hour early, took the juice, and got straight to the point. "I'm not here to buy a beast. There's a female stone-burrowing mountain demon in Songha Mountain that just gave birth. I want to tame it as my second beast, and I need your help. Will you help me?" "Of course I will. Loyalty demands it. Life or death, I stand by your side," Fang Shihao declared firmly. "You helped me before, and now it's my turn to repay you." This is the creed I've lived by through 2 lifetimes. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Chui Xia let out a haughty humph, then led Fang Shihao into the towering international building. She swiped her card to unlock the VIP elevator, which carried them straight to the rooftop. What greeted them was a heavy-duty, armored helicopter worth 9 figures. Its thick plating and the roaring blades of its rotors exuded an intimidating presence. Despite Fang Shihao's ability to rake in 6 million yuan in a single day, this sight was a humbling one. Standing before Chui Xia's massive, Tintin-armed helicopter, he realized that his entire fortune wouldn't even buy one of its rotor blades. The silent display of wealth was a stark reminder of their disparity. Welcome, Miss Chui. 2 beastmasters loyal to the Chui family were already waiting for them. Board the helicopter, Chui Xia ordered. Without hesitation, the 4 of them climbed aboard and took off, heading towards Songha Mountain on the city outskirts. The deafening roar of the rotor blades made conversation impossible. To compensate, Chui Xia handed each person a tablet. On the screen was a detailed PowerPoint presentation outlining the traits of the stone-digging mountain demon they were hunting and the tactical roles each member of the team would play. Chui Xia, along with her wind god wyvern, would serve as the primary offensive force. The rest had clear assignments. Luo Jin, a towering man at 1.88 meters, and his lord-level steel-armored turtle would tank the enemy's attacks. Lu Xiaochuan, equipped with his awaken-level healing dandelion and extraordinary-level green-eyed spirit sheep, would act as the healer, and Fang Shihao would focus on distracting the foe. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed in a clearing on Songha Mountain. In the distance, a 6-meter stone-digging mountain demon with ashen gray skin had already spotted them. Its enormous mouth, lined with jagged stone-like teeth, opened wide as it let out a deafening roar that shook the forest. Birds and beasts scattered in terror. The 4 quickly summoned their beasts, preparing for battle. As soon as the wind god wyvern emerged, it sensed 2 powerful presence zone from the distant mountain demon, and the other from the majestic, 3-tailed firefox standing beside Fang Shihao. Wait a second, Fang Shihao. When did you change your beast? Chui Xia exclaimed, nearly cursing in surprise. Master, that's the fox I teamed up with in the secret realm, the wind god wyvern reminded her. Impossible. The success rate of a flame fox evolving into a 3-tailed firefox is less than 1 in 1,000. Xiaoguai has always been an exceptional flame fox, Fang Shihao said proudly. If it couldn't ascend, then no flame fox could. Hearing her master's praise, Xiaoguai lifted its head high, a satisfied smile spreading across its fox face. Instantly charmed, Chui Xia rushed over, embracing its fluffy tails with adoration. Remembering the concentrated golden goat milk treats Chui Xia had once fed it, Xiaoguai gently wrapped 2 of its other tails around her. Xiaoguai, you have to stay safe, Chui Xia said as she buried herself in the soft, luxurious fur. Once this fight is over, come home with me. I have tons of delicious treats waiting for you. The wind god wyvern watched this scene unfold, feeling a pang of injustice. Aren't stronger beasts supposed to be more popular? At the mention of food, Xiaoguai couldn't help but drool, its bright eyes turning to Fang Shihao, silently pleading for his approval. All right, Fang Shihao relented with a sigh. If this hunt goes well, we'll visit Miss Yue's house. But for the sake of all the delicious food ahead, you need to fight bravely, Xiaoguai. They'll crush it to pieces. Xiaoguai's bold declarations were reduced to nothing the moment the rock excavation ogre appeared. This fully mature giant beast stood an imposing 6 to 8 meters tall, weighed over 40 tons, and was entirely composed of high-density rock. It trudged forward with thunderous steps, drawn by the commotion of the armed helicopter, each step causing the forest to tremble violently. Its massive body was as immovable as a mountain, yet when it moved, it shook the heavens and the earth. Even the epic-deer wind god pterosaur dared not confront it hidden on the ground, and had to nervously take to the skies. With a casual swipe, it toppled several towering trees over 10 meters tall as if clearing away weeds, revealing its full form. A solemn face carved from solid stone, razor-sharp teeth harder than diamonds, and vines coiled around its cheeks and chin like a rugged beard. Its humanoid face was paired with a physique resembling that of a long-armed ape, slightly hunched, with arms that extended past its knees. Fang Shihao's nerves were taut as he silently issued a command in his mind. Xiaoguai immediately darted to the rock excavation ogre's flank, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Luo Jin's 6-star Lord-tier steel-armored turtle took the front line. As the evolved form of the iron-armored turtle, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled. To effectively draw the enemy's attention, the steel-armored turtle unleashed its taunt ability. The freshly created rock excavation ogre would not tolerate such provocation. Enraged, it uprooted a massive tree that would have required 8 people to carry and swung it effortlessly at the steel-armored turtle. The first strike pinned the turtle's limbs into the ground, but before the second blow could land, the steel-armored turtle activated its iron wall shield ability. Its entire body shimmered with a metallic sheen, shattering the incoming tree trunk upon impact. Undeterred by the loss of its weapon, the rock excavation ogre closed the distance with just a few heavy strides. The moment had come. Xiaoguai unleashed a torrent of fire from its mouth, igniting the surrounding grass instantly. The blazing inferno skill scorched the ogre's rocky back, causing it to crackle and splinter. Without hesitation, Xiaoguai followed up with a triple flaming tail whip attack, each strike further fracturing the ogre's rocky exterior. The first strike caused it to stagger, and by the third, this moving mountain was forced to its knees, shedding at least 2 tons of rock from its body. What incredible damage! You're amazing, boss, exclaimed Lu Xiaochuan, the team support specialist, unable to contain his excitement. But Fang Shihao remained on edge, knowing full well that the real danger had only just begun. Enraged, the rock excavation ogre slammed its massive fists into the ground, activating its earth core tremor ability. In an instant, a magnitude 8 earthquake erupted within a radius of 100 meters. Ancient trees toppled, and countless deeply rooted tree roots were snapped and exposed. The violent tremors sent everyone stumbling and falling. Fang Shihao tried to cling to a tree for stability, only to narrowly avoid being crushed by a collapsing trunk. He urgently called for Xiaoguai to retreat, but the rock excavation ogre had already locked onto its target. Caught in the quake, Xiaoguai's hastily executed, bone-shattering iron claw was feeble and failed to fend off the ogre's massive hand. Xiaoguai was swatted away, slamming into a crumbling rock wall. Fortunately, Xiaoguai's overall attributes were exceptional, with only minimal weaknesses in flight and water combat. The blow inflicted only minor injuries, leaving its bones intact despite the force of the impact. After being severely injured by the three-tailed fire fox's attack, the ferocity of the rock-crushing mountain demon was completely unleashed. It turned around and delivered a heavy punch, slamming the steel-armored turtle into the ground. Accompanied by violent tremors, the turtle's hind leg was twisted and broken by the sheer force of the earth. The seismic upheaval lasted 10 seconds as the mountain demon's fists rained down, shattering the turtle's shell into a web of cracks. Enduring a dizzying nausea from the quaking ground, Lu Xiaochuan fought the urge to vomit and commanded the emerald-eyed spirit ram to release healing mist. The ram, with its sleek green fur and calm demeanor, exhaled a vibrant green mist, which floated toward the steel-armored turtle. The mist seeped into the turtle's broken leg, visibly mending its wounds at an astonishing speed. Healing was prioritized based on urgency. The spirit ram focused on the critically injured steel-armored turtle, while the healing dandelion scattered its therapeutic fluff toward the bruised ribs of the three-tailed fire fox, which had suffered a heavy blow. Meanwhile, Xiaoguai, due to its high-tier status, was barely affected by ordinary healing techniques. However, it hadn't sustained any significant injuries and simply bared its sharp fangs, exuding menace. 1 minute has passed since the battle began. Fang Shihao muttered curiously, glancing upward to check on their main combatant. The sight froze him in his tracks as he witnessed, for the first time, the wind god pterosaur fighting in its full glory. The wind god pterosaur spiraled through the air, summoning an immense, shapeless gale that churned the clouds into a funnel-like typhoon. The sky darkened, the sun and moon obscured, as an overwhelming storm gathered power. Fang Shihao, standing on the ground, felt his heart race and a wave of fear creep over him as he took in the terrifying sight. At this critical moment, the steel-armored turtle had to hold the rock-crushing mountain demon at bay. Luojin, resolute in his decision to fight to the death, commanded the turtle to continue provoking its enemy. Die! I'll kill you! The mountain demon roared in fury, its massive fists pounding relentlessly on the steel-armored turtle. The once impenetrable shell now bore deep dents and expanding cracks. Despite Lu Xiaochuan urging his 2 healing beasts to give it their all, the healing simply couldn't keep up with the escalating damage. The sturdy shell was on the verge of shattering. Xiaoguai, keep harassing it, Fang Shihao ordered. Xiaoguai launched another sneak attack from behind, but the mountain demon, having learned from its earlier mistake, was prepared. As Xiaoguai approached, the ground erupted with 2 spiked stone walls closing in to crush it. This earth-based skill, crushing walls, was as iconic as the mountain demon's seismic core technique. Blazing inferno! A surge of flames shattered one of the spiked walls, allowing Xiaoguai to narrowly evade. This marked its second use of a signature skill in a short span, leaving even the fire-resistant Xiaoguai with blistered burns inside its mouth. Although high-star monarchs could contend with low-star epic-level foes, Xiaoguai, still in its growth phase, was clearly no match for the 8-star mountain demon. While it managed to distract the foe momentarily, it only forced out a single skill, as the mountain demon's stone fists continued to hammer down on the steel-armored turtle. The steel-armored turtle, its shell riddled with fractures and on the brink of collapse, activated its iron wall shield defense once more, buying another precious 5 seconds. This unyielding resolve finally paved the way for a glimmer of victory. Above, the wind god pterosaur descended rapidly, carrying the full might of its inherited skill, Sword of Divine Retribution, a devastating attack, channeling the boundless power of the wind to smite all formidable foes. The gale's oppressive force made it hard to breathe. Facing the Sword of Divine Retribution, the mountain demon panicked and tried to flee. But just as it turned, the battered steel-armored turtle suddenly lunged forward, its sharp beak crushing the mountain demon's ankle. Staggered, the mountain demon lost any chance of escape. Enraged, the mountain demon ignored the looming threat above, determined to drag the cursed old turtle down with it. With a vengeful punch, it dealt the final blow. The turtle's shell shattered with a deafening crack, and the strike obliterated its internal organs, killing it instantly. At the same moment, the wind god pterosaur struck. Its wings, imbued with the tempest's divine power, slashed through the air in a diagonal arc. Time seemed to freeze as the mountain demon's eyes dimmed. Its massive stone body cleaved cleanly in two. The upper half slid off smoothly and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. We won. Fang Shihao felt a twinge of regret. The grueling battle ended with the wind god pterosaur delivering the final blow. An 8-star monarch could yield at least 2,000 life essence points, and missing out on that was a pity. However, given Xiao Guai's current abilities, even if the mountain demon stood still, it would take a considerable effort to bring it down. Jumping down from the wind god pterosaur, Cui Xie said, "I saw how the steel-armored turtle fought to its last breath. You and your beasts are paragons of loyalty. If the mountain demon leaves behind multiple offspring, I will give you one. If not, you'll find another beast equally strong to compensate you." "Thank you, second miss," Luo Jin replied, his voice heavy with grief as he mourned his loyal companion, lost in the heat of battle. "Fang, your contribution was equally commendable in this fight. As far as I know, you don't have a second beast yet. If 3 of the mountain demon's offspring survive, they'll give you one." Being from a prominent family, Cui Xie was fair and just, rewarding based on merit. She made no exceptions for Fang Shihao, despite his higher potential, and placed him after Luo Jin in priority. "Thank you," Fang Shihao said, then added, "Can I make a request?" "Go ahead. You see, I'm 2 years older than you. Can you stop calling me Little Fang? Just use my name, or, better yet, call me Brother Hao." Being called Little Fang by a younger girl was starting to grate on him. "Sorry, but I judge people by strength, not age. If you're stronger than me, I'll call you Brother Hao without hesitation. But for now, you don't qualify," Cui Xie replied seriously. She wasn't joking, this was genuinely her belief. "Fine, but at least call me by my name. Little Fang is just disrespectful." Cui Xie snorted lightly, neither agreeing nor refusing. Following the footprints of the rock-eating mountain troll, the group began their search for its lair. As the ruler of Songhe Mountain, the troll had no interest in concealing its dwelling, a spacious cave, located midway up the mountain. The cave's interior was breathtaking. A soft carpet of fine river sand covered the ground, and smooth pebbles were artfully arranged to form what appeared to be a nursery. For stone-encased eggs, each about a meter tall, lay quietly buried in the sand. 2 of them radiated vitality, gently rocking in response to the unfamiliar presence approaching them. The strongest hatchling was the first to emerge. It broke through the shell of its stone egg, deftly wriggling out. This infant rock-eating mountain troll was irresistibly adorable. A round, stone-like head with thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, paired with short but sturdy limbs. It resembled a giant human baby, its slow, deliberate movements reminiscent of a sloth. Cui Xie approached the hatchling with a warm smile. "Little one, from now on, I'll be your master. You'll need to protect me well, okay?" She extended her spiritual energy, forging a connection with the troll's pure and untainted mind. Slowly, the 2 distinct streams of spiritual energy intertwined, forming an unbreakable bond, a crucial step in the process of a beast tamer claiming their beast. As Cui Xie was busy taming the first hatchling, its slightly frail sibling also broke free from its shell. Luo Jin had already spoken with Fang Shihao and Lu Xiaochuan in advance. "Gentlemen, I'm about to claim a beast. If either of you has any objections to the distribution, now's the time to speak up." "This one's yours by right," Fang Shihao replied calmly. "You contributed more, so the second one naturally belongs to you. Good luck," Lu Xiaochuan added with a smile. Luo Jin successfully completed the taming of the second rock-eating mountain troll without much effort. The remaining 2 stone eggs, however, showed no signs of life. Cui Xie, now accompanied by her newly tamed troll, approached the others. "It's a shame there isn't a third one. So, tell me, what's your ideal second beast? I'll keep an eye out for you. No need to feel sorry. Even if there were a third, I wouldn't want it," Fang Shihao said nonchalantly. "When it comes to choosing beasts, I believe in quality over quantity. If it's the same species, it has to be the best, never a second-rate option." As someone blessed with a system, his standards were indeed higher than the average noble family heir. "Sounds like sour grapes to me," Chui Xie teased, pointing at the largest of the stone eggs. Since you're so particular, how about taking this largest mountain troll egg? It's highly nutritious. Fang Shihao, unfamiliar with advanced beast taming knowledge, was curious. That's strange. This one is the largest, so why didn't it survive, while the two smaller ones did? Chui Xie shared her expertise. Elemental species require the separation of maternal energy to produce offspring. The weakest ones are naturally eliminated, but overly strong ones are also abandoned because they demand too much energy, which could endanger the mother's survival. Some scholars even propose a conspiracy theory, suggesting the mother beast fears the strongest offspring might one day challenge its territory. While elemental species theoretically have multiple epic-level evolutionary paths, very few reach their full potential, possibly due to this selective abandonment. After hearing her explanation, Fang Shihao seemed thoughtful. In that case, they'll take this largest mountain troll egg. Chui Xie explained how to use it. Even though it's dead, the egg is still brimming with energy. Remove the stone shell, grind the contents into powder, and mix it with water for Xiao Guai to drink. It'll be enough to raise its star level by 1. Seemingly understanding, Xiao Guai nuzzled Fang Shihao with its round head, purring contentedly while its 3 tails wagged in delight. Don't get any ideas, Fang Shihao said, lightly tapping Xiao Guai's fox-like head with a smile. This will be your future companion, me second beast. I told you, it's a stillborn egg. It's impossible to hatch a mountain troll from it, Chui Xie said, shaking her head in exasperation at Fang Shihao's fanciful notions. Fang Shihao gazed at the lifeless mountain demon embryo, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips, though his eyes grew increasingly profound. To him, this seemingly inert embryo harbored limitless possibilities. If you enjoy wasting your time, be my guest. Consider it another failed experiment to contribute to the Beastmaster world, Chui Xie remarked with open disdain etched across her face. Someone has to create miracles. Why not me? Fang Shihao replied calmly. Fine, I'll admit you've already worked some miracles. Turning a blazing fire fox into a 3-tailed fire fox proves your exceptional vision and nurturing skills. But reviving a dead mountain demon embryo is universally recognized as impossible. What makes you think you can defy that truth? Because I'm Fang Shihao. His unshakable confidence elicited a chuckle from Chui Xie. All right then, since you're so confident, let's make a bet. If you can hatch this dead mountain demon embryo within a year, I'll call you Big Bro Hao from then on. If you fail, you'll become my retainer. So if I win, you change how you address me. If I lose, I give up my freedom? That's quite the expensive name change. Fang Shihao raised an eyebrow. What do you suggest then? I accept, but let's shorten the bet to 24 hours. If I can't hatch the mountain demon embryo within a day, I lose. Fang Shihao's tone was firm and resolute. To Chui Xie, this was no longer confidence but sheer arrogance. Fine. I'll wait and see you hatch the embryo. Had Chui Xie known Fang Shihao better, she would have realized he never gambles unless he's sure of victory. The moment Fang Shihao touched the mountain demon embryo, a system interface unfolded before him, presenting 3 potential evolution paths. 1. Ordinary mountain demon embryo monarch stone carving mountain demon 3850 life, essence epic golden mountain demon. 2. Ordinary mountain demon embryo extraordinary imperfect gargoyle 350 life, essence legendary radiant gargoyle. 3. Ordinary mountain demon embryo awaken living fossil golem 55 life, essence mythical mountain giant. System prompt. Once an evolution path is selected, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. This was why Fang Shihao dismissed living young stone-carving mountain demons, but valued the dead mountain demon embryo as a treasure. The potential of a stone-carving mountain demon was fixed, with a maximum evolution into an epic-level golden mountain demon. However, an unhatched mountain demon embryo held infinite possibilities, as evidenced by the 3 evolution paths provided by the system. The first path followed the traditional stone-carving mountain demon route, which Fang Shihao dismissed outright. The third path led to the mythical-level mountain giant, offering the greatest potential. Even a fully evolved golden mountain demon was nothing more than a cautious plaything before a mountain giant. However, Fang Shihao hesitated between the second and third paths. While the mountain giant's power far surpassed the radiant gargoyle, the latter's advantage as a flying beast was undeniable. Though the extraordinary level imperfect gargoyle lacked wings temporarily, advancing to the lord level would grant Fang Shihao a flying beast, opening up the skies. Should he prioritize greater potential or the benefits of flight? Fang Shihao needed to weigh his options carefully. Time was on his side, and there was no rush to decide. Meanwhile, the last mountain demon embryo was assigned to Lu Xiaochuan, who had contributed the least after failing to protect his steel-armored crocodile turtle. The helicopter descended once more, safely delivering the group to the outskirts of the Mingting Manor. Spanning 10 hectares, the estate boasted expansive stables and a beast park. A lord-level fierce mastiff lay lazily by the gate, serving as a guard dog. Upon spotting the helicopter, it wagged its tail excitedly and rushed to greet its master. Entering through the side gate, they were greeted by an exquisite garden. Lotus flowers stood gracefully in the water, elegant swans glided across the surface, and vibrant koi swam leisurely below. Fang Shihao felt like a modern-day Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, once again awed by the lifestyle of the wealthy. Feel free to explore. If you need anything, ask the butler or the servants, Cui Xie said before reverting to her carefree nature in the familiar surroundings. Skipping happily, she called out, Xiaoguai, come on, let's feast on all the good stuff. Master, they'll be back after I've drained the rich lattice pantry, Xiaoguai declared with mock seriousness, following Cui Xie with a look of determined gluttony. Have fun, Fang Shihao said with a smile, watching them leave. With the others gone, Fang Shihao wandered onto a stone bridge, leaning against the railing to admire the pond's serene beauty while contemplating whether to choose the radiant gargoyle or the mountain giant evolution path. 10 minutes later, he made his decision. The mountain giant. True to his philosophy, quality over compromise, opted for the path with the highest potential. The radiant gargoyle's mediocre flying speed was far from impressive. If he ever needed a flying beast, he would settle for nothing less than the very best. Not a creature with no glaring weaknesses yet no standout strengths either. A gentle breeze swept through the pavilion as Fang Shihao held his breath, focusing intently as he cautiously extended his mental energy toward the lifeless mountain demon embryo. The embryo's infant-stage stone mining demon had already perished. Its once humanoid limbs and torso had reverted to solid rock. Only a faint trace of spiritual energy remained, a fragile testament to its incomplete demise. Little one, Fang Shihao whispered in his mind, I will help you be reborn. If you can sense my intention, form a bond with me. I will guide you to return in a new form and eventually rise to the pinnacle of the Beastmaster world. Though the fragile life within could not fully comprehend his words, it felt the glimmer of hope for a second chance. Overwhelmed with joy, it responded to Fang Shihao, willingly initiating a contract bond. When the mountain demon embryo appeared on his Beastmaster panel, Fang Shihao exhaled in relief. Without hesitation, he chose the mountain giant evolution path and infused 55 points of life essence into it. Under the influence of this vital energy, the dying creature began reshaping itself, shedding its stone mining demon form. The Beastmaster panel displayed the complete evolution path as follows. Awaken living fossil supernatural golem 200 life, essence lord stone giant 1300 life, essence sovereign rock titan 2850 life, essence epic moss giant unknown legendary mount moving giant unknown mythical mountain giant unknown. With approximately 1000 points of life essence remaining, Fang Shihao had enough to elevate the little one to the supernatural level. He immediately chose to progress, channeling 200 points of life essence. The embryo's life force settled into a calm state, beginning the half-hour evolution process. When the transformation was complete, the golem shattered the outer shell of the embryo with a single punch. Standing at a modest height of just 1.5 meters, this new life form possessed a sturdy, muscular frame, but its crystal-clear eyes radiated innocence. It gazed at Fang Shihao, one who had granted it new life, and timidly called out through their mental link, D-Daddy. That single word stirred an indescribable wave of emotion within Fang Shihao. Overcome with joy, he opened his arms to embrace the wanton child. Good child, he exclaimed passionately. Daddy will raise you to become the mightiest mountain giant. As a gift to mark their bond, Fang Shihao bestowed upon the golem a rare skill he had acquired from a mountain grizzly, Wrath of the Mountain King. This earth element enhancement skill significantly amplified the user's strength and the power of earth-based abilities for a short period, making it a perfect match for the golem's attributes. Fang Shihao looked at the stone figure in front of him and gave it a simple yet meaningful name, Little Stone. The name might have been plain, but it held profound significance. Not only was its entire body made of stone, but its character was as steadfast and unyielding as a rock. Even when clinging to the slimmest thread of hope, it would persevere until the very end. Thank you, Dad. I really like this name, came a faint yet joyful response from Little Stone. Meanwhile, in Cui Xie's private sanctuary, Little Fluffy was living the most luxurious moments of its life. The place was stocked with countless rare treasures, including dragon marrow so expensive that Fang Shihao couldn't afford even a gram. Here, though, it was stored in tubes, each containing 5 grams. Little Fluffy had already consumed 2 tubes and was now chomping on concentrated golden goat milk bars as if they were snacks, its belly noticeably bulging. Sis, I'm full now, Little Fluffy said, looking up with sparkling eyes, yawning as it prepared to level up. If you're sleepy, go ahead and rest. Once you wake up, I'll take you to see how your silly master is struggling to hatch that egg, Cui Xie said, a chuckle escaping her as she pictured Fang Shihao sitting helplessly atop the massive mountain troll egg. Though Little Fluffy felt a bit offended by its master being called silly, it decided to let it slide given how well this generous rich sister treated it. Curling up into a fluffy ball, its three large tails covering its body, it quickly drifted into slumber. As it slept, its swollen belly rapidly flattened, as all the nutrients were converted into energy for growth. Watching little Fluffy's astonishing digestion abilities, even Chui Xiaoyuho owned a windwing wyvern called help but feel a twinge of envy. Leaning against the warm, furry fox, she too fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that little Fluffy had been awake for some time but had remained still to avoid disturbing her. What a thoughtful big fox you are. Fang Shihao is incredibly lucky to have you. Let's go see if your master is tearing his hair out yet. With the guidance of her butler, Uncle Deng, Chui Xie rode a pristine white horse, bringing little Fluffy along to the quarry in the back mountains. This was where food for the mountain troll was mined, as this unique beast would only eat high-quality stones. The better the stones, the faster its growth. From a distance, Chui Xie saw a shocking sight. A stone figure sitting among the rocks, feasting away with gusto. You actually did it. This completely upends everything the beast taming world thought was possible. I've told you before, I'm Fang Shihao, the embodiment of miracles, Fang Shihao said smugly. From now on, call me Brother Hao. Sure thing, Brother Hao, Chui Xie replied sweetly, handing him an invoice. But since you're my big brother, you can't just take your little sister's things without paying for them, right? Fang Shihao glanced at the total on the bill, 63 million, and his voice immediately cracked. You've got to be kidding me. Either pay up and be my big brother, or we keep things as they are. Your choice, Chui Xie said, finally revealing a victorious smile. Faced with such an astronomical sum, Fang Shihao had no choice but to concede. Fine, we'll keep things as they are. Hearing you call me brother is worth it anyway. Chui Xie's sharp eyes scanned Fang Shihao's rock-digging mountain goblin and immediately noticed something unusual. Your mountain goblin looks off. Why are its arms so short? It looks more like a stone golem than a goblin. She then elaborated in detail. A proper rock-digging mountain goblin resembles a gibbon with arms that extend past its knees, a hunched back, and stands between 6 to 8 meters tall. In contrast, a similarly tiered rock giant looks more human, with shorter arms, a straight posture, and can grow up to 12 meters tall. Heh, you've got sharp eyes, Fang Shihao admitted with a sheepish grin. Realizing he couldn't fool someone with Chui Xie's family background, he decided to come clean. Chui Xie's phoenix eyes widened in surprise. Unbelievable. So, you've already picked your second beast and we're just messing with me, huh? Don't overthink it, Fang Shihao replied as he pulled out a fragment of a mountain goblin's primordial egg. Little rock did hatch from a mountain goblin's primordial egg, but the mother mountain goblin we killed ignored it completely. It didn't want to follow in its mother's footsteps and chose the path of a mountain giant instead. It's true that elemental creatures can undergo mutations in their offspring. Chui Xie acknowledged his explanation, though she still felt he might be stretching the truth. Do you even know how to raise a stone golem? Not really. Little Rock just says it needs to eat stones to grow, Fang Shihao admitted with a shrug. That's accurate. Earth elemental creatures are relatively easy to sustain, Chui Xie explained. But if you want it to grow rapidly, ordinary stones won't cut it. You'll need high-hardness materials like granite and basalt, plus regular supplements of gemstone ores and meteorite fragments. The monthly cost will be at least 100,000 yuan, she added, and that's actually quite affordable. Yen Junkai spends 200,000 a month, raising his extraordinary tier armored rhino. My little one once devoured rare resources worth 63 million in one go, just to level up by 1 star. Well, since I'm raising a mountain goblin and you're raising a stone golem, we'll need similar resources. Leave me your address, and I'll send you a share of high-quality stone each month, Chui Xie offered. Fang Shihao's face lit up. That's fantastic. ITLL save me the trouble of sourcing the materials. They'll make sure to pay every penny I owe. Do as you like, Chui Xie said indifferently before changing the subject. Have you decided which university you're going to? Qingqiu University. I considered Ice Phoenix University, but the admissions director from Qingqiu personally visited me, and I was impressed by their sincerity. So, I agreed, Fang Shihao replied. If your little one hadn't evolved into a 3-tailed firefox, that would have been a foolish choice, Chui Xie remarked. But now that it's showing extraordinary potential, pursuing the dream of a 9-tailed flame fox seems worth the gamble. Both universities are in Jingchuan City, so we'll still have plenty of chances to meet, Fang Shihao said with a smile. I could even introduce you to some of the local aristocratic families to broaden your horizons. Sure, we'll see when the time comes. By now, it was already 4 p.m. Fang Shihao decided it was time to leave. Chui Xie gave him a mischievous smile. Not staying a little longer? No, if I stay any longer, I might not want to leave, Fang Shihao blurted out, then quickly added, your estate is just too luxurious. It's the kind of place that makes you never want to leave. Someday, when I have the money, I'll build an estate of my own. I hope that day comes sooner rather than later, Chui Xie said with a faint smile before instructing, Uncle Deng, arrange for a driver to take Fang back to the city. The butler, Uncle Deng, promptly arrived in a golf cart, and arranged for a chauffeur to drive Fang Shihao back to the city center in a stretch limousine. Sitting in the luxurious car, Fang Shihao reflected on this incredible day. Not only had he effortlessly secured his second beast, but he had also advanced to an intermediate beast tamer without any prior preparation. As a beast tamer, having one beast classifies you as a beginner. With two, you automatically advance to intermediate. Raising beasts requires significant energy and financial investment, so most beast tamers focus on nurturing a single primary beast during high school and only consider adding a second or third during university. Upon reaching intermediate status, a beast tamer develops the ability to multitask effectively, commanding multiple beasts simultaneously. Additionally, their beast space expands from a single room to a two-story structure, with ceilings up to 10 meters high and a ground area exceeding 200 square meters. The space even begins to generate natural elements like sand and soil, signaling the gradual perfection of its internal laws. Since evolving into a three-tailed fire fox, Xiaoguai's size had increased significantly. The spacious beast taming space finally allowed him to stretch his body freely. However, he was in no mood to celebrate. His golden eyes were fixed intently on an unexpected visitor. Although Fang Shihao had hinted earlier that a new companion might join them, Xiaoguai had dismissed it as a joke. It wasn't until he saw Xiaoshitu at the quarry that he realized his master was serious. Fang Shihao had indeed chosen a second beast to tame. Now, Xiaoguai lay lazily on the soft, newly formed sandy ground within the beast taming space. He squinted his eyes, watching Xiaoshitu, who was sitting a short distance away, engrossed in gnawing on a rock. The crunching sound echoed incessantly. How Xiaoguai let out a soft fox cry, laced with the unique mental energy shared among tamed beasts. Are rocks that tasty? Why do you keep eating them? Xiaoshitu continued chewing, seemingly oblivious. After 3 full seconds, he responded in an extremely slow and deliberate tone. Rocks, good. Strong help? Dad. It took him a full 20 seconds to utter those simple words. Well, keep it up then. Try to become as strong as me someday. I can clear any obstacle for our master, Xiaoguai boasted, shaking his head proudly. His soft, fluffy ears wobbled like jelly. After another pause, Xiaoshitu finally replied in his usual sluggish manner. Okay. Anyway, just so you know, the master likes me the most. Xiaoshitu, you better understand your place, Xiaoguai added with a hint of provocation. This remark seemed to hit a nerve. Xiaoshitu suddenly became unusually alert. He crushed the rock in his palm into powder and said decisively, Dad loves me more. Dream on. In the master's first tamed beast. Our bond is unshakable. Dad loves me more. Xiaoshitu's limited vocabulary left him repeating the same phrase, but his tone grew increasingly firm, brimming with anger. Do you want to fight, you rockhead? Xiaoguai crouched slightly, his 3 flaming tails raised high like battle flags. Smash. Destroy. Despite being at a disadvantage in strength, Xiaoshitu showed no fear. Drawing power from the earth, he conjured a massive boulder about a meter wide and hoisted it above his head like a little tyrant, ready for battle. Enough of this nonsense. Sensing the rising tension, Fang Shihao projected his will into the beast-taming space and feigned anger to stop the quarrel. Reluctantly, Xiaoshitu swallowed the boulder he had conjured, and Xiaoguai obediently lay back down on the sand. But as soon as Fang Shihao withdrew his will, Xiaoguai would occasionally flash his teeth at Xiaoshitu, while Xiaoshitu hastened his rock-eating pace, eager to grow stronger. This kind of rivalry for affection is a common challenge for beast tamers who train multiple main companions. The solution is straightforward. Have them fight side by side a few times to forge a strong bond of camaraderie. For now, Fang Shihao's priority was to ensure their conflict didn't escalate beyond control before such a bond could be formed. At exactly 7 o'clock, Fang Shihao's biological clock woke him up. He picked up his phone to check the calendar. June 20th, Monday, sunny, and, as it humorously noted, not suitable for battle. This not suitable for battle wasn't due to superstition but rather because his beast companion, Xiaoguai, had recently become unusually lethargic. Ever since indulging in a feast at Cui Siye's estate, Xiaoguai had been sleeping for nearly 20 hours a day, digesting the rare and precious treasures it consumed. Dragon marrow, cicada molts of longevity, corpse mushroom spores. Cui Siye had spent tens of millions without a second thought just to pamper Xiaoguai. The extravagant banquet had immediately boosted Xiaoguai's star level by 1. But the massive energy reserves still needed time to be fully converted, laying the groundwork for the next upgrade. For a beast companion, each star level increase brings a 510 boost in strength. While it doesn't compare to the qualitative leap of a rank promotion, the accumulated differences in star levels can also determine the outcome of battles. Even a weak 8-star monarch level beast can easily crush a strong 0-star monarch. In beast battles, rank disparity is the primary consideration, followed by level difference, and lastly, attribute advantages. Today was a significant day for Fang Shihao. His grandmother was being discharged from the hospital, and they were moving into a new home. It was a double blessing. Before leaving, he took one last look around their old house, every corner filled with warm memories. He also needed to visit Aunt Zhao, who had taken care of them for years, especially during his grandmother's hospital stay. Fang Shihao withdrew 30,000 yuan, wrapped it in craft paper, and tucked it into his pocket. As he stepped out the door, a strong, metallic scent of blood hit him. He looked down to find the severed, blood-soaked head of a blazing fox lying at his doorstep. It was an unmistakable death threat, a message that whoever did this not only knew where he lived, but could also eliminate his main beast companion at any time. In the dimly lit corridor, Fang Shihao's gaze turned icy. It wasn't hard to identify who might have done this. Only those involved in the secret high school entrance exam realm still believed Xiao Guai was a blazing fox. And among them, the only one with both the capability and motive was Zhou Chunyu. A scion of a noble family, Zhou Chunyu may not match the power of the Cui family, but he was more than capable of dealing with someone like Fang Shihao, an ordinary citizen. To kill a lord-level blazing fox just to send a warning demonstrated Zhou Chunyu's ruthlessness and access to resources. His hesitation to act directly likely stemmed from concerns about Cui Siye's stance. Fang Shihao pondered his next move. The safest option was to cut ties with Cui Siye, making Zhou Chunyu lose interest in pursuing him further. He picked up his phone, scrolled to Cui Siye's number, and hesitated with his finger hovering over the call button. Endure and avoid trouble, he told himself, searching for reasons to back down. 30 years of ups and downs, there will always be a chance to rise again. But in the next moment, his eyes hardened with resolve. Why should I endure this? Fang Shihao gritted his teeth. If I give in to Zhou Chunyu today, tomorrow it'll be another young master from some other family. When does it end? To hell with that. If they want to fight, bring it on. I didn't come into this world to be stepped on. If you dare touch my family, I'll wipe yours off the map. Let's see who's more ruthless. He stuffed the bloodied fox head into a bag, steadied his emotions, and headed toward Aunt Zhao's house. At 3 a.m., Aunt Zhao had already left for her job at the breakfast shop, leaving her 14-year-old son, Zhang Xian, alone at home. Fang Shihao, familiar with the routine, arrived at her house, casually holding a craft paper package containing 30,000 yuan. Aunt Zhao isn't back yet? Fang Shihao asked nonchalantly. The shop's busy during summer break. She won't be back until noon. Are you here to see my mom, brother Hao? Zhang Xian, a second-year middle school student, replied. I just wanted to stop by before we move. This package is a little something for Aunt Zhao. All the old stuff in the house is yours now. Keep what you need. Sell what you don't. Zhang Xian looked at Fang Shihao with a mix of emotions. Brother Hao, I heard you got into a top university and that your scholarship is $1 million a year. Is that true? Facing the pressure of his upcoming high school entrance exams, Zhang Xian had long shed his innocence. With a father who worked as a long-haul truck driver, he understood all too well that the world only smiled upon the wealthy. If he couldn't excel in his exams and catch the attention of a major company or influential family, he feared he might end up following in his father's footsteps. He desperately needed a role model to show him that ordinary people could rise above their circumstances. It's true, Fang Shihao said with a warm smile, ruffling Zhang Xin's hair. Study hard, learn about beast taming, and change your destiny. With that, he turned and left. Driver Yang Fa had already completed the discharge procedures at the hospital and was waiting at the old Fang family home. When they went to pick up Fang Shihao's grandmother and mother, the entire floor of doctors and nurses came to see them off, offering a level of respect usually reserved for high-ranking officials. These heartfelt blessings softened much of the resentment in Fang Shihao's heart. Never thought these old bones of mine would get to live in a new house, his grandmother said, holding his hand with a kind smile. My good grandson, you've worked so hard. It wasn't hard at all, it was just a natural progression, like Fanjin passing the imperial exam and landlords rushing to gift him houses and money. Fang Shihao replied lightly, deliberately downplaying his struggles. Not long after the convoy left the hospital, they ran into a traffic jam, as if foreshadowing the challenges ahead. Sure enough, when they arrived at the Red Maple community, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, holding banners and causing a commotion. One banner, written in blood-red characters on a white background, read, Avenge my son's death, blood for blood. Among the crowd were numerous employees of a seafood shop, led by a man dressed in all-black Yin Peng. Fang Shihao, get out here. You murderer! Yin Peng shouted hoarsely. You killed my son. Blood for blood, you won't get away with this. These people seem to be here for revenge. Should we move to a different house? Yang Mingyue, who had never witnessed such a scene, asked nervously. Running away won't solve anything. Mom, Grandma, stay in the car, Fang Shihao said calmly as he stepped out. Yang Fa watched Fang Shihao's back, tempted to light a cigarette and watch the drama unfold. But remembering the women in the car, he sheepishly put the cigarette away. Don't worry, madam, ma'am. The young master is incredibly capable. Those thugs won't lay a finger on him. Yin Peng, Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here? Fang Shihao's voice thundered, drowning out the surrounding noise. Yin Peng, seeing the imposing figure of Fang Shihao, was reminded of the time he had been threatened with a knife by him. Instinctively, he lowered his head, but the grief of losing his son quickly reignited his courage. You killed my son and still dare to show your face. He'll make you pay with your life. Who sent you? Fang Shihao asked coldly, his mind immediately jumping to Zhou Qinya's earlier threats. My son's spirit sent me to claim your life. I asked around at the Shulan the day of the college entrance exams. He stood up to you, and that led to a conflict. You must have killed him in the exam realm. Yin Peng roared, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Fang Shihao. Yes, it was me. So what? Fang Shihao admitted without hesitation. Yin Peng exploded with rage, charging at Fang Shihao like a maddened bull. The hired thugs behind him brandished machetes, inciting the crowd to chant, a life for a life. Let's see who dares. Fang Shihao bellowed, his voice like a thunderclap. The sheer force of his presence erupted, and an overwhelming mental wave swept across the scene, silencing the agitated crowd in an instant. Yin Peng had completely lost his mind. His bulky frame lurched clumsily toward Fang Shihao, his hands reaching out to strangle him. But with a swift and effortless trip, Fang Shihao sent him crashing heavily to the ground. As Yin Peng struggled to get up, the blood streaks on his face mixed with the tears at the corners of his eyes, unintentionally giving him the appearance of a tragic hero. Fang Shihao spoke coldly, his words sharp as blades. As a boss, you shortchange customers and exploit your employees by withholding wages. As a father, you failed miserably, raising a son who is as venomous as a snake. Do you really believe Yin Jun had a vision and came to you in a dream? Let me tell you the truth, it was your son who, in the college entrance exam secret realm, first harbored the intent to kill me. Just because I publicly refuted him and left him speechless, he bore a grudge and sought to take my life. I merely defended myself. Yin Peng staggered back, his face ashen. He knew his son's character all too well, and as he listened to Fang Shihao's account, he could vividly picture the scene. Take your people and leave, Fang Shihao said in a low, menacing tone. Go home and think carefully about your next steps. If you come to your senses, live your life quietly. If not, feel free to come at me again, but next time, I won't hold back. Don't push me to eliminate the threat entirely. Yin Peng nodded repeatedly, his fear evident. As his anger subsided, he was left with only dread. Crossing paths with a beast tamer who held a grudge against him? That was a death wish. It was his grief over losing his son and the despair of having his hopes for upward mobility dashed that had driven him to this irrational outburst. At that moment, the police, responding to a report, arrived on the scene and swiftly surrounded the group causing the disturbance. The hired thugs, who had been brought in to stir up trouble, immediately turned on Yin Peng. We've got nothing to do with this. It was Boss Yin who hired us. One of them blurted out, causing trouble in Hongfeng community? Do you even realize this is the family housing for inspectors? A police officer barked, his tone dripping with the frustration of someone recently reprimanded by a superior. Yin Peng, trembling, tried to plead for permission to leave, but the officers had no intention of letting them off so easily. Take them all to the detention center, one ordered. Fang Shihao watched the scene unfold, fully aware of the police's stance. Just a week ago, he had narrowly avoided a life sentence for setting an example. Yin Peng, at this point, seemed almost relieved to be taken into custody, as it meant putting distance between himself and Fang Shihao. Once the troublemakers were escorted away, Fang Shihao turned to his family with a smile. Let's go check out the new place. Though Yang Mingyue still seemed a bit uneasy, Fang Shihao reassured her that there would be no more trouble after all. Hongfeng community was home to inspectors and senior officers. While Yang Fa went to fetch the car, Fang Shihao helped his mother and grandmother up to the 7th floor, to apartment 701. The moment the doors swung open, a spacious, bright interior greeted them. It was a luxurious 240-square-meter riverside home. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see the calm, moonlit river stretching out before them, with cars streaming steadily across the distant bridge and leisurely riverboats gliding by. His grandmother murmured in awe, while his mother's eyes grew red with emotion. Fang Shihao introduced the space with a smile. This is our home now. My good friend Su Xinghui lives next door, so our families can visit often. Seeing the happiness on his family's faces, he finally allowed himself a genuine smile. To make their lives easier, Fang Shihao proposed hiring Yang Fa's wife, Li Chunhong, as a housekeeper. His mother initially resisted, insisting she could handle the chores herself, but Fang Shihao was firm. The cost of a housekeeper is nothing to me. I work hard so you can enjoy life. With over 240 square meters to clean, it would be more exhausting than having a job. This is settled. Fang Shihao made the final call. His decision put young Mingyue at ease. After all, he had been the one managing all the major and minor matters at home for years. After lunch, Hu Shirong, the principal of second high school, personally visited their home, carrying 2 boxes of health supplements. He first exchanged pleasantries with the elderly lady, then sought out Fang Shihao, looking visibly uneasy as he brought up the time when Fang Shihao was imprisoned. Fang Shihao understood the situation well, knew the old principal had done his best back then, but his influence hadn't been strong enough to clear him of the charges. When the conversation turned to the high school league taking place on July 1st, Fang Shihao's gaze was resolute. Rest assured, I never go back on my word. While I can't guarantee we'll win the championship, we'll definitely achieve great results. The principal's face lit up with relief at his response. From his beast taming space, he retrieved an intricately crafted redwood box. You're representing second high. Take these 2 Sure Ed June mushrooms to strengthen your beasts. Sure Ed June? This was the second time Fang Shihao had heard the name. The last time was when Cui Siye gifted a treasure to little Guai, which included one of these mushrooms. The principal went on to explain in detail. The spores of Sure Ed June mushrooms parasitize wounds on wild awakened beasts, drawing on their life force to grow. Each mushroom represents the distilled essence of a wild awakened beast's life, and their market price reaches an astonishing 300,000 yuan more expensive than most extraordinary beast cubs. After seeing the principal off, Fang Shihao began strategizing. With only 10 days left until the high school league, Little Guai had little chance of breaking through in the short term. However, there was still hope for Little Stone. He decided to focus on advancing Little Stone to the level of a lordier stone giant, while also gaining practical combat experience. In the afternoon, Fang Shihao drove to the Beast Tamer Guild. As usual, he teased the receptionist, Zhao Sijia, complimenting her on how well the new furniture she had picked out suited his family. In the mission hall, Zhao Sijia helped him select 3 suitable tasks: a drank mission to drive beasts away from a farm, a crank daily forest patrol, and a mission to hunt down a ghoul wreaking havoc at the National Cemetery. They'll take them all, Fang Shihao declared decisively. Learning that the farm driving mission was the most urgent, he immediately drove to Wanghe Farm on the outskirts of the city. On the way, Fang Shihao carefully reviewed the mission details. Wanghe Farm had been attacked by unidentified wild beasts the previous night, resulting in the loss of several guard dogs and damage to the farmland. The daily forest patrol task stemmed from a prior incident involving corrupted wild dogs during his return from a long-eared ball rabbit breeding farm. The most challenging mission, however, was the crank task to hunt down a ghoul causing chaos at the National Cemetery, where heroes from the founding era of the Tunglong Empire were buried. The trees gradually became sparse, and vibrant green rice paddies came into Fang Shihao's view. The neatly arranged fields spread out in a grid, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Heavy rice stalks swayed gently in the warm breeze, while a straight road under the blue sky and white clouds cut through the vast farmland, promising an abundant harvest. However, this isolated farm on the outskirts of the city was facing a crisis. Ferocious beasts had set their sights on it. Fang Shihao followed the staff to the parking lot, his eyes scanning the large harvesters and several high-end sports cars parked there. The farm owner, Gu Fengshan, dressed in a navy tang suit, was fiddling with 2 smooth, reddish walnuts in his hands as he approached with a deliberate gait, flanked by 2 male attendants. The moment he saw Fang Shihao, his previously relaxed expression turned sour. Hey, watch your tone when speaking to our young master, Yang Fa interjected angrily. Gu Fengshan sneered dismissively. Oh, a young master, huh? Which family are you from? Who knows, I might have had dinner with your father before. Fang Shihao stopped Yang Fa, who was about to lash out, and responded with a cold smile. Tasks like this are usually taken by young beast tamers. Maybe you should reflect on that. If you can't afford it, don't post tasks. An urgent mission with a bounty of just 50,000? You've got some nerve. Well said, man. A familiar voice called out from the granary. Fang Shihao turned to see none other than Wang Hanyu, the organizer of the high school secret realm exchange and the student council president of Tianlan No. 1 High School. The two exchanged pleasantries and flattered each other, leaving Gu Fengshan standing to the side, visibly growing angrier. People like you, with your mediocre skills, are only worth 50,000. That's already being generous. Look at the junk cars you drive here, not even worth the price of one wheel on my Ferrari. Then why don't you let your Ferrari guard your farm for you? I'm out. Fang Shihao shot back immediately. Wang Hanyu and his companion, Lu Zhao, also expressed their intention to leave. Sensing the situation taking a turn for the worse, Gu Fengshan's expression darkened, but he had one of his attendants step forward to mediate. The attendant quickly explained that the master was simply worried about the autumn harvest and misspoke, appealing to the trio with arguments about grain prices and the greater good for society. In the end, Fang Shihao and the others reluctantly agreed to stay, but only on the condition that Gu Fengshan leave. After weighing the pros and cons, the businessman and Gu Fengshan decided to back down. The 3 young men chose not to eat at the farm. Instead, they lit a fire by the rice fields and roasted sweet potatoes. Wang Hanyu candidly admitted that it was his first time taking on a task and hoped to learn from Fang Shihao, whom he regarded as a senior. Wang's straightforward personality and knack for navigating relationships had earned him respect among both noble families and ordinary students alike. You give me too much credit. I'm just a beginner as well, Fang Shihao said modestly, though his eyes revealed a firm resolve. But as long as the three of us stick together, we should be able to handle any wild beast attacks without too much trouble. Wang Hanyu quickly caught the implied confidence in Fang Shihao's words. Although Fang didn't explicitly say something as blunt as, "I'll protect you guys," his attitude made it clear. The shift in how they addressed him from Fang to Brother Hao only further confirmed his growing leadership role. By dusk, they arrived at Wanghe Farm, where they met two other beast tamers in his 30s and the other an elder around 60. The older man, with an unyielding expression, coldly relayed instructions from Gu Fengshan. The 150 acres of rice fields to the west are under our watch, and the 150 acres to the east are your responsibility. If any damage occurs to the fields, not only will there be no reward, but you will also bear the consequences. Why should we accept that? Lu Zhao snapped angrily. We're risking our lives for this mission, and now you're telling us we won't get paid and might even be blamed? What kind of nonsense is that? Wang Hanyu remained calm and reasoned. Ignore him. He doesn't have the final say on whether we get paid. Let's just focus on the task. If he tries to cause trouble, we'll expose him. I'd like to see if he dares to cross the Beast Tamers Guild and its tens of thousands of registered freelance tamers. After the two beast tamers left, Wang Hanyu let out a wry smile. I thought we were just a couple of rookies taking on an easy, low-reward mission to gain some experience. Turns out, it's not only low-paying but also a hassle. Next time, we should do more research before accepting a task, Fang Shihao remarked. No wonder only 2 people took this job despite its proximity. I guess everyone in the guild knows what kind of person Gu Fengshan is. As night fell, the small farmhouse on the property lit up, but the surrounding rice fields were shrouded in darkness. The wind rustled through the stalks, creating soft, eerie whispers, as if something unseen was lurking. Lu Zhao was the first to summon his Beasted 2-star Transcendent grade Northern Wind Wolf, standing nearly a meter tall at the shoulder and stretching 1.6 meters in length. Its thick, gray and white fur shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Planning to join the police academy? Fang Shihao asked, recognizing that the Northern Wind Wolf, along with the Bloodhound, was a common beast among law enforcement. Yeah, Lu Zhao replied with a sigh. But my college entrance exam only earned me a good rating, so I can't get into Zhongding Royal Police Academy. They'll have to settle for Tianmin Police School. Fang Shihao gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. With the wolf's keen sense of smell, they didn't need to keep constant watch over the rice fields. The 3 of them gathered around a campfire, the crackling would filling the silence as they fell into quiet contemplation. At around 10 p.m., the Northern Wind Wolf suddenly let out a long howl, its fur bristling as it growled low in the direction of the rice fields. Whatever was lurking there had abandoned its stealth and was now charging recklessly, flattening stalks of rice in its path. Get ready for battle, Fang Shihao shouted. In an instant, his beast, Little Rock, emerged from its tamer space, its massive, overwrought frame landing heavily and leaving deep imprints in the gravel path. Wang Hanyu followed suit, summoning his 3-star lower-tier spiked porcupine. The battle was about to begin. The porcupine, often mistaken for being related to domestic pigs, is actually more closely associated with hedgehogs. These rodents are primarily found in Africa, Europe, and Southern Asia. Even before the cataclysm, porcupines were renowned for their formidable defensive abilities, so much so that even apex predators like lions and tigers would steer clear of them. Unless driven by extreme hunger, predators would rarely risk attacking a porcupine, as even a successful hunt could leave them with punctured mouths from the sharp quills, rendering them unable to hunt further and ultimately starving to death. There are even documented cases of greedy pythons dying after swallowing porcupines, as the indigestible quills perforated their stomachs. After their evolution, porcupines became even more formidable. The awaken level flying needle porcupine gained the quill barrage ability, turning their previously passive defense into an active offense. Meanwhile, the Lord level spiked porcupine developed the devastating spike volley skill, capable of launching all its quills at once to inflict widespread destruction on nearby enemies. However, spiked porcupines have their own weaknesses. Their small size, they don't even reach Fang Shihao's knee, and their relatively poor melee combat abilities and physical resilience. In the current battle, the spiked porcupine under Wang Hanyu's command launched the first attack. Its back arched, and its tail quills flared out like a peacock spreading its feathers. In a flash, a dozen sharp quills shot forward like crossbow bolts, taking down a swath of the rice field. Soon after, a familiar sound of agonized howls echoed. It was the cry of corrupted wild dogs. These guys again? Fang Shihao recognized the distinct howls and the stench of decay. We ran into them outside the city a few days ago. It's probably the same pack. Strange, corrupted wild dogs usually don't stay in one place for too long. Wang Hanyu mused, his tone thoughtful. They're coming! Lu Zhao suddenly shouted. From the rice field, more than a dozen corrupted wild dogs with rotting skin burst forth. These cunning predators avoided a direct assault, instead maintaining their high speed as they darted around, looking for openings while evading the porcupine's quill attacks. The battle erupted quickly. The Northwind wolf locked onto an injured wild dog, its gray-white fur shimmering with frost particles as it pounced. Despite the corrupted wild dog's attempt to retaliate with its virus-laden saliva, the Northwind wolf tore open its abdomen with brute force. However, in its final moments, the dying wild dog managed to sink its teeth into the wolf's neck. Seeing the Northwind wolf surrounded by the pack, Fang Shihao immediately ordered Little Stone to assist. However, the inherent speed disadvantage of the earth elemental beast quickly became apparent. Though Little Stone's rock fists were powerful, they struggled to land hits on the agile corrupted wild dogs, leaving only craters in the ground. This weakness could only be mitigated as Little Stone's abilities improved over time. Although Little Stone's speed remained slow even after transforming into a stone giant, this was the price to pay for its pursuit of immense strength and massive size. When a single step carried it as far as 100 steps for others, and a casual strike could cover a vast area, speed was no longer its critical weakness. On the battlefield, the northern wind wolf was locked in a fierce struggle. Packs of corrupted wild dogs encircled it, their bloodlust undeterred by the freezing northern winds and snow. These cunning beasts always attacked from behind, and within mere seconds, they tore a chunk of flesh from the wolf's hind leg. Just as the situation grew dire, Little Stone arrived in time. The frenzied, corrupted wild dogs, intoxicated by the scent of their prey's blood, failed to notice the approach of this colossal figure. Seizing the opportunity, Little Stone delivered a devastating rock punch to the nearest wild dog. With a sickening crack of bones, the dog was instantly smashed in half, reduced to a grotesque pile of blood and flesh. Your beast, Stone Giant, has killed a corrupted wild dog, absorbing 25 life essence points. The brutal death of their companion jolted the other wild dogs into momentary clarity, prompting them to retreat slightly. However, one blood-crazed dog recklessly lunged at the stone giant's leg, only to break its fangs against the unyielding surface. With a single kick, Little Stone sent the dog flying dozens of meters. It landed heavily on the ground, coughed up blood, and fled into the nearby rice fields in panic. At this moment, Little Stone stood like a moving fortress, shielding the injured northern wind wolf. While the corrupted wild dogs hesitated to launch another attack, they were equally reluctant to abandon their prey, leading to a tense standoff. Suddenly, a pair of ferocious, yellowed eyes gleamed ominously from within the rice fields. Emerging from the shadows was a 5-star leader-class feral hyena, far larger than an ordinary wolf. Its massive, gaping maw, capable of swallowing a watermelon whole, and its thick, muscular neck brimming with terrifying bite force, left no doubt about its formidable power. Fang Shihao had been on guard, but he hadn't anticipated facing such a fearsome opponent. In the blink of an eye, the colossal beast closed the 10-meter gap and loomed over the group, its foul stench nearly causing them to faint. At this critical moment, only Wang Hanyu's spiked porcupine stood ready to defend the fragile beast tamers. Wang Hanyu's cautious nature had given him a slight advantage, but it also made him realize that this opponent was far more dangerous than they had ever expected. Fire the spikes. Now. In a critical moment, Wang Hanyu decisively played his trump card. The spiked porcupine took a deep breath, gathering its energy. In the next instant, thousands of sharp quills erupted from its body like a storm of arrows, sweeping outward in all directions except for a safe zone directly behind it to protect its master. The rice fields within a 30-meter radius were instantly flattened, the dense barrage of spikes transforming the area into a deadly no-man's land. The charging savage hyena had no time to react, blindly rushing forward only to have its head turned into a grotesque pincushion, bristling with black and white quills. One spike pierced straight through its eyelid, puncturing its eyeball. Yet even this devastating attack failed to halt the savage hyena. Losing an eye only drove it into a greater frenzy. With blood and saliva dripping from its snarling maw, it lunged at the now vulnerable spiked porcupine. Having expended all its energy in the previous attack, the porcupine needed time to regenerate its quills and was at its most defenseless. Despair gripped Wang Hanyu. The Northwind wolf was out of commission, the rock golem was tied up fighting the pack of corrupted wild dogs, and if the spiked porcupine were to fall, the three of them would be doomed. He cursed himself for ever listening to his teacher's advice to come here for training. Just as the savage hyena was about to strike, a wave of searing heat swept across the battlefield. Wang Hanyu opened his tightly shut eyes to see a towering figure standing between them and the hyena. It was a massive fire fox, its body radiating flames like a blazing mountain. 3 fiery tails swayed in the wind, resembling eternal flames that would never be extinguished. One of the flaming tails lashed out like a bolt of lightning, leaving a blazing afterimage burned into everyone's retinas. It was Xiao Guai, now ascended to a 3-star beast. Its shoulder height had reached an imposing 2.2 meters, comparable to a young Asian elephant. Next to it, the spiked porcupine seemed minuscule, unable to even reach its knee when jumping. Despite its massive size, Xiao Guai retained the signature agility of fox-type beasts, demonstrating the unparalleled versatility of the mythical three-tailed fire fox. With Fang Shihao's beast in action, the tide of the battle was already determined. The savage hyena, a 5-star lower-tier beast, instinctively tried to flee in the face of Xiao Guai's overwhelming power. But driven mad with rage, it charged recklessly instead. What followed was a scene Fang Shihao had witnessed countless times before. The fire fox's flaming tail struck in rapid succession, delivering a triple whip attack. The savage hyena was sent flying 10 meters, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud that left a crater. Its charred corpse smoldered, releasing the acrid scent of burnt fur mixed with the aroma of cooked meat. A system notification chimed. Your beast, three-tailed fire fox, has slain a savage hyena. Gained 415 life essence points. The amount even surprised Fang Shihao. With one more prey like this, Little Rock could ascend to Lordier. Wang Hanyu and Lu Zhao, who had witnessed the entire scene, were utterly stunned. Wang Hanyu finally understood that Fang Shihao's fire fox had evolved into the far more powerful three-tailed fire fox. As for Lu Zhao, who had never seen a king-tier beast before, he now grasped why Wang Hanyu held Fang Shihao in such high regard. Xiao Guai didn't stop there. After swatting a corrupted wild dog to death with a single swipe of its paw, it darted into the rice fields to hunt down the remaining enemies. Wang Hanyu could barely contain his excitement. Shihao, you're incredible. You're my hero. Are you really just a civilian beast master? I've never seen even family-trained beast masters as powerful as you. Getting to do a mission with someone like you, I'll be bragging about this for the next 10 years. Lu Zhao, an excellent partner in banter, picked up Wang Hanyu's words and continued to flatter him. However, he quickly snapped out of it, realizing the urgency, and rushed toward the Beifeng wolf. The scene before him was heart-wrenching. Beifeng wolf was gravely injured, its spinal nerves damaged, leaving its lower body paralyzed. It could only let out pained whimpers. Its fur was matted with blood, and a dark red puddle had formed beneath it. To make matters worse, the venomous saliva of the corrupted wild dogs had caused the wounds to fester and become infected. We need to get it to medical care immediately, Wang Hanyu decided without hesitation. With the life force of a contracted beast, it still has a chance if we act now. Any delay could be fatal. What about the mission? Lu Zhao hesitated. To hell with the mission. Fang Shihao roared. The safety of the beast comes first. Get it to the vet now. Wang Hanyu, you escort it. I'll cover the rear. Without wasting another second, Wang Hanyu and Lu Zhao hoisted the Beifeng wolf and sprinted toward the farm, with the spiked porcupine following closely behind. Its tail spikes were growing rapidly, ready for combat. Just then, a jeep approached from the direction of the farm. The trio flagged it down, only to hear Gu Fengshan's icy voice from inside. No, you can't leave. Who's going to protect my rice fields? Gu Fengshan stepped out of the vehicle, his face illuminated by the headlights. Upon seeing the devastated rice fields, he flew into a rage. You're supposed to drive the beasts away, not wreak havoc. Don't even think about getting a single cent of the reward. His words completely infuriated the usually mild-mannered Wang Hanyu, whose lips turned pale with anger. Fang Shihao's voice dropped to an icy tone, like that of a judge delivering a verdict. Say that again. Gu Fengshan opened his mouth to repeat himself but froze when he spotted the three-tailed fire fox approaching. With each step it took, the rice fields cracked and dried up. Xiao Guai bared its sharp fangs, its menacing gaze sending cold sweat streaming down Gu Fengshan's back. The words he was about to utter died in his throat. Fang Shihao wasted no time, commandeering the jeep and instructing Wang Hanyu to escort Lu Zhao and the Beifeng wolf back to the city. Once the vehicle disappeared into the distance, Fang Shihao turned to Gu Fengshan. You deliberately concealed the difficulty level of the mission. You knew there was a lord-level beast and yet lied, claiming it was a Class D threat. That's a death trap. How was I supposed to know there was a lord-level beast? Gu Fengshan retorted, trying to defend himself. You're lying. Fang Shihao cut him off sharply. You intentionally assigned us to guard the eastern rice fields to wear down the rabid hyena's strength. Gu Fengshan's pupils constricted as his schemes were exposed. Fang Shihao sneered, holding up 2 fingers. 2 million each. That's the price for closing this matter. Otherwise, no one leaves here alive. Gu Fengshan was about to refuse when 2 beast tamers standing behind him shoved him forward. Boss, think of the bigger picture, they said coldly, their eyes glinting with menace. Realizing he was surrounded, Gu Fengshan collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. My money! My money! In the misty morning, A sleek yet understated black Audi A8 sliced through the haze, speeding across the dew-kissed fields. Sitting in the passenger seat, Fang Shihao stretched his hand out of the window, letting the cool, damp morning breeze brush against his fingertips. I should have killed Gu Fengshan, he suddenly spoke, his tone laced with a chilling edge. That old scoundrel has sinister intentions. Killing him would be doing the world a favor. Yang Fa, focused on driving, remained silent. 3 had set out, but only one returned. Something unusual had clearly transpired last night. Yet, he understood his place well. The young master confided in him precisely because he knew when to speak and when to hold his tongue. Yang Fa's tact and loyalty had gradually earned him Fang Shihao's trust. We've got 2 stops today, Fang Shihao continued. The area where we last encountered the corrupted wild dogs and the Hugua Mausoleum. These were the 2 remaining clevel tasks, and he intended to complete both within the day. Unlike last night's intense farm defense, level tasks typically involved only awakened beasts. If a transcendent level beast appeared, the task would escalate to clevel. Any task involving the territory of a lord-level beast, even if the beast itself didn't need to be hunted, would be classified as blevel. The difficulty classification was strict. If a task issuer deliberately concealed its true danger level, resulting in the death of a beast tamer, they would face severe punishment from the Beast Tamer Guild. At 7 a.m. sharp, the car arrived at the forest in question. The mist was beginning to lift as Fang Shihao affixed a portable camera to his chest. Forest patrol tasks required video documentation. He put on a gas mask to shield himself from the faint miasma drifting through the woods, and then entered his beast-taming space. Inside the space, Xiaoguai was sound asleep, while Xiaoshitu was leisurely feasting on its delicacy, a mountain of granite, occasionally seasoning it with crushed ruby ore. Fang Shihao didn't disturb Xiaoguai's slumber, and instead summoned Xiaoshitu directly. Another task. Time to stretch your legs, he said. On it. Xiaoshitu responded instantly through telepathic communication. Weighing over a ton, Xiaoshitu appeared, its massive feet sinking into the soft soil. It would serve as his protector while Fang Shihao meticulously searched for traces of the beasts. Before long, he uncovered a crucial cluesome excrement devoid of plant fibers, containing fragments of undigested bones. It undoubtedly belonged to the corrupted wild dogs. After 4 hours of thorough investigation, Fang Shihao reached 2 conclusions. The good news was that the pack of corrupted wild dogs had already left this forest. The bad news was that the pack numbered between 80 to 100, including 5 alpha dogs and 1 lord-level northern frost wolf. He submitted his findings and video evidence to the Beast Tamer Guild, successfully completing the patrol task. By noon, Fang Shihao and Yang Fa stopped by the roadside to cook 2 bowls of instant noodles for a quick meal before heading to the Hugua Mausoleum. The sight that greeted them was solemn and majestic. 2 imposing stone lions, a pristine stone-paved path, and a cemetery adorned with yellow and white flowers. At the center stood a massive stone monument engraved with the names of fallen beast tamers whose remains were never recovered. As far as the eye could see, the graves of those whose bodies had been found stretched endlessly, exuding an air of reverence and quiet dignity. Every year during the Qingming festival, top students from various schools were selected to pay their respects here. Due to his poor academic performance, Fang Shihao had never been chosen for this honor. Now, he finally had the chance to make up for that missed opportunity. With a heart full of respect, Fang Shihao stepped into the National Protector Mausoleum. From a distance, he spotted an elderly caretaker with graying hair sweeping the ground. The old man was dressed in gray workwear, his age evident in his movements. Sir, I'm a beast master here to take on a mission. Are you the one who posted it? Fang Shihao asked respectfully as he approached quickly. That's me. The caretaker paused his sweeping and sighed. Recently, ghouls have been causing trouble again. Over a dozen graves in the western part of the cemetery have been dug up. Are you certain it's ghouls? Have you seen them yourself? The question seemed to irk the old man. Boy, I've been guarding this cemetery for 30 years. Do you think I wouldn't know what's digging up the graves? If you're asking whether I've seen them with my own eyes, let me tell you, if I had, these old bones of mine would have long been buried. When they start digging, I hide in the tunnels and don't dare come out. Sensing the man's displeasure, Fang Shihao refrained from pressing further and instead kindly reminded him, Sir, please be extra careful these days. Aside from the ghouls, there are also packs of corrupted wild dogs roaming outside the city. Ah, troubled times indeed. Those pesky scavengers are stirring up trouble again, the caretaker remarked. Having lived outside the city for years, he was no stranger to danger. His expression showed no fear, only a sense of resignation. From the way you speak, it sounds like you know a lot about corrupted wild dogs? Not much to know. When you've lived as long as I have, you encounter all sorts of strange things. Those corrupted wild dogs show up every few years, and before long, they're wiped out again. I see. They'll go deal with the ghouls first and catch up with you later. Bidding the caretaker farewell, Fang Shihao headed toward the western part of the cemetery. Fallen leaves covered the pathways, untouched by any broom, and the air carried a faint stench of decay. The desecrated graves dug up by the ghouls were a horrifying sight. The western side of the mausoleum bordered a forest, and following the military principle of avoiding dense woods, Fang Shihao decided to lure the ghouls out instead. He retrieved a small jar of corpse oil he had purchased before leaving the city and lit it. The foul stench quickly spread, carried by the wind into the forest. The wait wasn't long. A ghoul soon emerged from the tree-linean undead creature resembling a human. It crawled on all fours, its spine grotesquely protruding, with sparse, lifeless strands of hair plastered to its scalp. Beneath its eerie green eyes was a maw of jagged fangs, and the most horrifying feature was its split-open abdomen, revealing its exposed spine. Even though Fang Shihao had studied descriptions of ghouls in textbooks, encountering one in real life left him momentarily paralyzed by fear and revulsion. "Don't worry, Dad. It'll protect you," Little Stone declared with unwavering determination, its heavy steps echoing as it advanced toward the ghoul. The ghoul didn't retreat. Instead, it lunged forward, its crawling speed suddenly rivaling that of a sprinting beast. Its venomous claws struck Little Stone's sturdy leg. The corpse poison had no effect on the elemental creature, whose body was entirely made of rock, but the sheer force of the strike caused Little Stone to wobble slightly. Extraordinary 4-star, Fang Shihao assessed the ghoul's level based on its performance, realizing it was clearly stronger than Little Stone. Little Stone steadied itself and swung its large, fan-like hand toward the ghoul. The creature agilely dodged and attempted a counterattack, aiming for a vulnerable spot, but once again failed. Seizing the opportunity, Little Stone grabbed a massive rock from the ground and hurled it with all its might. The projectile struck the ghoul squarely, sending it flying and crashing into a tombstone. Though it managed to stabilize itself, its spine was visibly deformed, its skull fractured, and half of its body collapsed, oozing foul fluids. Now aware of its opponent's strength, the severely injured ghoul, though still swift, immediately turned tail and fled. "Little Stone, chase it no, forget it, come back. Little darling, wake up. We've got prey." Initially intending for Little Stone to gain combat experience, Fang Shihao decided to summon Little Darling instead upon seeing the ghoul's weakened state. The sleepy three-tailed fire fox materialized into the physical plane. Upon spotting the fleeing ghoul, its hunting instincts kicked in. Flames surged around it as it darted forward, its iron claws shattering the ghoul's already damaged skull. "Your beast, the three-tailed fire fox, has killed a ghoul and absorbed 0 life essence. Damn it, another undead," Fang Shihao muttered in frustration. Undead creatures were always a disappointment for Beastmasters. They never yielded any life essence. Xiaoguai strutted with the confidence of a victorious general, chest puffed out. After the flames died down, it shot a smug glance at Xiaoshitu before trotting over to its master, rubbing affectionately against him. Fang Shihao, smiling warmly, wrapped his arms around Xiaoguai's neck, scratching its fluffy ears. Overjoyed, Xiaoguai wagged its 3 tails enthusiastically, resembling an exuberant canine in sheer delight. As a dual-master beast tamer, Fang Shihao made sure to be fair in his praise. "Xiaoshitu, you did well today too. Keep it up," he encouraged. Xiaoshitu, however, responded with a dejected "I will, Dad," inwardly frustrated that once again, it had to rely on the plush-tailed creature to clean up the mess. With daylight still lingering, Fang Shihao joined the cemetery caretaker in repairing the damaged graves. Xiaoshitu took on the heavy lifting, hauling cement and excavating stone. Impressed by Fang Shihao's earnestness, the caretaker's attitude softened, and he patiently answered all of Fang's questions, even sharing some valuable wilderness survival tips. It wasn't until nightfall that they began their journey back to the city. Though wild beasts roamed the darkness, Fang Shihao remained unfazed. As the glow of the city lights came into view, he made 3 phone calls. The first was to his family, letting them know he wouldn't be home that night. The second was to his comrades, Wang Hanyu and Lu Zhao, to check on the recovery of their northern windwolves and arrange a weekend gathering. The last call was to Zhao Sijia, asking her to pick him up. After 2 days in the wild, he longed for the comfort of his warm bed and the embrace of his girlfriend. Inside the Beast Tamer Guild, Zhao Sijia, now out of her Chong Sam, was idly scrolling through her phone while waiting. Suddenly, the pungent smell of alcohol wafted through the air. Looking up, she saw Diao Deming, sharply dressed and sporting a Rolex, staring at her with a drunken gaze. "Hey, gorgeous, how about we be friends?" Diao Deming slurred as he plopped down beside her, reaching out to drape an arm around her. Zhao Sijia deftly dodged his advance and politely declined, mentioning that her boyfriend was on his way. Unfazed, Diao Deming slapped down a wad of cash 20,000 yuan and brazenly proposed a night together. When Zhao Sijia stood to leave, he grabbed her wrist and snarled, "You little tramp, do you even know who I am? Cross me, and I'll make sure you can't survive in Guangning province." The other beast tamers in the hall either greeted Diao Deming or pretended not to notice the scene. Just as Diao Deming attempted to drag Zhao Zijiao away, Fang Shihao arrived, weary and dust-covered. Seeing his girlfriend's reddened eyes, he immediately grasped the situation. His expression darkened as he pushed Diao Deming aside and took Zhao Zijia's hand in his. So, you're her boyfriend, huh? Do you even know who you're messing with? Diao Deming barked, rubbing his shoulder where Fang Shihao had shoved him. His drunken fury was palpable. The task hall suddenly erupted into a commotion. Something's going down. Diao Deming is fighting with some young guy. The crowd buzzed with excitement, voices overlapping in heated discussion. The gathered beast tamers watched the unfolding confrontation with keen interest. Diao Deming was infamous for his cunning and ruthless nature. His two contracted Biasa terror wolf spider and a red-striped black widow were notorious for their ferocity. But the atmosphere shifted dramatically when one of the beast tamers, who had once teamed up with Fang Shihao during the Beta Petroleum Company's hunting festival, spoke up. That kid's name is Fang Shihao, and he owns a king-tier beast. The words sent a collective gasp rippling through the crowd. King-tier beasts were almost exclusively the domain of noble families. For ordinary beast tamers, the highest they might encounter was lord tier. Diao Deming's spiders, powerful as they were merely extraordinary Ertwo full ranks below king tier. Whoa, we better remember this guy. Don't provoke him. And steer clear of that girl too. Someone murmured in a hushed tone among the onlookers. In the center of the room, Fang Shihao's eyes burned with intensity as he declared, I don't care who you are. If you dare lay a hand on my woman, you're disrespecting me. There's no need for more words. Meet me in the beast arena. Diao Deming was just about to accept the challenge when his phone buzzed in his pocket. After reading the message, his face turned ashen, and his demeanor shifted completely. Brother, I was just joking. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. Miss, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me this once, alright? It turned out his friend had warned him via text to back down immediately. Seeing Fang Shihao's dark expression, Diao Deming quickly directed his apology to Zhao Zijia. He didn't really do anything to me. Maybe we should just let it go, Zhao Zijia said softly, her compassionate nature unwilling to see Fang Shihao make enemies on her behalf. But Fang Shihao was unrelenting. This isn't over. Do you realize what could have happened if I hadn't shown up in time? He painted a grim picture of the possible consequences, causing Zhao Zijia to clutch his arm tightly. Now, you have two choices. Face me in the beast arena, or never leave the city again. Cornered, Diao Deming had no choice but to comply. Fine. The beast arena it is. Let's see how tough you really are, you little brat. The beast arena near the Beast Tamer Guild was a crude and rugged battleground. The floor was compacted dirt strewn with gravel, and the perimeter was enclosed by a sturdy chain-link fence. Let me handle this, Dad. Little Rock, Fang Shihao's other beast, eagerly volunteered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, Fang Shihao opted for the safer choice, sending out Little Flame instead. Little Flame made a grand entrance onto the battlefield, exuding an aura of majesty and power. As its fiery paws touched the ground, flames erupted around it. Its crimson fur, vibrant as a blazing inferno, danced in sync with the flames, illuminating the entire arena and leaving the spectators in awe. A mythical three-tailed fire fox, the pinnacle of king-tier beasts, gasped the onlookers, their amazement palpable. Trembling, Diao Deming released his red-striped black widow, a basketball-sized spider. But against Little Flame, the extraordinary three-star support beast was utterly outclassed. The intense heat radiating from Little Flame scorched the spider before it could even get close. With a single, effortless swipe of its paw, Little Flame shattered the Black Widow's abdomen, sending venom and bodily fluids splattering across the arena. A system notification echoed in Fang Shihao's mind. Your beast, three-tailed fire fox, has killed red-striped Black Widow, absorbing 160 points of life essence. Fang Shihao's total life essence climbed to 1,360 points. This battle wasn't just about avenging Zhao Zijiao, it was also an opportunity to gather life essence to elevate Little Rock's rank. From the previous night's farm raid, where they had slain a savage hyena and a pack of corrupted wild dogs, Fang Shihao had accumulated 615 points of life essence. Combined with the 630 points he already possessed, he now needed less than 100 points to evolve Little Rock into a lore-tier stone giant. Currently, Little Rock, as an extraordinary tier stone golem, had notable limitations. Its short limbs made it difficult to pursue enemies. But once it ascended to lore tier, it would undergo a complete transformation, becoming a formidable beast with exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, albeit with some continued drawbacks in speed. This progression mirrored Little Flame's own development. After evolving into a mythical king-tier three-tailed fire fox, Little Flame had become a peerless terrestrial beast, excelling in both attack and defense, though it still faced challenges in aerial and aquatic environments. You said, always leave some room for others, so you can meet again in the future. Fang Shihao stared coldly into Diao Deming's eyes. The fight had come and gone in a flash, and Fang chose not to completely crush his opponent, sparing at least the core of Diao's beast-taming forces. Under Fang Shihao's oppressive gaze, Diao Deming's cowardly nature was laid bare. The arrogance he displayed in front of commoners had vanished, replaced by an obsequious grin. You're magnanimous, brother. I've learned my lesson. From now on, wherever you go, I'll steer clear. Fang Shihao knew well that Diao Deming was no Gojian, the king who endured hardship to rise again. He was nothing more than a spineless coward, no threat in the future. A promise made is a promise kept. I can't stand people who break their word. Take care of yourself. With the matter resolved, Fang Shihao took Zhao Sijia's hand and walked away, leaving Diao Deming humiliated and scurrying off in disgrace. Back in the new car, the scent of leather immediately relaxed Zhao Sijia. Like a graceful serpent, she cozied up to Fang Shihao, playfully leaning against him. As he gazed at the brightly lit Beast Tamer Guild, Fang Shihao seemed lost in thought. Situations like that, do they happen often? Occasionally, Zhao Sijia recalled. A few years ago, Shin Mulan, a retired girl group member working here as a ceremonial hostess, had a stalker who tried to kidnap her. Later, she got to know police chief Wang Shizhong through a friend, became his mistress, and ended up living the life of a wealthy woman. Speaking of this, Zhao Sijia sighed. Being a ceremonial hostess is a short-lived career. By the time you're 30, you're usually let go. A lot of my colleagues just want to find a good match while they're still young. Is that what you want too? Fang Shihao asked, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Of course. Who wouldn't? But I have a backup plan if I can't find the right person. I'll use my savings to buy a storefront and live off rental income, Zhao Sijia declared proudly, lifting her chin. Fang Shihao couldn't help but laugh. You're pretty easy to please. How about I buy you a storefront right now and save you 10 years of trouble? No way. I'm not after your money. Oh, I see. You're after me then. Ugh, you're so annoying. In the front seat, Yang Fa, their driver, couldn't help but chuckle at the playful banter behind him. Fang Shihao, clearly smitten with his new love, hadn't stopped smiling the entire time. But the sweet moment was soon interrupted. From within the beast-taming space, Xiao Guai sent a message. Master, Xiao Shirtu has been sitting in a daze and hasn't eaten any rocks for ages. Could something be wrong with him? Despite their usual rivalry, Xiao Guai still cared about the simple-minded younger companion. Don't be silly. Elemental creatures don't get sick. Let me check on him. Fang Shihao closed his eyes and entered the beast-taming space. There, he found Xiao Shirtu stacking rocks into a circle and curling up inside his makeshift fortress of solitude, resembling a sulky child. Xiao Shirtu, what's wrong? Fang Shihao asked gently. I'm useless. I can't help. I'm just wasting rocks, Xiao Shirtu said, his voice filled with dejection. Fang Shihao understood immediately it was because he hadn't let Xiao Shirtu fight earlier, which had hurt its pride. Xiao Shirtu, Dad knows you're smart. But progress takes time. Just like eating, you have to take it one bite at a time. Growing stronger is a step-by-step process. You see Xiao Guai looking almighty now, but once upon a time, it was a little fox weighing less than 10 kilograms, hiding behind me whenever there was danger. Today's setbacks and failures are valuable experiences. Learn from them, and use them to become even stronger tomorrow. The words seemed to resonate. Xiao Shirtu soon perked up. Dad, I get it now. I'll work hard, surpass that fluffy toy, and become your most dependable beast. For once, Xiao Guai didn't retort, instead letting out a lazy yawn with disinterest. Seeing Xiao Shirtu regain its confidence, Fang Shihao pretended to be serious. Dad can feel your determination to grow stronger. Let me give you a helping hand. The moment the system infused 1,300 units of life essence, Little Stone suddenly sprang to life, as if hearing the call of destiny. At this very moment, it was poised to transform from an ordinary rock into a mighty stone giant. Little Gue, who had been dozing, opened her eyes and focused intently on the unfolding scene. Cracks began to spread across Little Stone's rocky surface, and its body rapidly expanded. At the same time, the sand dune where Little Gue rested and the 10 tons of granite used as its sustenance disintegrated, transforming into a torrent of earthy elements that surged into Little Stone's forming body. It was then that Fang Shihao realized a critical issue: elemental beast evolution required not just life essence, but also an environment rich in the corresponding element. Just as a flame spirit must evolve in an active volcano and a lake nymph can only transform in water-abundant regions, an unsuitable environment could mean catastrophic failure and death. In the newly formed beast space, the concentration of earth elements was limited. Once the existing sand and stone were depleted, Little Stone had no choice but to draw power from the space itself, causing it to shrink. Fang Shihao immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Yang Fa, head to the nearest quarry or construction site right now. Under the cover of night, their vehicles sped along the roads, quickly arriving at the closest construction site. Fang Shihao charged in without hesitation, with Yang Fa and Zhao Xijia close behind. The site guard shouted at them, but Fang Shihao pulled out 2 thick stacks of cash and shoved them into the guard's hands. Not stealing, buying. Scanning the piles of sand, gravel, and cement, Fang Shihao confirmed this was the perfect location. Without delay, he summoned Little Stone. In the stunned gaze of everyone present, a towering formidable-tall stone giant emerged with an imposing presence. The surrounding construction materials, gravel, river sand, and slate, were instantly reduced to their purest earthy elements, forming a swirling amber storm around the developing giant. In just 5 minutes, 2 mounds of gravel, over 10 tons of river sand, and 2,000 slate tiles vanished without a trace. The foreman stood dumbfounded, and Fang Shihao immediately promised full compensation and generous rewards for everyone on site. Now acclimated to its new form, Little Stone knelt on one knee and gently lifted Fang Shihao onto its shoulder. Sitting atop the giant's shoulder, Fang Shihao felt as though he was piloting a mecha. Meanwhile, an exhilarated little Gu gazed into the dark wilderness ahead and let out a resounding roar that shook the night. The system notification followed. Your beast, Little Stone, has advanced to Lore Tier Stone Giant and has unlocked the innate skill Rockcraft. This skill is the definitive proof of the stone giant's superiority over the mountain troll path, for humans understand the power of tools far better than beasts. The concept of rock creation might seem straightforward at first glance, but it holds limitless potential. The simplest application is forming a massive stone club as a weapon, which alone would make the rock-digging mountain goblin green with envy. Back when they fought the goblin, it had to uproot trees on the spot to use as weapons, leaving it helpless if there were no trees around. In contrast, the stone giant could manipulate rocks at will, forging weapons anytime, anywhere. Of course, the uses of rock creation go far beyond that. Building houses, designing labyrinths, or even forming meteors in midair to strike from above are all advanced skills waiting to be mastered. At the construction site, Yang Fa was busy handing out bonuses to the workers. All right, everyone gets a share. 5,000 each. This is a token of appreciation from our young master. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao was negotiating compensation with the foreman. Although the stone giant had returned to its beast space, the lingering aura of its power was enough to keep the foreman in check. He obediently handed over the internal procurement price list for the building materials. After some calculations, the total came to 230,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao pulled out his phone and made the transfer on the spot. Such generosity, boss. Thank you, boss. Wishing you and your beast greater strength every day. The workers, delighted with their bonuses, offered their heartfelt congratulations. For Fang Shihao, the joy of seeing Little Rock successfully advance far outweighed the expense. As his friends, Yang Fa and Zhao Xijia received even more generous rewards. Yang Fa got 10,000 yuan in crisp new bills, while Zhao Xijia received 8,148 yuan in smaller denominations. You should keep the money, I don't need it, Zhao Xijia said, gently refusing, worried that money might taint the purity of their relationship. But Fang Shihao had a deeper meaning behind his gesture. You worked so hard gutting fish for mere pennies. That must have been an incredibly tough time. Zhao Xijia hugged him tightly, her heart aching for him. Compared to his struggles, her life dressing up for work and earning a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan in just 8 hours a day felt like a dream. It wasn't so bad really, because I always had hope, Fang Shihao said softly. I never cared much about the paycheck, as long as it covered basic living expenses and tuition. This 8,148 yuan represents my savings from 10 years of work. It's practically useless to me now, just a relic of the past. I'm not someone who lives in memories, so I want you to have it. Don't hesitate to spend it. I want every penny of my hard-earned money to be used on the woman I love. His heartfelt confession brought tears to Zhao Xijia's eyes. I wish I could have met you during your hardest times, to share those struggles with you. Back then, I was just an ordinary, broke guy. You were a glamorous hostess. I doubt you'd have even glanced my way if you passed by the fish market. I have a good eye for people. I would have found you, she said with conviction. Fang Shihao simply smiled quietly. Though their date was cut short, after dropping Zhao Xijia off, Fang Shihao headed straight to a 24-hour mall. Little Rock's sudden withdrawal made him realize a glaring issue. The beast's space was far too dull. As an elemental being that never tires, Little Rock needed some form of entertainment. After some thought, he decided that watching television was the most convenient and versatile option. Considering Little Rock's size, Fang Shihao purchased a top-notch home theater setup, including a projector and generator. He even hired workers to install it overnight, finishing the job by 2 a.m. Dad, what's this? Little Rock asked curiously, inspecting the modern equipment. It's a home theater. It'll let you explore human society without leaving the space. Will it make me stronger? Little Rock asked earnestly. Fang Shihao paused to think. I suppose it could. Watching sports events or martial arts competitions might help. Understood. Little Rock nodded solemnly, treating Fang Shihao's casual remark as gospel. After a long day, Fang Shihao collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was so exhausted that he didn't even stir when 10 heavy-duty trucks rumbled into Maple Red Community early in the morning, parking outside his building. Wow, that's a lot of stone. Are they planning to demolish the place? Muttered Su Xinghui, who had just donned his police uniform and was about to leave for work. Drawn by the commotion, he moved to the window to see 10 trucks loaded with stone parked below, shaking his head in amazement. A young girl stepped down from the truck, and the moment Su Xinghui saw her face, he stood as straight as a soldier in training. It was none other than the second daughter of the Cui family, Cui Xia. While Su Xinghui recognized her, Cui Xia had no idea who he was. The last time he went to Mingting Villa to seek help, he was dismissed after leaving a message with the gatekeeper. Seeing the conspicuous vehicle parked downstairs, Su Xinghui immediately deduced that Cui Xia's visit must be related to Fang Shihao. He quickly walked to the neighboring apartment and knocked on the door. It was Fang Shihao's mother who answered. Auntie, is Fang home? He got back late last night and is still sleeping. Do you need something? Could you wake him up, please? A distinguished guest has arrived. As they spoke, Su's mother overheard the commotion and stepped out. Shall we? What's going on outside? Why all this noise? Did something happen? It's the second lady of the Cui family. Oh my goodness. Su's mother gasped, her mouth agape and her voice trembling. The second lady of the Cui family? Shall we? Should I put on some makeup? I want to leave a good impression on her. In Guangning province, the Cui family was like royalty. Every resident grew up hearing tales of their immense power, admiring and fearing them in equal measure. That's not necessary. The second lady is here to see my new little brother, not us. There's no need for us to meddle. In recent days, the Su and Fang families had developed a decent relationship as they shared similar struggles and aspirations. Su's mother often felt that the Fang family was subordinate to theirs. After all, Fang Shihao's ability to buy an apartment in the Hongfeng community was thanks to Su Xinghui's connections, and even the down payment had been covered by him. She assumed that Fang Shihao would forever be grateful to Su Xinghui. However, reality seemed to diverge from her expectations. If Fang Shihao truly had ties with the second lady, then it might be the Su family who would end up looking to climb higher. As Su's mother wrestled with these thoughts, Fang Shihao stumbled out of his apartment, his hair a complete mess. Where's the distinguished guest? Brother, could you at least tidy yourself up? The second lady is downstairs and will be here any moment, Su Xinghui urged him anxiously. The second lady? Why is she here? Fang Shihao looked utterly baffled. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Cui Xia stepped out with a cheerful smile. I'm here to congratulate you. Your stone man has advanced to a stone giant. Well done. Welcome, second lady, Su Xinghui said, standing at attention with his legs together and saluting her formally. I've heard of you, Cui Xia said with a subtle smile. The future son-in-law of Director Wang and a rising star in law enforcement. You flatter me, second lady. I'm merely a cog in the machine, working to keep society running smoothly and serving the Cui family, Su Xinghui replied humbly. His words were not mere flattery in Guangning province. Even royal backing wasn't enough to thrive without showing allegiance to the Cui family. After all, a powerful outsider couldn't dominate a local stronghold. The New World's order was jointly established by the royal family and noble houses. The royal family claimed the largest share of power, leaving the rest to be divided among the noble houses according to their strength. With their possession of the Skywing Drake, the undisputed king of aerial combat, the Cui family was renowned not only domestically but internationally. Guangning province had long since become their de facto territory. Well said. Now, off to work with you. Yes, ma'am. After Su Xinghui left, Cui Xia visibly relaxed, shedding her formal demeanor. You lucky rascal. Another immensely promising beast has fallen into your lap. Be honesto, you have some secret method to identify a beast's potential. A good trainer can recognize a great beast, but the luck lies with the beast, not the trainer. Even if you give a regular beast to a skilled trainer, they can still nurture it into something extraordinary. The moment the topic of beast training came up, Fang Shihao exuded a confidence so strong that even Cui Xia found it difficult to overshadow. Look at you, getting all smug. Just bring out your little stone giant already. I want to see it. It's too cramped in the hallway. Let's head downstairs to an open area. Fine, let's go. Watching Fang Shihao and Cui Xia interact, Su's mother's attitude shifted dramatically. As soon as the two headed downstairs, she grabbed a basket of fruit and went over to visit Fang's mother. Nothing that happens in Tianlan City escapes the watchful eyes of Cui Xia. This morning, she approached Fang Shihao to discuss the breakthrough little stone had achieved the previous night. Huh, you think I'm spying on you? Cui Xia scoffed, crossing her arms. If I really wanted to monitor you, I could tell you exactly how many grains of rice you ate in one meal. That construction site you barged into last night? It belongs to my family. At least you were smart enough to come and offer compensation. Otherwise, the police would be knocking on your door right now. Still groggy and not fully awake, Fang Shihao instinctively replied, "Oh, I see. Your family does own a lot of properties." "Of course," Cui Xie said, straightening her posture with an air of natural pride. "Let me give you the facts. Out of the 37 large shopping malls in Tianlan City, my family owns 21. For every 10 new real estate developments, 7 bear the Cui name. Even the Hongfeng community where you live was built by my family. And guess what? We still have 3 of the best Riverview apartments there, unsold and off the market. If you'd mentioned earlier that you wanted to buy one, I could have gifted you a unit without a second thought." She paused briefly before continuing, "But real estate is just the tip of the iceberg. Our core business lies in maritime trade." It was clear what Cui Xie was after. She wanted to recruit Fang Shihao. "If you join my family as a retainer, I'll offer you a 9-figure annual salary and give you an entire building. It'll also fully fund the selection and training of your 3rd and 4th beasts." And her cheeks flushed slightly as she added, "If you prove yourself exceptional, I might even consider letting you marry into the Cui family." This offer was leagues above what she had proposed during the college entrance exam realm. It was evident that Cui Xie now recognized Fang Shihao's extraordinary value. "Why marry into your family? Why not the other way around?" Fang Shihao teased. Having been exposed to the wider world in the few weeks since leaving campus, he was no longer easily swayed by enticing offers, no matter how tempting. Still, he didn't want to outright reject her and risk offending the second daughter of the Cui family. That would be unwise. The Cui family has been rooted in Guangning province for over 200 years, and not a single woman in our lineage has ever married out, Cui Xie declared firmly, her confidence rare even in the Tenglong Empire. "Well, then I guess it's not meant to be. My family has been passing down the line for 9 generations, and am the only one to carry on the name," Fang Shihao replied nonchalantly, clearly making up an excuse. Cui Xie's eyebrow twitched slightly. She had already done her research and knew full well that Fang Shihao wasn't some sole heir of a 9-generation lineage. Ungrateful, Cui Xie huffed, realizing that Fang Shihao's ambitions lay elsewhere, and he wasn't interested in tying himself to the Cui family. Later, in the quiet solitude of a fountain garden, Fang Shihao opened his beast space and released Little Stone. The burly creature appeared in a seated position as if it had been watching TV, casually chewing on a rock. Cui Xie, who had a genuine passion for beasts, couldn't help but laugh. "What an adorable little guy." "Little guy? You are calling a formidable tall stone giant a little guy?" Fang Shihao began to retort, but then he remembered the wind god wyvern, which was the size of a fighter jet, and immediately stopped himself. Compared to that, the stone giant was indeed a little guy. "How's your rock-digging mountain ogre coming along?" Fang Shihao asked. The two of them had acquired their second elemental beasts on the same day, and after a week, Little Stone had undergone significant changes. He was curious to see how Cui Xie's beast had progressed. "Let me show you what it's capable of. Come on out, Big Stone." The appearance of the rock-digging mountain ogre left Fang Shihao stunned, momentarily causing him to overlook its rather plain name. Both beasts were 4 meters tall in their juvenile stages, but the ogre had a slightly hunched posture, which meant it could have been even taller if it stood upright. While the stone giant resembled a Mongolian wrestler, the mountain ogre was more akin to a primate, with short, sturdy legs, disproportionately long arms, and a leaner frame. Its weight was probably only 2/3 of the stone giant's. What shocked Fang Shihao the most, however, was the mountain ogre's equipment. Embedded in its chest was a yellow gemstone the size of a fist, the heart of the earth. Surrounding the gemstone were energy-transmitting cracks, through which the flow of earth elemental energy was clearly visible. The gem continuously supplied power, accelerating the mountain ogre's growth. Fang Shihao's gaze lingered on the necklace around Cui Xie's neck, a string of 100 ivory beads in various sizes, known as the Mammoth's Legacy. This massive beast-tooth necklace had the power to summon a phantom mammoth to unleash a devastating war stomp. Moreover, wearing it long-term would allow a beast tamer to master this unique ability. Wrapped around her wrist was a faded band of cloth, the desert tyrant's burial shroud, capable of summoning a withering greatsword forged from sand. Any foe struck by this blade would gradually decay and turn to dust. "So this is what it means to have the resources of a noble family," Fang Shihao muttered under his breath. These extraordinary artifacts were completely unrecognizable to him until Cui Xie explained their origins. Jealous? Regretful? Cui Xie's lips curled into a sly smile. "Not really. External tools are only temporary aids. In the end, what matters most for a beast tamer is their own talent and strength." Though he couldn't deny a twinge of envy, Fang Shihao's confidence remained steady. "Sure, keep telling yourself that." Cui Xie's smirk grew even more mischievous. "Wait a second." Fang Shihao suddenly realized something. "Why is your rock-digging ogre called Big Stone?" "Well, it's huge, and it's made of stone. What's wrong with calling it Big Stone?" Cui Xie feigned innocence. "Don't play dumb. My stone giant is called Little Stone, and your rock-digging ogre is called Big Stone. Are you trying to say your ogre is better than my giant? Because it is, Chui Xie replied, her smugness barely concealed. Enjoy your moment while it lasts. Fang Shihao leaned casually against Little Stone, crossing his arms. Little Stone's potential is limitless. It's destined to evolve into a mountain titan. By then, your Big Stone might really just be a rock. Let's hope I live long enough to see that. Chui Xie shot back without hesitation. Keep telling yourself that, Fang Shihao retorted, throwing her own words right back at her. Chui Xie glanced at the time and prepared to leave. Before stepping out, she pointed to the tin trucks parked by the gate, each loaded with raw stones. Consider this a small gift. These are top-tier materials, moissanite and unprocessed diamonds, mined outside any secret realms. This haul should keep Little Stone well-fed for at least a year or two. Fang Shihao, though unfamiliar with moissanite, knew that uncut diamonds were incredibly valuable. Given Chui Xie's extravagant tendencies, this shipment was easily worth tens of millions, perhaps even over 100 million. This time, I won't bother thanking you. You've already been far too generous, and my gratitude is starting to feel cheap, Fang Shihao said, a bit self-consciously. No need for your thanks. It's for Little Stone, not you, Chui Xie replied as she turned to leave. Just before getting into her car, she looked back and added, 3 strikes and you're out. You've already turned me down twice. The third time, they'll give you an offer you can't refuse. As Chui Xie's car disappeared from view, Fang Shihao wasted no time handling the precious stones. To prevent theft, he transferred all the materials into his beast taming space, nearly filling it to capacity and forming a small mountain of gemstones. Little Stone, start eating. These are premium stones, and digesting them should be enough to boost you to 3 stars. Master, these stones were a gift from the rich lady, weren't they? Little Gui, another of his beasts, sleepily grumbled. Though its space had been cramped by the influx of stones, its recent lethargy left it too indifferent to complain much. Yeah, I couldn't afford this stuff, nor do I have the connections to get it. The rich lady is so nice. If she became the mistress of the house, Little Gui would never have to worry about running out of tasty treats. Little Gui chirped. Fang Shihao dismissed the comment without much thought. He and Chui Xie came from entirely different worlds, and their personalities clashed. She was domineering and uncompromising, while he had a streak of male pride. Forcing a relationship would likely lead to a repeat of her parents' mistakes, distant, busy lives with little time for each other. He preferred someone like Zhao Xijia, a gentle and nurturing woman. As Fang Shihao yawned and headed home, a sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead. As a beast tamer, his heightened mental strength not only allowed him to communicate telepathically with his beasts, but also gave him a sense of impending danger. Now, an overwhelming feeling of peril surged through him. Without hesitation, he summoned Little Stone to shield him. The sound of something cutting through the air filled his ears, and an arrow embedded itself in a nearby tree, carrying a letter. Father's been attacked. Little Stone roared in fury, its voice echoing across the neighborhood. I'm fine, don't worry, Fang Shihao reassured Little Stone, even as his heart pounded violently. Once the pain in his forehead subsided, Fang Shihao reasoned that the assassin had likely fled. Carefully, he retrieved the letter from the arrow and opened it. Written in blood was a single, chilling word, death. His expression darkened instantly. Without wasting another second, he sprinted toward home, skipping the elevator and racing up the stairs. Mom, Grandma, please be safe, he prayed silently. Zhou Qinyu, either you die or I will. Fang Shihao immediately deduced the source of the threatening letters. Zhou Qinyu was the only person with both the motive and means to retaliate against him. Both warnings had occurred after his encounters with Chui Xie, confirming that Zhou Qinyu had been having him followed all along. Sweating profusely, Fang Shihao rushed home, only to find his grandmother sitting in a chair knitting. Grandma, where's Mom? He asked breathlessly, his face flushed. She's in the kitchen cooking. Shihao, calm down. Sit down and have some water before you speak, his grandmother said gently. But Fang Shihao dashed straight to the kitchen to check on his mother's safety. Only after confirming she was fine did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. His grandmother followed him into the kitchen and said, the hospital just called. They said someone stole my blood sample, and I'll need to go back another day for a new test. Fang Shihao's right eyelid twitched. There was no doubt now that the bloodstains on the threatening letter were from a family member. Zhou Qinyu's malicious intent was crystal clear. I'll have young Fa take you to the hospital this afternoon, he instructed. Things aren't safe right now, so you and Mom should stay home as much as possible. Have young Fa's wife buy the groceries, and make sure to wash the vegetables thoroughly. Check the meat for any needle marks before buying it. Not knowing the limits of Zhou Qinyu's cruelty, Fang Shihao could only urge his family to remain extra cautious. Did you offend someone? His grandmother asked, sensing something was wrong. After weighing his options, Fang Shihao decided to tell her the truth. I offended a spoiled rich kid. He can't do much to me directly, so I'm worried he'll target you and mom instead. Listen to me, Shihao, his grandmother said firmly. If that rich brat ever captures us to threaten you, don't come for us. You've already had a hard life, your grandpa's gone, and your dad's gone too. I've only stayed alive because I didn't want you to lose anyone else. But if this old woman becomes a burden to you, I'd rather die right now. I won't let that happen. Fang Shihao grasped his grandmother's wrinkled hands, holding back tears. Back in his bedroom, he immediately called Su Xinghui. Though Su was in the middle of escorting a fugitive, he stepped aside to take the call. After listening to the situation, Su analyzed, Zhou Qinyu is definitely a tough opponent, but you don't need to worry too much. He doesn't represent the entire Zhou family, and targeting someone's family is against the code in the beast tamer community. The Zhou family won't allow someone so reckless to become their head. My advice? Just endure until you go to college. Once you're in Jingchuan City, he won't be able to touch you. Suddenly, it dawned on Fang Shihao Zhou Qinyu's reliance on underhanded tactics showed he didn't dare confront him openly. All Zhou could do was play mind games, trying to force him into making a mistake. As he lay on his bed, strategizing his next move, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello, he answered. Don't hello me. It's Zhou Qinyu. That infuriating voice made Fang Shihao spring to his feet. You again, Zhou? What do you want? You should be asking yourself that. I warned you to stay away from the second young lady, but what did you do? Since you don't listen to reason, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Remember, this is just the beginning. It'll make your life a living hell. I already told you I'm not the one approaching her. She's the one coming to me. What do you expect me to do? Chase her away? Huh. I've realized talking sense to you is useless. You're just someone who doesn't understand human language. Fang Shihao stood by the window, his phone pressed tightly against his ear, the muscles on his face instinctively tense. He deliberately spoke in a casual tone. So, you want to come after me? Go ahead, but I suggest you cut to the chase. A young master of a prestigious family, acting like a petty thug writing some blood-soaked threat letter? How laughable. Don't you think such antics are a bit childish? He had to conceal the fact that Zhou Qinyu's scheme had already taken effect. Otherwise, these petty tricks would only escalate, leaving him constantly on edge. Fine. You've got guts. Since you want a heathen confrontation, they'll give you one. Came the icy voice from the other end of the line. They'll utterly destroy your beast companion, crush your life into pieces, and make you grovel like a dog. Now that's the spirit of a man. I'm looking forward to your move, Fang Shihao replied, his tone laced with provocation. Heh, we'll see. A cold chuckle followed, then the line went dead with a sharp click. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Fang Shihao's lip. Success. Zhou Qinyu had finally decided to face him head-on, which was precisely what Fang Shihao had been aiming for. But the smile quickly faded as a graver question loomed in his mind. If Zhou Qinyu truly came for him, could he handle it? To that, he had no answer. The following days were unexpectedly calm. Zhou Qinyu made no further moves. On the weekend, Fang Shihao arrived at Yuchuan residence as planned to meet with Wang Hanyu and Lu Zhao. Once the table was set with food and drinks, the burly Lu Zhao raised his glass first. This toast is to my two brothers. I've learned so much from you both. They'll finish mine in one go. You drink as you like. With that, he downed his glass of baijiu in one gulp, while Fang Shihao and Wang Hanyu merely sipped theirs out of courtesy. The one we should really thank is Brother Hao, Wang Hanyu said. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have been done for at the hands of that old scoundrel Gu Fengshan. We might not even be alive today. Brother Hao, this toast is for you. Hearing this, Lu Zhao immediately reached for his glass again, but Fang Shihao quickly stopped him. Come on, guys. We've been through life and death together, we're family. No need for all these formalities. Force of habit, Lu Zhao said with an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. Did you both get the 2 million in compensation from Gu Fengshan? Fang Shihao asked, checking on the aftermath of the incident. The two nodded repeatedly, expressing their gratitude and praising Fang Shihao for not pocketing the gains for himself. They assured him they'd have his back whenever needed. Fang Shihao humbly replied, we all contributed, so it's only fair to share the rewards. Especially Lu Zhao, your primary beast companion, nearly got killed in the process. As the conversation continued, Wang Hanyu inadvertently brought up an intriguing piece of news. Something strange happened at our school recently. Zhou Qinyu, the third young master of the Zhou family, who owns the Bloodfang saber-toothed tiger, suddenly decided to participate in the high school league. Normally, young masters from prominent families wouldn't bother with such competitions. What's he up to? Fang Shihao's expression darkened immediately. He's coming for me. He'll also be entering the high school league. The revelation left Wang Hanyu visibly alarmed. You've crossed Zhou Qinyu? That's no small matter. I can't go into details, but yes, he wants me dead now. To hell with him. So what if he's a young master? Brother Hao, you've got a king-tier beast companion too. Lu Zhao exclaimed passionately. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Hanyu shot Lu Zhao a glare. Brother Hao, I think you should consider withdrawing from the league. Commoners can't go up against a family like the Zhous. Fang Shihao gave a bitter smile. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to go against him either. But it's too late now. Running away will only invite even harsher retaliation. Brother Hao, we've got your back. Lu Zhao declared with fervor. Worst case, surrender during the match. Live to fight another day, it's all experience in the end. Fang Shihao stayed silent. He knew Zhou Qinyu wouldn't give him the chance to surrender. The competition rules would inevitably be manipulated. No matter what, we'll be there to cheer for you, Lu Zhao said, clenching his fist. They'll be there too, Wang Hanyu added, his expression serious. After all, I'm also competing for our school. They'll try to gather some intel on Zhou Qinyu. Don't push yourself too hard. I know. The dinner ended on a somber note, the weight of the upcoming battle hanging heavily over them. The high school league officially kicks off on July 1st, with the participants from second high school required to report to the campus 2 days earlier to familiarize themselves with the venue. On the bright morning of June 29th, Fang Shihao stood at the school gate, dressed sharply in his second high uniform. Shihao, we've been waiting for you. Principal Hu Shirong's hearty laughter echoed from a distance as he approached briskly, accompanied by a youthful girl also wearing the school uniform. Let me introduce your teammate. This is Gan Yuding, your classmate and the monitor of Class 1. Pleasure to meet you, Fang Shihao greeted politely, shaking Gan Yuding's hand. His gaze, however, drifted around, searching for the third team member. Principal, I thought the high school league rules required 3 participants per school. Has the format changed this year? Fang Shihao asked perceptively. He knew that with Zhou Qinyu involved, this year's competition wouldn't be as amicable as in previous years. Principal Hu rubbed his nose awkwardly and explained. Well, our second high hasn't been performing well in recent years. Last year, we even lost to a private school. The school board decided to bring in some external support, a temporary transfer from Longqiao-affiliated high school in the capital. He'll arrive on the day of the competition. Fang Shihao and Gan Yuding nodded in understanding. After all, the league followed an individual competition format, with the combined scores of the 3 participants determining the school's ranking. There was no need to develop team synergy. What the principal didn't mention was that the external recruit was already in Tianlan City, but had arrogantly refused to meet his teammates. Speaking of the competition format, the principal continued, there is indeed a change this year. The organizing committee has introduced a life and death duel mode. Contestants will be randomly paired for battles, and the match only ends when one beast companion is defeated. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Fang Shihao's mouth. As expected, Zhou Qinyu was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The so-called random pairing was bound to be rigged, ensuring they would face each other in a life and death duel. Zhou Qinyu's goal was clear, to cripple Fang Shihao's primary beast companion. Such sinister intentions. But are you so confident you'll win? Fang Shihao pondered, his thoughts swirling. Outwardly, his expression remained calm as he followed Principal Hu and Gan Yuding onto the school bus, heading to the competition venue. Outside Feiyun Stadium, the ticket booths were bustling with activity. In this world, the allure of Beastmaster battles surpassed all other sports events. Even a high school competition could draw massive crowds. It wasn't just about school rankings, it was also a lucrative spectacle. Inside the venue, there was one main arena flanked by 2 secondary ones, with the floors constructed from high resilience, memory recovery black gold stone. A few months ago, Cui Xia had mentioned that this rare material, sourced from secret realms, was worth its weight in gold and was a hallmark of top-tier arenas. Television crews were busy setting up equipment, while participants from other schools were arriving to survey the grounds. By the time they finished their tour, it was nearly noon. How about grabbing lunch together? We can discuss noteworthy contestants this year, Principal Hu suggested. No, thank you. I have something to take care of at home, Gan Yuding declined politely. All right then, see you both on competition day, Fang Shihao replied, showing no particular interest in lingering. With less than 2 days until the competition, Fang Shihao knew that proper rest and mental preparation were more valuable than last-minute rushes. That afternoon, he spent time rowing alone on the lake, and in the evening, he went on a date with Zhao Xijia. The following day, he stayed home, immersing himself in books and tuning out the clamor of the outside world. Meanwhile, the LED screens on city streets continuously played promotional videos of the contestants. Fang Shihao hadn't been invited to film one, but Zhou Qinyu dominated the screen with a 10-second close-up. His arrogant expression, paired with the fierce presence of his blood-fang saber-toothed tiger, exuded an undeniable air of dominance. July 1st arrived, clear and sunny. The high school league had begun. In front of the commentary booth, Kevin adjusted his microphone and greeted both the live audience and viewers at home warmly. Turning to his companion, he introduced, sitting beside me is Mr. Lu Weifeng, a familiar face and an old friend to many of our viewers. Lu Weifeng smiled and nodded at the camera. It's a pleasure to be here to commentate on this year's high school league. As a retired Beastmaster, Lu was in charge of providing technical insights, while Kevin, a well-known radio host, excelled at keeping the atmosphere lively. Together, their dynamic ensured that the broadcast remained engaging, even during slower moments in the matches. The crowd's enthusiasm was already palpable. Although the match had yet to begin, the cheers from supporters echoed throughout the venue. Seizing the moment, Kevin turned to Lu with a question. I've heard this year's tournament is introducing the life or death duel rule. Could you explain that to the audience? Life or death duel, as the name suggests, means that the battle only ends when one side's beast is confirmed dead. It's often referred to as no death, no exit, Lu explained. This rule is typically reserved for national-level tournaments or deeply personal grudges between beastmasters. Introducing it to a high school league seems to be an attempt to expose young beastmasters to the harsh realities of this world early on. Though his tone remained professional, Lu couldn't help but inwardly disapprove of the decision. After all, most high schoolers only had a single primary beast. Losing it would mean years of effort gone in an instant. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Gan Yuding had arrived early and was sitting quietly in a corner, scrolling through her phone. At 7:45, Fang Shihao strolled in, late as usual. Both of them were naturally reserved, so they remained silent, each absorbed in their own devices. Their enigmatic teammate, Wang Jia, however, only made his entrance at the last possible minute, just as the venue doors were about to close, spurred on by the old principal's anxious reminders. Why the rush, old man? I'm right on time, aren't I? Wang Jia said nonchalantly, chewing gum as he walked in. Dressed in an ostentatious pink shirt and sporting tinted sunglasses, his demeanor exuded arrogance and indifference. The principal, wearing a strained smile, introduced him to his teammates. Wang Jia, this is Fang. No need for introductions. Wang Jia interrupted dismissively. To me, they're just extras. Do whatever you want, as long as we're not dead last. They'll carry this team to victory. He pulled down his sunglasses slightly with one finger, giving Fang Shihao and Gan Yuding a condescending once-over with his half-slitted eyes. Fang Shihao chuckled softly. This kind of overconfidence, was it born of genuine skill or sheer ignorance? Hey, the match is starting soon. Shouldn't you change into your school uniform? Gan Yuding suggested politely. Huh. Wang Jia burst out laughing. If I were to change, it'd be into the uniform of Longqiao Secondary High, my alma mater. I wouldn't be caught dead in your shabby school uniform. The old principal hurriedly intervened, trying to smooth things over. They'll request a special exemption from the organizers. Now that's more like it. Wang Jia turned to Gan Yuding, smirking. Listen up, kid. Rules are made for the weak. The strong? They trample over rules. Gan Yuding's face turned red with anger as she looked at Fang Shihao. Aren't you supposed to be a genius too? How can you just let him act so arrogantly? His behavior isn't my concern, Fang Shihao replied calmly. Besides, he's a big shot from the Forbidden City, handpicked by the principal. What good would it do me to provoke him? Wang Jia nodded approvingly. Smart kid. Since you're so sensible, maybe one day he'll teach you a thing or two. Let you see the gap between the capital and your little third-tier city. Fang Shihao suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Wang Jia asked, frowning. I just thought of a friend, Fang Shihao said with a smirk. If she heard you calling Tianlan City a third-tier city, her reaction would be priceless. Your friend? Let me guess, another nobody. Wang Jia sneered. In the eyes of country bumpkins, Tianlan City might seem like the pinnacle of civilization. Take her to the capital sometime. Let her see the real world. Might save her from embarrassing herself with her ignorance. Yes, you're absolutely right. Fang Shihao replied dismissively, his tone dripping with indifference. His inner voice warned him. Never argue with a lunatic, it only makes you seem like one too. The tension in the lounge was palpable, but just then, the old principal walked in, holding the tournament schedule. He glanced at the sheet and began to announce. Wang Jia, main arena, third match. Your opponent is Zhu Yudao from Shilin High School. Gan Yuding, left side arena, 13th match. Your opponent is Zhou Yin from 7th High School. Why didn't he mention me? Fang Shihao raised his head in confusion, meeting the principal's somewhat conflicted gaze. After a brief hesitation, the principal spoke in a measured tone. Fang Shihao, you're in the main arena, 8th match. Your opponent is Jiang Ruoxue from Experimental High School, one of the tournament's seeded players. The match format is a life-and-death duel. In that instant, Fang Shihao's mind clicked. Zhou Qinyu had made his move. He wasn't coming at him directly but had orchestrated a face-off with a formidable opponent, clearly intending to eliminate him by proxy. It seemed Zhou was still wary of the second miss and didn't dare act too brazenly. The principal mistook Fang Shihao's pensive silence for fear and quickly tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much, Xiaofang. You're representing the school, and will take full responsibility. Your beast is the blazing fox, right? If anything happens, the school will compensate you with another blazing fox. He continued, his voice earnest. A blazing fox cub costs 1.2 million on the black market, and raising one to adulthood takes another 2 million. If your beast dies, the school will compensate you with 3 million. We might not be flush with cash, but this promise shows our sincerity. Look at all of you, acting so spineless. A life and death duel? I'd kill for a chance like that. Wang Jie's arrogant voice sliced through the room. Gan Yuding shot him a furious glare. Do you have no empathy? No humanity? I hope you're the one who ends up in a life and death duel with Zhou Qinyu tomorrow. She then turned to sit beside Fang Shihao, her tone softening. You're still young. You'll have plenty more opportunities. Who knows? Your next beast might be even better. It seemed everyone had already written Fang Shihao off, but he remained calm. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think Zhang Ruoshui will necessarily be my match. Stop deluding yourself, Gan Yuding said with a shake of her head. Zhang Ruoshui is experimental high school's prodigy. Her beast, the Thornflower Dryad, is a lore-tier creature. She's been admitted to Longqiao University with an exceptional rating. As one of the tournament-seeded players, Zhang was not just a top student, but also a celebrated beauty among high schoolers. Well, if she's heading to Longqiao University, you're doomed. Better start planning your beast's funeral. Wang Jie chimed in smugly, his loyalty to the affiliated school of Longqiao University shining through as he all but declared Fang Shihao's beast a goner. Fang Shihao merely smiled, saying nothing. When no one believes in you, words are futile. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from outside the lounge, the sound so thunderous it felt like it could lift the roof off. The competition had officially begun. This year's high school league was a grand affair. 40 schools, 120 participants, 3 arenas running simultaneously. Each arena would host 20 rounds, with 6 beasts battling it out at any given time. The main arena drew the most attention, featuring the most skilled contestants and commentary provided by Kevin and Lu Weifeng. Mud Shellboar? Ha, what a trash beast. Mutated two-headed bull? What kind of freakish creature is that? Northwind wolf? Please, who uses that except useless cops? Wait, a Swiftwind rabbit? That's the trashiest of the trash. Small towns, small minds, they treat garbage like treasure. In front of the lounge's 3 split screens, Wang Jie lounged with his legs crossed, spitting out one scathing remark after another. The second match in the main arena concluded, and it was time for Wang Jie to take the stage. Gan Yuding smirked. You spend all day looking down on everyone else. Let's see what your beast is really worth. Little girl, watch closely and take notes. I'll finish my opponent in under 10 moves. How much you learn depends on your ability. Wang Jie shot her a cocky grin before strutting out. When his figure appeared on the broadcast screen, murmurs rippled through the audience. Is he a student? Did he walk into the wrong event? Aren't contestants supposed to wear school uniforms? Unlike the other competitors, Wang Jie stood out in his flashy designer streetwear, a stark contrast to their standard attire. The commentators quickly clarified, we've just received word from the organizers. Wang Jie, representing Tianlan City's second high school, is actually a temporary external recruit. Let's see if this hired gun can deliver a performance worth watching. Commentator Kevin shared the latest updates with the audience. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the first high school team, Wang Jioga was coldly sizing up the unconventional Wang Jie. An outsider. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lao Zhou, arrange it next round. They'll send him packing. This year's high school league had an intriguing lineup of participants. After Zhou Qinyu suddenly announced his entry, his crony Wang Jioga joined in, taking the spot of a civilian contestant. The final slot was secured by Wang Hanyu, forming an alliance between 2 influential young men that left the other civilian contestants too intimidated to speak out. Young Master Wang, you might want to take a closer look at his beast before making a decision. Don't let him catch you off guard, someone advised. It's a good chance to see what that northerner is capable of. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Jie summoned his beast. A harsh, guttural screech tore through the venue as the Hellfire Raven, Yatagarasu, took to the air. Its feathers ignited with crimson demonic flames, and with each beat of its wings, it stirred up billowing black smoke. For a moment, commentator Kevin was at a loss for words. Such a beast was indeed rare in the Tenglong Empire. Fortunately, the knowledgeable teacher Lu Weifeng stepped in to explain. The Yatagarasu Lord-level mythical beast. Legend says it hatched from the corpse of a 3-legged golden crow shot down by Ho-E. A fully evolved Yatagarasu is said to bring forth rivers of blood and chaos. In the second high school lounge, Gan Yuding curiously asked Fang Shihao, what kind of beast is that? It looks terrifying. Fang Shihao elaborated. When the Yatagarasu ascends to king level, its feathers turn light red. Once its feathers and crimson eyes match in color, it becomes a fully evolved, legendary Yatagarasu. At that stage, it can not only wield hellfire but also summon the Styx blood sea. The Eastern royal family once banned the Yatagarasu from circulating among civilians, fearing that someone might cultivate a fully evolved one to challenge their rule. However, research later revealed a critical flaw in its evolution, making a full transformation nearly impossible. The ban was eventually lifted. On the battlefield, Zhu Yudao from Sherlin High School found himself in a tough spot. His extraordinary grade Highland Yak, known for its immense strength, struggled against the aerial and long-range attacks of the Yatagarasu. The Raven opened its beak, unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Each one, the size of a fist, carried an unquenchable hellfire. Even the sturdy obsidian arena began to melt under the scorching flames. The massive Highland Yak failed to evade the onslaught, and two fireballs struck it squarely. The hellfire burned through its thick fur in an instant, filling the air with the pungent smell of charred flesh. The yak writhed in agony, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames, which only spread further. "We surrender. We surrender." Zhu Yudao, heartbroken over his injured beast, quickly called for the match to end and escorted the yak off for treatment. "The winner of the third match is Wang Jie," the referee announced. "Contestants for the fourth match, please get ready." What a shame. The opponent was so weak they couldn't even withstand a single move from me. If only this were a life-or-death battle. Wang Jie's arrogant voice echoed through the second high school lounge once more. Fang Shihao put down his phone and asked, "Are you flying or taking the train back to the capital?" "Flying. Why do you ask?" "I suggest booking a flight for tomorrow afternoon," Fang Shihao said calmly. "I just got word from Wang Hanyu that the tournament organizers have been bribed. They're completely under Zhou Qinyu and Wang Zhuzhe's control. Tomorrow, you'll be grouped with Wang Jioga, and it'll be a life-or-death match." "How do you know that?" Gan Yuding frowned. "Don't worry about my sources. Believe it or not, it's up to you," Fang Shihao replied, cutting off further questions. Wang Jioga? What a joke. When I'm done with him, he'll be nothing more than a parrot squawking in a cage." Wang Jie scoffed, dismissing the warning entirely. He strode out of the room, showing no interest in the upcoming matches. The lounge fell silent again as the main arena continued to host thrilling battles. Half an hour later, it was Fang Shihao's turn to step onto the stage. "Good luck. Stay strong and show them what you've got," Gan Yuding, who had been quiet for a long time, encouraged him. "Thank you. I will." Fang Shihao took a deep breath and walked toward the main arena. "The next match is going to be a thrilling one." Kevin, the commentator, raised his voice to announce. On one side, we have Fang Shihao from Second High School, and on the other, the exceptional beast tamer from Experimental High School, Zhang Ruishui, also known as the Goddess Zhang, and one of the top 10 outstanding youths. Let's give them a warm round of applause. The arena erupted into thunderous applause. Along the sides of the entry tunnel, frenzied fans stretched their hands over the railings, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Ruishui Goddess, we love you. Goddess, look over here." Their ecstatic screams filled the air, a testament to the passionate fan culture in the era of beast tamers. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge of First High, Zhou Qinyu, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, suddenly straightened up. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Fang Shihao, standing below the arena. From this vantage point, the action across all three arenas was laid out clearly before him. "So, this is the guy who dared to offend our young master Zhou?" Wang Jioga sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. "He looks utterly unremarkable. How could the second miss possibly be interested in someone like him?" Zhou Qinyu smirked arrogantly. "The second miss is naive and inexperienced, easily deceived by smooth-talking nobodies like him. Everything I do is to help her see the truth, his pathetic, worthless nature." On the main stage, Fang Shihao and Zhang Ruishui stood on opposite sides of the arena. Zhang Ruishui broke the silence first. "I truly regret having to harm your beast. It's not my intention, but rules are rules. I'm sorry." Her words, though seemingly apologetic, carried an air of condescension. "You don't need to apologize," Fang Shihao replied coldly. "If anyone should apologize, it's me for the collateral damage you're about to suffer as an unfortunate bystander." Before his voice had fully faded, Fang Shihao activated his beast space. A towering stone giant, standing 4 meters tall, emerged onto the black-gold arena floor, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The arena surface, smooth and flawless, bore no signs of prior combat, a testament to the black-gold stone's memory restoration properties. At the commentary desk, Lu Weifeng leaned into his microphone to provide insight. The stone giant is an elemental-type beast, known for its signature skill, Rock Construct. It's incredibly strong and as resilient as steel. On the other hand, the Thornflower Dryad is a fairy-type beast specializing in control and sustained damage. However, its offensive power is relatively weak and may struggle to penetrate the stone giant's defenses. Hearing this analysis, Zhang Ruishui's supporters began to murmur with concern. But Lu Weifeng quickly pivoted. That said, Fang Shihao's stone giant is only at the 0-star level, while Zhang Ruishui's Thornflower Dryad has reached 4-star lord rank. This significant gap in star rank should be more than enough to offset any disadvantage in species. Just then, the Thornflower Dryad made her entrance. Standing at an elegant 1.75 meters tall, her long braids were woven from green vines. She stood barefoot, wearing a skirt made of leaves and a pink lotus petal bodice. Her arms were wrapped with thorn-covered whips, and her pale skin was marked with intricate green vein-like patterns. At the referee's signal, the battle began. The Thornflower Dryad wasted no time. With a flick of her left hand, her thorny whip lashed out like a serpent, coiling tightly around the stone giant's neck. Simultaneously, her right hand sent a wave of thorn vines snaking across the ground, binding the giant's right leg firmly. Her swift and calculated opening move appeared to give her the upper hand. But just as the stone giant was about to make its move, the seemingly advantageous start began to unravel. The stone giant slowly lifted its right leg, as if struggling out of a swamp. The thorny vines coiled around its leg snapped audibly, breaking into pieces. A sharp glint flashed in Little Stone's eyes as he suddenly grabbed the long whip of the Thornflower sprite that was wrapped around his neck. With a powerful tug, he yanked her off the ground. Before she could react, his heavy fist slammed into her petite chest, sending her flying out of the arena. The referee, expressionless, signaled for the match to continue. The sudden turn of events left the commentator, Lu Weifeng, momentarily speechless. He let out an awkward laugh and explained, "It seems the male contestant has done an excellent job training his stone giant. Jiang Ruoshui has met her match." Jiang Ruoshui's face darkened, her expression turning serious. She immediately used telepathic communication to urge the Thornflower sprite back into action. Thanks to the unique flexibility of plants, the sprite got up almost unscathed and quickly changed tactics. She raised her hand and scattered a handful of seeds, activating her skill to trigger their rapid, violent growth. In an instant, thorny vines sprang up and tightly bound Little Stone. Trapped, Little Stone began to struggle with all his might, gradually breaking the vines apart. However, it would take a full 10 seconds to free himself completely. The Thornflower sprite seized this perfect opportunity to go on the offensive. She gracefully stepped forward, her arms moving in a blur. Her thorn-covered whip lashed at Little Stone, each strike accompanied by an earth-shattering explosive sound, shattering and peeling away the stone skin on his chest. The audience erupted in cheers, and Jiang Ruoshui's smile returned. Lu Weifeng, the commentator, made no effort to hide his bias. "My prediction was spot on. While the stone giant could gain the upper hand temporarily, it's no match for the Thornflower sprite, a 4-star Lord-level beast." Fang Shihao, watching his son trapped in the arena and enduring a relentless assault, seethed with anger but was powerless to intervene. Although Little Stone felt no pain, seeing his father's fury and helplessness tore at his heart. "Why do I always lose? Why do I keep disappointing my father? Why am I so weak?" Amid the storm of attacks, no one could hear his anguished cries. At that moment, a hidden talent within Little Stone awakened. The system issued 3 consecutive notifications. He had unlocked the innate skills Crushing Wall and Rare Core of Earthquake and ascended to 1-star rank. Though his size didn't increase much, activating the rare skill Mountain King's Wrath caused golden flames to erupt from his body, making him shine with blinding brilliance. Mountain King's Wrath, a skill belonging to the King-tier Mountain Bear King, significantly boosted Little Stone's strength and Earth Element skill damage. Letting out a resounding roar, he shattered the thorny restraints and conjured a massive boulder the size of a millstone, hurling it at his opponent. The Thornflower sprite, learning from her earlier mistake, quickly used her whip to hook onto a billboard and attempted to escape. But Little Stone had anticipated this. He activated Core of Earthquake, a skill inherited from the King-tier stone-burrowing mountain demon, causing the entire stadium to tremble violently. The audience, panicked and terrified, began to rise from their seats, scrambling to evacuate the arena. Seizing the moment, Little Stone's boulder struck the Thornflower sprite with pinpoint accuracy. Empowered by Mountain King's Wrath, the attack's force doubled, leaving her immobilized. He rushed forward, bringing both fists down in a combined strike. The boulder shattered upon impact, and the resulting shockwave obliterated the Thornflower sprite. The system notification echoed, "Your beast, the stone giant, has slain the Thornflower sprite, absorbing 370 points of life essence. Current empty skill slots, 3. Available skills for acquisition: Thornbind, Seed Activation, Thorn Frenzy, Life and Death Duel, concluded. The winner, Fang Shihao. Please return to your seats in an orderly manner. This is not an earthquake." The security staff moved through the panicked crowd, speaking through a megaphone. They were unfazed by the chaos, having witnessed similar incidents before. It wasn't uncommon for spectators to be overwhelmed by the sheer power of the beasts in battle, leading to such disruptions. The scene around the arena was a stark contrast. Younger spectators scrambled toward the exits in fear, while seasoned veterans remained rooted in their seats, eyes locked on the stage. They cheered enthusiastically for the stunning comeback unfolding before them. Commentator Lu Weifeng quickly stepped in to recap the pivotal moment for those who missed it. The stone giant, while at a disadvantage, activated a rare Earth-type support skill called Mountain King's Wrath, significantly boosting its strength and breaking free from its restraints. The thorn flower sprite, though quick to react and attempt an escape, was met with the stone giant's counter its unique rare skill, Seismic Core. The sudden magnitude 8 tremor destabilized the sprite, causing it to lose balance. It was then struck down by the stone giant's massive boulder and finished off decisively. What most people didn't realize was a critical detail about the arena. Its black gold stone surface had absorbed the majority of the earthquake's impact. Without it, buildings within a 1-kilometer radius could have suffered structural damage. While earthquakes have limited effects on beasts, their destructive force on human infrastructure is a different story entirely. In one of the VIP lounges, Zhou Qinyu sat wide-eyed, struggling to process the fact that the nobody he had dismissed as insignificant possessed such a formidable second beast. Wang Hanyu shared his shock just 10 days ago. Fang Shihao's second beast had been a clumsy stone figure. Now, it had evolved into a powerful stone giant. Hey, Zhou, are all the so-called street nobodies you look down on this capable? Wang Jioga smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. This one's leagues ahead of those useless subordinates of yours. If he hadn't crossed you, I'd have considered recruiting him as a vassal. The stronger he is, the more reason I have to crush him, Zhou Qinyu said coldly, his expression darkening. When the second miss arrives to watch the finals, they'll personally step in and show everyone what happens when they dare oppose me. The high school league was structured into 3 stages over 5 days. The first 2 days featured single elimination preliminaries, narrowing 120 participants down to 60, and then to 30. The third and fourth days hosted the semi-finals, reducing the pool from 30 to 15, then to 8, with 1 competitor receiving a bye. The final day would determine the top 3 contenders. I can't believe how strong you are, Gan Yuding exclaimed as she burst into the lounge, her face alight with excitement. That tremor earlier scared even me. Just a minor display, Fang Shihao replied with a gentle smile. Now it's your turn to shine. For the honor of our school, I'll give it my all, Gan Yuding declared, clenching her fists with determination. At noon, the organizers provided high-quality box lunches. Glistening rice paired with a variety of dishes, prepared by hotel chefs and far superior to standard cafeteria fare. Having profited handsomely from the high school Beastmaster tournament, the organizers spared no effort in ensuring excellent logistical support. Gan Yuding's match was scheduled for 2 p.m. in the left-side subvenue. The main arena was buzzing with excitement, as almost every match featured battles between lower-tier beast tamers. In contrast, the level of competition at the secondary venue was, as Wang Jie had mentioned, noticeably lower. Most participants there were average beast tamers, with some contestants from third-rate high schools exposing clear deficiencies in both teaching quality and student aptitude. At the secondary venue, Gan Yuding's opponent, Zhou Yin, was considered quite strong. His beast was a Transcendent 2-star giant hornet, a creature colloquially known as the killer bee. While its stingers could inject potent venom, it needed to get close to attack. On the other hand, Gan Yuding's howling wind leopard was renowned for its speed and agility. Fang Shihao only needed a glance to predict the outcome of the match, and sure enough, after the giant hornet hovered in the air for a while, it eventually descended to attack, only to be swiftly taken down by the howling wind leopard in a single strike. Gan Yuding advanced easily to the second round of the preliminaries. After the first day's matches ended, the two parted ways and headed home. Fang Shihao had just gotten into his car when his phone buzzed with a call from Cui Siya. He quickly answered, only to hear her bluntly demand compensation, leaving him wondering if this was still the same bold and generous woman he knew. What exactly do I owe you money for? Fang Shihao asked with a laugh. For the stadium repairs, of course. Thanks to you, troublemaker, the venue needs overnight fixes for the earthquake damage, Cui Siya retorted confidently. It turned out that Feiyun Stadium was part of the Cui family's vast business empire, though Fang Shihao was already accustomed to their immense wealth. So, you've been keeping an eye on the high school league? I thought you'd look down on competitions at this level, he said. Well, this year, there are participants from prestigious families, making it much more competitive than usual. Plus, I'll be attending the finals as an invited guest. Don't get eliminated before then, she replied. I'll give it my all, Fang Shihao promised. I'll be watching, Cui Siya said with a hint of anticipation. Fang Shihao had already learned this news from Wang Hanyu earlier. To him, Zhou Qinyu's schemes were completely transparent. The next day, the area outside the stadium was packed with people, as spectators lined up to have their tickets checked. Fang Shihao, wearing his competitor badge, entered through the side entrance. As he passed the crowd, a few people recognized him. Hey, isn't that Fang Shihao from number 2 high school? He's wearing their uniform, must be him. Should we ask for a photo? Forget it. His beast could crush us with one slap. Defeating the popular Jiang Ruoshui yesterday had given Fang Shihao some fame, and today, his reputation was bound to grow even more. He had learned from Wang Hanyu that his opponent for the day was Ma Lin, a seeded contestant from Yinqing No. 1 High School, along with his ferocious hippopotamus Biasta clear setup orchestrated by Zhou Chunyu. At 7:15 a.m., Fang Shihao arrived at the waiting room on time, only to find Gan Yuding already there. I thought I was early, but it seems you beat me to it. Looks like you're taking this competition seriously, he remarked. It's a rare chance to bring honor to my school and gain real battle experience. Of course, I take it seriously, she replied. After a brief chat, the two began scrolling through their phones in silence until Wang Jie showed up promptly before 8 a.m. Good morning, little sister. Your big brother is here to carry you to victory. Wait, why are you still here? Wang Jie asked, noticing Fang Shihao. You'd better prepare yourself. Yesterday, Fang Shihao used his stone giant to defeat Jiang Ruoshui's thornflower dryad. You're not the only genius around here, so don't get too cocky. Gan Yuding interjected. That thornflower dryad was a joke? My Yatagarasu could take it down in seconds. What's there to brag about? Fang Shihao replied. Now, if someone could defeat Wang Joga's king-tier beast, the ancient deer spirit, that would be something to celebrate. Ancient deer spirit? Please. If my Yatagarasu reaches king-tier, it wouldn't even consider that thing a threat, Wang Jie said dismissively, exuding his usual arrogant air, as if declaring, you country bumpkins have no idea what real power looks like. As Wang Jie's antics brought some amusement to the otherwise dull waiting time, the old principal entered the room, holding the match schedule with a serious expression. This marked the end of Wang Jie's carefree mercenary days. The schedule is out. Gan Yuding, you'll compete in the third match at the secondary venue against Wang Hanyu from No. 1 High School. Fang Shihao, you're in the first match at the main arena against Ma Lin from Yinqing No. 1. A life or death battle. Wang Jie, you're in the fourth match at the main arena against Wang Joga from No. 1 High, also a life or death battle. The old principal slumped heavily into his chair after reviewing the tournament schedule, despair written all over his face. Every matchup seemed hopeless. Gan Yuding versus Wang Hanyu, a clear mismatch. Fang Shihao against Ma Lin, chances slim to none. But what broke his heart the most was seeing their star foreign recruit, Wang Jie, pitted against the aristocratic prodigy, Wang Joga. Is this the end of our No. 2 High School? The old principal murmured in agony. Even the usually arrogant Wang Jie had lost his swagger. His face was pale, like someone recovering from a severe illness. Gan Yuding stared at Fang Shihao in shock, recalling how he had accurately predicted Wang Jie's matchup with Wang Joga just yesterday. At last, she believed this tournament was rigged. Fang Shihao remained expressionless, as though he had seen it all coming. Where are you going? The old principal snapped when he noticed Wang Jie trying to sneak out of the room. I am going to the restroom, Wang Jie stammered, avoiding eye contact. There's a restroom right here in the lounge. Which one are you going to? I am going home. A high school level competition involving an aristocrat? This is ridiculous and unfair. Wang Jie finally burst out, fear and insecurity etched on his face. Fang Shihao couldn't hold back and scolded him. Now you care about fairness? I told you to keep a low profile, but you wouldn't listen. If you hadn't been so arrogant, no one would have targeted you. But it's too late now. Running away isn't an option. If you flee, it's not just your reputation, it's No. 2 High School's reputation on the line. You have to compete today. Losing is fine, but we can't let people think we're cowards who can't even show up. The old principal suddenly exploded with rage, his face red with fury. Wang Jie, they'll compensate you for your beast. They'll sell my house, my land, everything I own if I have to, but you're getting on that stage. Under the principal's fiery glare, Wang Jie immediately caved. Fine, I'll fight. I'll fight, okay? Fang Shihao sighed and shook his head. Another one like Gu Fengxian, arrogant on the surface, but weak at heart. As the match approached, two commentators analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the competitors' beasts. Yesterday, Fang Shihao's stone golem performed exceptionally, defeating Jiang Ruoshui's thornflower sprite in an underdog victory. Meanwhile, Ma Lin secured an easy win and clearly conserved his energy. This promises to be a thrilling showdown between two strong contenders. Cheers erupted as Fang Shihao and Ma Lin entered the arena from opposite sides. Scattered jeers mixed in, clearly from Jiang Ruoshui's fans. Coward who beats up girls. Ma Lin's going to destroy you. Mess with our goddess again, and you'll get what's coming. Fang Shihao brushed it off with a faint smile. He noticed that the main arena's obsidian platform had been reinforced with an additional layer of black gold stone to absorb seismic impacts. Tough luck, my friend, Ma Lin said with a grin. 2 back-to-back death matches. Adversity builds character. This is just the beginning, Fang Shihao replied calmly. You sure have an optimistic outlook. Yesterday, Jiang Ruoshui was crying her heart out, and you didn't even glance back as you walked away. You've got the makings of someone destined for greatness. But don't think it'll be as easy to deal with. Ready? You and Jiang Ruoshui are the same to Mebeth losers. Bold words. I like it. Let's settle this in the arena, Ma Lin declared, summoning his Biasta massive hippopotamus, weighing several tons that landed heavily on the platform. Not to be outdone, Fang Shihao called forth his stone golem, equally imposing in presence. The hippopotamus, a dominant force in shallow rivers feared even by crocodiles, was a beast with unparalleled toughness, weighing up to 3 tons with an incredible bite force. As a ferocious glass beast, it had evolved to enhance its natural advantages, boasting skin as hard as armor and unmatched jaw strength. At the referee's whistle, the feral hippo charged forward like an unstoppable tank. The stone golem beat its chest in excitement, finally facing an opponent worthy of a full-force clash. Little Shirtu unleashed his rockrafting ability to create a custom 3-meter-long baseball bat. Ingeniously, he embedded sharp stone spikes along its length, transforming it into a weapon resembling a spiked mace. As the rampaging feral hippo charged at him, Shirtu gripped the spiked bat tightly with both hands and swung it with tremendous force, delivering a home run-worthy strike. The spikes shattered instantly upon contact with the hippo's thick hide, but the resilient bat slammed heavily onto the creature's head, knocking it out cold on the spot. Despite the brutal impact, the bat only sustained minor surface cracks, showcasing its remarkable durability. In the stands, Malin's expression darkened. He knew all too well the power of the feral hippo, a beast capable of flipping an overturned truck with ease. Yet here, before Shida's rock giant, it was utterly powerless. Its overwhelming strength was completely neutralized, and its simple strategy of brute force and biting seemed futile against this opponent. Veteran commentator Lu Weifeng quickly assessed the situation. In terms of raw strength, the feral hippo, a 4-star lord-tier beast, does have an edge over the bramble dryad from yesterday. However, it's clear that the rock giant is handling the hippo with even greater ease today. Power-type beasts are completely countered by the rock giant's seemingly limitless strength. Before Lu's words could fully sink in, Shirtu had already seized the hippo's short, thick neck and executed a flawless over-thresholder throw, slamming it onto the arena floor. The colossal impact caused the platform to tremble violently, leaving a shallow crater on the black gold stone surfacia material harder than diamond. The feral hippo, already dazed from the initial strike, lost consciousness entirely from this devastating throw. Seizing the opportunity, Shirtu mounted the hippo's body. Like Wu Song slaying a tiger, he grabbed its head and delivered 3 consecutive punches to its exposed skull. Each strike left a deeper dent, and the hippo's life force visibly ebbed with each blow. "We surrender! We surrender!" Malin shouted desperately from the sidelines. The referee cast a cold glance his way and replied indifferently, "This is a fight to the death. Surrender is not an option." The match continues. Panicking, Malin turned to Fang Shihao, pleading, "Brother, please, spare me this once, and I swear I'll repay you handsomely in the future." Fang Shihao remained composed. To quote Jiang Ruoshui from yesterday, "Rules are rules. You knew this was a death match when you stepped into the arena. If you weren't prepared to lose your beast, you shouldn't have entered. You bastard. Just you wait." Malin spat venomously, glaring at Fang Shihao before storming off in frustration. 10 seconds later, a system notification chimed. "Your beast, the rock giant, has killed the feral hippo and absorbed 590 points of life essence. Available skill slots, 3. Skills available for acquisition. Reckless Charge, Savage Bite." Fang Shihao quickly chose Reckless Charge. It was an exceptional power-type skill that slightly increased charging speed. Though it only allowed straight-line advances with no ability to turn or stop abruptly, it maximized strength and size advantages, delivering an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Shirtu, you're getting stronger every day. Hear that? The applause is for you." Fang Shihao praised, gripping Shitu's blood-coated stone fist in encouragement before returning the still-energized rock giant to the beast's base. Judging by his performance, Shita's combat techniques were becoming increasingly refined, blending elements of traditional sports. Yesterday, he showcased a textbook shot-put form while hurling boulders. Today, his professional-level home run swing and expertly executed over-thresholder throw demonstrated his extraordinary talent in both athletic and combat disciplines. Back in the waiting room, Gan Yuding approached with a forced smile to offer her congratulations. Her turn was coming up, and Fang Shihao didn't mince words. "This high school league might not be the best fit for you. Honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing if it ended for you here. If you advance to the knockout rounds and face a death match, it could be trouble. Thanks for your concern." Gan Yuding rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by his blunt comment. When her match began, Gan Yuding lasted barely 30 seconds before conceding. Her howling wind leopard, its mouth full of porcupine quills, was promptly taken for treatment and didn't return to the waiting room. Her match was uneventful, with the outcome as predictable as yesterday's. After 2 more thrilling battles in the main arena, It was finally Wang Jie's turn to take the stage. The old principal, wary of any last-minute hesitation, waited outside the waiting room to personally escort Wang Jie to the arena. On the broadcast, viewers could see Wang Jie's opponent, Wang Jiego, mouthing taunts incessantly, while Wang Jie kept his head down, saying nothing. It was clear he was bearing the brunt of his opponent's mockery. As their beasts entered the arena, Wang Jie's once majestic Yatagarasu was immediately overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of its opponent, a king-tier beast known as the deer-head spirit. This formidable creature stood a towering 2.5 meters tall with the body of a human and the head of a deer. Its lean, skeletal face exuded a chilling malice, and its muscular frame was draped in a thick black cloak of fungal tendrils. In its hand, it wielded a gnarled locustwood staff, twisted and knotted with bulbous growths. The locust tree, often associated with spirits and the supernatural, hinted at the eerie and sinister battle that was about to unfold. Meeting the prestigious deer-head beast of the Wang family was truly an honor. It added a shining highlight to my commentary career. On the commentary platform, Lu Weifeng passionately introduced the audience to the creature. The deer-head beast is an exclusive battle beast of the Wang family from Guangning province. It's not only exceptional in close combat, but also highly skilled in sorcery. Among king-tier battle beasts, it is undoubtedly top-notch. As Wang Jiego entered the arena alongside the deer-head beast, commentator Lu Weifeng instantly transformed into his most devoted admirer, showering him with praise. Amidst this overwhelming flattery, Wang Jie, his opponent, seemed to wilt like a frost-bitten eggplant. "So, I thought you'd be a tough opponent. Turns out you're just a waste of time," Wang Jiego sneered, snapping his fingers. "Boring. Finish it." The deer-head beast obeyed immediately, its grim, sinister face exuding malevolent energy. Towering and imposing, it swung its long arms wielding a locustwood staff, its range of attack intimidating. The Yatagarasu, Wang Jie's Hellfire Crow, barely managed to ascend swiftly enough to evade the deadly strike. Though its master had faltered, the Yatagarasu, a hellish crow imbued with fiery resilience, refused to yield. It unleashed a barrage of highly adhesive fireballs directly at the deer-head beast. Calm and composed, the beast effortlessly deflected and shattered the fireballs with its staff, ghostly energy swirling ominously around it. As it moved, its grotesque maw, lined with sharp teeth, opened wide to chant a blasphemous incantation. In an instant, dark clouds began to gather under the stadium roof. The ominous scene was visible to spectators from all three arenas. The black clouds condensed, unleashing a foul, ink-like rain. The Yatagarasu, soaring above the stage, was inevitably drenched. Its speed plummeted as its wings struggled to stay aloft, forcing it into a desperate descent. Faced with a life-or-death moment, the Yatagarasu abandoned waiting for its master's command and revealed its trump card. Tilting its head back slightly, it gathered its strength and unleashed a concentrated stream of flames like a blowtorch. The intense fire surged forward, forcing the deer-head beast to dodge. The arena was soon engulfed in flames, tongues of fire licking at the beast's hooves and its fungal cloak, eliciting an anguished, piercing cry. The deer-head beast is afraid of fire. Fang Shihao, watching from the rest area, leapt to his feet, instantly identifying the opponent's weakness. Despite the Yatagarasu's valiant counterattack, the gap between a king-tier and a lord-tier battle beast was insurmountable. In pain, the deer-head beast gripped its staff with both hands and struck the ground with force. Several springs of filthy, muddy water erupted, forming a stinking swamp that extinguished the flames. The Yatagarasu's final gambit was neutralized. Laden with the accumulating black rain, it grew weaker and finally collapsed, unable to fly. The deer-head beast raised its locustwood staff high and brought it down with crushing force, shattering the crow's bones and sending it plummeting into the rancid swamp. Match over. Wang Jiego is the winner, the referee hastily announced. That's it. Wang Jiego glanced at the clock. 58 seconds. Impressive, you couldn't even last a full minute. He made no move to leave the arena, continuing to mock Wang Jie. The referee, intimidated, dared not intervene and could only wait silently for the spectacle to end. Defeated and humiliated, Wang Jie hung his head as he trudged toward the rest area. But Wang Jiego wasn't done. He intercepted him in the entryway. "Hey, don't leave just yet. You were acting all high and mighty earlier. I'm talking to you." Another student, preparing for the next match, witnessed the scene but dared not intervene. Instead, he greeted Wang Jiego deferentially. "Good day, young Master Wang. Go on, get to your match. This has nothing to do with you." "Yes, of course, young Master Wang." The student breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away, choosing to ignore the impending bullying. Wang Jiego stepped closer, cornering Wang Jie against the wall. Pulling out a knife, he held it menacingly near Wang Jie's ear. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? If that's the case, why keep your ears?" Might as well cut them off. 3 can hear you. I'm sorry, young Master Wang. Wang Jie stammered, trembling. Louder. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Be specific. What exactly did you do wrong? The Yatagarasu shouldn't have fought back. It hurt your dear head beast. Are you kidding me? Wang Jioga's expression darkened, and he slapped Wang Jie hard enough to make him stumble. Your biggest mistake was pretending to be something you're not. Got it? I'm here wearing a school uniform, and you, a worthless mutt, dared to show up in that outfit. Tell Medant you deserve this? I deserve it. I deserve it. You're absolutely right, young Master Wang. A twisted grin spread across Wang Juji's face. Then tell me, how should I punish you? Whatever you decide, young Master Wang. They'll do whatever you say. Surrender happens only once or countless times. At this critical moment, Wang Jie's cowardly nature was laid bare. Wang Jioga sneered coldly and presented 2 choices. Either walk naked to the station and go home, or keep your clothes on and let me set you on fire. Survive if you're lucky. Wang Jie trembled all over. Both options spelled doom, social humiliation, or physical death. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he choked out his decision. I'll strip. Good. Wang Jioga sneered in disdain. Remember, if you dare put your clothes back on halfway, you can forget about leaving Tianlan City alive. Wang Jie nodded repeatedly, his body trembling. Just as this humiliating scene was about to unfold, Fang Shihao finally stepped out from the shadows. Wang Jioga looked him up and down with interest. Oh, you dare meddle in my business? Tired of living? I actually agreed with you teaching him a lesson, Fang Shihao replied, meeting Wang Juji's gaze directly. But you've gone too far. There's a line, and you are trying to push him over the edge. What's this? Planning to stand up for him? Wang Jioga narrowed his eyes. You could put it that way, Fang Shihao said without flinching. Wang Jioga let out a cold laugh. All right, you've got guts. Wang Jie, get lost. Wang Jie fled as if granted a pardon, not daring to look back, not even at Fang Shihao, the person who had just saved him. Regretting it now? Look at the kind of person you just helped. Wang Jioga mocked. I helped him because I couldn't stand by and watch, not because of who he is. Fang Shihao replied calmly, though deep down, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Not even a word of thanks. With Gan Yuding and Wang Jie eliminated, Fang Shihao was the only one left representing second high. Even if he won the championship, the school's overall score was beyond saving. The old principal had already given up, handing Fang Shihao the promised 200,000 yuan appearance fee and vanishing from the scene. But Fang Shihao hadn't given up. The semifinals were actually easier for him than the preliminary rounds, thanks to Zhou Qinyu deliberately arranging weaker opponents. In one match, his opponent's direwolf was even killed with a single punch by a small stone, contributing only 85 life essence points. Among the final 8 competitors, first high dominated with 3 spots. Second high was left with only Fang Shihao, while the remaining 4 came from experimental highs Liu Yang and Xin Letian, third highs Meng Chun, and Sweetwater highs Wu Xiaojun. If not for facing Fang Shihao earlier, Zhang Ruoxue and Ma Lin would have surely advanced to the top 8. The night before the finals, the library was silent, save for the night watchman and Fang Shihao, who had paid for unrestricted access. For days, he had been rapidly flipping through books, searching for one crucial piece of information, records detailing the weaknesses of the deerhead spirit. The schedule for the semifinals was set. Fang Shihao would first face off against Wang Hanyu, and then, if victorious, he would take on Wang Jioga. Initially, Zhou Qinyu had planned to personally block Fang Shihao's advance, but Wang Jioga insisted on meeting Fang in the semifinals. If Fang managed to overcome this hurdle, he would still have to face Zhou Qinyu in the ultimate test during the finals. At the conclusion of the first day of the semifinals, Fang Shihao received a text from Wang Hanyu. The message revealed a harsh truth. The outcomes of all the matches had already been orchestrated by Zhou Qinyu. Despite Fang Shihao's seemingly commanding presence, he felt like a caged beast, his fate firmly in the hands of others. Yet, none of this came as a surprise to Fang. When he had chosen to stand up for Wang Jie in the past, he had anticipated the arrogance and retaliation of the elite families. However, the news of Wang Jioga volunteering to fight him unexpectedly offered a glimmer of hope. 2 consecutive days of research confirmed Fang Shihao's suspicions. The deerhead spirit had a pronounced weakness to fire elemental beasts. This vulnerability was documented in numerous beast taming texts. Fang's ace beast, the sovereign level 3-tailed fire fox named Xiaoguai, was the perfect counter to the deerhead spirit, while the Bloodfang saber-toothed tiger's rank exceeded Xiaoguai's, making the outcome uncertain. Defeating or even killing the deerhead spirit was almost guaranteed. Fang's plan was simple. Take down the deerhead spirit first, absorb its life essence to elevate Xiaoguai's rank, and then face the Bloodfang saber-toothed tiger in a final showdown. A caged beast? Hardly. This was the confidence of someone with victory within reach. Having finalized his strategy, Fang Shihao entered the beast-taming space to prepare for the next day's battles. He first addressed Xiaoshitu, his other beast. Tomorrow, you'll take the first match against Wang Hanya's spiked porcupine. Go easy on him. Wang Hanyu is a good friend of ours. Then, turning to Xiaoguai, who had grown noticeably larger, Fang smiled. Xiaoguai, are you ready? You'll face the deerhead spirit first, then the blood-fang saber-toothed tiger. I've compiled all the information on our opponents, and I'll go over it with you in detail when we get home. Finally, some action, Xiaoguai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The fear and hesitation it once harbored were long gone, replaced by the courage and confidence befitting a future nine-tailed fire fox. Father, let me take on the challenge, Xiaoshida suddenly spoke up, breaking its usual silence. Fang Shihao paused, slightly taken aback, before gently replying, Xiaoguai has been cooped up in the beast-taming space for too long. It's time to give him a chance to shine. We can't take all the glory for ourselves, right? He couldn't bring himself to bluntly say that Xiaoshidu wasn't strong enough to face the deerhead spirit, so he chose a more tactful approach. I understand your reasoning, Xiaoshida said, its tone resolute, but I yearn for a stronger opponent. I'd rather die than live in mediocrity. Its voice was firm, carrying an unshakable determination. Xiaoshidu was well aware that Fang Shihao doubted its abilities, always favoring Xiaoguai as the first choice for challenging powerful foes. Though it appreciated Fang's efforts to nurture its confidence, Xiaoshidu refused to remain the second option forever. It needed a life-or-death battle to prove its worth. Fang Shihao's expression grew serious. Xiaoshidu, think carefully. Losing means death. You have a bright future ahead. Are you truly willing to risk it all for a fleeting moment of glory? I was born a mere stone, but you, Father, gave me life. Yet I cannot forever hide beneath your wings. I wish to become a towering mountain, one that shields you from the storm. Xiaoshida's words, unusually articulate for someone prone to stammering, were spoken with unwavering conviction, clearly the result of deep contemplation. Xiaoshida's determination moved Fang Shihao. You are my child, but you are not my possession. You have the right to choose your own path, even if it leads to an abyss. I respect your decision, but I cannot allow my child to face such a dangerous opponent in this way. With that, Fang Shihao exited the beast-taming space and returned to the real world. Yang Fa, start the car, he ordered. Back home? Yang Fa asked. No, to the outskirts. Head to the breeding farm, Fang replied. Without further questions, Yang Fa silently drove the black Audi out of the city. The night deepened as they approached the breeding farm for long-eared ball rabbits, which was already locked up. Guards stationed in the watchtowers scanned the area vigilantly, on high alert for any potential beast attacks. In the dead of night on the outskirts of the city, the beams of a car's headlights pierced through the darkness. A vigilant sentry immediately used the walkie-talkie to contact his supervisor, Li Datsai. Having just laid down to rest, Li Datsai quickly threw on a coat and climbed onto the wall, watching the approaching vehicle with a wary eye. His beast-taming space was ready to be activated at any moment, prepared for any unexpected situation. Li Datsai, it's me Fang Shihao, the guy who bought rabbits from you last time, a familiar voice called out. Recognizing the voice of Fang Shihao, a registered beast tamer, Li Datsai relaxed slightly but still asked cautiously, what brings you out here to the middle of nowhere in the dead of night, instead of enjoying the comforts of the city? Cut the chatter. How many rabbits do you have left at the factory? We'll take them all, Fang Shihao said bluntly. After a brief moment of thought, Li Datsai replied, we've got over 70 mature ones ready for slaughter. I'll give you a fair deal, 400,000, and they're all yours. Deal. I'll handle the slaughter myself. You can keep the pelts, and I'll come back for the rabbit jerky later. Fang Shihao agreed without haggling, pressed for time. With the deal settled, they headed to the slaughterhouse. The professional butcher, Xiao Guai, began his work, while all the life essence extracted was absorbed by Xiao Shirtu, Fang Shihao's beast. As a one-star lord, Xiao Shirtu stood no chance against the 3-star king-level staghead monster they were preparing to face. To maximize Xiao Shida's combat power, Fang Shihao decided to use all the stored life essence to upgrade its star level. Currently, he had about 1,000 points of life essence, most of which came from defeating a thorny flower demon and a savage river hippo. Although he had hoped to use the essence to elevate Xiao Shida's rank, he had no other choice under the circumstances. The consumption of life essence for star upgrades increased exponentially. 30 points were needed to advance from 1 star to 2, 60 for 3 stars, 130 for 4 stars, 350 for 5 stars, and 600 for 6 stars. The life essence he had, combined with what was obtained from the slaughter, was just enough to push Xiao Shirtu to the 6-star limit. Fang Shihao spent the entire night in the beast-taming space, guiding Xiao Shirtu through the star-level upgrades. As the first light of dawn broke, Yang Fa, who had been dozing in the car, reminded him, young master, it's almost sunrise. Fang Shihao opened his bloodshot eyes and said, let's head back to the city. The final competition day drew an even larger crowd than before, despite ticket prices doubling. The organizers had worked overnight to dismantle the sub-arenas and reinforce the main stage for the fierce battles to come. At 7:30 a.m., spectators began to file in. Fang Shihao, having rushed back to the city, stopped by a small shop for a bowl of warm soy milk to settle his stomach before heading straight to the venue. As the clock neared 8 a.m. and the venue prepared to close its doors, Fang Shihao was still nowhere to be seen among the 7 contestants waiting in the holding area. Wang Jioga muttered anxiously, "Still not here? That little punk wouldn't chicken out, would he? Better if he doesn't show up. That way, second miss will see him for the coward he truly is." Zhou Qinyu sneered. His goal was to crush Fang Shihao and prove to the second miss that this commoner was nothing but a waste of time. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into spontaneous applause as Cui Siye entered, dressed in a simple yet elegant white dress. Her skin was flawless, her youth radiant, and her natural beauty outshone any need for makeup. Zhou Qinyu stared at her close-up on the big screen, utterly mesmerized by her smile. After a brief greeting to the audience, Cui Siye retreated to the VIP room, where the Cui family's security team had already stationed themselves around the venue. Taking the schedule handed to her by a servant, she quickly located Fang Shihao's match. After defeating the commoner student from Yigao, Fang Shihao will have to face Wang Jioga and Zhou Qinyu back-to-back? Cui Siye chuckled softly, seeing through the intentional arrangement of the matches. She chose not to intervene, curious to see if this lucky little rascal truly had the strength to stand on equal footing with the heirs of noble families. The door to the waiting area creaked open, and Fang Shihao finally arrived, fashionably late. Inside the preparation room for the finals, only 8 contestants remained, silently awaiting their turn to compete. As Wang Jioga noticed Fang Shihao's arrival, a cold smirk appeared on his face. "At least you weren't stupid enough to skip this. If you dared to not show up today, I'd make sure your family wouldn't get a moment's peace tonight." His tone wasn't one of empty threats. Wang Juji's domineering behavior, typical of the Wang family, ensured he would resort to the harshest measures to punish anyone who dared to avoid the competition. Fang Shihao, looking visibly fatigued, replied in a calm, measured voice, "Because of you, I've been studying the Wang family's situation lately. Among the 13 direct descendants of your generation, only 9 have bonded with a deer spirit. Have you ever thought about what would happen if your deer spirit were to fall in battle? You'd end up just like those 4 who never received one, reduced to nothing more than an ordinary person." A subtle twitch crossed Wang Juji's face. The thought was indeed terrifying. However, he quickly masked his unease with an air of arrogance. "You think you can kill my deer spirit? Please. I'll give you the same choice I gave Wang Jigas how you'll die." Spoiler alert. It's going to be spectacular. The other contestants exchanged nervous glances, uneasy at the sight of this privileged heir openly threatening a civilian student, yet none dared to intervene. At that moment, the competition staff entered just in time. "All contestants, please prepare to head to the stage. Follow me." The host's voice boomed across the arena as the introductions began. Now entering the stage, we have Fang Shihao from Second High School. Together with his stone giant, he's delivered some truly remarkable performances. The phrase "mighty enough to lift mountains" perfectly describes his stone giant's power. Following him is Zhou Qinyu from First High School. With his lore-tier saber-toothed tiger, he has vanquished countless formidable opponents. We eagerly anticipate the appearance of the Zhou family's Bloodfang saber-toothed tiger in this final showdown. The 8 contestants, dressed in their respective school uniforms, entered the arena one by one to thunderous applause. Once the applause subsided, the host announced the matchups for the semi-finals. The first round would see Wang Jioga facing Wu Xiaojun. The second round would pit Wang Hanyu against Fang Shihao. The third round would feature Zhou Qinyu against Shan Letian. And the fourth round would be Meng Chun versus Liu Yang. The first 3 matches were one-sided affairs, but all eyes were on the clash between Fang Shihao and Wang Hanyu. When Fang Shihao summoned his stone giant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The commentator's voice brimmed with excitement. If you recall, during the preliminary rounds, Fang Shihao's stone giant stood at just 4 meters tall and weighed 10 tons. Now it's grown to 6 meters and 15 tons, nearly matching an adult female quarry troll in size. His progress is nothing short of extraordinary. In the VIP viewing room, Cui Siye was equally taken aback by the stone giant's growth. She mused to herself, 10 days ago, it was barely comparable to my quarry troll. But now, it's far surpassed the quarry trolls nurtured with the Earth's heart, reaching the maximum potential of a lore-tier stone giant. This kid's got serious skills. If he can train a stone giant to this level, his other beasts must be even more impressive. Wang Jioga is in for a world of trouble. When the dust settled, the 4 advancing to the semi-finals were Wang Jioga, Fang Shihao, Zhou Qinyu, and Meng Chun. The host's voice rang out with enthusiasm. These 4 are all native beast tamers from Tianlan City. Let's give them a round of applause. Guangning Province may have its fair share of talent, but Tianlan City truly stands out. The applause rolled through the arena for a solid 10 seconds before the host continued. For the first match of the semifinals, we have Wang Juga from first high school and his deer spirit facing off against Fang Shihao from second high school and his stone giant. This match will be a life or death battle. In the VIP room, the smile on Chui Xia's face vanished instantly. Can someone explain to me what this life and death duel is all about? How on earth does a high school competition have such an absurd rule? Chui Xia demanded furiously, her voice sharp and unyielding. The beast tamers assigned to protect her stood frozen, not daring to speak a word. Call off the match immediately, she ordered, turning on her heel to leave. Butler Deng wasted no time contacting the organizers. In Guangning province, Chui Xia's word was law. Moments later, the announcer's voice rang out over the speakers. Due to damage to the arena, we must perform emergency repairs. The semifinals will be postponed. We ask for your patience. The crowd erupted in murmurs of discontent. What a buzzkill. How could a black goldstone arena possibly get damaged? Those in the know exchanged skeptical glances. This was clearly a cover story, and something deeper was at play. Fang Shihao and Wang Juga were making their way to the waiting room when Wang Juga spotted the approaching figure of Miss Chui Xia. He immediately stopped and bowed respectfully. Greetings, 2nd Mississippi. This doesn't concern you. Get lost, Chui Xia said coldly. Understood. Wang Juga kept his head low and hurried away without another word. In this rigidly stratified society of noble families, a minor house like the Wang family was no different from commoners in the eyes of true aristocracy. Once Wang Juga had disappeared from sight, Chui Xia's expression softened slightly. What are you playing at? Why didn't you send little Guai to fight? Do you not know that the deerhead spirit fears fire? Fang Shihao calmly recounted the events of the previous night. As she listened, Chui Xia's initial frustration gave way to admiration. Loyal, courageous, fearless, and bold. I didn't expect Little Stone to not only have extraordinary talent, but also possess such admirable qualities. She closed her eyes and entered her beast-taming space, retrieving 3 powerful relics from the mountain-digging rock demon. The Heart of the Earth, the Mammoth's Last Wish, and the Desert Tyrant's Burial Shroud. The relics hovered in midair, radiating waves of immense energy. Take these, she said. Little Stone and my Big Stone are siblings of the same bloodline. He should call me Aunt, so let's just say I'm lending these to him as his aunt. Fang Shihao shook his head with a sigh. I appreciate your willingness to help Little Stone, but relying on external objects to defeat a strong foe goes against his principles. I can't accept them. Stubborn fool. Chui Xia stomped her foot in frustration. Xia, Fang Shihao said gently, I've never considered you an outsider. I've always accepted the things you've given me. But not this time. This is about Little Stone's dignity. No matter what happens, I need you to simply watch. Today's battle belongs to Little Stone, to Little Guai, and to me. With that, Fang Shihao gave her a small bow and walked toward the arena. Chui Xia stood silent for a moment before messaging Butler Deng. Let the match resume. The announcer returned to the stage, his voice booming with renewed energy. The arena has been repaired, and the competitors are ready. Without further ado, let the match begin. Little Stone strode onto the stage, his 6-meter frame towering and unyielding. Across the arena, Wang Juja's face twisted in contempt. You lucky bastard, currying favor with the 2nd Mississippi, let's see if you're still standing when I'm done with you. The deerhead spirit emerged onto the stage, and the battle reignited. Little Stone wasted no time, immediately activating the King of the Mountain's wrath. Golden flames surged around him as a massive stone staff materialized in his hands, growing rapidly to a length of 10 meters. Wielding the staff with both hands, he swung it in a devastating arc toward the deerhead spirit. As a king-level beast, the deerhead spirit refused to back down. It brandished its locustwood staff to parry the blow, but the clash of raw power left it outmatched. The deerhead spirit's staff was knocked aside, and its massive body slammed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Little Stone unleashed the earthquake core. The entire black goldstone arena trembled violently, throwing the deerhead spirit off balance just as it was trying to rise. The world spun around it. Commentator Lu Weifeng, ever biased in favor of the noble families, tried to downplay the scene. In beast battles, rank and star level are the deciding factors. While the deerhead spirit is a king-level beast, it's only 3 stars, so it's not surprising it's struggling for now. Little Stone advanced steadily across the shaking arena, his movements unaffected. But just as he closed in, the ground beneath him turned treacherous. Dark, foul-smelling sludge and black water began bubbling up from multiple springs, spreading rapidly to engulf the arena in a swamp of decay. The bone-burying mire had been unleashed. Caught in the mire, Little Stone's movements slowed, giving the deerhead spirit a chance to recover. The battle was far from over. In earlier years, a survey conducted by grassroots media on prominent families identified the Chui family as the strongest, while the Wang family was deemed the most sinister due to their secretive ability to command the beast of slaughter, the deerhead fiend. This creature, living solely for carnage, possessed two terrifying innate abilities: the Bone Swamp and the Rain of Corpses. The Bone Swamp drew its power from death itself. Every corpse that fell within it expanded its reach and strengthened its binding force. The swamp corroded flesh, extracting putrid fluids from the decaying remains. The more corpses it accumulated, the denser the rain during the Rain of Corpses. This black, viscous liquid, resembling crude oil, was rife with lethal bacteria and viruses. Anyone who came into contact with it was doomed to severe illness, and even most battle beasts struggled to withstand its relentless erosion. After the earthquake subsided, the deer-head fiend staggered to its feet, muttering a sinister incantation under its breath. Rain of Corpses, descend. The stone golem, Shao, trapped in the swamp, was immediately met with a double assault. The vile corpse water poured down like arrows, suppressing even the fiery glow emanating from the Mountain King's wrath. The granite body of Shao became coated in a slick, blackened layer, which continued to thicken with each passing moment. At this critical juncture, the advantage of elemental beasts became evident. Although Shao movements were heavily restricted, as if weighed down by a suit of steel armor, it did not succumb to the corrosive effects of disease like the Yatagarasu, which had grown so weak from the toxins that it fell from the sky. Fang Shihao, observing from the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief. Sending Shao into battle had indeed been a wiser choice than relying on Shao Guai. Under the combined pressure of the Bone Swamp and the Rain of Corpses, Shao lost all initiative. As a melee-oriented beast, the deer-head fiend exploited its malevolent abilities to limit its opponent's mobility, creating the perfect conditions for close combat. It brandished its locustwood staff and targeted the stone golem's left leg. A devastating blow landed with such force that the entire arena seemed to tremble. The corpse water coating Shao left leg erupted in a burst, sending droplets flying. Commentator Lu Weifeng leaped to his feet, punching the air with excitement. Well done, deer-head fiend. That's the way to turn the tide. The frustration that had plagued the deer-head fiend earlier was swept away. This strike not only inflicted significant damage on Shao but also left Fang Shihao visibly shaken. We can't let this go on, Fang Shihao said urgently, devising a strategy. Use rock construct to build a stone mound and escape the swamp's grasp. Shao immediately responded, causing stones to rise and pile up beneath it. However, the deer-head fiend had anticipated this move. Following its master's command, it swung its staff in a wide arc, shattering the newly formed stones with ease. With the initial plan thwarted, Shao shifted tactics, deploying crushing walls. Two massive stone walls erupted from the ground, closing in on the deer-head fiend in an attempt to crush it. Yet this maneuver was also countered. The deer-head fiend delivered successive strikes, demolishing one wall and leaving the other unsupported. The remaining wall advanced a few feudal meters before collapsing into the swamp. As the effects of the Mountain King's wrath faded and the earthquake core lost its potency, Shao found itself entirely on the defensive. Its early onslaught had failed to secure victory, instead granting the opponent an opportunity to seize control. The deer-head fiend capitalized on this moment, alternating between feints and real attacks with its staff. Another heavy strike landed on Shao already damaged left leg. Cracks began to spread through the once solid rock. If the leg were to break, the massive body would collapse, and defeat would be inevitable. Inside the beast space, Shao Guai, attuned to Fang Shihao's emotions, could sense the dire situation unfolding. Shao too, recognized the peril and focused all its efforts on protecting its left leg. Yet the deer-head fiend was in no rush. Instead, it shifted its attacks to other critical joints, striking Shao elbows and shoulders with calculated precision, as if savoring the slow, methodical dismantling of its foe. Commentator Lu Weifeng stood on the high platform, his eyes sharp as he focused on the arena. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "The winner of this match will undoubtedly be the deer-head spirit. The stone giant has exhausted all its tricks and poses no threat to the deer-head spirit." In the arena, the stone giant was battered and broken, its right hand shattered, cracks covered its chest, and its left shoulder had sunk by 10 centimeters. Fang Shihao kept encouraging Little Stone with a gentle tone. "You can create a miracle. Daddy believes in you." But in this critical moment, Little Guai's harsh criticism seemed far more effective. "Stonehead, are you really going to lose in front of everyone and embarrass your master? I could finish that little deer in 30 moves. You're nothing but a useless waste of resources." "No." Little Stone's furious roar echoed through the stadium. Wang Zhouge laughed triumphantly. "Your beast is scared? The deer-head spirit will smash it into rubble and use the debris to build you a stone coffin." At that moment, driven by sheer rage, Little Stone suddenly grasped the rare skill Meteor Strike, a move only accessible to king-level rock giants. But he didn't use it immediately, waited for the perfect moment. The deer-head spirit grew more arrogant with each strike. its moves becoming increasingly flamboyant. When it lightly tapped Little Stone's shoulder with its locustwood staff and spun it theatrically, the opportunity presented itself. Little Stone abruptly launched a reckless charge, closing the 5-meter gap in an instant and locking the unsuspecting deerhead spirit in a crushing embrace. In the VIP room, Dengbo shouted anxiously, "Miss, we need to evacuate immediately. A meteor has been spotted falling outside." "Stay calm. That's Little Stone's attack," Chui Xie replied, her voice steady, though the tightly clenched fists at her sides betrayed her tension. A massive meteor, 30 meters in diameter, crashed through the stadium's roof with a deafening roar. The lights went out, daylight burst through, and sparks flew in all directions. The black gold stone arena was instantly reduced to rubble. Amid the swirling dust and smoke, the enormous meteor, still smoldering with black flames, lay crushing both Little Stone and the deerhead spirit beneath its immense weight. The blaring fire alarm suddenly echoed throughout the stadium, which was packed with over 8,000 spectators. The shrill sound of the alarm mixed with the panicked shouts of the crowd, plunging the scene into chaos. Despite the security personnel's best efforts, they were powerless to stop the terrified audience from scrambling towards the exits. Before everyone's eyes, a massive meteor, weighing tens of tons, crashed down with a deafening roar. The immense shockwave rippled across the venue. For ordinary spectators unaccustomed to such catastrophic events, the apocalyptic scenes sent their adrenaline surging as they rushed with the crowd toward the exits. Nobody cared about the outcome of the competition anymore. Again, Fang Shihao, one of the event's staff, muttered with a helpless shake of their head. The last time it was a powerful earthquake, and now it was even more outrageous, a meteor destroying half the stadium. Dust filled the air, flames flickered, and the panicked crowd jostled and shoved, teetering on the brink of a stampede. At this critical moment, a streak of golden light pierced the sky. Chui Xie descended from above, astride a wind god wyvern whose vast wingspan perfectly covered the gaping hole in the roof caused by the meteor. The powerful gust from the dragon's wings forced the frenzied crowd to pause. Golden-red phoenix feathers drifted onto the wyvern's back, where Chui Xie's figure appeared out of thin air. "There's no need to panic. With me, Chui Xie, here, your safety is assured." As the direct heir of the Chui family, her words carried a weight that no one else's could. The audience's fear quickly subsided, and they began following the staff's instructions to return to their seats. As the dust gradually settled, the spectators realized the match wasn't over yet. The massive, smoldering meteor occupied half the arena, while staff worked to clear the debris and the referee closely monitored the situation. However, the outcome was already evident. One look at the competitors' expressions told the whole story. Wang Jioga sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant. Without his dear spirit, he was now just an ordinary beast master. In contrast, Fang Shihao, though his smile carried a hint of worry, was clearly the victor. A crisp system notification sounded, confirming that he had earned 1,750 life essence points for defeating the deer spirit. Not only had he recovered the cost of upgrading Little Stone's star level, but he also had some to spare. Fang Shihao immediately opened Little Gua's attribute panel, preparing for the true challenge ahead. Zhou Qinyu's Bloodfang Sabertooth Tiger. He quickly allocated the life essence points to Little Gua, 15 points for 3 stars, 180 for 4 stars, 440 for 5 stars, and 820 for 6 stars. As a mythical class beast, Little Gua consumed significantly more life essence than Little Stone. Finally, the staff managed to cut open the meteor, revealing Little Stone's cracked body still tightly clutching the lifeless deer spirit. The deer spirit's antlers were shattered, its head slumped to one side, and its chest fur was soaked with black blood. It showed no signs of life. Wang Jioga staggered toward the exit, his spirit broken. In the entryway, Zhou Qinyu stopped him. "Young Master Wang, where are you going?" "My dear spirit is dead. What's the point of staying here? To make a fool of myself?" Wang Jioga let out a bitter laugh, cold and desolate. Without his family's secret beast, his resources would undoubtedly be divided among his siblings, leaving him little chance of ever making a comeback. Zhou Qinyu hesitated, then chose not to stop him. The chasm between their standings had already formed, and their paths would no longer cross. "I'll avenge you," Zhou Qinyu said quietly. Zhou Qinyu watched as Fang Shihao stepped off the stage, his eyes burning with deep-seated hatred. His fingers unconsciously clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white. This young man was exceptionally gifted. If he wasn't eliminated now, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. He had already pieced everything together. Fang Shihao and Wang Juji's match had been abruptly halted due to interference from Chui Xie. When the match resumed, it was because Fang Shihao had assured Chui Xie that he could defeat Zhou Qinyu. Realizing this, Zhou Qinyu immediately took out his phone and called the competition organizers. "The match must proceed as planned. No one is allowed to interfere." His voice was cold and cutting. "Crossing the second miss might leave you with a slim chance of survival, but defying me? They'll make sure your entire family pays the price. After hanging up, Zhou Qinyu's lips curled into a menacing smile. With Fang Shihao's main beast severely injured and the organizers under his thumb, Zhou Qinyu was confident that this time, Fang Shihao would have no way out. The subsequent semi-final was a foregone conclusion. Zhou Qinyu's saber-toothed blood tiger easily defeated Meng Chun, the talented representative from 3rd High School who had endured a grueling battle. With that victory, the final showdown was set Fang Shihao versus Zhou Qinyu. During the 10-minute break before the final, Zhou Qinyu found himself restless. Yet, to his surprise, the match began without interference from Cui Siya. In truth, with Xiao Guai's strength, defeating the saber-toothed blood tiger was never in doubt. Cui Siya didn't need to involve herself. The atmosphere in the arena was tense. A third of the spectators had already left, leaving only seasoned veterans and beastmasters who could appreciate the intensity of the battle. Fang Shihao glanced up at the damaged roof of the stadium, where meteoric debris from previous fights had left gaping holes. Sparks flickered intermittently, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier clashes. This was no longer a high school league match. It had escalated to the level of a duel between emerging talents from prestigious clans and top-tier civilian beastmasters. I've waited too long for this moment, Zhou Qinyu sneered. Fang Shihao, I'm going to utterly destroy you in front of the second miss. Fang Shihao looked down at him, his gaze icy. To the second miss, you're nothing more than a clown, flaunting your pitiful intellect and childish tricks. Ever since you left that dead fox head at my doorstep, I've been waiting for this day to settle the score once and for all. Zhou Qinyu's face turned crimson with fury at the remark. Too bad your stone titan is nothing but a wreck now. What will you use to fight my saber-toothed blood tiger? Before he could finish, a massive primordial beast leapt onto the stage. Its body, over 4 meters long, exuded an aura of pure menace. Razor-sharp fangs glinted coldly under the light, while its yellow fur streaked with black stripes accentuated its ferocity. The tiger's roar reverberated through the arena, leaving many spectators trembling in its wake. Fang Shihao's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. With a slight motion of his right index finger, he drew open a portal to his beast's base. From the void emerged a fiery red paw, stepping onto the cratered battlefield. Sunlight streamed through the shattered ceiling, illuminating the scarlet fur of the three-tailed fire fox, making it shimmer like molten gold. Flames danced perpetually around its body, and its 3 elegant tails swayed with regal poise, showcasing the majesty of this mythical beast. The audience in the front rows could already feel the searing heat radiating from the fox. The sweat-drenched announcer quickly read out the final match details before retreating from the stage. As the precursor to the legendary 9-tailed flame fox, the 3-tailed fire fox was renowned across Tunglong Nation, though few had ever witnessed it in person. Xiao Guai stood tall, his spirit alight with anticipation for this long-awaited moment in the spotlight. Zhou Qinyu's saber-toothed blood tiger, a 5-star monarch-class beast, measured 4.2 meters in length, weighed 840 kilograms, and had 30-centimeter-long fangs. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao's 3-tailed fire fox, a 6-star monarch-class beast, was 4.1 meters long, weighed 805 kilograms, and radiated an aura of fiery dominance. In terms of base stats, this promised to be a battle of equals. Mr. Liu, do you have any unique insights about this match that you'd like to share with our audience? Commentator Kevin turned to Liu Weifeng, seated beside him. Liu Weifeng snapped back to reality, his thoughts still lingering on the earlier match between the stone giant and the deerhead spirit. The sight of a lord-level beast defeating a king-level beast had completely overturned his professional understanding of the field for over a decade. Forcing himself to focus on the final match, he composed himself and analyzed. Judging by their size, the two beasts seemed evenly matched in close combat. However, the blood-fang saber-toothed tiger is an ancient species. No matter how strong the 3-tailed fire fox is, it's still just a fox. My bet is on the blood-fang saber-toothed tiger. This comment immediately revealed his tendency to favor the powerful. The beast tamers in the audience scoffed at his biased analysis, paying him no further attention as their eyes remained glued to the arena. The match began at full intensity, with no warm-up or hesitation from either side. The two high-star king-level beasts engaged in a fierce battle for survival. The blood-fang saber-toothed tiger lunged forward, its massive paw slicing through the air and aiming directly at the fire fox's neck. Its razor-sharp claws tore through fur and flesh, causing blood to spill instantly. But the fire fox, affectionately called Xiaoguai, retaliated with ferocity. Its 3 flame-wreathed tails lashed out in rapid succession. The first strike scorched the tiger's fur. The second tore into its flesh, leaving it raw and exposed. The third broke ribs with a sickening crack. This extraordinary display of raw power far exceeded the tiger's expectations. The blood-fang saber-toothed tiger retreated 3 meters, letting out a roar as it unleashed 2 arcs of blood-red energy in the form of sword slashes. Xiaoguai, undeterred, pressed forward despite the pain from its wounds inflicted by the sword energy. Like a blazing fireball, it catapulted itself toward its opponent. The two colossal beasts collided with a thunderous impact, triggering a burst of flames. With sheer force, Xiaoguai toppled the blood-fanged saber-toothed tiger to the ground and clamped its fiery jaws around the tiger's throat. Blazing inferno! A torrent of flames erupted from Xiaoguai's mouth, engulfing the entire arena in a sea of fire. The inferno roared skyward, illuminating the surrounding districts and even triggering fire alarms in the area. When the flames subsided, the arena revealed a bloodied but triumphant Xiaoguai standing tall. Beneath its paws lay a charred, unrecognizable corpse, what remained of the blood-fanged saber-toothed tiger. Fang Shihao stepped toward Zhou Qinyu, his imposing figure backed by the wounded yet menacing Xiaoguai. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Zhou Qinyu with an unyielding intensity. What do you want? If you so much as harm a hair on me, my family will make you pay. Zhou Qinyu stammered, his voice trembling as he tried to invoke the power of the Zhou family for protection. Relax. I'm not going to kill you, Fang Shihao replied coldly. I know you're different from Wang Jiuge, Fang Shihao said coldly, locking eyes with Zhou Qinyu. The Wang family is like a pack of wolves fighting over scraps, but your Zhou family is different. You don't have many heirs, yet your family's power surpasses theirs. Even if I killed your blood-fanged saber-toothed tiger, you could train another one anytime. Seeing a hint of compromise in Fang Shihao's tone, Zhou Qinyu immediately put on an air of superiority. I just hope you remember today well. Remember how your main battle beast met its end. My patience has limits. Next time, I don't care if you're the young master of the Zhou family, or if your surname is Cui, I'll take your life. I, Fang Shihao, always keep my word. Years of suppressed fury finally erupted as Fang Shihao's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a beast-like, killing intent. Zhou Qinyu, who had never faced such raw brutality, crumbled under the pressure, nodding repeatedly in submission. On the stage, the last flickers of flame gradually died out. Staff members busily tended to the massive, still steaming corpse of the blood-fanged saber-toothed tiger. The destruction caused by the match left the arena in dire need of repair, with over 70% of the expensive black gold flooring irreparably damaged, a financial loss unprecedented in the history of high school tournaments. And now, the winner of this year's High School League Individual Championship is Fang Shihao from 2nd High School. The prize is 500,000 yuan. The team with the best overall performance is 1st High School. Let's give a round of applause to these outstanding competitors and schools, the announcer declared. The applause was sparse. At this point, less than a third of the audience remained in the arena. Earlier, when Fang Shihao's creature, Little Blaze, unleashed its fiery onslaught, the indoor temperature soared past 70 degrees Celsius, forcing most spectators to leave. Several individuals with weaker constitutions had even fainted and were taken away by ambulance. Fang Shihao seemed to have a peculiar knack for thinning crowds. Every mass exodus was somehow linked to him. The host hurriedly wrapped up with, "This concludes this year's High School League. Please exit the venue in an orderly manner. The arena will close for repairs in 1 hour." Without delay, the host quickly left the stage, as the platform was so hot that standing on it for more than a few moments risked melting their shoes. As the audience trickled out, Fang Shihao's journey through the High School League came to an end. It had been a rewarding experience. He had settled an old grudge, gained a significant amount of life essence, and saw both Little Stone and Little Blaze advance to 6-star rank. Little Stone's potential had been greatly unlocked, bringing it closer to reaching the King Tier level. With a bit more effort, Fang Shihao could soon command 2 King Tier battle beasts of force capable of rivaling professional beastmasters. Before parting ways, Fang Shihao turned to Zhou Qinyu and said, "That's all I have to say. If you take my advice, it'll be better for both of us. If not, we'll go down together. I've got nothing to lose, but are you really willing to risk your privileged life to go head-to-head with someone like me?" "I get it now," Zhou Qinyu replied earnestly. "A porcelain vase shouldn't clash with a clay pot. You're like a thorny hedgehog, fighting you brings no benefit and only invites trouble. From now on, I'll stay on my path, and you stay on yours. I won't bother you again." The loss of his primary battle beast had dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Qinyu. Training another high-star blood-fanged saber-toothed tiger would require immense time and resources, and even then, it might not be able to rival Fang Shihao's three-tailed fox. Avenging himself on his own was nearly impossible. Using his family's influence to retaliate against Fang Shihao wasn't worth the risk either, as it might provoke a deadly response. After witnessing Fang Shihao's strength firsthand, Zhou Qinyu decided to swallow his pride and cut his losses. Satisfied with the response, Fang Shihao watched Zhou Qinyu leave, the ferocity in his eyes slowly fading. "Impressive. I knew you had it in you," Cui Cs said as she approached from backstage, clapping in admiration. She had overheard the exchange between Fang Shihao and Zhou Qinyu, and was pleased with Fang Shihao's composure and restraint, qualities rare among talented prodigies. His abilities and methods made him an ideal candidate to serve as her retainer. What are you trying to recruit me again? Fang Shihao asked, catching on to her intentions. Don't worry. I won't embarrass myself by making an offer you'd refuse, at least not yet. Cui Xie replied with a light laugh. So, what's next for you after the league? Just some missions, spending time with family, and waiting for school to start. Fang Shihao replied candidly. This summer had been fruitful for him. He had grown from a novice high schooler into a true beast master. The high school league had been a proving ground for his recent efforts, and he had delivered a flawless performance. After a brief conversation, the two parted ways. Back in his car, Fang Shihao, exhausted, quickly drifted off to sleep. While he slept, the impact of his victory was already spreading. This year's high school league, featuring heirs from prestigious families, had an exceptionally high level of competition, with even Cui Xie attending the finals in person. The elites and mid-level beastmasters of Tianlan City closely followed the results. Fang Shihao's stunning victories, including his defeats of the Wang family's Deerhead Spirit and the Zhou family's Saber-Toothed Tiger, showcased his extraordinary potential and combat prowess, leaving many in awe. His reputation in Tianlan City skyrocketed, with local radio stations and newspapers eagerly reporting his triumph. Clips of the meteor strike and raging inferno from the match were widely circulated, further solidifying his newfound fame. In the arena, Fang Shihao was fiercely battling on behalf of Second High School, but Principal Hu Shirong did not attend the event in person. Although he watched Fang Shihao's semi-final performance through a live broadcast, he deemed the matches to be lacking in competitiveness and predicted a crushing defeat in the final. At this moment, upon hearing the news that Kang Zongza, the top scorer of this year's high school entrance exams, was considering attending Second High, Hu Shirong immediately set out for the Kang family home. The Kang family resided in Platinum Mansion, a place befitting their prestigious background. Kang Zongza's grandfather ran a hospital, while his father held a position in the Shifeng County government. Though not quite aristocracy, their family was certainly notable. However, the handsome and well-bred young man left a terrible first impression on Hu Shirong when they met. Instead of showing basic courtesy, Kang Zongza slouched on a grand armchair, engrossed in his phone, without even bothering to stand and greet his guest. Kang's mother, on the other hand, was impeccably dressed, her manicured nails gleaming. She was polite and welcomed Hu Shirong into the living room, where a servant promptly brought out tea and refreshments. Without beating around the bush, Hu Shirong began, Madam, let me be direct. If Kang Zongza chooses to join Second High, the school will fully support his primary beast taming training and provide all necessary resources. I assure you, he will be the face of Second High for the next 3 years. This deferential tone was a stark contrast to the school's glory days. A decade ago, top students would flock to Second High uninvited. There was no need for the principal to personally recruit them. Thank you for coming all the way here, Principal Hu, but my son has no plans to attend Second High. I'm truly sorry, Mrs. Kang replied decisively. To her, only First High or Experimental High were worthy of her son. But I heard that Kang Zongza was interested in joining Second High. Hu Shirong started, only to be cut off by Kang Zongza himself. Without even looking up from his phone, the boy said coolly, I don't know where that rumor came from, but I've never said anything like that. Principal Hu, please leave. I won't be attending Second High. Being dismissed in less than 5 minutes left Hu Shirong deeply embarrassed. By the time he exited the Kang family's grand doorway, his posture was hunched, and he looked every bit his age. As he mulled over whether it was time to retire and make way for someone younger, hurried footsteps came from behind. Principal Hu, wait a moment. Kang Zongza called out, the same boy who moments ago hadn't even glanced up. Principal, is Fang Shihao a Second High student? Yes, he is. Do you know him? I've admired him from afar but haven't had the chance to meet him. If Second High can produce a student as outstanding as Fang Shihao, I'm confident he'll receive excellent training there as well. Principal Hu, am willing to join Second High. At that very moment, Hu Shirong's phone began vibrating incessantly, flooding with dozens of congratulatory messages. Fang Shihao had just won the championship in the National High School League. It dawned on Hu Shirong that this victory was the reason for Kang Zongza's sudden change of heart. Fang Shihao's stunning performance had brought immense honor to Second High, inspiring countless talented students. By the end of the day, several top students had already decided to enroll at Second High. That evening, Hu Shirong arrived at Fang Shihao's home carrying a gift box. The house was filled with thick smoke and lively chatter as over a dozen relatives animatedly conversed, while children ran and jumped around the room. Principal, you're here. It's a bit crowded inside, let's talk outside, Fang Shihao said, leading Hu Shirong to the hallway. Your house sure is lively, Hu Shirong joked. Fang Shihao shook his head with a wry smile. Now I truly understand what it feels like to be famous. Relatives I haven't seen in 8 lifetimes have all shown up, and the noise is giving me a splitting headache. With great power comes great responsibility. The position you hold is one many can only dream of, Hu Shirong said with a warm smile as he handed Fang Shihao an elegantly wrapped gift box. You're a true benefactor of second high school. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Fang Shihao brought the box closer and sniffed lightly. A familiar aroma wafted to his nose. Is it corpse fungus again? Yes, Hu Shurong admitted sheepishly. Of all the supplements, corpse fungus is the most affordable. As the principal, my budget is tight. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. My little buddy at home loves corpse fungus, Fang Shihao replied as he took the box. Then, his tone shifted. By the way, I have some news. Besides this gift, I came for another reason. To celebrate your victory in the high school league championship, the school is hosting a gala. Many of the younger students are eager to meet you, and some notable alumni will be attending. It's a great opportunity to expand your network. Fang Shihao's expression darkened slightly. I think you're aware, Principal Hu, that my 3 years in high school were far from pleasant. Honestly, they were miserable. If it were anyone with less resilience, they might have been crushed by all the rumors and gossip. I do have feelings for my alma mater, but that's as far as it goes. I've repaid my debt. I won't be attending the gala. The old principal sighed. It's true that second high failed you. I won't hold it against you if you don't want to come, but remember, so long as I'm here, the doors of second high will always be open to you. I understand. After seeing the principal off, Fang Shihao stood in the hallway for a moment, letting the cold breeze clear his mind. He then returned to the living room. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late. If you don't leave soon, you might miss the last bus. You're really something, aren't you? A stout woman jabbed a finger in his direction, her voice dripping with reproach. We came all this way to congratulate you. Not only are you not treating us to a meal, but now you're kicking us out. Exactly. You've barely made it big, and already you're turning your back on family. Ungrateful brat. Others chimed in, their voices full of indignation. Yang Mingyue, his mother, forced a smile as she tried to mediate. Sixth sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. Xiaohao didn't mean it that way. Mom, there's no need to explain for me, Fang Shihao said coldly. That's exactly what I meant. Most of the people here, I don't even know. The only ones I'm truly close to are second uncle and second aunt. Hearing this, the couple beamed with pride. Now that's what I call family. We're the real deal. Real deal indeed, Fang Shihao sneered. So real that when my father passed away and we couldn't afford my school fees, you slammed the door in our faces when we came to borrow money. I can't believe you even have the audacity to show up here. Get out of my house. Now. Watch your mouth, boy. I'm still your second uncle, the man snapped, his face red with anger. If your father were alive to see how disrespectful you've become, he'd slap you silly. The mention of his late father struck a nerve. Fang Shihao's eyes turned cold and predatory, like a beast ready to pounce. He raised 3 fingers. You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll make sure you go join my father. Fang Shihao was no longer the powerless boy he once was. As a beast tamer, he exuded an aura of menace that could make even the most arrogant noble heirs cower. The second uncle and aunt, trembling with fear, hurriedly supported each other as they stumbled out. We're not like them. A woman claiming to be Fang Shihao's aunt piped up. Back when your family lived in that old house, we brought you a box of mooncakes, didn't we? Now that you're successful, it's only fair you repay us. My son's starting middle school soon. As his older cousin, giving him a king-level beast as a gift shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Fang Shihao let out a laugh, more out of disbelief than amusement. You too? 3 seconds. Get out. Why should I? What can you do to me? I'm not leaving, she retorted defiantly. 3. Fang Shihao began to count. This is outrageous. Who threatens their own aunt? Is there no justice? 2. A rift opened in the beast's space, and a massive, bald, rocky head emerged. Its enormous eyes, as wide as oxen's, glared menacingly at the crowd. Who dares disturb father's peace again? The so-called aunt, startled by the sight of the hulking beast, grabbed her sobbing son and reluctantly retreated. Still, she couldn't resist hurling insults as she left. Stingy brat. You're loaded, but won't spare a dime for your cousin. You'll get what's coming to you, mark my words. After the troublemaker with unreasonable demands was driven out, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned tense. The playful children sensed something was off and obediently returned to their parents' sides. Seeing this, Fang Shihao softened his tone and said, I'm not a heartless miser. If someone truly encounters difficulties, I'll help without hesitation. But don't think you can take me for a fool. No sooner had he finished speaking than a distant uncle with a small mustache chimed in with a pitiful voice, Nephew, please save your grandaunt. She's been diagnosed with cancer and is in the hospital, but we can't afford the surgery. Only you can help her. Fang Shihao turned to the person beside him and instructed, Young Fa, go with him and check the situation. If the elderly lady really needs money for surgery, pay on her behalf. But if it's all a lie, call the police for fraud. His words clearly reflected a well-thought-out plan. If it was a genuine emergency, he wouldn't hesitate to help. If it was a scam, he wouldn't show mercy. The uncle's face immediately betrayed his guilt. Stammering, he muttered, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Are you leaving on your own? Or should I help you out? Fang Shihao's expression turned cold, his commanding presence weighing heavily on the uncle. Feeling as though a mountain was pressing down on him, the man mumbled a few incoherent words before finally slinking away, too intimidated to argue. The other opportunistic relatives, seeing this, also left in disappointment. As the room quieted down, Su Xinghui arrived. Is Ahao home? I'm here. What brings you by, Brother Su? Fang Shihao quickly stood up to open the door, showing heartfelt respect to the man who had once helped him during his toughest times. Su Xinghui walked in with a smile, holding a bottle of expensive wine encased in a glossy piano-lacquered wooden box. I came to congratulate you. I saw you had company earlier, so I held off. Just some distant relatives I've already sent away, Fang Shihao replied. Once they were seated, Su Xinghui chuckled, brother. You've truly made a name for yourself this time. 2 consecutive tough victories against the heirs of prominent families, and now everyone in Tianlan City knows your name. Ever since that rainy night when you stood up for your family, I knew you were extraordinary. But I didn't expect you to rise to prominence so quickly. The second miss definitely has a sharp eye for talent. She saw your potential long before anyone else. Su Xinghui's joy at Fang Shihao's success was genuine. Fang Shihao responded humbly, Brother Su, your praise is overwhelming. To be honest, I'm not quite ready for all this attention. With your abilities, fame was inevitable. It's better to adapt now than be caught off guard later, Su Xinghui advised. After some casual conversation, he brought up the main reason for his visit. The day after tomorrow, I'm getting engaged. There's a luncheon at the restaurant with colleagues and friends, but I know you're not a fan of big gatherings, so I didn't invite you to that. In the evening, we're having a family dinner at home, just my family and my fiancé's family, no outsiders. My future father-in-law specifically wants to meet you, so you must come. Talking about his upcoming marriage, Su Xinghui's face lit up with pride. After all, he was marrying the daughter of the police commissioner, the top figure in Tianlan City's law enforcement. Of course, he'll be there. Fang Shihao agreed readily. After seeing Su Xinghui out, he finally had some free time and leaned back on the sofa to check his phone. As soon as his phone turned on, it started lagging under the flood of 999 unread messages. Middle school and high school group chats were buzzing with congratulations. Some classmates invited him out for meals, others organized reunions, and a few bold female classmates even sent him suggestive semi-nude photos. After scrolling through everything, Fang Shihao quietly deleted the message. So this was the simple yet dull reality of fame. The high school competition had lasted 5 exhausting days, and Fang Shihao had put in a lot of effort. He deserved a proper break. After sleeping in until late morning, he spent the afternoon reading. Around 4 p.m., he drove to the Beastmaster Guild to pick up Zhao Xijia. Thanks to his performance in the competition, more than half of the local guild's Beastmasters now recognized him and greeted him warmly. Brother Hao, have you eaten? Yes, I have. Great job in the competition. You really made us common Beastmasters proud. Thank you. It's what I should do. Fang Shihao responded with a smile, reciprocating the respect he received. Ever since he had dealt with Diao Deming, everyone knew that Zhao Xijia was his woman. As his reputation grew, her work life became increasingly smooth. In the past, she had always kept her distance when he visited her at work, worried that being seen flirting with him might get her fired. Now, the tables had turned. Her supervisor was the one treading carefully around her, fearing that a few words from her to Fang Shihao could jeopardize his position. Reputation, like a tree's shadow, casts a long influence. Fang Shihao's current standing was already comparable to that of professional beastmasters. After a full evening of amusement parks, a Japanese restaurant, and a hotel, their date ended around midnight. Fang Shihao first dropped Zhao Xijia off at her home before heading back to his own place to rest. The security guard, who was nodding along to the radio, noticed Fang Shihao's Audi A8 pulling in. He immediately leaned out of the booth and handed over a small box carefully wrapped with tape. Young Master Fang, someone dropped this off for you this afternoon. Young Fa took the box and examined it closely. Fang Shihao frowned and asked, who sent it? I don't know. It was a kid, probably 14 or 15, skinny and small, wearing a mask and riding a worn-out bicycle. I tried to stop them to ask, but they just left the box and took off. Young Master, could it be a bomb? Young Fa, influenced by Fang Shihao's usual sense of caution, had grown increasingly vigilant. Let me see. Fang Shihao took the box and swiftly tore off the tape. Inside, there was nothing but a single USB drive. Old Yang, go buy a new laptop. He'll head home for now, Fang Shihao ordered, unwilling to risk plugging an unknown USB drive into his own computer. Yes, young master, Yang Fa responded and hurried away. Back at his house, Fang Shihao used the new laptop to open the USB drive. Inside was a 24-hour surveillance recording. As the footage began to play, He abruptly stood up from his chair. It was the security camera feed from the entrance of the Platinum Residence Complex. The timestamp in the corner read June 14th. That was a day he would never forget. His grandmother had been brutally beaten by a group of vicious security guards, leaving her severely injured. Fang Shihao clenched his teeth, the deep scar in his heart now vividly reopened before his eyes. He fast-forwarded to 4 p.m. at triple speed. Soon, the footage showed his frail, elderly grandmother, carrying a basket of unsold mushrooms, walking unsteadily past the gate. Fang Shihao's body began to tremble slightly, bracing himself for the painful memory he feared to relive. But events took an unexpected turn. His grandmother slowly walked past the complex, while the guards, contrary to his expectations, remained inside the security booth playing cards. Just as Fang Shihao began to feel puzzled, a pink Chevrolet sports car pulled up at the gate. A pale, slender arm extended from the car window, pointing in the direction his grandmother had gone. Shortly after, 3 burly security guards emerged from the booth and began chasing after her. Good. Very good. Fang Shihao roared in fury, his expression resembling that of a bloodthirsty predator. He committed the car's license plate to memory, Ning A6868. Old Yang, from today onward, I want you to monitor every vehicle entering or leaving the Platinum Residence Complex. The moment you spot this license plate, inform me immediately. Yes, young master. Earning a 5-figure monthly salary, Yang Fa's loyalty was unwavering. That night, unable to sleep, Fang Shihao retrieved the surveillance footage from that day, determined to uncover the identity of the person who delivered the USB drive. The footage confirmed it was indeed a frail teenager, barely 1.6 meters tall, riding the worn-out bicycle. However, the teenager was dressed in a well-fitted wool kawada contrast that suggested a family that had once been well-off but had since fallen on hard times. The next morning, Fang Shihao, riding an expensive carbon fiber mountain bike, visited the homes of the 3 security guards he had killed. Outside Yang Heoxuan's apartment building, he spotted the same worn-out bicycle from the footage. The old residential complex had no property management, and even the main gate was left ajar. Fang Shihao went straight up to the 3rd floor and knocked on Yang Heoxuan's door. Who are you? A middle-aged woman, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, opened the door. He's my classmate. A girl suddenly appeared. It was the same person who had delivered the USB drive. Yang Heoxuan's younger sister, Yang Weiwei. Oh, Weiwei's classmate. Come in, Yang's mother said warmly, pulling out a pair of slippers for him. No need. I just have a few questions for Yang, Fang Shihao said coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on Yang Weiwei. Mom, you go ahead and finish cooking. I'll talk to my classmate for a bit. Yang Weiwei dismissed her mother and followed Fang Shihao into the hallway. The hallway was dimly lit, and the thin wooden doors of each home offered little soundproofing. In the thick morning mist and heavy dew, the clinking of shovels and iron walks echoed, adding a touch of life to the quiet dawn. In the narrow corridor, only Fang Shihao and Yang Weiwei stood face to face. Hatred burned in Yang Weiwei's eyes, no longer hidden. She glared at Fang Shihao coldly and said, I ask, you answer. Be honest and you live. Lie and you die. Fang Shihao was as tight-lipped as a pebble. How did you get the videotape? I stole it, Fang Shihao replied tersely. I wanted justice for my brother. Platinum Mansion refused to release the footage from that day, so I had to sneak in and copy it. I didn't expect to uncover such a critical clue. I saw you brutally kill my brother, Yang Weiwei said through gritted teeth. I also saw how he was used as a pawn. Him being killed by you is retribution, but as his sister, I must avenge him. I don't have the means to kill you, nor the chance to get close to the woman who ruined him. So I gave you the tape, letting you all tear each other apart. No matter who wins, I'll have avenged my brother. Fang Shihao frowned. Do you know who that woman is? No. Yang Weiwei shook her head. After I got the tape, I kept watching Platinum Mansion, trying to find that pink Chevrolet and trace the owner. But the car was disposed of and hasn't been seen since. Fang Shihao's expression darkened, and he let out a long sigh. He understood that if Yang Weiwei hadn't found any leads in half a month, starting an investigation now would likely be too late. The mastermind must have taken precautions and hidden their identity by now. One last question. How did you find my home? Yang Weiwei sneered. I couldn't find you for the longest time. Not until you suddenly became famous. Celebrities have no secrets. With enough effort, anything can be uncovered. That's how I found out you live in Hongfeng community. I see. Fang Shihao nodded. I'll keep my word. You can go home. You're smart enough to understand why I killed your brother. He truly deserved it. As for you scheming against me, I'll let it slide for the sake of your brother having already paid the price. But remember, stay away from Hongfeng community. You should know what I'm capable of when it comes to protecting my family. If you ever pose a threat to them, I'll ensure that you and everyone you care about disappear without a trace. Yang Weiwei's voice trembled. I understand. After leaving the old apartment building where the Yang family lived, Fang Shihao called off Yang Fa from his surveillance post. Since no useful information had been uncovered, there was no point in continuing. Fang Shihao decided he'd have to leverage internal channels to identify the owner of the car with license plate Ning A6868. A plate that auspicious would cost tens of thousands, and its owner was unlikely to be an ordinary person. But no matter who they were as good as dead. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xinghui arrived with his fiancée Wang Shuiying and her parents for a formal visit. It was the first meeting between the two families, and both sides were pleased with the engagement. The conversation flowed smoothly, and Zu's mother was especially gratified, feeling that their family had truly married up. Wang's father, Wang Shizhong, was equally satisfied. As a police commissioner, he didn't need the marriage to expand his influence. He only needed to solidify his current position. Su Xinghui, a rising star in law enforcement, was someone he had high hopes for a future right-hand man. Marrying off his daughter was a calculated move to bind Su Xinghui closer to his cause. While the family chef prepared a sumptuous dinner, the women gathered to chat. Meanwhile, Wang Shizhong and Su Xinghui discussed police matters, occasionally including Fang Shihao in the conversation to avoid neglecting their guest. At one point, Wang Shizhong mentioned, "Xinghui, invite your neighbor Fang Shihao over. He's quite the sensation these days." 2 minutes later, Su Xinghui returned with Fang Shihao in tow. "Ahao, let me introduce you. This is my future father-in-law, Wang Shizhong." "Good evening, sir." Fang Shihao greeted with a warm smile. "Young man, you seem very composed. It's impressive to see someone so young and successful remain humble," Wang Shizhong said approvingly, clearly impressed by Fang Shihao. "Have you ever thought about joining the police force to protect and serve?" "You flatter me, sir," Fang Shihao replied politely. "I still have much to learn. Perhaps after I've completed further studies, I'll consider it." Wang Shizhong didn't press the matter, as it was just a casual suggestion. The conversation then shifted back to police work, with Wang occasionally checking in on Fang Shihao's personal life to keep the atmosphere friendly. The afternoon passed in a harmonious and relaxed mood. When dinner began, the feast was nothing short of extravagant. Monkey brains, bear paws, fresh seafood, all delicacies sourced from rare beasts. The meal likely cost a six-figure sum. Everyone took their seats according to hierarchy, toasting and chatting in high spirits. Fang Shihao, meeting Su Xinghui's fiancée Wang Shuiying for the first time, found her to be a well-mannered and gracious young lady. Despite her prestigious background, she was warm and approachable, maintaining just the right level of distance. On the other hand, Su Xinghui's future mother-in-law, Lu Qiangying, struck Fang Shihao as someone who wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lu Qiangying was Wang Shizhong's second wife. Young and beautiful, she exuded an irresistible charm in her every move. When she stood next to her stepdaughter, Wang Shuiying, it was hard for others to tell who was the mother and who was the daughter. Their similar ages made this stepmother-stepdaughter duo particularly eye-catching. According to Zhao Sijia, aside from Lu Qiangying, Wang Shizhong also kept a mistress, making him an unabashed philanderer. During the engagement banquet, after a few rounds of drinks, Fang Shihao discreetly pulled Su Xinghui aside. "Brother Su, I need your help with something." "What is it? Tell me. If it's something I can handle, I'll take care of it for you. Today is your big day, your engagement. I don't want to spoil your mood. Let's talk about it tomorrow." "Fair enough. If you're coming to me, it's probably something official. We can deal with it at work tomorrow." By 10 p.m., the once hot dishes had gone cold again, and it was about time for the guests to leave. Wang Shizhong, drunk and stumbling, needed his wife and daughter to support him on either side as they made their way downstairs. Fang Shihao followed them to the parking lot, escorting the Wang family to their car. The driver had already warmed up the vehicle, and as the headlights flickered on, a shadow of unease crossed Fang Shihao's face, his brows furrowing deeply. "No need to see us off. Go back now, and be careful not to catch a cold," Wang Shizhong slurred, climbing into the car with his wife's assistance before they drove away from the Hongfeng neighborhood. "Hey man, let's head home," Su Xinghui said, patting Fang Shihao on the shoulder as he noticed him standing there, lost in thought. "Yeah?" Fang Shihao muttered, lowering his head as he walked back. Once inside the building, Fang Shihao grabbed Su Xinghui by the arm. "Sister-in-law, you go upstairs first. I need a word with Brother Su." "All right, you guys talk." As the elevator doors closed, the warmth on Fang Shihao's face vanished, replaced by a sharp, almost feral intensity. "What's going on?" Su Xinghui immediately picked up on the drastic shift in Fang Shihao's demeanor. "Do you remember me asking for your help during the banquet?" "Yeah, I remember. I was going to ask you to help me investigate a license plate. But now I don't need to. That plate belongs to your father-in-law's Carning A6868. Su Xinghui's gaze turned cold and piercing. "Do you realize what you're saying?" "That's my father-in-law." "I'm well aware. He's your father-in-law, but he's also my enemy. My grandmother was beaten by the owner of that car." Fang Shihao's voice was low and guttural, forcing the words through clenched teeth. In the beast's space, the usually playful Xiaoguai and the idol's Ayashatu, who had been snacking on rocks while watching a movie, froze, as if sensing the tension about to erupt. Su Xinghui frowned deeply. There might be some misunderstanding here. Don't jump to conclusions. Wait a second, he just remembered. That's not actually my father-in-law's car. He always uses a company vehicle. Ning A6868 is registered to my mother-in-law. But why on earth would my mother-in-law assault an elderly woman? There must be some mistake. Your mother-in-law used to drive a pink Chevrolet sports car, right? Yes, but she mentioned a while back that the sports car had some major issues and needed repairs, so she switched to this Mercedes. Then it all adds up. Come with me, I'll show you the evidence. The video ended, and Su Xinghui sat in silence. The evidence was irrefutable. His mother-in-law, Lu Qiangying, was indeed the mastermind behind it all. What do you plan to do? Su Xinghui asked. Fang Shihao's response was cold and concise. Kill. Su Xinghui knew Fang Shihao all too well. Once he decided someone deserved to die, there was no hesitation, no mercy. But Su needed to calm him down. Lu Qiangying might just be an ordinary woman, easy to kill, but what about the aftermath? She's still my father-in-law's legal wife. If you kill her, do you think he'll let it slide? Su deliberately avoided calling Lu Qiangying his mother-in-law. In his eyes, the woman who climbed the social ladder with her looks and had no blood relation to his fiancée was unworthy of any defense. Remember what happened last time? Killing a few security guards was one thing, but offending the residents of Platinum Mansion was a costly mistake. I don't care. If I don't get rid of her, I'll never be at peace. Fang Shihao's emotions flared. His usual sharpness was nowhere to be found. Once his bottom line was crossed, all that remained was his primal, brutal instinct to kill. A thought struck Su Xinghui. Her protection comes from her status. If she's no longer my father-in-law's legal wife, then we can deal with her easily. Let me call him. Fang Shihao trusted Su Xinghui's judgment implicitly. Without a word, he left the bedroom, giving him space for the conversation. Meanwhile, the Platinum Mansion duplex was glittering with opulence. Luxury goods and dazzling jewelry sparkled under the lights. Wang Shizhong, a police commissioner, owned 3 such lavish homes, each housing a mistress. Having just finished his sobering tea, Wang Shizhong was being pampered by Lu Qiangying, who helped him wash his feet and change clothes as he prepared to leave. His life here resembled that of an emperor, indulging in the company of various concubines at will. Recently, he had taken a particular liking to Xin Mulan, a former girl group member. As he waited for the elevator, his phone rang. It was his son-in-law, Su Xinghui. After just a few terse exchanges, Wang Shizhong's expression darkened. You're certain it was Qiangying? Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. Humph. I was wondering why she suddenly wanted to change cars. Turns out she's caused a real mess. Wang Shizhong sneered. Tell that Fang Shihao kid that he'll hand her over to him. He can do whatever he wants, but make sure he's clean and leaves no loose ends. His disdain for Fang Shihao was evident, but to maintain their alliance, Wang Shizhong didn't hesitate to sacrifice Lu Qiangying. His ruthless pragmatism sent a chill down Su Xinghui's spine. I'll make sure he handles it. Hanging up, Wang Shizhong returned inside. Lu Qiangying, seeing him come back, playfully teased. I knew you couldn't bear to leave me, but instead of the embrace of a lover, what greeted her was a tranquilizer dart. The drug coursed through her veins, and she collapsed to the floor, her expression dazed and confused, unable to comprehend what she had done wrong. You've only yourself to blame for crossing the wrong people. I warned you to keep a low profile. Tianlan City has plenty of people you can't afford to provoke, but you wouldn't listen. Now you'll pay the price. Wang Shizhong said coldly before picking up his walkie-talkie. Ahua, Lu Bing, come upstairs and take your sister-in-law to Hongfeng District. Someone will pick her up there. 2 officers in uniform arrived promptly, taking away the unconscious Lu Qiangying. Alone in the mansion, Wang Shizhong showed no sign of remorse. Perfect timing. My darling Mulan has been asking for a proper title. Now I can give her one. For him, sending a lover to her death was as inconsequential as discarding an old garment. Under the cover of night, Su Xinghui and Fang Shihao waited at the entrance of the neighborhood. 10 minutes later, a van pulled up, and a burlap sack was thrown onto the ground from the back. Follow me. I've got a safe house nearby, Su Xinghui said, leading Fang Shihao, who carried the sack, to a dimly lit, abandoned newsstand. Unlocking the chain door, Su revealed a sloping tunnel leading underground. About 10 meters deep, the passage was reinforced with concrete, serving as a makeshift bomb shelter. Impressive. A rabbit with 3 burrows, huh? Fang Shihao joked. Su Xinghui turned on the lights, illuminating the 15-square-meter underground bunker. It was sparsely furnished with a sofa bed, a water dispenser, and shelves stocked with canned goods for long-term survival. It was a refuge he had prepared for himself, capable of sustaining him for 3 months in the event of a beast tide or war. The person's here. What you do with her is up to you. I'm leaving now. Just make sure of one thing: she doesn't leave this place alive. It was Wang Shizhong's explicit demand. Lu Qiangying knew too many of his secrets. Don't worry. She won't. After Su Xinghui left, Fang Shihao untied the sack, dragging the unconscious Lu Qiangying out. He fetched a basin of cold water and splashed it over her. The lingering effects of the drug left her dazed, drooling as she stared blankly ahead. Fang Shihao waited patiently for her to regain full consciousness. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the shelter. Lu Qiangying had finally come to her senses, but her fragmented memory led her to believe she had been kidnapped. Stop screaming. No one can hear you from outside. No one's coming to save you, Fang Shihao said, his voice cold and detached, drawing her terrified gaze toward him. In the dimly lit room, Lu Qiangying stared warily at Fang Shihao, her voice trembling slightly. Why did you kidnap me? Aren't you afraid of my husband? Fang Shihao stood there, his face emotionless, letting her probe for answers. Lu Qiangying frowned, piecing together the fragmented memories before she lost consciousness. A chilling realization struck her own husband had delivered her into this nightmare. A surge of fury and despair overwhelmed her. Thinking quickly, she forced a seductive smile and slowly slid one strap off her shoulder, revealing her pale skin. Oh, come on, handsome. If you like me, just say so. Why go through all this trouble? She was confident in her looks and figure, naively assuming Fang Shihao was just another spoiled playboy blinded by lust. Fang Shihao sighed deeply. It seems you really don't recognize me. Do you remember the 3 security guards I executed on June 15th? Or have you forgotten already? Her expression turned ashen. That madman? Was you? Now you know. At least in the afterlife, you won't be a clueless ghost, Fang Shihao said coldly, gripping a fish-gutting knife he had spent an hour sharpening. He stepped closer, his movements deliberate and menacing. Panicking, Lu Qiangying scrambled backward until she was cornered against the wall. Hugging her knees, she pleaded, "Please, don't do this. They'll do anything you want." Fang Shihao's veins bulged on his forehead as he suppressed his fury. Now you're scared? Where was this fear when you tormented my grandmother? A 70-year-old woman, and you had the audacity to lay a hand on her? You even ordered the guards to beat her? You're nothing but a venomous snake. I should skin you alive. It wasn't my fault. Lu Qiangying stammered, her voice high-pitched. It was my ancestors' fault. No, I mean my grandmother. She brought a basket of mushrooms, and I just told the guards to send her away. I didn't know they'd be so rough. Her desperate excuses were cut short as Fang Shihao raised the knife, poised to strike. Mushrooms. They made me think of the corpse shroud fungus, she blurted out, her voice breaking. On the brink of death, she finally confessed. Fang Shihao froze, the blade hovering just inches from her chest. His voice dropped into a chilling monotone. The corpse shroud fungus? What does that have to do with you? Tell me everything you know. Will you let me live if I do? Lu Qiangying's eyes darted, clinging to a shred of hope. No, Fang Shihao replied bluntly. But he'll let you choose a dignified way to die. Regardless, your life ends today. That's Wang Shizhong's order. That bastard. That heartless man. The betrayal shattered Lu Qiangying's composure. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed. Fine. If he's cutting me loose, then he'll drag him down with me. He'll tell you everything. Wang Shizhong's crimes are too numerous to count. He's the devil himself. Just to give you an idea, he's the type who sends his subordinates to their deaths so he can seduce their widows. That's not even the worst of it. Let me share 2 things. Either one is enough to see him executed 100 times over. Her voice trembled with rage as she revealed the first secret. Wang Shizhong only climbed the ranks because he married the daughter of Tianlan City's Minister of Armed Forces. His first wife was utterly devoted to him and bore him a son and 3 daughters. Do you know why she died of leukemia before she even turned 40? It's because Wang Shizhong secretly exposed her to formaldehyde in their own home. He found her aging appearance repulsive, but he didn't dare divorce her for fear of offending his powerful father-in-law. So he resorted to that despicable method. That's impossible, Fang Shihao muttered, struggling to believe her words. He admitted it himself when he was drunk. Why would I lie? Lu Qiangying whispered, her gaze fixed on the floor as tears dripped onto the ground. She wiped her face and continued, her voice cracking. The second thing. It's even worse. I wish ID never looked through his photo album. The old saying is true. The more you know, the sooner you die. She choked back sobs as she revealed the horrifying truth. Wang Shizhong has been secretly abducting people, street beggars, the mentally ill, migrant workers, anyone without family or connections. But he's not selling them. No. He's using them as living incubators to cultivate the corpse shroud fungus. The death shroud fungus, a sinister parasitic species, releases its spores into the air, carried by the wind in search of open wounds on wild beasts to take root. In its early stages, it shows no symptoms, traveling through the bloodstream until it reaches the heart, where it begins to develop. Once matured, the fungal hyphae replace the host's blood vessels entirely. spreading throughout the body and draining the creature's life force. Ultimately, a deadly death shroud fungus blooms from the corpse, releasing new spores to hunt for its next victim. As Fang Shihao reviewed this information, he suddenly spotted a critical flaw. As far as I know, the death shroud fungus requires at least the life force of an awaken level beast to fully mature. Ordinary humans could never sustain its growth. So, you're lying. Lu Qiangying let out a bitter, chilling laugh, her eyes filled with despair. At this point, what reason do I have to lie to you? You've underestimated Wang Shizhong's cruelty. The people he abducts have their prefrontal lobes removed on the same day, turning them into vegetative husks incapable of feeling anything. They're then strapped to beds and kept alive with daily infusions of high-concentration nutrient solutions, serving as a living nutrient source for the death shroud fungus. In less than half a month, the fungus is forcibly matured. Her voice trembled. Ever since I saw photos on Wang Shizhong's phone of the death shroud fungus growing on live humans, I haven't dared to touch any kind of fungi. One time, I saw an old lady carrying unsold mushrooms on her way home, and I lost it. I called security to teach her a lesson and make sure she never came near the Platinum residence again. Who would have thought she'd have someone as powerful as you backing her? By the end, Lu Qiangying dropped all pretense, revealing a twisted, feral expression. Fang Shihao stood in shock, unable to accept that living humans could be used as a breeding ground for the death shroud fungus. The words of the old headmaster from the previous day, among all supplements, the death shroud fungus is the cheapest, suddenly echoed in his mind. His face darkened as he muttered to himself, no wonder it's so cheap. Tianlan City is its place of origin. Forcing himself to set aside this unsettling revelation for now, Fang Shihao retrieved a rope and a vial of poison from his beast taming space and placed them in front of Lu Qiangying. You've confessed everything. As promised, I'll offer you a dignified way to die. Hanging or poison you choose. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help. No need. Lu Qiangying snatched the poison, downing it with her eyes closed. Even in her final moments, she mocked him. Carrying poison and rope with you at all times, Sha, you're a lunatic. Always scheming to harm others. If you ever rise to power, you'd be no different from Wang Shizhong. The nylon rope is essential for wilderness survival, and the poison is pufferfish toxin I extracted myself, used for making bait, Fang Shihao replied calmly. And the knife you're holding? All right, you got me there. This knife has been with me for 5 years. It's been great for everything from gutting fish to other tasks. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qiangying's face had already turned pale blue, her breathing weakening rapidly. The pufferfish toxin worked swiftly and mercilessly. Be a better person in your next life, he murmured, gently closing her wide-open eyes before leaving the underground shelter. Su Xinghui was waiting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette, the ember glowing faintly in the dark. She's dead? Yeah. Feel better? No. If anything, I feel even heavier. Get some sleep. It'll pass. Let's go. Sumyon will come to handle the body later. In an era of supposed peace, taking a life shouldn't be so easy. Yet for someone like Su Xinghui, who had a strong sense of justice but could remain indifferent to such acts, it was a sign that this world had never truly been at peace. On the way back, neither of them spoke. What had happened during Su Xinghui's engagement day surely weighed heavily on his mind, but at least the issue had been resolved. Before parting ways, Fang Shihao suddenly asked, do you know about the death shroud fungus? Of course. It's great for enhancing the growth of tamed beasts. My snow wolf ate dozens when it advanced to 6 stars, Su Xinghui replied. Are you looking to buy some? The police department has internal channels 15 cheaper than market price. I can help you get it. No need, just curious. After closing the door to his room, Fang Shihao's expression softened slightly. He muttered under his breath, at least Brother Su doesn't know about Wang Shizhong's dirty dealings. His sudden question about the death shroud fungus had been a test of Su Xinghui's reaction. Since Su showed no sign of alarm or unease, it was clear he was unaware. Lying in bed, Fang Shihao tried to convince himself that Lu Qiangying's claims might have been a desperate fabrication. Even if they were true, he had no evidence. And even if evidence existed, going after Wang Shizhong would bring him nothing but trouble. Taking Wang down would yield no benefit, while failing to do so would invite endless retaliation. Only now did he understand the dilemma Zhou Qinyu faced when dealing with him. The new school term was just 2 weeks away. With Lu Qiangying dead, it was out of sight, out of mind. Escaping responsibility always seemed to come with a convenient excuse, yet Fang Shihao couldn't sleep at all that night. His conscience wouldn't let him. Some things simply need someone to step up and do them. Reborn into a second chance at life, Fang Shihao sat in his bedroom, surrounded by 3 computers. Empty cans of Red Bull were scattered across the desk. His hair was a chaotic mess. His dark, swollen eye bags betrayed his exhaustion, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused on the screens. Since the early hours of the morning, he had locked himself in his room, obsessively combing through records of missing persons cases in Tianlan City. As his investigation deepened, a chilling truth began to emerge. This seemingly picturesque city had witnessed thousands of disappearances over the past decade, occurring at a frequency 100 times greater than other cities. Memories surged back like a relentless tide. The beggar woman who once carried her child from door to door, pleading for food. The scavengers who survived by picking through trash. All of them had vanished without a trace. They hadn't left because of improved circumstances. They had been devoured by Wang Shizhong, the monstrous demon who preyed on them. Fang Shihao's mind was on the brink of collapse. On his computer screen, the photos of the missing seemed to distort grotesquely before his eyes. Cavernous holes appeared on their foreheads, and their faces were etched with eerie, grayish fungal patterns. Agonized cries echoed in his ears, haunting him. At that moment, the beast's space opened on its own, and Xiaoguai emerged from the void. "Master, you need to rest," it said gently, sensing Fang Shihao's unstable mental state. Xiaoguai had fully absorbed the energy it gained at Cui Xie's manor and had returned to its normal routine. "Xiaoguai, do you think him a good person or a bad one?" Fang Shihao suddenly asked. "Master is the best person in the whole world," Xiaoguai replied, squinting its eyes as it affectionately licked Fang Shihao's face with its warm tongue. "If only that were true," Fang Shihao murmured. "Then I wouldn't hesitate. I could just let go and do what needs to be done." At that moment, Shirtu joined the conversation. "No matter what Master decides to do, we will always stand in front of you." Bolstered by the unwavering support of his beasts, Fang Shihao felt a surge of courage to face the storm ahead. He gently patted Xiaoguai's large head, and a rare smile broke across his face. Overcome with fatigue, he lay back on his bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoguai curled up beside the bed to guard him, though it was now too large to nestle in his arms as it once had. The gentle patter of rain lasted through the night, leaving the roads slick and slippery. Passers-by hurried along, heads bowed against the chill. Inside the corner cafe at the intersection, Fang Shihao sat in a thin autumn sweater, gazing out at the gloomy sky. An autumn rain always brings a drop in temperature, and today was no exception. It was cold enough to make anyone instinctively tighten their coat. The doors swung open, letting in a gust of cold wind. Wang Huayu entered with confident strides. He was of average height, dressed in a black leather jacket, with thick eyebrows and bright, expressive eyes. A genuine smile lit up his face. "Huayu, it's been a while." Fang Shihao rose to greet him. This was the friend he had met during the hunting festival. "Yeah, it's been a month, and you've become quite the celebrity in Tianlan City," Wang Huayu remarked with admiration. "I watched those final matches you had, those aristocratic heirs scrambling." After some small talk, Wang Huayu got straight to the point. "So, brother, what's so serious that even you can't handle it?" Fang Shihao lowered his voice and began to recount the dark secrets of Tianlan City. This city, celebrated year after year as a model of cleanliness and order, had been maintaining its image through brutal methods, eliminating beggars and scavengers. Unbelievable. Wang Huayu slammed his hand on the table, drawing startled glances from other patrons. Fang Shihao quickly pulled him back down to his seat and laid out his plan in detail. Wang Huayu would disguise himself as a beggar to bait the perpetrators. Once captured, Fang Shihao would follow and intervene. "I'll play the beggar," Wang Huayu agreed without hesitation, taking on the most dangerous role. "You're right, students lack the life experience to make it convincing." The two headed to Fang Shihao's old house. Wang Huayu changed into a tattered coat and a pair of worn-out sneakers, their soles peeling away. He smeared dirt on his face and slung a sack full of garbage over his shoulder. The stench clinging to him was overpowering, looked every bit the part of a homeless drifter. Fang Shihao hid a tracking device in the lining of Wang Huayu's coat and carefully went over the plan again, emphasizing key precautions. The day passed without incident, but as night fell, Wang Huayu lit a small fire under a bridge and pretended to roast food. A van without license plates slowly approached. Two burly men stepped out, feigning kindness as they invited him to a relief center. "I'm not going. Leave me alone," Wang Huayu cried out, feigning terror. Seeing no one else around, the men sprang into action. One grabbed him by the neck, while the other pressed a chloroform-soaked cloth over his nose and mouth. Wang Huayu, having anticipated this, held his breath and pretended to lose consciousness. The two men, clearly experienced, extinguished the fire and loaded Wang Huayu into the van. In the back, two other unconscious figures were already lying there, a disheveled couple, likely caught during a clandestine rendezvous. As the van started moving, Wang Huayu cracked open his eyes. The plan was now in motion. Fang Shihao made a wise choice by seeking out Wang Huayu. In this world of underground conspiracies, it's impossible to outmaneuver such ruthless criminals without sufficient life experience. Inside the van, Lu Xiang, who had just participated in the capture operation, couldn't hide his excitement. "Good haul today. 3 meat pigs in the bag." Indeed, compared to previous years, this job had become much harder. It was no longer as easy as catching a dozen vagrants in a single night. The driver, Qian Jintao, was a seasoned veteran in the underworld. The intricate tattoos covering his back silently testified to his status. 10 years ago, he was recruited by Wang Shizhong and had since been leading a small group of trusted subordinates under his command. Brother Tao, that young girl looks pretty good, Lu Xiang said with a wicked glint in his eyes. How about we keep her around for a few days before sending her to old baldhead Xie? Cut the nonsense. Qian Jintao barked sharply. Wait until the end of the month when we get the bonus. You can do whatever you want then. Don't forget what happened to Li Hongtu and the others. They didn't meet their quota and ended up having their frontal lobes removed. The warning sent a shiver down Lu Xiang's spine, silencing him immediately. The van sped out of the city and headed toward a breeding facility in the outskirts. The location had been meticulously chosen. If the site were in the city, the consequences of corpse fungus spores spreading once they matured would be catastrophic. Just half a minute after the van left the city limits, Fang Shihao discreetly followed on his motorcycle, maintaining a safe distance of 500 meters. The convoy drove for about 20 miles before turning onto a rutted dirt road that led through a wooded area. Beyond the trees, a cluster of ramshackle sheds illuminated by bright lights came into view. The outer walls were made of red bricks and wrapped in barbed wire. A mute slave, who had his tongue cut out and one of his legs broken, hobbled over to open the gate for the van before hauling out the unconscious meat pigs. The entire compound housed about 100 people. 3 doctors, 2 accountants, a dozen security guards, and the rest were mute slaves tasked with chores like laundry, cooking, changing nutrient solutions, disposing of waste, and handling corpses. Cutting out their tongues ensured secrecy, while breaking their legs eliminated any hope of Escapino cripple could traverse the wilderness and return to the city. The ruler of this compound was old baldhead Xie, a beast tamer who should have been executed but was spared by Wang Shizhong. He was also the facility's most formidable fighter. The layout of the site was simple. 1/3 of the area was designated for living quarters, including a cafeteria and dormitories, while the remaining space was filled with neatly arranged greenhouses. These greenhouses, common in northern regions, were supported by steel pipes, covered with plastic sheeting, and sealed with tape. Through the semi-transparent plastic, rows of wooden beds could be faintly seen, each occupied by comatose victims. The corpse fungus thrived on their life force, growing at an alarming rate. Lights flickered on in one of the crude sheds in the inner courtyard as the doctors prepared for frontal lobe removal surgeries. However, before the procedure could begin, the meat pigs had to pass old baldhead Xie's inspection. After examining the 3 meat pigs on the ground, old baldhead Xie suddenly drew his blade and plunged it into Lu Xiang's throat. Lu Xiang's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed out. Even in his final moments, he couldn't comprehend what mistake he had made. Old baldhead Xie, what the hell are you doing? Qian Juntao roared in fury as one of his men was killed right in front of him. If it weren't for your seniority, Qian, you'd be next. Old baldhead Xie sneered coldly. You can't even capture people properly. There's a spy among them. While Wang Huayu had managed to fool Qian Jintao and Lu Xiang, who were too disdainful of beggars to scrutinize closely, he couldn't escape old baldhead Xie's sharp eyes. His clean, unblemished ankles betrayed his true identity. Once exposed, Wang Huayu dropped his act, stood up, dusted himself off, and said in a chilling tone, "You scumbags, your days are numbered." Such arrogance. Xia Laotu let out a deep, chilling chuckle, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. His gaze flickered subtly to either side, where 2 armed guards were stealthily closing in from behind. But Wang Huayu was prepared. Disguised as a beggar, he had already set his tamed lightning falcon to patrol the skies. The cover of night provided the perfect camouflage for the falcon, which was perched silently on an electrical pole near the fungal shanties. Its sharp eyes instantly caught sight of the sneaky armed guards. Without hesitation, it unleashed 2 lethal bolts of violet lightning. These lightning attacks might only paralyze other beasts, but for fragile humans, they were deadly. In a flash, the violet currents struck the guards' heads with pinpoint accuracy, coursing through their bodies in an instant. The gunpowder in their weapons ignited prematurely, blasting their hands into mangled, bloody messes. The 2 guards didn't even have time to cry out before the electricity surged through their vital organs, killing them on the spot. The shantytown lit up with bursts of violet light as the lightning falcon continued its onslaught, eliminating every guard who rushed over to investigate. Against a beast tamer, ordinary people, even armed ones, were as defenseless as chickens awaiting slaughter. This was precisely why the Empire granted beast tamers legal authority to kill but simultaneously cracked down harshly on rogue tamers. Witnessing the carnage, the mute slaves fell to their knees, trembling and kowtowing repeatedly. They didn't dare to flee or resist, instead pleading silently for mercy. "Your turn, old bastard," Wang Huayu snarled, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xia Laotu. This despicable man deserved nothing less than 1,000 cuts. "Impressive. Your beast training isn't bad," Xia Laotu said, clapping slowly, his face calm and even amused. But with such amateur tricks, you're far from being my match. Still running your mouth, huh? Die already. Wang Huayu roared. At his command, the lightning falcon released a charged lightning orb it had been building up, while Wang Huayu summoned a second beast from his beast space, the thunderhorn stag. The lightning orb struck the charging stag, infusing it with a powerful electric charge. Its antlers crackled with energy, glowing with a force rivaling that of a lower-tier beast. The thunderhorn stag charged forward, its hooves thundering like a storm, aiming to crush Xiaolao into pulp. Yet Xiaolao remained unervingly composed, clapping with a wicked smirk. A clever combination of same-element beasts, he remarked, but against overwhelming power, coordination is meaningless. Show them your true form, Angela Mushroom Titan. The ground split open with a deafening rumble as a massive, smooth, white hand emerged. Following it came a pale yellow mushroom cap, beneath which gleamed a pair of narrow, glowing eyes. A colossal mushroom titan, standing over 4 meters tall, rose from the earth. Its cylindrical body, sturdy limbs, and stubby legs gave it an oddly comical appearance as it moved. But there was nothing comical about its power. As a 5-star lower-tier beast, the mushroom titan was a force to be reckoned with. When the thunderhorn stag lunged at it with electrified antlers, the titan reacted with calm precision, gripping the antlers firmly. Despite the surge of electricity coursing through them, the mushroom titan didn't flinch. Once the stag's momentum waned, the titan flexed its massive arms and hurled it to the ground with ease. It followed up with a devastating punch to the stag's forehead, sending the massive beast hurtling through the air. When the stag landed, it was already unconscious, its mouth frothing and eyes rolled back, a clear knockout. Wang Huayu stood frozen in shock. He hadn't expected this scruffy old man in a tank top and flip-flops to possess such terrifying strength. What Wang didn't know was that Xiaolao had once been a renowned beast tamer. Years ago, he was sentenced to death for raiding a shipment belonging to the Cui family, but Wang Shizhong had intervened and saved him. Since then, Xiaolao had gone into hiding, carving out his own dominion in the wilderness. Young man, Xiaolao sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Tell me who you are, where you're from, and who sent you. If you're honest, I might just let you live. Explain myself? To hell with that. Wang Huayu sneered coldly. He knew full well that whether he explained or not, Xiaolao wouldn't let him off if he lost today. Fortunately, he had someone backing him up, and the distant roar of a motorcycle engine signaled the timely arrival of Fang Shihao. In the clearing, the tension was palpable as Xiaolao and Wang Huayu faced off, their animosity almost tangible. The electric antler deer lay unconscious on the ground. The lightning falcon circled anxiously overhead, and the mushroom giant stood smugly nearby. It was clear that Wang Huayu's plan for an inside-outside pincer attack had been exposed. If the plans failed, then well, fight Hedon. Wang Huayu resolved inwardly. Xiaolao, noticing Fang Shihao's arrival, let out a sinister chuckle. Huh, is this scruffy little brat your trump card? Wang Huayu didn't respond, only fixing Xiaolao with a gaze as cold as death. This old fool had been isolated from the world for too long, completely ignorant of the city's developments. If he'd seen Fang Shihao's battle footage, he wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Fang Shihao, unfazed by the disdain, calmly opened his beast space and released Xiao Shi. A towering 6-meter stone giant landed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire shanty town. Xiaolao's expression darkened immediately. Though both the stone giant and the mushroom giant were lord-level beasts, their power was worlds apart. The stone giant stood 6 meters tall, weighed 15 tons, and resembled a fortress of solid steel. In contrast, the mushroom giant, at only 4 meters, appeared bulky but was deceptively fragile, weighing less than half of Xiao Shi. More critically, the stone giant's star level surpassed the mushroom giant by a full tier. The disparity was as stark as that between a fox and a tiger of the same rank, utterly insurmountable. Kid, you think you can beat me with just a stone giant? Don't be naive. Xiaolao growled, now fully serious. He immediately summoned his remaining 3 beasts, the 4-star Lord Striking Willow, the 4-star Extraordinary Crystal Turtle, and the 4-star Extraordinary Frenzied Venom Mushroom. Xiaolao had built a classic 3-support, 1-core lineup. The mushroom giant acted as the primary attacker, with the Striking Willow as its backup, while the Crystal Turtle and the Frenzied Venom Mushroom provided critical support. The blue Crystal Turtle activated its skill, enveloping the mushroom giant in a crystalline shield. The Frenzied Venom Mushroom followed up with a spore release, causing the mushroom giant to swell to 5 meters tall, its body turning blood red. Just as Xiaolao's grin of triumph spread, Fang Shihao released Xiao Guai. A massive, 4-meter-long fox with 3 elegant, fluffy tails materialized gracefully. Xiao Guai brushed its tails lightly against Fang Shihao, a gesture of both affection and protective readiness. The fox didn't unleash its flames, clearly there to intimidate rather than fight. This battle was Xiao Shi's to win. Your beast coordination is decent. Wang Huayu laughed. But against overwhelming power, teamwork is just a joke. He spat Xia Laoda's earlier words back at him, his voice dripping with mockery. Xia Laoda's face turned ashen. The moment he laid eyes on the mythical class, sovereign level three-tailed fox, he knew he was doomed. This young man, whom he had so thoroughly underestimated, possessed not only the three-tailed fox but also a six-star, top-tier stone giant. Even if someone told him Fang Shihao was a scion of the Cui family, he'd believe it. To hell with it. He'll fight you to the death. Driven to desperation, Xia Laotu went all out. The striking willow struck first, its whip-like branches lashing toward Xiao Shi with ferocious speed. But the stone giant stood unmoving, unshaken by the attack. The true threat was the mushroom giant, now bolstered by dual enhancements. It charged at Xiao Shi without hesitation, swinging a signature heavy blow. Xiao Shi, having learned from past mistakes, activated Mountain King's wrath, amplifying its control over earth elements and its sheer strength. It met the mushroom giant heat. Their fists collided with an earth-shattering impact. The resulting shockwave swept across the area, sending the groveling mute slaves flying like leaves in a storm. Even the crystal turtle was flipped onto its back. To everyone's astonishment, the mushroom giant gained the upper hand in this exchange, forcing Xiao Shi to retreat 2 steps. Witnessing the scene, Fang Shihao was not frightened but delighted, his eyes gleaming with greed. Your skill is impressive. Soon it will be mine. As a seasoned beast master, Fang Shihao had encountered countless beast-related skills, but none had ever captivated him like ordinary punch. During the earlier battle, despite the mushroom giant using a buff to enhance its abilities and Little Rock countering with Mountain King's wrath to neutralize the advantage, the mushroom giant still managed to overpower Little Rock with a single ordinary punch. That seemingly unremarkable strike carried an earth-shattering force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Fang Shihao's sharp observation noted the mushroom giant's ability to channel its entire strength into a single explosive point, a near-perfect execution of power. However, this devastating strike came at a cost. The mushroom giant's fist, unable to withstand the backlash, was torn open, exposing its pure white mycelial structure, revealing its lack of raw durability. In contrast, Little Rock merely stumbled back 2 steps before regaining its balance. Little Rock, give it everything you've got and take it down. Fang Shihao commanded eagerly, then turned to Wang Huayu and said, I'll handle this. You take care of the others and make sure they don't destroy any evidence. Leave it to me. Be careful, Wang Huayu replied before departing with the lightning falcon. With no further distractions, Little Rock unleashed its earth core skill. The ground split open with a deep chasm, and a violent earthquake rippled through the battlefield. Yet, at the edge of the fissure, Fang Shihao and Little Gui stood unharmed, a testament to Little Rock's precise control over its abilities after advancing to 6 stars. Amidst the chaos, the earthborn stone giant moved effortlessly, as if the quake posed no threat, easily approaching the staggering mushroom giant. A powerful shove sent the opponent crashing to the ground, and Little Rock's 15-ton frame pinned it down, rendering it immobile. What followed was a one-sided domination. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, Little Rock grabbed hold of the mushroom giant's cap and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The first 2 shattered its crystalline shield, the third caved in its face, and the fourth punched a massive hole through its body. Despite the mushroom giant's mycelium frantically trying to regenerate and heal, it was no match for Little Rock's overwhelming assault. Eventually, the mushroom giant was reduced to a mushy pulp. A system notification chimed in, confirming that Little Rock had successfully absorbed 535 life essence points and acquired the rare skill Ordinary Punch. Though simple, the skill was extraordinarily powerful, capable of overwhelming most beasts. For Little Rock, it was an invaluable enhancement to its already formidable abilities. As the tremors subsided, Little Rock turned its attention to the remaining enemies. The crystal turtle and the frenzied poison flycap were barely clinging to life after the earthquake, while the striking willow continued its futile resistance, thrashing its whip-like branches in defiance. Little Rock scoffed and marched forward, suddenly recalling a classic scene from an old television series. Planting its feet firmly, it powered its arms and began the audacious task of uprooting the striking willow entirely. With a deafening crack, the willow's roots were torn from the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Deprived of the earth's nourishment, the striking willow withered instantly, only to be sliced into pieces by Little Rock's hand strikes. Another system notification followed, confirming the defeats of the striking willow, the crystal turtle, and the frenzied poison flycap. Little Rock absorbed 480, 115, and 90 life essence points, respectively. With this, Little Rock single-handedly annihilated the entire opposing team. Xie Yuanlin stood there, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. As a seasoned beastmaster with over 3 decades of experience in Tianlan City, He had never encountered such an extraordinary young talent. The opponent had defeated Hyman Advanced Beastmastersing only a 6-star Lord-class stone golem, without even giving him the chance to summon his trump card, the King-class three-tailed fire fox. Young man, you are a rare genius, Xie Yuanlin said sincerely, though his eyes carried a trace of pity. Your future shouldn't be confined to this small corner of Guangning province. Take my advice, leave Guangning by plane before things spiral out of control. Otherwise, it might be too late. Fang Shihao stared coldly at his defeated opponent, unmoved by the warning. You have no right to speak, he said icily. Now, I ask, and you answer. Ask away. Who are you working for? Who's behind all this? Xie Yuanlin suddenly chuckled. Oh, I could tell you, but I doubt you dare to hear it. Speak. All right. My employer is Yin Yujing, Zhou Huayang, Wei Chengwang, Lin Xin. Zhao. Xie Yuanlin rattled off a list of names, all fabricated. These individuals were either heads of powerful families or, like Yin Yujing, influential figures connected to the influential Cui family. Fang Shihao's anger flared. His stone golem, Little Rock, immediately hefted a massive boulder, its rocky face radiating a menacing aura. My contact is Wang Shizhong. Isn't that what you wanted to hear? Xie Yuanlin finally confessed. Under further interrogation, Xie Yuanlin revealed more details. They had been operating in the area for over a month, relocating every 6 months to avoid detection. The disposal of human corpses infected with corpse spore fungus attracted scavenger beasts, and an excessive number of such creatures would inevitably draw unwanted attention. This revelation struck Fang Shihao like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the fog of confusion in his mind. He finally understood why he had once encountered corrupted wild dogs attacking vehicles in the wilderness. They had been drawn by the remnants of corpses from this operation. The bitter irony was that when he had reported the incident to the authorities, the police who arrived had not pursued the truth but had instead covered for Xie Yuanlin and his accomplices. How many people have you monsters killed? Fang Shihao muttered under his breath. Even the comforting warmth of his companion, Little Cub, couldn't dispel the chill in his heart. We never kept count. 2,000 or 3,000, perhaps. Shut your mouth. At that moment, Wang Huayu had already subdued the remaining individuals. After an electric falcon dispatched one defiant doctor, the others became unervingly compliant, bound together with ropes in the same manner they had used to transport mute slaves. Summoning his courage, Fang Shihao pushed open the greenhouse door. What met his eyes made his blood run cold. Rows of surgical beds held stripped, motionless bodies. Their skin was an unnatural bluish hue, and from their pores sprouted delicate, pale fungal filaments swaying eerily. Needles pierced their hands, pumping nutrients to sustain their grotesque existence. Just then, a corpse spore fungus reached maturity. Its cap violently burst through the ribcage of one of the bodies, erupting from the chest cavity and releasing a cloud of parasitic spores. Fang Shihao barely lasted a minute before the nausea overwhelmed him. He quickly recorded a video for evidence and staggered out. What's inside? Wang Huayu asked. Don't look. It's hell on earth. Wang Huayu handed him a rusty metal bucket. Inside were about 50 corpse spore fungi, each worth an estimated 300,000, amounting to over 15 million in total. Throw them back in and burn everything, Fang Shihao ordered firmly. Using these fungi is no different from cannibalism. Following his instructions, Wang Huayu directed the mute slaves to douse the greenhouses with gasoline. Soon, flames roared skyward, consuming everything in their wake. The eerie silence of the night was broken only by the crackling of the fire. Those parasitized by the corpse spore fungus were beyond saving. Only the purifying flames could end their suffering and erase the atrocities committed in this accursed place. Under the cover of night, 5 heavy armored trucks steadily advanced along the suburban highway, the distant city lights resembling a brilliant galaxy hanging upside down. Inside the truck containers, a group of mute slaves huddled in the darkness, fear and confusion etched into their eyes. Fang Shihao drove the lead truck. Wang Huayu brought up the rear, while the 3 middle trucks were driven by mute slaves who had not yet completely lost their will to resist. Above them, a thunder falcon soared and circled, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Watching the beast's exceptional agility, Fang Shihao couldn't help but contemplate his choice for a third beast companion. After setting a massive fire earlier, his mood had lightened considerably, reinforcing his decision to select a flying beast as his next partner. Suddenly, the piercing ring of a phone shattered the quiet of the night. The caller ID displayed, Su Xinghui. Where are you? My father-in-law stormed in, furious and looking for you. What on earth did you do? Su Xinghui's voice was laced with urgency. Fang Shihao sighed softly. Do you remember when I asked you about the corpse cloth fungus? I do. Every bit of the corpse cloth fungus in Guangning province comes from my father-in-law, Su Xinghui replied, his tone quickly turning defensive. But that's impossible. The fungus is rare, with unpredictable production areas. How could a mere police commissioner have that much influence? You're underestimating him, Fang Shihao said as he sent over footage he had secretly taken in the corpse cloth fungus greenhouse. Silence lingered on the other end of the line. Whether you see me as a crusader for justice or someone seeking fame, the fact is, I've already destroyed the factory and gathered all the evidence, Fang Shihao continued. Now, it's a fight to the death between him and me. You can stay out of this or even side with him to secure your future by eliminating me. But if you still believe in justice, then help me take down this cancer. After sending the recording of Lu Qionying's dying confession, Fang Shihao still received no response. He ended the call and slammed on the brakes. Old Wang, turn around and head into the wilderness immediately, he ordered through the radio. We've been exposed. Wang Shizhong is probably on his way. What are we going to do? Wang Huai's voice trembled. You lead the others further out of town. Leave intercepting the enemy to me. If I don't make it, deal with the witnesses and act as if nothing ever happened. Don't talk like that. They'll wait for you up ahead, Wang Huai replied, his team already turning back. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao positioned the empty truck across the road, blocking the way, and summoned his two beasts, Little Flame and Little Rock. Little Flame, set the truck on fire. Little Rock, destroy this road. The beast sprang into action immediately. Little Flame sprinted around the truck, and flames quickly engulfed the vehicle. The fuel tank and batteries exploded in sequence, sparks scattering and briefly igniting the damp forest floor before dying out. Little Rock, on the other hand, used its massive fists to pound the road, leaving it riddled with craters. Within minutes, the stretch of highway looked as though it had been bombarded. Seated on Little Rock's shoulder, Fang Shihao observed the distant horizon. After smoking 2 cigarettes, a convoy of 13 vehicles came into view. With the road destroyed, over 30 individuals were forced to disembark and proceed on foot. These were Wang Shizhong's trusted corrupt cops and gang members, all deeply tied to the black market operations surrounding the corpse cloth fungus. Seeing that the approaching group consisted of thugs rather than elite officers, Fang Shihao let out a breath of relief. Wang Shizhong's expression was dark as he shouted, Fang Shihao, I've given you enough respect. At your word, I was willing to hand over my so-called wife to you. And this is how you repay me? You've committed crimes so heinous that even death can't atone for them. There's nothing more to say between us. Wang Shizhong finally tore off his facade, revealing his true thuggish nature. You think him afraid of you? If it weren't for showing respect to the second miss, I'd have wiped out your whole family ages ago. Xiaoguai, go. With a sharp command, the three-tailed fire fox shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaving searing claw marks in its wake. The crowd erupted into a chaotic uproar. Beast tamers began summoning their creatures, and others reached for their firearms. Despite the cacophony, there were only 5 true beast tamers in the fray, with Wang Shizhong being the strongest among them. He commanded a king-tier Frostwind Wolf King, a lord-tier Frost Emperor Penguin, and 2 extraordinary tier beasts, a Snowy Owl and a Frostbloom. The Frostwind Wolf King, slightly smaller than Xiaoguai, threw its head back and let out a piercing howl, summoning a blizzard that engulfed the battlefield. The Snowy Owls danced gracefully through the swirling snow, intensifying the storm. Suddenly, a blazing fireball cut through the frosty haze as Xiaoguai lunged, its razor-sharp claws slashing toward the Frostwind Wolf King's face. The wolf, slower and weaker than the fire fox, took the hit squarely, its head snapping to the side with a sickening force that nearly broke its neck. With their lead beast compromised, the Frost Emperor Penguin sprang into action, opening its razor-sharp beak to unleash a tornado laced with deadly ice shards. Meanwhile, the Frostbloom unfurled its petals, firing an icy blue beam of extreme cold at Xiaoguai. Overhead, the Snowy Owl circled, scattering snowflakes to further bolster the icy battlefield. This was a textbook 3 support, 1 attacker beast synergy. All 4 beasts were ice-aligned, working together to manipulate the weather. In the snowy environment, their abilities were amplified. On its own, the 7-star king-tier Frostwind Wolf King wouldn't last 20 moves against Xiaoguai. Its origins as a mere northern wind wolf left it with a weak foundation, making it average at best among king-tier beasts. Elite king-tier beasts bred by powerful families, like the stag spirit or the bloodfang saber-toothed tiger, could easily overpower it. Against a top-tier king-tier beast like the 3-tailed fire fox, it was outmatched. Yet, with the synergy of this well-coordinated setup, even Xiaoguai struggled to gain the upper hand. The blizzard obscured Fang Shihao's vision, forcing him to rely on his mental connection with Xiaoguai to monitor its condition. Thankfully, Xiaoguai remained agile and unthreatened. While Wang Shizhong kept Xiaoguai occupied, the other 4 beast tamers directed their creatures to charge at Fang Shihao. He leapt off Little Stone's back, taking cover behind the formidable beast. Hardened by countless battles, Little Stone had become a force to be reckoned with. Just days ago, while Fang Shihao slept, Xiaoguai and Little Stone had sparred in the beast space. Even without going all out, Little Stone had only narrowly lost to Xiaoguai. As a dozen beasts closed in, Little Stone locked onto the Lita massive bullhorn. With a deceptively casual punch, it unleashed devastating power, obliterating the bull's skull and shattering half its body. Immediately after, Little Stone conjured a massive boulder in its palm and hurled it like a shot put, crushing a camouflaged venomous chameleon attempting to sneak closer. Normally, such stealthy beasts wouldn't warrant Little Stone's attention, but with Fang Shihao present, the stakes were different. Little Stone quickly assessed which threats posed the greatest danger to Fang Shihao and prioritized eliminating them. In seconds, two beasts lay dead. The remaining tamers hesitated, forming a loose perimeter around Fang Shihao and Little Stone, unwilling to advance further. They waited, hoping Wang Shizhong would turn the tide. Fang Shihao, meanwhile, realized that having only two beasts at his disposal was sometimes a disadvantage. He wanted to send Little Stone to assist Xiaoguai, but ensuring his own safety took precedence. The battle in the snowstorm dragged on without a clear victor, but Wang Shizhong was the first to waver. Moments earlier, his Frost Emperor penguin, which had been harrying Xiaoguai from the flank, suddenly lost control and charged directly at the Fire Fox. If not for the desperate intervention of the Frostwind Wolf King, the penguin would have met a fiery end. To Wang Shizhong's shock, the cunning fox had used a psychic ability to nearly manipulate the penguin into its jaws. Losing any of his four beasts would cripple the synergy of his setup, drastically reducing its effectiveness. Shaken, Wang Shizhong decided to back down. Big Fox, your master is surrounded. Continuing this fight benefits no one. Let's call it a draw. I'll let you all go today. Despite his retreat, Wang Shizhong feigned bravado. After silently seeking Fang Shihao's approval, Xiaoguai retracted its claws and slowly withdrew from the snowstorm. Wang Shizhong, wary of an ambush, refrained from attacking. Both sides disengaged, leaving behind only the corpses of two beasts. Fang Shihao, this is your last chance. Wang Shizhong issued a final ultimatum. Kill all the mute slaves and destroy the evidence, and he'll let this slide. If we meet again, I won't be so lenient. Let's move out, men. Once Wang Shizhong's group had departed, Fang Shihao mounted Xiaoguai and rejoined the caravan. Seeing him return safely, Wang Huayu finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're completely cut off from the city now. What's our next move? How do we feed and care for over 100 people? He asked. I know a place where we can stay for a while. Follow me, Fang Shihao replied. Leading the way on his Firefox, he guided the group for an hour and a half until they arrived at Gu Fengshan's farm. Master, the plague god has come again. The servant, pale-faced and trembling, stumbled into the small farm cottage, his voice quivering with fear. Gu Fengshan, lounging leisurely in a grand armchair, humming a tune while fiddling with his prayer beads, froze in terror at the news. Quick, shut the gates. Don't let him in, he stammered, his voice shaking. It's too late, thief already broken in. The servant replied, his voice faltering. They? How many people has that plague god brought with him? Gu Fengshan's voice rose sharply, panic etched across his face. Over 100. Before the servant could finish, Gu Fengshan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao had already taken over the entire farm with his men. He swiftly gathered all the workers and servants, confiscating their phones, tablets, and other communication devices. To calm the crowd, he stepped forward and addressed them directly. I'm Fang Shihao. Some of you may remember me as the one who helped drive away the wild dogs from this place. This time, they'll be borrowing your farm for a few days. Taking your devices is just to prevent information from leaking out. I promise no harm will come to anyone. Afterward, Fang Shihao stormed into the cottage, his gaze locking onto Gu Fengshan like a predator sizing up its prey. I'm borrowing your farm for a few days. Cooperate, and I'll make sure you stay safe. But if you dare play any tricks, they'll settle both old and new scores with you. His fists clenched, the threat clear in his tone. Gu Fengshan, having suffered at Fang Shihao's hands before, didn't dare resist. Forcing a smile, he stammered, understood. Everyone here will follow your orders. If anyone disobeys, you can beat them as you see fit. The one I most want to beat is you. Get out. Fang Shihao snapped, his disgust evident. He ordered Gu Fengshan out of his own home and assigned a loyal mute servant to keep an eye on him around the clock. The lodging arrangements were sorted quickly. The mute servants were housed in the spare rooms typically used during busy farming seasons, while key prisoners like Xiaolao were placed under strict surveillance and interrogated throughout the night. That sleepless night, Su Xinghui sat in his apartment in Red Maple Community, Building A, listening intently to Lu Qiangying's recorded final words. The recording revealed damning evidence against Wang Shizhong, leaving Su Xinghui stunned. His fiancée, Wang Shuiying, nestled beside him, asked with concern, Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? Do you have a case to handle tomorrow? Su Xinghui suddenly asked, Are you closer to your dad or your mom? My mom, of course. Dad was always busy with work, so mom raised me. Unfortunately, she passed away too soon and didn't get to see me get married. Wang Shuang replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. With a conflicted expression, Su Xinghui revealed the truth from the recording about her mother's death. Wang Shuang broke into tears, recalling the strange smell in her mother's room before she passed and her father's unusual behavior. Honey, promise me this climb higher than the chief superintendent's position. Make Wang Shizhong regret being alive. Hatred burned in Wang Shuang's tearful eyes. Relieved by her determination, Su Xinghui immediately moved his mother, wife, and Fang Shihao's family to a safe location before leaving the city to find Fang Shihao. At the same time, Wang Shizhong was making back-to-back phone calls, each lasting over 10 minutes. A storm was brewing, and no one could sleep. At dawn, Fang Shihao finished organizing the evidence gathered from the overnight interrogations. He was ready to release it online. Are you really going to post it? Once we do, there's no turning back. Wang Huayu stood in front of the computer, his fingers hovering over the mouse, hesitation written all over his face. The events of the previous night had shaken his resolve. Don't be naive, brother, Fang Shihao said firmly, his eyes unwavering. A man like Wang Shizhong only trusts secrets kept by the dead. Even if we hand over the evidence, he won't let us go. From the moment I decided to investigate the corpse cloth fungus factory, this became a fight to the death. With a light click of the mouse, the incriminating evidence was sent out to all major online platforms. Fang Shihao stared at the screen, waiting for the uproar to follow. But the anticipated storm never came. Not a single comment appeared. He quickly switched between websites, searching for keywords, but found nothing. Every submission showed 0 views. We've been shadow banned. Fang Shihao realized, his voice tense. Wang Shizhong had clearly moved ahead of them, blocking all mainstream media channels. Fang turned to smaller websites, only to discover that the entire region's internet had been cut off. Does Wang Shizhong really have this much power? Fang Shihao slammed his fist on the desk. Unless. Wang Huayu hesitated, his voice trailing off. Unless he's just a puppet. Someone else must be pulling the strings. The chilling thought sent a shiver down Fang Shihao's spine. At that moment, the silence was broken by the sudden ring of a phone. The caller ID showed a number ending in 88, none other than Miss Chui Xie's private line. Fang Shihao, are you at the northern outskirts? Came her urgent voice on the other end. Yes. Stay there. I'm coming. The call ended abruptly. Within 2 minutes, a black speck appeared on the horizon, growing rapidly in size. A massive Fengshan pterosaur breached the sound barrier, speeding toward them. It really is Miss Chui. Wang Huayu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Rumor has it you two are close. Looks like it's true. The Fengshan pterosaur took just 90 seconds to cross the city and reach the northern farm. Its colossal wings cast a shadow over the land, and its landing stirred up powerful gusts, sending rice husks flying and raising clouds of dust from the concrete ground. Chui Xie descended gracefully, wasting no time. You promised to wait for the semester to start peacefully. So why are you stirring up trouble again? Fang Shihao recounted the details of his investigation, though his heart grew colder by the second. Chui Xie's deep understanding of Wang Shizhong's affairs made him wonder, could all of this be tied to the Chui family? I have no objection to taking down Wang Shizhong, but the production chain of the corpse cloth fungus is off limits, Chui Xie said, her phoenix-like eyes softening. It concerns the interests of every family in Guangning province. No way. They're playing with people's lives. Lives? Chui Xie countered sharply. Do you know how much a life is worth? Life is priceless. Wrong. A life is worth 150,000, she declared with chilling certainty. Those who can't afford medical expenses can sell their lives to us for that price. Their families receive financial compensation, and their bodies are used to cultivate corpse cloth fungus, benefiting beastmasters. You call it disregard for human life. I call it serving the greater good. Utter nonsense. Sheer rubbish. Fang Shihao's brows furrowed deeply as he pulled a notebook from his bag and slammed the collected evidence onto Chui Xie's desk with a loud thud. Take a good look. This is what you call benefiting the people? The corpse mushroom factory produces over 3,500 corpse mushrooms annually. But tell me, where in Tianlan City would you find so many terminally ill patients voluntarily donating their bodies? His voice trembled with rage. Those who had their frontal lobes removed and were turned into living vessels for cultivating these mushrooms, theory, not volunteers. They're the homeless, the drifters, the migrant workers. They all had families somewhere. Have you ever cared about who they were to someone? Faced with the damning evidence, Chui Xie was speechless, her chest heaving as she struggled to respond. Through their mental connection, her companion Xiao Guai sensed her turmoil and tried to calm her. Master, your words were harsh. Maybe you should apologize to the pretty lady. Chui Xie had indeed been kept in the dark. It wasn't until she saw the evidence with her own eyes that she realized Wang Shizhong had been secretly abducting people. She had hurried here, desperate to save Fang Shihao, only to be berated like this. Though she knew she was in the wrong, a part of her still felt aggrieved. Yet, Even in such moments, the second princess of the Chui family was not one to admit fault. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to back down. And this, Fang Shihao thought bitterly, was precisely why he always believed they had no future together. They were both too stubborn. Wang Shizhong will face justice, but it shouldn't be at your hands. Come with me. This ends here. Chui Xie finally broke the silence, her tone still cold and unyielding. Fang Shihao lowered his head, his voice steady yet resolute. The world is unjust, and I must seek justice in my own way. I won't leave until the guilty are punished. Do you even realize what you're up against? Wang Shizhong has already summoned his allies. Every influential family with a stake in this will send their beastmasters. If you stay, it's a death sentence. Yet Fang Shihao lifted his gaze to meet hers. This is the first and probably the last time I'll call you by your name. Since the day we met, I've always addressed you as second miss, out of respect for your title as the second princess of the Chui family, rather than for who you are as a person. I know my opinion likely means nothing to you, but I still want to say thank you. Thank you for looking out for me all this time, and thank you for still tolerating this stubborn fool in front of you. But I have to hold on to my principles. If I give those up, I won't be myself anymore. Stubborn fool. Go ahead and die. Then, no one will shed a tear for you. Chui Xie's face turned icy as she let out a sharp scoff. Without another word, she mounted her dragon and flew off into the distance. Moments later, Wang Huayu approached from behind. You should have gone with her. At least one of us could have gotten out of this alive. You heard everything? Fang Shihao asked, his voice weary. Yeah, Wang Huayu replied. Do you blame me for dragging you into this mess? Fang Shihao gave a self-deprecating smile. Blame you? Don't be ridiculous. I came here of my own free will. Honestly, I've never done anything particularly meaningful in my life. If I die fighting these corrupt families, at least it'll go out with purpose. Then let's take care of Xiaolao and his lot first. If we're going down, well, make sure those scumbags go before us. Couldn't agree more. After Wang Huayu left, the desolate farmland fell silent, leaving Fang Shihao alone. The autumn wind howled around him, scattering dead leaves across the barren fields. Suddenly, the roar of an engine shattered the stillness. Su Xinghui sped toward him on his motorcycle, kicking up a trail of dust. Brother, sorry I'm late, Su called out as he came to a stop. Big brother Su, you shouldn't have come, Fang Shihao said with a sigh. Hearing about the impending attack from the family's beastmasters, Su Xinghui fell silent for a moment. I knew what I was walking into before I came. No matter what happens, I'm with you. Good brother. Fang Shihao pulled him into a firm embrace. It was a fleeting moment of solidarity, the calm before the storm. Above them, a civilian aircraft glided through the sky, releasing rain-seeding flares into the clouds. The timing was odd. Autumn harvests were long over, and rain was hardly needed now. Realization struck Fang Shihao like lightning. Water to counter fire. They're planning to use the rain to neutralize my three-tailed fire fox. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Fang Shihao, and he instantly saw through the enemy's scheme. In this humid, rainy weather, Xiao Guai's abilities would undoubtedly be compromised. Since Wang Shizhong had already seized the upper hand in terms of timing, Fang Shihao decided to focus on leveraging the terrain. He immediately summoned the mute servants and instructed them to arrange flammable materials around the farm, soaking them in gasoline and covering them tightly with waterproof tarps. With a single command, the entire farm could be engulfed in flames. A tracked armored vehicle was steadily approaching Gu Fengshan farm. Fang Shihao's location had been exposed the moment he sent out the incriminating evidence, and the sudden disruption of the farm's network signal only confirmed it. Unlike the ragtag group from the previous night, this time the armored vehicle carried only 7 individuals, but each was a highly skilled beastmaster meticulously trained by prominent families far surpassing even Wang Shizhong in strength. Chui, Zhou Lin, Wang, Zhao. Each of these influential families from Tianlan City had sent a representative. Just as Xiaolao had revealed during interrogation, Wang Shizhong was indeed backed by the city's elite families. His lucrative business with corpse fungus yielded substantial profits, most of which were offered up to these families to secure his position as police chief and maintain his dominance. How about we book out the Imperial nightclub tonight? Celebrate together after the job's done? Wang Shizhong suggested obsequiously. As the oldest among the group, he deliberately lowered himself to curry favor. Thoughtful of you, someone replied. And don't forget, young Master Zhao has a thing for Lolitas. Shut your damn mouth, you filthy rabbit. Keep my name out of your nonsense, another snapped. Fine, I'm a rabbit, I'll own it. Better that than being a pretentious creep. Wang Shizhong, line me up some handsome men instead. The beastmasters from the noble families bantered casually, while Wang Shizhong could only laugh along awkwardly, never truly fitting into their circle. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was so relaxed it felt more like a leisurely outing than a mission. Clearly, no one saw Fang Shihao as a real threat. Suddenly, the armored vehicle came to a slow halt. Wei Datong impatiently pushed open the door, only to see a massive wind god wyvern blocking the road ahead. Second miss? Wei Datong exclaimed. The other beast masters quickly disembarked upon hearing him, bowing in unison. Greetings, Second Mississippi. Chui Xie spoke coldly. Turn back. I'm protecting Fang Shihao. This matter ends here. Despite the potential consequences for her family, she couldn't bear to let things escalate further. The group hesitated, torn between obeying their direct orders and the second Mrs. Command. Wang Shizhong's heart sank. The situation he had most dreaded was unfolding. Summoning his courage, he spoke up. Fang Shihao is not just jeopardizing the 10 billion yuan corpse fungus business. He's threatening the very rule of the noble families. If we don't eliminate him, he'll become a major threat. Who gave you permission to speak? Slap him. Chui Xie said disdainfully, glaring at Wang Shizhong. Before the Chui family beast masters could act, Zhao Feng grabbed Wang Shizhong by the shoulder and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. Though his cheeks swelled with pain, Wang Shizhong pressed on. Fang Shihao must be eliminated. Second miss, please don't shield a criminal. Wang Rongxing immediately chimed in. Second miss, the family head specifically instructed us. Anyone who offends the Wang family must be eradicated, no matter where they are. Fang Shihao not only destroyed the corpse fungus processing plant, but also killed my nephew Wang Zhuzhe's deerhead spirit during the high school tournament. He must pay with his life. The other beast masters, however, began declaring their withdrawal. Representatives from the Zhao, Lin, and Zhou families each stated that they would no longer participate and entrusted the second miss to handle the matter fairly. Wei Dadong also expressed his willingness to follow her lead, and Cui Daoling naturally dared not defy her wishes. Then it's settled, Cui Xie finally said. Wang Rongxing, Wang Shizhong, you two can go. Whether or not you can take down Fang Shihao depends on your own abilities. Thank you, second miss, the two replied, heading off without hesitation. Artificial rain subtly took effect. The sky remained devoid of thunder and lightning, with clouds still thickly layered, but an abrupt downpour began over the area surrounding the farm, casting a desolate and misty scene. Wang Rongxing and Wang Shizhong arrived punctually at the farm's entrance, each holding an umbrella. Fang Shihao, Su Xinghui, and Wang Huayu were already waiting. As Wang Shizhong appeared with only one ally by his side, Fang Shihao immediately grasped the situation. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Cui Xie. Xie, I owe you more and more favors, Fang Shihao sighed inwardly, but quickly refocused on the imminent threat. Last night's confrontation had given Fang Shihao a clear understanding of Wang Shizhong's strength. Even with the combined efforts of his 4 contracted beasts, Wang's team could only manage to match the power of Little Flare, Fang's king tier, 3-tailed fire fox. Moreover, just last night, Fang's other contracted beast, Little Boulder, successfully ascended to king tier, evolving into a rock titan. This advancement was made possible by the 2,000 life essence points gained from slaying the Bloodfang saber-toothed tiger during the finals, combined with the 1,220 points earned from eliminating Xiaolao-Tu's 4 contracted beasts, and an additional 205 points from dispatching pursuing enemies. Including prior reserves, the total amounted to 3,590 life essence points. Little Boulder's ascension required only 2,850 points, leaving 740 points in reserve for future upgrades for either Little Flare or Little Boulder to reach the epic tier. Wang Shizhong was well aware that he stood no chance in an unknown battle. Yet, he still came, clearly placing his confidence in the young man at his side. Wang Rongxing, the 27-year-old uncle of the prodigious Wang Jioga. Though the situation appeared to be a 2 vs 3 standoff, it was effectively 2 vs 2, as Wang Huayu's contracted beasts lacked the strength to contribute meaningfully in high-intensity combat. Wang Shizhong adopted a stern expression, exuding the authority of an elder. Son-in-law, why are you associating with these doomed men? Come over here at once. Su Xinghui shook his head resolutely. You fool. Have you lost your mind? Wang Shizhong continued angrily. What could you possibly gain by defying me? Don't forget, it was I who promoted you to probationary inspector. Listen to me, help me take down Fang Shihao and destroy the evidence, and you'll have a bright future. I have no sons of my own, and the position of chief of police will naturally be yours to inherit. Forgive me, father-in-law, Su Xinghui replied, his voice firm. Your crimes are unforgivable. Let me be the one to send you on your final journey. As he spoke, Su summoned his 4 contracted beasts, a lineup strikingly similar to Wang Shizhong's. His primary beast, a 6-star Lord-tier Snow Wolf, his secondary, a 6-star Lord-tier Frost Armored Bear, and 2 supporting beasts, a pair of 4-star Extraordinary tier Snowy Owls and Frost Blooms. This similarity stemmed from their shared training under the same system at the Zhongding Royal Police Academy. In terms of immediate combat strength, Wang Shizhong held a slight edge, with his 7-star King-tier Icewind Wolf King as his main beast. However, Su Xinghui's potential far surpassed his father-in-law. Snow Wolf was a rare variant, born as a lore-tier beast. Upon ascending to King-tier, it would be capable of taking on 2 Icewind Wolf Kings simultaneously. It was precisely this potential that had led Wang Shizhong to marry his daughter to Su Xinghui. Wang Shizhong, handle your family matters yourself. Leave the rest to me, Wang Rongxing interjected calmly. Understood, young Master Wang. Wang Shizhong responded with a nod before turning to glare at Su Xinghui. I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Today, I'll rid myself of a traitor who bites the hand that feeds him. In an instant, the climate shifted dramatically. Frosty mist swirled, and snow began to fall heavily. Raindrops froze midair, transforming into hailstones that pelted the ground with a relentless clatter. The Icewind Wolf King bared its teeth, growling deeply as its sharp gaze locked onto the challenger, Snow Wolf. Follow me. Let's settle this unknown. Show me what you've learned at the Zhongding Royal Police Academy, Wang Shizhong demanded, stepping aside to avoid interfering with Wang Rongsheng. Gladly, Su Xinghui replied without hesitation. The howling northern wind ushered in a blizzard, freezing the battlefield into a realm of ice and snow. In this stark white arena, the two advanced beast masters led their respective beasts into a fierce and desperate struggle. The pristine snow soon became tinged with faint streaks of red, a grim testament to the battle's brutality. On the battlefield, amidst the curtain of rain, stood a solitary and defiant figure. Wang Rongxing clutched an umbrella, his gaze sharp and filled with a chilling intent to kill. I have but one thing to say to you. His voice cut through the rain like a blade. Consider it your epitaph. Remember this. Anyone who dares to offend the Wang family will be hunted down, no matter how far they run. Fang Shihao let out a grin, his cracked lips instantly oozing blood that mixed with the rain, tracing a crimson line down his chin. Good and evil always find their due. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just a matter of time. Perhaps one day my Wang family will face retribution, Wang Rongxing retorted coldly. But it won't be at your hands, because you'll die here today. As his words hung in the air, four beasts surged out of the beast-taming space, eager for battle. The most striking of them was the Wang family's signature beast Lushijing, the stag spirit. This king-class, 8-star beast far surpassed the one used by Wang Jioge. Its staff, made of glossy locust wood, gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its frame was both agile and imposing. As a max-star king-class beast, it was powerful enough to contend with low-star epic-class opponents, much like the Thunderbird Cui Siya had encountered in the college entrance exam secret realm. Wang Rongsheng's second mainstay was the king-class undead beast Ghostly Warhorse. This towering steed was eerie, with its form transitioning from solid to spectral from the midsection back, creating a half-horse, half-phantom appearance. Its coal-black head, paired with glowing crimson eyes, exuded a menacing aura, while its ghostly blue hooves left trails of spectral flames with every step. His strategy revolved around a dual main approach, with each main beast supported by an auxiliary. The stag spirit was paired with an extraordinary class plague wraith, while the ghostly warhorse was accompanied by a lord-class ghost samurai. All three auxiliary beasts belonged to the undead category. For the Wang family, who specialized in strengthening their beasts through bloodshed, cultivating undead beasts was far easier than it was for other families. Facing Wang Rongxing's display of power, Fang Shihao summoned his trump card, a king-class rock giant named Xiao Shitu. The colossal figure, towering at 10 meters tall, tore a massive fissure into the rain-drenched battlefield upon its appearance. For reference, a lord-class stone giant's maximum height was only 6 meters, but Xiao Shitu had grown an additional 4 meters after ascending to king-class, nearing the 12-meter limit. This height allowed it to stare level with the rooftop of a 6-story building, and the gap between its legs was wide enough for a truck to pass through with ease. Your rock giant has advanced again? Wang Rongxing's voice betrayed a hint of shock, but his killing intent only deepened. Such an extraordinary rock giant, and such a gifted beast tamer leaving you alive is not an option today. The battle erupted in an instant. The stag spirit locked onto the rock giant, drawn by the scent of blood from its kin, while the tattered, discovered plague wraith latched onto Xiao Shitu's right leg, rendering its movements stiff and cumbersome. Meanwhile, the ghost samurai, clad in heavy black steel armor, leapt onto the ghostly warhorse. Wielding an oversized zanbato, the two formed a fearsome ghostly knight combination, rivaling even the most elite king-class beasts. Just a bunch of weaklings. They're no match for my three-tailed firefox, Xiaoguai declared confidently as it charged into the fray. The two sides closed the 100-meter gap in an instant, clashing heat. Xiaoguai unleashed its triple flaming tail whip. Though the rain dampened the flame's power, its strikes remained ferocious. The ghostly warhorse reared onto its hind legs, while the ghost samurai swung its massive blade directly at Xiaoguai's tail. In the blink of an eye, the two adversaries passed each other. The ghostly warhorse's forelegs were charred and shattered, while the three-tailed firefox lost one of its tails. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. The initial clash was brutal. Ghostly Warhorse's two front hooves shattered on impact, just as Fang Shihao had anticipated. However, The unexpected twist came when the Black Warrior seized the opportunity and severed one of Xiaoguai's tails, catching Fang Shihao completely off guard. The battle shifted rapidly. Fang Shihao's keen eyes discerned the crux of the enemy's strategy. While neither the ghostly warhorse nor the Black Warrior was a match for Xiaoguai individually, their seamless coordination created a deadly advantage. When Xiaoguai focused on attacking the warhorse, the Black Warrior would strike. If the focus shifted to the Black Warrior, the warhorse would retaliate viciously. This dynamic exploited Xiaoguai's limited attack range and the lack of an overwhelming power gap between them. The solution was clear. Fang Shihao's second beast, the Rock Titan, was the perfect counter to the ghostly knight duo. With its massive attack range, immense strength, and defense as unyielding as steel, the Rock Titan could hold its ground. Even if it couldn't secure a swift victory, it could at least neutralize the duo, giving Xiaoguai the opportunity to take on the Deerhead Spirit unknown. But the battlefield proved far more complex than expected. The Rock Titan struggled against the Deerhead Spirit, its every move hindered by the Plague Wraith's curse. Already slow, the Titan's movements became even more labored, making it nearly impossible to land a hit on the nimble foe. While the Deerhead Spirit's attacks barely scratched the Titan's formidable defenses, the overall situation was anything but optimistic. At this critical juncture, inspiration struck Fang Shihao not employ a strategy akin to the classic Tianji horse racing tactic. Through their mental link, his two beasts instantly understood their master's intent, preparing to adjust their approach. Light it up, Fang Shihao commanded through his communicator. The mute laborers, who had been ready and waiting, swiftly removed the tarps covering stacks of gasoline-soaked hay. In mere moments, flames erupted skyward, spreading rapidly and engulfing the entire farm. Barns, grain silos, dormitories, and even the villa were all consumed in a roaring inferno, thick smoke spiraling into the heavens. Outside the farm, in a nearby hunter's cabin, the bound and gagged farm owner, Gu Fengshan, watched the blazing chaos with tears of despair in his eyes. The wildfire spread with terrifying speed, consuming rice fields and surrounding forests. Every reserve of fuel was poured into the blaze, leaving destruction in its wake. Not even the torrential downpour could quell the flames. Instead, the rain evaporated into steam under the relentless heat. Wang Rongxing discarded his umbrella, watching as the heavy rain dwindled to a drizzle, the ground drying and cracking from the searing heat. In the midst of the storm, the three-tailed firefox let out a piercing howl, its flames surging as its power intensified. Wang Rongxing sneered, "Against absolute strength, your scheming amounts to nothing." Yet even as he spoke, he knew the odds were Clasino better than 60-40 in his favor. At the heart of the inferno, the Deerhead Spirit, which had been pressing the Rock Titan, began to falter. Desperation flickered in its eyes as it raised its wooden staff, casting spells in a frenzy. Torrents of pitch-black corpse water poured from the sky, aiming to extinguish the flames while continuing to hinder the Rock Titan. The Plague Wraith's interference, coupled with the oppressive corpse rain and the grasp of the Bone Mire, further slowed the Titan, dragging it into a predicament reminiscent of the semi-finals. This was the opening Xiaoguai had been waiting for. With the rain weakening, his strength surged to its full potential. Ignoring the ghostly knight duo now rejuvenated with spectral energy, restoring the warhorse's hooves and mobility, Xiaoguai charged straight for the Deerhead Spirit. He moved like a fiery phantom, muscles rippling with power, his blazing red fur streaming behind him. The dense corpse water evaporated before it could touch him, and every step of his claws dried the mire beneath him in an instant. Fang Shihao's judgment during the semifinals was proving correct. Xiaoguai was indeed the superior choice against the Deerhead Spirit. The ethereal Plague Wraith attempted to slow Xiaoguai with its cursed hands, but the intense heat of his flames forced it back, leaving it no choice but to return to harassing the Rock Titan. The battlefield was once again divided. The three-tailed firefox squared off in an unknown duel with the Deerhead Spirit, while the rock giant, Little Stone, faced three opponents alone: the ghostly knights and the plague demon, which clung tightly to his leg. Though the odds were slim, Little Stone's unwavering determination meant he wouldn't go down easily, buying precious time for Little Guai. Fang Shihao's eyes burned with intensity as he focused all his attention on Little Guai's performance. In the swamp, Little Guai moved as if on solid ground, swiftly closing in on the Deerhead Spirit. Faced with the towering opponent's staff attack, Little Guai opened its sharp fox-like mouth and unleashed a cone of searing flames, engulfing the Deerhead Spirit, who had no time to evade. The flames instantly ignited the Deerhead Spirit's fungal cloak and locust-wood staff. Its agonized, piercing cries echoed for miles. Fang Shihao had just begun to smile confidently when the Deerhead Spirit pulled out a pearl, releasing an endless stream of bubbles that effortlessly extinguished all the flames. "Did you really think such a petty trick could defeat my Deerhead Spirit? How naive." Wang Rongxing sneered triumphantly. "This is a foaming pearl worth 30 million. It's only produced by Lord-level fairy clams under extremely rare circumstances. Someone as broke as you couldn't afford it, even if you sold yourself. But Fang Shihao countered without hesitation. Still laughing? Take a good look at your stupid deer now. Though the flames had only burned for a second, the fire-fearing deerhead spirit was already gravely injured. One of its eyes had burst, black fluid oozing from the empty socket, its body covered in burn marks. The once majestic deer was now a pitiful sight. The two injured monarch-level beasts launched into a brutal close-quarters battle. The three-tailed fire fox, despite its severed tail, fought with even greater ferocity, while the deerhead spirit, though severely wounded, still retained much of its combat strength. Bites, kicks, claws, and staff strikes flew back and forth as both sides inflicted further injuries on each other. Meanwhile, the situation on Little Stone's side was equally intense. Confronted by the agile and coordinated ghostly knights, who moved like acrobats taunting an elephant, Little Stone remained calm despite being restrained by the plague demon. He silently searched for openings in his opponent's movements. Each strike from the ghostly knight's sabers left small dents on his tough, stone body. In another corner of the battlefield, Wang Shizhong's Icewind Wolf King was locked in a stalemate with a Lord-level Snow Wolf, both combatants bearing significant injuries. At this critical moment, the seemingly forgotten Wang Huayu seized his chance, commanding his Lightning Falcon to launch a sneak attack on Wang Rongxing. However, the thunderous strike proved ineffective. Wang Rongxing had already reached the level of a professional beastmaster, possessing the life link ability, which allowed him to transfer fatal damage to his beasts. It was at this moment that Wang Huayu truly understood the weight of his opponent's power. A professional beastmaster not only needed 4 beasts under their command, but also required a combined total star level of at least 24, equivalent to 4 max star lord-level beasts. Only upon reaching this rank could they tame a 5th or even 6th beast, as well as unlock the formidable life link ability. Before achieving professional status, no matter how strong a beastmaster might seem, they were still vulnerable. Just a single bullet could end them. And now, Fang Shihao was up against precisely such an elite professional beastmaster from a prestigious family. Wei Dadong stood by the roadside, pointing toward the direction of the farm. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, and flames roared fiercely. "Look, it's on fire. And it's not a small one either," he exclaimed. An armored vehicle stood silently by the road, with 5 beast tamers from prominent families waiting for the situation to unfold. While Lin Yuantang applied lip gloss using the reflective glass of the vehicle, she flashed a knowing smile. "Looks like the young man Miss Second had her eyes on isn't a fool after all. He's clearly prepared to go down in flames if necessary." Go down in flames? Wishful thinking, Wei Dadong scoffed. "If it weren't for Miss Second holding me back, I'd have taken him down by myself." Zhao Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "If it were you, maybe. But against Wang Rongxing? Not so sure." "Why not?" Lin Yuantang immediately asked. "The deerhead spirit fears fire," Zhao Feng explained. "Fang Shihao's main battle beast is the three-tailed fire fox. With flames raging everywhere, how could the deerhead spirit, trapped in a sea of fire, possibly stand a chance against the fire fox? Once the deerhead spirit is defeated, Wang Rongsheng's ghostly knight combo is as good as done." "Exactly." Lin Yuantang smiled deepened as she glanced meaningfully at Zhou Wanfuk. "That kid's three-tailed fire fox is impressively trained." During the high school league, not only did it help the rock giant defeat the careless deerhead spirit, but it also took down the bloodfang saber-toothed tiger with sheer strength. Zhou Wanfuk's face darkened as he muttered under his breath. "Losing to a mythical beast isn't something to be ashamed of." Breaking his silence, Cui Dowling finally spoke. "All family heirs know the deerhead spirit fears fire. That's no secret. If the Wang family's heirloom beast has such a critical weakness but still stands firm in Guangning province, they must have a way to counteract it. If you want specifics, ask your elders when you get home." As they debated, Wang Rongxing was enduring unprecedented humiliation on the battlefield. Like a ping-pong ball, he was sent flying back and forth by Wang Huayu's lightning-horned elk, sometimes launched into the air, other times struck by bolts of electricity. "You'll die a horrible death. I swear it'll grind your bones to dust." His furious roars echoed in the air. Though Wang Rongxing was unharmed due to his life link with his beast, the humiliation only fueled his hatred for Wang Huayu far more than for Fang Shihao. Yet, he remained rational, focusing on commanding his beasts with precision. His plan was to first take down Fang Shihao's 2 king-class beasts, and then capture Wang Huayu to exact his revenge. However, the cost of his distraction became apparent quickly. Without precise orders, the plague wraith acted on instinct, foolishly clinging to the rock giant's leg and refusing to let go. Fang Shihao seized the opportunity and immediately commanded, "Little flare, erupting ground fire. Target Little Rock's right leg." Without hesitation, the three-tailed fire fox unleashed its skill. Blazing flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the rock giant's right leg entirely. Under the searing heat, the outer layer of rock on its leg turned brittle and ashen, crumbling away with the slightest touch. The once sturdy leg had visibly shrunk in size. The wounded little stone let out a muffled but pleased laugh. At last, the plague demon that had bound him for so long disintegrated into ashes in the blazing flames, leaving Fang Shihao with zero life essence. In truth, the plague demon's actual strength wasn't particularly formidable. Beasts with lightning, fire, or frost attributes could all inflict damage on it. Only physical-type beasts, or those with slow speeds, were at a disadvantage against it. Agile beasts, in particular, were its natural nemesis, needing to possess a target to activate its abilities. The plague demon simply couldn't keep up with such nimble opponents. Unfortunately for the rock giant, it embodied both weaknesses. It was a physical-type beast with sluggish speed, making it no surprise that the plague demon had kept it firmly suppressed. Stop right there, you bastard. With the plague demon's demise, Wang Rongxing felt a sense of unprecedented crisis. His furious roar echoed across the battlefield, but Wang Huayu remained calm and composed, completely unperturbed. Freed from the plague demon's shackles, Little Stone was finally able to unleash his full power. Wrath of the Mountain King. Activate. The 10-meter-tall rock giant became enveloped in a golden blaze, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens. Raising his enormous hands high, he slammed them onto the ground, unleashing his newly acquired rare skill Earthquake Core. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, sending people and beasts alike sprawling. The charging ghostly riders were separated as the earth beneath them churned and cracked. Just as the ghostly warhorse attempted to rise and assist its rider, an enormous pressure descended from above. Looking up, it saw a meteor hurtling down from the sky. The ghostly warhorse made a split-second decision to save itself, leaping across the fractured terrain and narrowly escaping the earthquake's range. The Black Knight, however, wasn't as fortunate. He lost his balance amid the tremors and was struck directly by the meteor. His black steel armor shattered instantly, and the dark soul encased within dissipated into the ether. This is bad. Wang Rongxing was now utterly panicked. The death of the plague demon had triggered a chain reaction. The liberated rock giant unleashed a ferocious assault, taking down the Black Knight in one fell swoop, leaving only the ghostly warhorse, which posed little threat. And at the heart of it all was the seemingly unremarkable Wang Huayu, who had disrupted the entire beast system's command structure, indirectly leading to the plague demon's downfall. Like a catapult, Little Stone hurled 3 massive, millstone-sized boulders in a triangular formation, covering a wide area. Despite its best efforts to evade, the ghostly warhorse was struck and had one of its legs crushed. The damaged part quickly transformed into a spectral blue form, allowing it to regain some mobility, but this life-draining method would inevitably cause it to regress into a Lord-level ghostly warhorse. Under Fang Shihao's tactical suppression, the ghostly warhorse's Hitandran strategy failed. In less than a minute, its final physical form was shattered by a single strike from the rock giant, reducing it completely to a Lord-level entity. In a desperate move, Wang Rongxing gritted his teeth and activated the advanced Beastmaster skill Spirit Possession, projecting his consciousness into the body of the Deerhead spirit. Yet the scene before him filled him with despair. The Deerhead spirit had lost its right arm, its body was covered in wounds, and even its kneecaps were shattered. Its opponent, the three-tailed fox, had also paid a heavy price. Its flames were dim, blood trickled from its mouth, its skull was deformed, and one of its front legs was fractured. The battle between these two king-level beasts had reached a gruesome stalemate. Even though the Deerhead spirit had undergone 2 additional major enhancements and was bolstered by the artifact Foam Pearl, it still couldn't gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the rock giant was now free to provide support at any moment, and the surrounding flames continued to spread. The three-tailed fox, reckless and resolute, charged forward, forcing the severely injured Deerhead spirit into the blazing inferno. The power of the Foam Pearl was already depleted, yet the Deerhead spirit managed to use the artifact's protection twice more to resist the flames. Within the sea of fire, the Deerhead spirit let out an indomitable roar, wildly swinging its locust-wood staff to counterattack. It broke the last 2 tails of Little Guai, the three-tailed fox. Even in its final moments, it fought valiantly, dying with honor. Master, you can always count on me. Little Guai released its grip from its opponent's neck and, dragging its battered body, limped out of the flames. It cast one last glance at Fang Shihao before finally collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Stop fighting, I surrender. Wang Rongxing exclaimed dejectedly, his spirit utterly shattered as he glanced at the defeated Deerhead spirit lying on the ground. Don't you think it's a little too late to beg for mercy now? Fang Shihao growled, his eyes blazing with anger as he cradled the unconscious Xiao Guai in his arms. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and frost particles drifted through the air. Meanwhile, the clash between Wang Shizhong and Su Xinghui raged on. Both their beasts bore visible wounds, but the frost-armored battle bear and the ice emperor penguin had taken center stage, engaging in a brutal fight. The frost-armored battle bear held a clear advantage. Don't get the wrong idea, brother. I'm not your enemy. I was hired by that scumbag Wang Shizhong. Wang Rongxing hurriedly tried to distance himself from the conflict, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Shizhong, who was still locked in combat. At that moment, the rock titan emerged, its heavy steps resonating like thunder. It moved with the commanding presence of a war god stepping out of an inferno. We've won, Su Xinghui murmured, tears streaming down his soot-streaked face as he gazed at the towering figure. Wang Shizhong's face went pale with despair, his mind blank. With no further commands, the Ice Emperor Penguin launched a desperate final attack against Xiao Shirtu, but it was swiftly subdued. The rock titan seized the penguin and hurled it into the burning ruins of a nearby villa. The creature thrashed in the flames before ultimately being reduced to ashes. The injured ice wind wolf staggered forward, trying to shield Wang Shizhong. Xiao Shirtu, respecting its status as a king-level opponent, delivered a single, devastating punch that shattered the wolf and absorbed 1,335 life essence points. Wang Shizhong, do you have anything left to say? Fang Shihao asked coldly. It's over. I have nothing more to say, Wang Shizhong muttered, casting a bitter glance at Wang Rongxing, who was feigning indifference. His heart sank into despair, had sacrificed everything to curry favor with the noble families, only to be discarded like refuse in the end. Fang Shihao, hold on to that self-righteous hatred of yours. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Wang Shizhong burst into maniacal laughter. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao drew his gleaming fish-gutting blade and drove it straight into Wang Shizhong's chest. Brother, there's no need to execute him yourself, Su Xinghui suggested, subtly urging Fang Shihao to temper his bloodlust. The world is corrupt, and sometimes you can only stop killing with more killing, Fang Shihao replied, his voice steely as he wiped the blood from his blade and turned his piercing gaze toward Wang Rongxing. At that critical moment, Cui Xie descended from the skies, riding her wind god wyvern. Wang Rongxing immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Second miss, save me. Get up, you useless fool. Cui Xie snapped sharply before turning to Fang Shihao. Her tone softened as she said, let him go. I promise the Wang family won't cause any more trouble. I trust your word, but am concerned hell seek revenge on my friends, Fang Shihao replied, wiping his blade clean. Cui Xie didn't hesitate. She issued a firm ultimatum to Wang Rongxing. Listen carefully. The person who dealt with you earlier is my friend, Wang Huayu. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die. From now on, if anything happens to Wang Huayu, I'll hold you personally responsible. Understood. Wang Rongxing answered too quickly, his response dripping with insincerity. Fang Shihao noticed the lack of conviction and his eyes flashed with a murderous glint. It's settled, then. I'll guarantee it. If Wang Huayu meets an untimely end, I'll personally ensure Wang Rongxing pays the price. Cui Xie declared firmly. Second miss, why are you siding with outsiders? Wang Rongxing's face twitched, his frustration barely contained as he struggled to voice his protest. Wang Rongxing's intentions were blatantly obvious, but with Cui Xie's guarantee, he no longer dared to act recklessly against Wang Huayu. To target Wang Huayu would be to provoke Cui Xie and challenge the authority of the Cui family. At that point, not only would he lose the family's protection, but the family might even sever ties with him to avoid bringing trouble upon themselves because of an unworthy descendant. Wang Huayu remained silent throughout. This conversation was never one he had the right to interrupt. He simply watched as Fang Shihao resolved all potential troubles on his behalf. A wave of gratitude flowed through him like a gentle stream. Although Fang Shihao was 10 years younger, he exuded the dependable aura of an older brother, giving Wang Huayu a sense of security. As soon as Cui Xie spoke, Wang Rongxing immediately became compliant. Rest assured, Second Mississippi. I will behave myself, he said. The moment he finished speaking, Cui Xie gestured for him to leave. Wang Rongxing quickly mounted his ghostly warhorse and departed the farm in haste. At that moment, a convoy of fire trucks arrived, sirens blaring. They had been waiting nearby, unwilling to intervene until the fighting ceased, before stepping in to extinguish the flames. The main culprit has been dealt with. Are you feeling any better now? Cui Xie asked, her expression visibly more relaxed as the dust settled. My heart still feels heavy, Fang Shihao replied, his voice hoarse, likely from the smoke. Even if we've avenged them, the innocent lives lost won't come back. All I hope is to completely eliminate Wang Shizhong's remaining followers and rid the world of those who aided and abetted his evil deeds. I'm already working on it. You'll see results soon. Cui Xie responded decisively, swiftly arranging the next steps. As for the mute slaves, I'll ensure they're properly settled through the Cui family's welfare institutions. Each will receive substantial compensation, including the families of all innocent victims we can identify. Thank you, on behalf of those poor souls. No need to thank me. This tragedy happened because of the Cui family's oversight. I bear an undeniable responsibility. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're not the head of the Chui family yet, which is exactly why. Chui Xia's eyes lit up. You need to help me become the head. If I lead the Chui family, Guangning province will surely become a better place. Her eyes widened, her slightly chubby cheeks tensing with determination. Will you serve as my loyal aide? Fang Shihao responded with action. He knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, I never thought I would bow to anyone, but for you, I owe too much to repay in any other way. If not for Chui Xia shielding him from immense pressure and allowing him to face his enemies unknown, he would have stood no chance against multiple experts like Wang Rongxing. Her life-saving intervention left him with only one way to repay her his unwavering loyalty. Moved, Chui Xia helped Fang Shihao to his feet, her delicate hands gripping his calloused ones. With a tone almost like a confession, she promised, you are the person I value most in my 18 years of life. There will always be a place for you by my side. As their conversation grew increasingly personal, Su Xinghui and Wang Huayu exchanged glances, wondering if they were becoming unnecessary bystanders. Come with me, Chui Xia said, pulling out the phoenix feather to open the portal to the Chui family's secret realm. Let's visit my family's Yunhai secret realm and treat Xiaoguai's injuries. It's seriously hurt and needs proper care, or the hidden wounds might affect its future progression. Wait a moment. Let me say a few words to my friends. All right, I'll wait. Fang Shihao let go of Chui Xia's hand and turned to embrace his two friends. Thank you both so much for helping me. Without you, I'd be the one lying on the ground right now. We're brothers. No need to say such formal things, Su Xinghui replied with a smile. Wang Huayu, still overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't find the words and simply hugged Fang Shihao tightly in response. I'll take my leave now. Let's meet again soon. Sure. We'll wait for the fire to be extinguished and see how they handle the mute slaves before we leave with the fire trucks. Thank you for your hard work. After exchanging farewells, Fang Shihao followed Chui Xia to the Yunhai secret realm. He had caught a glimpse of the realm during the high school entrance exam trials. Amidst a sea of clouds and radiant mists, towering divine mountains pierced the skies, with palatial residences perched atop, resembling a celestial sanctuary. This was the world's only habitat for wind god wyverns and the foundation of the Chui family's dominance in the southeast. The entrance to the secret realm was a closely guarded secret, known only to the current head of the Chui family. Others could only access it using the phoenix feather. Chui Xia rode a wind god wyvern and summoned a lord-level white crane for Fang Shihao. The two flew through the sea of clouds, where billowing mists and roaring winds surrounded them. For Fang Shihao, this was an entirely new experience. Soon, they arrived at Chui Xia's residence Yunk Palace. True to its name, Yunk Palace was small yet exquisite, with white walls, blue-tiled roofs, and pavilions and terraces arranged harmoniously. Ancient cypresses and pines stood alongside blossoming crabapple trees, creating a picturesque scene. Hundreds of servants and maids quickly gathered, bowing in unison. Welcome back, Second Mississippi. Jin Tao, summon the physician. One of my beasts is injured, Chui Xia ordered. And all of you, remember this. This is Fang Shihao, my most valued retainer. Treat him with the same respect you show me. Chui Xia personally arranged accommodations for Fang Shihao, placing him in the Songha courtyard next to the palace. She rarely visited the Yunhai secret realm, as she usually stayed at Mingting Manor in the real world. Her reluctance stemmed from the many elders residing here, and as a rebellious youth, she disliked being under their watchful eyes. You'll stay here for now. Once Xiaoguai recovers, you can move around more freely. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Fang Shihao had fully settled into his life at Songha courtyard. After a week of meticulous care, Xiaoguai's injuries had healed completely. However, this proud and temperamental beast companion seemed unwilling to leave the carefree and abundant Yunhai secret realm. Besides, leaving wasn't an option for now. Fang Shihao's beast companion space was undergoing a major overhaul, leaving both Xiaoguai and Xiao Shirtu temporarily without a place to stay. The disparity between beast tamers from noble families and those from common backgrounds was starkly evident in their beast companion spaces. The spaces crafted with massive investments by noble families were akin to paradises, with rotating sun and moon, brimming with spiritual energy, allowing beasts to train with half the effort for twice the results. In contrast, the spaces of common tamers were nothing more than barren patches of land floating in endless void. The key to creating a top-tier beast companion space lay in the use of Shirang. Lower-grade Shirang cost 7 million per gram and could expand the space by 100 square meters. Mid-grade Shirang, priced at 40 million per gram, could expand the space by 500 square meters but required special channels to obtain. As for high-grade Shirang, it was an extremely rare treasure reserved exclusively for the royal family. Fang Shihao had painstakingly expanded his beast companion space through the rank starting from a mere 10 square meters as a beginner tamer to 200 square meters as an intermediate tamer, and eventually reaching 1,000 square meters as an advanced tamer. This time, however, Cui Xia had invested a staggering 20 grams of mid-grade Shirang in one go, instantly expanding his space to 10,000 square meters equivalent to 22 standard basketball courts. The moment the Shirang integrated into the space, a dramatic transformation began to unfold. Barren sand turned into fertile black soil, mountains and rivers formed naturally, and a sky with sun, moon, and stars emerged. This marked the Beast Companion space's official evolution into an independent dimension, though it would still take half a month to fully stabilize and develop. This investment was no small matter. 20 grams of mid-grade Shirang, even at an insider price, cost over $1 billion. Add to that the daily resources consumed by Xiao Guai, which exceeded 2 million in comparison. Xiao Shida's daily needs didn't even reach 100,000, and Fang Shihao's monthly salary of 30 million. Cui Xia's investment in him could only be described as lavish. Fang Shihao's current life was one of carefree comfort. He spent his days reading and sipping tea in this courtyard that resembled a 5-star scenic resort, free from worry about food or clothing. Though officially he was Cui Xia's bodyguard, in reality, she was the one protecting him. Living off someone else's generosity might not sound honorable, but it was undeniably enjoyable. The 4,000 life essence points Fang Shihao had accumulated after the battle at the farm remained unused. Instead of hastily upgrading his Beast Companion star levels, he decided to save the points for future breakthroughs to the epic tier. After all, Xiao Guai and Xiao Shida's current strength was sufficient for most situations. Prioritizing long-term growth over immediate combat power seemed the wiser choice. Just as Fang Shihao was relishing this fulfilling period of training, a letter arrived, shattering the tranquility. Miss, an envelope just arrived outside its address to the young master. Jian Tao announced from the neighboring palace of Songhe Courtyard, holding the letter with a mischievous glint in her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting, you silly girl? Cui Xia, who had been studying records of noble families in Jiangzhou province, looked up to scold her, though a blush quickly spread across her face. I'm not spouting nonsense. The treatment you are giving Fang Shihao is exactly what you'd give to a new son-in-law, Jian Tao teased with an exaggeratedly innocent look. Keep it to yourself. Don't go around saying such things. If he finds out, how am I supposed to face him? Cui Xia retorted, her voice flustered. But as soon as those words left her lips, Jian Tao's eyes widened in surprise. So it turned out that the second young lady really did have feelings for Fang Shihao. Jian Tao stood there, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Miss actually admitted it, she thought to herself, a trace of confusion flickering in her gaze. As her personal maid, Jian Tao was well aware of how many young noblemen had pursued second Miss Cui Xia, yet Xia had never spared any of them a second glance. In the end, she had chosen Fang Shihao, a man of humble origins. On reflection, Fang Shihao did possess remarkable qualities. As a beast tamer, he had managed to raise 2 king-class beasts with minimal resources, showcasing extraordinary talent. Beyond that, his character was admirable, loyal to his friends, filial to his family, resilient in the face of challenges, a man of his word, and fiercely intolerant of injustice. Miss must have seen something in Fang Shihao's past that convinced her he could be a suitable husband. Jian Tao nodded to herself. Though, it's still the trial period. Careful consideration is necessary. With that thought, Jian Tao's lips curled into a mischievous smile. As long as Miss is happy, I'm off to deliver a message to the future groom. Watch your tongue and don't run your mouth, came Xia's calm warning. Hee hee, I know. Humming to herself, Jian Tao skipped her way to Songhe Courtyard and handed the letter to Fang Shihao. As Shihao took the letter, he noticed something different about Jian Tao today. The usual polite detachment in her demeanor had vanished, replaced by an air of carefree ease. However, he didn't dwell on it and promptly opened the letter. The letter was from Wang Huayu. It addressed several matters. Wang Rongxing had left for another region and would no longer cause trouble. The aftermath of the corpse mushroom incident had been dealt with, and Wang Shizhong's followers had been executed in Wushan prison. And the mute slaves had been properly cared for. Those with families were sent home, while those without were placed in shelters, receiving psychological counseling, medical checkups, and job placements. Most importantly, Wang Huayu had made a promise. During Fang Shihao's time at Jingchuan University, he and Su Xinghui would look after Shihao's family. At the end of the letter, Huayu had also included a relic found in the ruins of the Pharma Foam Pearl, an artifact useful only for extinguishing fires. Fang Shihao carefully stored the simple relic as a keepsake. With Wang Huayu and Su Xinghui's assurances, he could finally head to Jingchuan for his studies without worry. The thought brought a smile to his face. When he looked up, he found Jian Tao staring at him intently. Their eyes met, and Jian Tao's cheeks flushed red as she quickly averted her gaze. If you want to look, just look openly. This face of mine is here for people to admire. No need to be shy, Shihao teased with a grin. You're not even handsome. Who'd want to look at you? She shot back, rolling her eyes. Not handsome? That's either an eyesight problem or a brain problem, he joked, deliberately provoking her. In truth, he knew his appearance well, neither ugly nor particularly attractive, just a plain, ordinary face. His only distinguishing features were his thick brows and large, expressive eyes. His righteous appearance matched his sense of justice, though in moments of conflict, his expression could turn cold and ruthless. Miss was just praising you earlier for being loyal to friends and filial to family, but I think your greatest strength is how thick-skinned you are, thicker than city walls. Humph. Jintao stuck out her tongue playfully. Jintao, behave yourself. Chui Xie's voice rang out as she appeared, cutting off any further quips from her maid. Good morning, second miss. Shihao greeted her politely, standing to bow. Xie gave a small nod in return before instructing, Jintao, go fetch little Guai and little Stone. If I'm not mistaken, today is the day Shihao's beast space expansion should be complete. Yes, exactly today. I was just about to come find you, Shihao replied with enthusiasm. Now the beast space is spacious enough, right? Chui Xie gazed at the vast expanse before her, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. She could still recall Fang Shihao's utterly stunned expression when he used the Shi-Rang. Very spacious. There's a forest and a mine. Little Bai and Little Stone will absolutely love their new home, Fang Shihao said with a look of contentment. I'm planning to head to Jingchuan City soon. Ice Phoenix University starts on August 25th, so I'll need to go about a week earlier. Want to come with me? No, I think I'll stay and spend more time with my family. Besides, Qingqiu University opens later on September 1st. I'll head there at the end of August, which is plenty of time. Alright then. Once Little Bai and Little Stone return to the beast space, I'll send you out of the Yunhai secret realm. Sounds good. To Fang Shihao, as amazing as the Yunhai secret realm was, it was not a place to linger for long. After all, this was the stronghold of the Chui family, brimming with hidden areas strictly off-limits to outsiders. His movements were confined to the surroundings of the Lark Palace, and this restriction weighed heavily on him. In the distance, the towering rock giant approached slowly. Fang Shihao spotted Little Stone's familiar face from afar and waved. Little Stone responded in kind. Little Bai, however, was much quicker. Having missed its master dearly over the past few days, it leapt straight into his arms. Its sparkling eyes nuzzled against Fang Shihao affectionately, while its three fluffy fox tails wagged joyfully, more enthusiastic than even a loyal dog. Thanks to professional care and ample resources, Little Bai's previously severed tail had fully recovered without leaving any aftereffects. During its recuperation, it had gained a bit of weight, and its soft, plump belly was particularly delightful to touch. The rock giant lumbered closer, watching as both Fang Shihao and Chui Xie petted Little Bai. It secretly thought to itself, once I evolve into a moss giant and grow soft, verdant moss, Dad will definitely shower me with more affection, not this overly furry, silly mammal. Little Stone's appearance had grown increasingly imposing. Its expressionless, stony face exuded an air of intimidation that could make anyone feel uneasy after just a few seconds of its gaze. Who would have guessed that this 10-meter-tall giant harbored the heart of a child yearning for love? Fang Shihao never played favorites. Standing in the rock giant's massive palm, he was lifted to shoulder height, where he gently patted Little Stone's smooth head. No matter how powerful Little Stone became, in Fang Shihao's eyes, it would always be the slow-talking, kind-hearted stone figure he had raised. Chui Xie had noticed many admirable qualities in Fang Shihao, but she had always overlooked the most significant one, his unconditional love for his beasts. Many beast masters maintained a master-servant relationship with their beasts, but to Fang Shihao, Little Bai and Little Stone were like the children he had nurtured with care. It was this deep bond that enabled Little Stone to evolve through countless grueling battles. Once a creature waiting in despair, Little Stone was given life and a bright future by Fang Shihao. From that moment onward, it lived solely for him, drawing strength from its desire to earn the recognition of the man it saw as a father. A streak of golden-red phoenix feathers tore through the sky, creating a rift that opened a portal to the main world. Meanwhile, the red maple community by the river remained peaceful and serene, the bridge bustling with traffic as life carried on undisturbed. No one knew that a human trafficking organization, spanning both the underworld and the surface, had been completely dismantled. Reflecting on the past 2 months of summer vacation, Fang Shihao had experienced more than most could imagine, earning commissions by taking on missions as a freelance beast tamer, making a name for himself in the high school league by defeating scions of elite families, and facing off in a life-or-death struggle against a corrupt police commissioner. These trials transformed him from a high school student fresh out of his ivory tower into a mature and capable beast tamer who could stand on his own. With only half a month left until school started, Fang Shihao decided to spend quality time with his family. Such is the complexity of human nature when alone. One longs for the warmth of home, yet back home, one starts yearning for the thrill of adventures past. Time flowed like water. On August 18th, Chui Xie set out for Jingchuan City. On the 20th, Fang Shihao shared drinks with his comrades Wang Huayu and Su Xinghui. On the 25th, He bid farewell to Wang Hanyu and Lu Zhao at the train station. And on the night of the 26th, he was to say goodbye to someone special. The rooftop starry restaurant of Shengrong Tower was reserved exclusively by Fang Shihao for the evening. Candlelight flickered on the table, while the velvet black ceiling sparkled with star-like lights. A pianist played soft, soothing melodies. Tonight, the entire ambience was prepared for just two people, Fang Shihao and Zhao Xijia. Despite the romantic setting, Zhao Xijia's brows were furrowed. A woman's intuition told her that this bittersweet first love was nearing its end. As expected, Fang Shihao was here to break up. "I owe you an explanation." Fang Shihao briefly recounted where he had been during the past half-month, though he glossed over the details. The less she knew about the flesh factory run by the corpse shroud fungus, the safer she would be. Even with Cui Xie's assurance that the influential clans wouldn't trouble him, anyone leaking information on the matter would disappear without a trace within 3 days. In a few days, they'll be leaving for Jingchuan City to attend university. I won't be back for at least 3 years, and I may stay there to build my career. Before I leave, I want to give you a gift. Fang Shihao retrieved a folder from his beast-taming space. "What's this?" Zhao Xijia asked in confusion. "A property transfer agreement for a supermarket. Didn't you say you wanted to open a small grocery store after retirement? I bought one for you, including the building and the land." Fang Shihao smiled as he gently held her hand. "Don't rush to decline. Think of it as an investment. I'll expect annual dividends. Are you breaking up with me?" Tears welled up in Zhao Xijia's eyes. The kinder Fang Shihao was, the more she felt this was a prelude to their separation. After a long silence, Fang Shihao finally spoke. "To be honest, when I first met you, I was just riding high and looking for a companion. But as I got to know you, I realized you're a wonderful person. The truth is, I'm not ready for a serious relationship. Especially now that I'm surrounded by danger and about to leave for a faraway place. I don't want to hold you back." Zhao Xijia stood up and embraced him. "Maybe we're destined to cross paths but not stay together. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, you're still my boyfriend, aren't you?" "Yes, tonight I'm yours." "Then come with me." The night was fleeting, and there was no time to waste on anything meaningless. By morning, Zhao Xijia had quietly left. She didn't accept Fang Shihao's gift, unwilling to let their relationship carry any impurities. She was a good woman, the one Fang Shihao was destined to miss on his long journey through life. At the train station, neighbors, family members, and his 2 close friends came to see him off, along with a group of voiceless former slaves waving goodbye. Looking at their faces, weathered by hardship yet still hopeful for the future, Fang Shihao felt a sense of solace. His adventures had not been in vain, had saved hundreds of families, brought unresolved cases to light, and ensured justice was served. "Everyone, this is far enough. We'll meet again someday." Fang Shihao fought back tears. Any more goodbyes, and he might not be able to hold them in. "Young master, hold on tight." Yang Fa, who had seen his fair share of ups and downs, remained composed as ever. He would bring a new car to Jingchuan City in a week to continue serving as Fang Shihao's trusted assistant. "All right, stop here. They'll walk the rest of the way. It's quicker that way." The station was packed with people, as countless young dreamers prepared to embark on new chapters in their lives. In the waiting hall of Tianlan City's train station, Fang Shihao stood out conspicuously. Unlike the restless and anxious freshmen around him, he exuded the calm demeanor of a seasoned captain, steady and composed. Even with his sunglasses on, leaving only half of his face visible, the freshman could easily recognize this local superstar of Tianlan City. "Senior Fang, can I take a photo with you?" Occasionally, a bold freshman would muster the courage to approach him. Fang Shihao always agreed readily, showing a friendly and approachable side. However, not many dared to ask for a photo. While the students admired his strength, they also feared the ruthlessness he displayed toward his beasts during life-and-death battles. This mix of awe and trepidation reflected the fact that these young newcomers had yet to fully grasp the harsh realities of the Beastmaster world. As the train's whistle signaled its arrival, the unique characteristics of this post-cataclysm world ravaged by 300 years of upheaval became evident. Technological progress had stagnated, education revolved around beast mastery, and researchers held far less status compared to beastmasters. Even in the capital region of the Tenglong Empire, news of wild animal attacks remained common. For long-distance travel, only planes and trains were viable options, and for beastmasters without flying beasts, trains were undoubtedly the safer choice. Fang Shihao had opted for a double-decker sleeper car to ensure a comfortable journey for the next dozen hours. Traveling light, he stored all his belongings in his beast spacea, standard convenience for beastmasters. When he entered his 4-person compartment, his fellow passengers had yet to arrive. Before long, 3 lively young women entered together. They were Shun Wanwen, Yu Xiaowei, and another companion, all of whom had tickets for the same compartment. Though they originally hoped to book the whole space, they were now intrigued by the prospect of traveling with a stranger. "Hello." "Hi." After a brief exchange of greetings, Shen Wanwan was pleasantly surprised to recognize Fang Shihao. It turned out they had crossed paths once before in the secret realm during the college entrance exams, meeting in a mountain cave while seeking shelter from the rain. At the time, Shen Wanwan had shown off her extraordinary grade Icewind Fox. Despite both being students at second high, the class beauty Shen Wanwan and the then unknown Fang Shihao had never interacted before. "It's you. Nice to see you again," Shen Wanwan said warmly, recounting the times they had narrowly missed meeting again from after the exams to the graduation banquet, and even at the celebration for Fang Shihao's victory in the high school league championship. Yu Xiaowei, however, seemed unimpressed by the mention of the championship. "A high school league champion? It's not that big of a deal," she remarked, earning a quick rebuttal from Shen Wanwan, who jumped to Fang Shihao's defense. Uninterested in discussing himself, Fang Shihao redirected the conversation to the three girls. He soon learned that they were all members of an online community called the Heavenly Fox Enthusiast Club and had all been admitted to Qingqiu University. Yu Xiaowei and the other companion had traveled to Tianlan City to meet up with Shen Wanwan before heading together to Jingchuan City. The two out-of-town girls, however, were unaware of the significance of Fang Shihao's achievements in the high school league. "Let me introduce." Fang Shihao stood in the aisle of the train carriage, his gaze friendly as he looked at the two unfamiliar girls. "This is Yu Xiaowei, from Litai City, and this is Xiang Wanqing, from Shidu. Nice to meet you both. I'm Fang Shihao, from Tianlan City." He extended his hand, a sincere smile on his face. However, Yu Xiaowei merely pursed her lips and let out a cold snort, completely ignoring his goodwill. Her reaction seemed to stem from Shen Wanwan's enthusiastic praise for Fang Shihao. The more he was admired, the more resistant Yu Xiaowei became. Xiang Wanqing, on the other hand, politely responded to Fang Shihao's greeting, though she only lightly touched his fingertips, her movements shy and reserved, a clear sign of her introverted nature. "What a coincidence, I'm actually a student at Qingqiu University too," Fang Shihao added. The first to show surprise was Shen Wanwan. Knowing Fang Shihao well, she vividly remembered his exceptional college entrance exam scores. She couldn't understand why he chose Qingqiu University over the three top-tier schools. "How could you forget? Don't you remember what my contracted beast is?" Fang Shihao's reminder made Shen Wanwan suddenly realize his contracted beast was a king-level three-tailed fire fox. Choosing Qingqiu University to pursue his dream of nurturing the nine-tailed flame fox made perfect sense. "Ugh, stop being so cryptic. Can't you just talk straight for once?" Yu Xiaowei glared at him with disdain, her attitude toward Fang Shihao growing increasingly hostile. Yet Fang Shihao didn't seem bothered, responding only with a calm smile. Clearly, such unreasonable behavior hadn't fazed him. The train began to move slowly, marking the start of their 12-hour journey. Within this small group of four, Xiang Wanqing spoke very little due to her introverted nature, while Yu Xiaowei maintained a sour expression the entire time. That left only Shen Wanwan to chat with Fang Shihao. The two of them talked about everything, from their high school experiences to their hopes for college, with their conversation growing more personal as time went on. Shen Wanwan, emboldened, eventually ventured into a more private topic. "Do you have a girlfriend, senior?" "Just broke up. Not looking to date anytime soon." "I see. I heard rumors that you're quite close with the second Mississippi. Is that true?" "It's true, but not in the way you're imagining." Noticing Shen Wanwan's teasing smile, Fang Shihao quickly clarified. "If I ever get the chance to meet the second miss, they'll definitely ask her for a signed photo of the first Mississippi. She's always been my idol," Shen Wanwan said excitedly. Fang Shihao burst into laughter at her enthusiasm. "Just don't say that in front of the second Mississippi. She wouldn't take it well." As someone familiar with the situation, he knew all too well about the strained relationship between the Chui sisters. "Ugh, stop with the outdated nonsense. The feudal era ended 1,000 years ago. Who still uses ridiculous titles like Miss?" Yu Xiaowei, who had been silent until now, suddenly chimed in, completely unaware of how inappropriate her comment was. Her blunt remark instantly darkened Fang Shihao's expression and left Shen Wanwan too shocked to respond. "If you said that in the train station, you might not make it out," Shen Wanwan whispered nervously, glancing around as if afraid someone might overhear her friend's careless remark. She quickly urged, "Xiaowei, apologize now." "I won't apologize. What are you going to do about it?" Yu Xiaowei raised her eyebrows defiantly, locking eyes with Fang Shihao, her gaze full of provocation. Fang Shihao let out a deep sigh, his tone calm yet ominous. "I've treated you like a naive little girl, but you see me as an enemy. If that's the case, don't blame me for responding in kind." Before his words finished echoing, a rift in space opened behind him. From it emerged the enormous head of a fox with sharp fangs bared, its fierce eyes fixed on Yu Xiaowei. This was the same fox that usually allowed itself to be petted, hugged, and doted on by its people. But now, it radiated a savage intensity, as though it could tear the heavens apart. To Xiao Guai, the fox, Fang Shihao was the best person in the world, followed closely by the wealthy lady who treated it kindly. Yet here was Yu Xiaowei insulting the wealthy lady and challenging Fang Shihao. To Xiao Guai, it was as if she were stomping on landmines. A tidal wave of pent-up, killing intent surged forth. Anyone who had ever been on a battlefield would recognize this oppressive orate felt as though a 120mm howitzer were aimed directly at them. Yu Xiaowei instantly felt her limbs go weak. In her modest beast space, her extraordinary level desert fox had its ears flattened against its head, trembling in silence, not even daring to breathe loudly. Just apologize already. Shen Wanwen nudged Yu Xiaowei urgently. I'm sorry. I was wrong, Yu Xiaowei mumbled, lowering her head and shrinking back, completely subdued. Fang Shihao dismissed his beast space, his interest waning. I'll let it go this time. Kid, mind your words when you're out and about, or you might bring trouble upon yourself. With that, he lay back down, casually fiddling with his phone. I'm going to the restroom. Me too. Shen Wanwen and Yu Xiaowei left one after the other, the latter eager to uncover more about Fang Shihao. In the restroom, Shen Wanwen shared everything she knew without holding back. Fang Shihao wasn't just an intermediate beast tamer who had raised a 6-star monarch level 3-tailed firefox and a 6-star lord level stone giant. He had also taught a lesson to the other heirs of prominent families in his year. He was the famed prodigy of Tianlan City, a remarkable talent from a humble background. Yu Xiaowei stood there, stunned. Only now did she realize that as a beginner beast tamer who could only afford to raise a single beast, she was nowhere near Fang Shihao's level. What she didn't know was that Fang Shihao's lord-level stone giant had already advanced to a monarch-level rock titan. If Shen Wanwen were aware of this, she might idolize him even more than the young lady from a prominent family. The train departed on time at 4:30 p.m. and wouldn't arrive in Jingchuan City until 7 a.m. the next day. As night fell, Fang Shihao yawned, preparing to sleep. Should we turn off the lights? Yu Xiaowei asked cautiously. Turn them off if you want to rest, Fang Shihao replied indifferently. After some hesitation, Yu Xiaowei switched off the lights and didn't even dare to use her phone, fearing she might disturb Fang Shihao. Meanwhile, loud chatter erupted from the neighboring compartment, where a group of male students were playing cards. Fang Shihao frowned and stuffed cotton into his ears. He wasn't one to meddle in public spaces unless things got out of hand, but sometimes trouble had a way of finding him. The four boys next door, much like Shen Wanwen and her friends, were traveling together as fellow applicants to the same school. Their card game had its ups and downs, but one of the players grew increasingly frustrated with his losing streak. Finally, he slammed his cards down in anger. I'm done. Every hand is garbage, what the hell? Come on, can't handle it? It's not that, I'm just having the worst luck today. Let's switch to werewolf then. Hey, there are 3 girls next door, let's invite them to play. Man, that guy's lucky. Sharing a compartment with 3 girls? Screw it. Let's crash his party and bring the girls over. Laughing mischievously, the 4 of them made their way to the next compartment and started banging on the door. Who is it? A voice called out from the lower bunk, where Xiang Wanqing was resting. We're from the next compartment. We need to talk to you. We're asleep. Go bother someone else. Xiang Wanqing huddled nervously on the bed, listening to the increasingly loud knocking on the door outside. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Hey, little sister, open the door. We're not bad guys, a voice called out. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew more urgent. A bunch of hormone-driven jerks. I'll deal with them, Yu Xiaowei declared decisively as she got up. She yanked open the cabin door and glared coldly at the 4 boys standing outside. Their gazes immediately shifted to her chest beneath her pajamas, and they all swallowed hard. What? Your mom doesn't have a chest. Go home and look at your mom, Yu Xiaowei said with disgust. One of the boys, who had a decent-looking face, grinned and said, Come on, don't be mad. We just wanted to ask if you ladies wanted to play werewolf. No, now get lost. Yu Xiaowei snapped, moving to shut the door. Suddenly, her arm was grabbed tightly. With a mouth like that, you need to be taught a lesson. Apologize now, one of the boys demanded. You're asking for it. Yu Xiaowei's eyes flared with anger. What? Thinking of summoning a beast? Summoning your beast on a train? Do you have a death wish? The boy sneered. Empire law forbids beast tamers from releasing their beasts in public spaces. Best case, you'll lose your tamer license. Worst case, you'll get arrested. Yu Xiaowei struggled with all her strength, but she couldn't overpower him. If you want me to let go, just give me a kiss, the boy said, growing bolder. At that moment, Fang Shihao stepped up behind Yu Xiaowei, his voice cold and sharp. Let her go. Not a chance. A flash of steel, a spray of blood, a severed hand fell to the ground. A piercing scream echoed through several train cars. Fang Shihao stood there holding a blood-stained fish knife, his actions silently demonstrating what it meant to be ruthless and efficient. Train security quickly arrived, guns drawn, and pointed at Fang Shihao. Drop the weapon. They were harassing us. Fang Shihao was acting in self-defense, Yu Xiaowei explained anxiously, but the officers insisted that the one who struck first was at fault. What's the next stop? Fang Shihao asked calmly. Sanche City, Shun Wenwen replied. Fang Shihao chuckled softly as he wiped the blood from his knife and made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Ding? I just injured someone on the train. Can you get in touch with the police in Sanche City to take care of it? When the train arrived at the station, police and medical personnel boarded swiftly. To everyone's surprise, the officers immediately arrested the remaining 3 boys. You are under suspicion of provoking trouble and endangering public safety. This is impossible. He's the one who hurt someone. The 3 protested in panic, but under the officer's firm stance, they had no choice but to comply. Before leaving, the lead officer gave Fang Shihao a slight nod, perfectly executing the will of the Chui family. To deal with villains, you have to be even more ruthless than they are. That's my philosophy. I hope I didn't scare you, Fang Shihao said before returning to his bed. The 3 girls watched his retreating figure, their thoughts swirling. Shen Wenwen admired his commanding presence. Xiang Wanqing yearned for such a strong protector, while Yu Xiaowei began to re-evaluate this seemingly ordinary young man. Fang Shihao's boldness stemmed from the backing of the Chui family in Guangning province. Even in other provinces, he upheld his principle of fighting violence with violence, though it sometimes made matters more complicated. The night was unusually quiet. The students in the carriage were well aware that a formidable figure had arrived. As they passed by Fang Shihao's compartment, they treaded lightly, barely daring to breathe. On the upper bunk, Shen Wenwen tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, while Yu Xiaowei and Xiang Wanqing were already fast asleep, their breathing steady and calm. Still awake? Fang Shihao whispered softly. Just a bit homesick. It's my first time traveling far from home. And you? You're not asleep either, she replied. Already woke up. Fang Shihao had only slept for 3 hours before waking. Being on the road had heightened his vigilance, making restful sleep almost impossible. There's something I've been holding back for a while. It might offend you, though. Should I ask? It's fine. Go ahead, Shen Wenwen said reassuringly. If I remember correctly, your contracted beast is the Transcendent level Frostwind Fox. How did you manage to get an outstanding rating with it? Fang Shihao asked, puzzled. Achieving an outstanding rating in the college entrance exams required hunting a lord-level contracted beast, something he had found incredibly challenging. Back then, he'd gone to great lengths to achieve it, so he couldn't fathom how Shen Wenwen had managed the feat. After a long pause, Shen Wenwen finally spoke, her tone slightly awkward. I didn't receive an outstanding rating, just good. You might not be too familiar with Qingqiu University, she began to explain. Compared to other top-tier universities, Qingqiu University's overall ranking is relatively low. The reason is simple. Qingqiu specializes in nurturing fox-type contracted beasts. However, aside from the 9-tailed blazing fox, which is the pinnacle, ordinary fox-type beasts max out at monarch-level potential. There aren't many beast masters who choose fox-type beasts to begin with. The small pool makes recruitment difficult. So, as long as a beast master specializes in fox-type beasts, Qingqiu University will admit them, even if their scores are slightly lower. Fang Shihao fell into thought. This explained why the admissions director of Qingqiu University had gone out of his way to personally visit Tianlan City to recruit him. At the time, Fang Shihao's strength was far from what it was now. He wouldn't have stood a chance against a professional beast master. Yet even then, Qingqiu University had been so eager to recruit him, a clear sign of the school's struggles in recent years. But every challenge brings opportunity. Qingqiu University's decline might actually work in Fang Shihao's favor. His strong presence could make him the school's star student, granting him access to exclusive educational resources and significant prestige. In the future, he could become one of Qingqiu University's most celebrated alumni. In the era of Beastmasters, alumni connections were invaluable. Each university had its own unique teaching philosophy and principles. Sharing the same alma mater often meant similar training and Beastmaster systems, fostering a natural sense of camaraderie. During high school, Fang Shihao had been an unknown figure due to his lack of strength. But now, with his newfound abilities, he was determined to make his mark. As night deepened, his mind raced with possibilities. The next morning, while washing up, Fang Shihao barely entered the restroom before someone immediately stepped aside, saying, "You go first, big bro." His intimidating reputation seemed to have taken firm root. As daylight brightened, passengers began to stir and prepare for their destination. The train rolled into Jingchuan City, and the view outside the window transitioned from the low, scattered outskirts to the towering skyscrapers of the city center. Trains from across the nation converged here, like rivers flowing into the sea. The train slowly came to a halt, and passengers began gathering their belongings and disembarking in an orderly manner. Fang Shihao turned to the others and asked, "Are you heading straight to campus or exploring the city first?" "Let's head to campus first and settle in before anything else," Shen Wenwen responded, speaking on behalf of the group as the only one who dared to converse with Fang Shihao. "Sounds good. Director Du from the admissions office is driving over to pick me up. We can all go together," Fang Shihao suggested. After spending over 10 hours together, Fang Shihao had come to accept the three girls as companions. He had met Shinwanwan during the college entrance exam trials, which felt like fate. Yu Xiaowei, though initially unimpressive, had proven herself capable and decisive. Meanwhile, the quiet Xiang Wanqing, who had been admitted due to her excellent performance, was the strongest of the three, though her timid nature made her seem less assertive. To the three girls, Fang Shihao was a powerful and resourceful beastmaster with unmatched connections. While his connections were largely due to borrowing the influence of the Cui family, his strength was undeniable. His beast companion, Xiaoguai, could emit an aura from its beast space that left their own contracted beasts trembling in submission. Director Du Lingdong of the admissions office held Fang Shihao in high regard and had arrived at the station an hour early to await his arrival. In an era where top-tier talents with outstanding ratings were often claimed by the big three universities, finding a candidate willing to enroll at Qingqiu University was a rare stroke of luck. Naturally, Du Lingdong intended to show his utmost sincerity. Amid the bustling train station crowd, Du Lingdong stood out with a conspicuous banner that read, "Warm welcome to Fang Shihao." The grand gesture made Xiang Wanqing, trailing behind Fang Shihao, so embarrassed she could practically curl her toes into the ground. "Director Du, isn't this a bit much?" Fang Shihao joked. "It's only fitting," Du Lingdong replied with a cheerful smile. Noticing the three girls behind Fang Shihao, he asked, "And who are these students?" "My classmates. They've also been admitted to Qingqiu University," Fang Shihao explained. "Oh, I see. Well, welcome to the family. Let's all head out together. I'll give you a proper introduction to our school on the way," Du Lingdong said enthusiastically. The group laughed and chatted as they loaded into the car. Fang Shihao took the front passenger seat while the girls settled in the back. Du Lingdong began an animated introduction to Qingqiu University. Founded over 200 years ago, Qingqiu University was established during the early days of the Tenglong Empire. It had produced two legendary figures, Peng Tianbao and Sun Qingying. At the mention of these renowned fox-type beastmasters, Du Lingdong's face lit up with pride. Both had raised nine-tailed blazing foxes and left an indelible mark on the history of beastmasters, earning the respect of even the imperial family. They were the kind of legendary figures that Fang Shihao deeply admired. Located in the Dongwang district, Qingqiu University spanned 40 hectares and included 4 secret realms, including the famed Qingqiu realm. It was the nation's top institution for nurturing fox-type contracted beasts. Du Lingdong eagerly highlighted the school's many strengths and unique offerings. Before long, the car entered the Dongwang district and soon arrived at Qingqiu University, Fang Shihao's home for the next 4 years. The campus was surrounded by an iron fence atop a concrete base. Through the fence, lush greenery, sprawling lawns, and swans gliding across an artificial lake came into view. The natural scenery was stunning. In a district where every inch of land was precious, Qingqiu University's 40-hectare campus, second only to Binghuang University, was a testament to its former glory, even if its luster had since faded. At the start of the new semester, the entrance of Qingqiu University was bustling with activity. Parents gathered around their children, taking photos to commemorate the moment, while youthful, excited faces streamed into the campus. Du Lingdong parked his car steadily and accompanied Fang Shihao and 3 female students towards the school gate. "Fang, we'll first take you to your dorm, so you can get familiar with the way. As for the girls' dorm, I'm afraid I can't go in, so you'll have to manage on your own," Du Lingdong said, his gaze lingering on Fang Shihao. After the 3 girls politely said their goodbyes, Du Lingdong led Fang Shihao to his designated dormitory, a luxurious single room located on the far right side of the first floor of the male dormitory. Inside the 40-square-meter space, warm, soft yellow wallpaper complemented a minimalist wooden single bed. The room was equipped with all the essentials, including a refrigerator, a computer, and other appliances, and it boasted excellent natural lighting. The school leadership specifically arranged this single room for you. "Worried you might not be comfortable sharing with others," Du Lingdong explained. "That's very considerate of them," Fang Shihao replied. Du Lingdong then took on the role of guide, giving Fang Shihao a thorough tour of the campus. Along the way, he introduced 2 key figures, Professor Wan Danqiu, the head of the department and an expert beastmaster known for her legendary 6-tailed firefox, and the mysterious Granny who was regarded as the strongest presence at Qingqiu University and resided at the Fox Maiden Cafe on number 99 Qingping Street. After seeing Du Lingdong off, Fang Shihao wandered the campus alone. On the lawn, a group of extraordinary fox beasts was frolicking and chasing each other. Inside his beast space, Xiao Guai, his own beast, couldn't hold back its excitement. "Master, I want to go out and play too," Xiao Guai pleaded. "You're too big. You might scare the other foxes," Fang Shihao said, trying to reason. "I promise I won't. They'll be gentle with my cousins." Xiao Guai wagged its tail eagerly. Fang Shihao eventually gave in and allowed Xiao Guai to join the playful scene. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Professor Wan Danqiu sat with her legs crossed, her long, slender legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings. In one hand, she held a student file, while in the other, she toyed with a jade-engraved, gold-inlaid smoking pipe, occasionally puffing out clouds of smoke, completely ignoring the principal's furrowed brow. Professor Wan, do you think this student has a chance of replicating the miracle of the nine-tailed flame fox? The principal asked patiently. Highly unlikely. Ruan Dancio casually tossed the file onto the desk. The odds of a blazing fox evolving into a three-tailed fire fox aren't even 1%. As she spoke, the principal's attention was drawn to the scene outside the window. On the lawn, a massive three-tailed fire fox was playing with the other foxes, surrounded by a crowd of curious onlookers. News spread rapidly across the campus network. Mythical three-tailed fire fox spotted on Nanhu lawn. Rumored to belong to a new student, come see for yourself. Fang Shihao was texting Shan Wanwan when Du Lingdong suddenly burst into his room, breathless with excitement. Sorry, I was too excited and forgot to knock. Is that three-tailed fire fox your beast? Du Lingdong asked. It is, Fang Shihao replied calmly. That's incredible. Fang Shihao, come with me quickly, the principal wants to see you. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this? Fang Shihao asked, slightly amused. It's absolutely necessary. Now hurry up, Du Lingdong urged. Qingqiu University stands out among top-tier institutions for its highly volatile rankings. Whenever the school produces a once-in-a-generation genius, its rank skyrockets, often overshadowing the traditional Big Three universities. For instance, during the rise of Peng Tianbao, Qingqiu University briefly became the nation's premier academic institution. It churned out fox-type beast tamers in droves, making the Ember Fox the most sought-after contract beast of its time. However, as Peng Tianbao gradually faded from the spotlight, the university's ranking plummeted. It wasn't until the emergence of Sun Qingying that the school regained its former glory. Now, 50 years after Sun Qingying's passing, Qingqiu University is in search of the next prodigy to lead it out of its slump and usher in a new era of brilliance. Du Ling led Fang Shihao to the principal's office. As they entered, two figures came into view. One was the refined and scholarly Principal Xue Jing, dressed impeccably with a fountain pen clipped to his chest pocket. The other was a strikingly glamorous woman with bold fashion choices. She had a head of rare burgundy, cascading waves, and wore a form-fitting brown dress that accentuated her curves. Her legs, clad in fishnet stockings, were both shapely and alluring, her fair skin contrasting sharply with her fiery red lips. In her hand, she elegantly held an ornate jade gold smoking pipe. Her oval face had a soft, radiant charm, yet her sharp eyes exuded an air of authority, blending grace and fierceness in perfect harmony. This mature allure was nearly overwhelming for a young man like Fang Shihao, whose heart began to race despite his earlier vow to avoid romantic distractions. Welcome, Fang, Principal Xue Jing greeted warmly. I'm the principal of Qingqiu University, and this is Ms. Ruan Dancio, the head of the Firefox department and one of our esteemed lifetime professors. Fang Shihao offered a polite greeting, but Ruan Dancio seemed uninterested, puffing on her smoking pipe as the room filled with a haze of fragrant smoke. Were it not for her life-linked bond with her contract beasts, which allowed her to transfer physical harm, such indulgence would have likely cut her lifespan short. Rising from his seat, Principal Xue extended a hand to Fang Shihao, his smile full of warmth. Your potential has far exceeded our expectations. The initial offer of 1 million yuan in annual scholarships and full funding for your second contract beast training is clearly insufficient. I've decided to increase the benefits to ensure you can focus entirely on your studies. Qingqiu University has a rich heritage. Our 4 secret realms alone generate nearly 1 billion yuan annually, and the resources we've accumulated over 3 centuries in Jingchuan City are unparalleled. Just as Xue Jing was about to address the topic Fang Shihao was most eager to discuss, Ruan Dancio interjected, Hold on. I have a few questions for this boy first. She turned her sharp gaze to Fang Shihao. If we measure bond levels between beast tamers and their contract beasts on a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is complete strangers and 10 is life and death partners, what is your bond level with your Ember Fox? 10, Fang Shihao answered without hesitation. Don't lie. That will only lower my opinion of you. I'll ask again, what is the level? 10, Fang Shihao repeated firmly. Good. Second question. If you had to sacrifice one to save the other, would you abandon your Ember Fox or your other contract beasts? I wouldn't abandon any of them. Either we all survive, or we all perish together, Fang Shihao replied, his tone carrying a hint of pride. He had seen too many beast tamers sacrifice their support beasts to protect their primary ones in moments of crisis or worse, prioritize their own lives over their companions. Such practices were especially common among resource-rich noble families, who treated their beasts as disposable tools, believing they could always train new ones. But to Fang Shihao, a beast tamer and their contract beasts were a unified life force, and he would never abandon any of them. Is that your final answer? Be honest, don't go against your true feelings, Ruan Dancio pressed. Her piercing eyes locked on him. I'm certain, Fang Shihao affirmed. Then there's no need to continue with the other questions, Ruan Danqiu said with a sigh. Unfortunately, you lack the qualifications to nurture a nine-tailed flame fox. Fang Shihao was taken aback. Though he had anticipated a test, he hadn't expected to fail so quickly. Why not? He asked. You answered the first question well. Forming a life and death bond with your ember fox is indeed critical for its evolution into a nine-tailed flame fox, Ruan Danqiu began, referring to the legendary precursor form, the ember nine-tailed fox. The evolutionary path of the nine-tailed flame fox is both clear and arduous. From its initial form as a sovereign level three-tailed fire fox, to the epic level six-tailed fire fox, then the legendary level ember nine-tailed fox, it ultimately reaches the mythical level pinnacle as the nine-tailed flame fox. This path is fraught with challenges and sacrifices. When the six-tailed fire fox begins its evolution into the nine-tailed flame fox, it must channel all of its internal energy into transforming its physical form. Even the most powerful fire-type beast, the six-tailed fire fox, will lose nearly all of its flame abilities after advancing to the ember nine-tailed fox. In return, it gains a robust physique so powerful that it can engage in hand-to-hand combat with dragons of the same tier. To complete the final transformation from the ember nine-tailed fox to the true nine-tailed flame fox, 3 critical conditions must be met. An immense amount of life essence, exceptional innate talent, and most importantly a nearly blind devotion to its master. This transformation can only occur in a life-or-death moment, when the ember nine-tailed fox willingly burns its own life force to fight for its master. It is a one-time opportunity. If it fails to ascend, its life flame will continue burning until death. Currently, this is the only known path to ascension, with no alternative branches discovered. Among the known success stories, only Pang Tianbao and Sun Qingying have achieved this feat. They share one key trait, an extraordinary bond with their nine-tailed flame fox. Pang Tianbao's story is particularly unique. His nine-tailed flame fox was female and naturally jealous, leading him to remain unmarried throughout his life, leaving no descendants. These are hidden truths unknown to Fang Shihao. Although Fang Shihao successfully passed the first stage, he failed at the second. Ruan Danqiu revealed the critical reason. Treating all beasts equally is essential for becoming a multi-core beast master, but Pang Tianbao and Sun Qingying did the opposite. They never became multi-core beast masters. Instead, they devoted all their love and energy exclusively to their nine-tailed flame fox. Nurturing a nine-tailed flame fox requires singular devotion, not widespread affection. Thus, there is only one correct choice. Abandon all other beasts and focus all your effort and dedication on raising the three-tailed fire fox. Ruan Danqiu's words, though unheard by Xiaoguai, were caught verbatim by Xiaoshitu within the beast space. Her extreme statements made Xiaoshitu as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, itching to leap out and give Ruan Danqiu a good thrashing. Dad, don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense. For once, the usually mild-mannered Xiaoshitu was fired up, speaking so quickly it was like a machine gun. It'll become the strongest mountain giant to clear the path ahead for you. You don't need that nine-tailed flame fox. Having me is more than enough. I won't be swayed by her words. Calm down, Fang Shihao reassured Xiaoshitu, his expression turning unusually serious. Teacher, I think I understand your point. You want me to reconsider and prioritize the three-tailed fire fox above all else. But I'm sorry, I can't do that. He continued. It's true that the three-tailed fire fox has been with me the longest and holds a special place in my heart. But my second beast is just as irreplaceable to me, and in the future, they'll have more beasts. They'll treat them all equally. That's my path, and it's unchangeable, something you'll follow to the end. Falling for every new one you meet. Huh? Classic scumbag logic, Ruan Danqiu sneered mockingly. The bond between a beast master and their beasts transcends love. I don't see anything wrong with what I've said, Fang Shihao retorted sharply. Professor Ruan, I respect you a lot. One of the main reasons I joined Qingqiu University was because of you. You're my senior, someone who can guide me and help me avoid missteps. But with all due respect, when it comes to raising a nine-tailed flame fox, you've failed. You're in no position to dictate what's right or wrong. The principal hadn't expected Fang Shihao to be so defiant, challenging the department head right after enrolling. Yet Ruan Danqiu merely shook her head and sneered. You seem to have a rebellious streak, but at the end of the day, you're just an arrogant amateur who knows nothing. They'll give you a chance to apologize, Ruan Danqiu said haughtily. If you want to learn from me, lower your stance, apologize immediately, and fully accept my teachings. Otherwise, leave Qingqiu University. This place isn't for you. Professor Ruan, let's not be too harsh. He's still just a kid. The principal, Xue Jing, tried to mediate but was abruptly cut off by Ruan Danqiu. He'll apologize if you can prove you're right. Fang Shihao stood his ground. Not only will I apologize, he'll kneel and bow 3 times to thank you for showing me the way. But the question is, can you? And how exactly do you want me to prove it? Ruan Danqiu crossed her arms, her brows arched. It's obvious we have different philosophies. You believe the three-tailed fire fox should hold the highest, unshakable position as the main beast. I believe a beast master should treat all their beasts equally. Words are cheap. Why don't we settle this with a battle? You send out your six-tailed fox to face all my beasts. Do you dare? Bold. You've got guts to challenge me. A fight at Isto. You think I'm afraid of you? Dancio snapped. Principal, open the secret realm. That's not a good idea. A battle like this wouldn't be fair, Principal Jing said weakly. I said open it. Stop wasting time. Dankia's commanding tone left no room for argument. Oh. Completely cowed, Principal Jing retrieved a bronze fox head from his beast space, gently stroking it to activate the portal to the Qingqiu secret realm. Dancio stepped into the portal first, casting a provocative glance at Fang Shihao before disappearing through. Fang Shihao immediately summoned Xiaoguai, who had been playing, through their mental connection and followed closely. Principal Jing and the onlooking admissions officer, Du Lingdong, trailed after them. The Qingqiu secret realm was breathtakingly beautiful. The sky was clear, the sun warm, the valleys serene, and the streams murmured softly. Amidst lush greenery stood a magnificent city of pristine white stone. Qingqiu itself. It was the most picturesque of the three secret realms Fang Shihao had ever seen. Before reaching Qingqiu, they passed through a village. At the village entrance, beneath a large tree, a petite fox girl with ears and a tail was teaching a group of seated fox kids a language lesson. Kukiwaiji. The little fox girl spotted Dancio and immediately dismissed her class, bounding over to greet her. They'll come play with you later, Arya. Right now, I need to settle some personal business in the underground palace, Dancio said, ruffling the little fox girl's hair. I'm helping my sister fight the bad guys. At the entrance to the secret realm of Qingqiu, a little fox maiden stood guard, her adorably fierce gaze scanning every person who entered. When Principal Jing passed by, she rolled her eyes with dramatic flair and let out a soft huff to show her displeasure. The sunlight filtered through her fluffy fox ears, tinting their delicate tips a captivating shade of red, which twitched slightly with her emotions. Follow me, Dancio said confidently, leading the group down a stone-paved path toward the village. Little Hio is back. Why haven't you visited us lately? There's been a lot going on outside. Good morning, Sister Chio. Such a sweet little ing. Everywhere in Qingqiu, foxes lounged lazily, some sprawled on rooftops, others reclining by the roadside. The fox maidens of the village greeted Dancio warmly. The elders affectionately called her Little Hio, while the younger ones addressed her as Sister Chio. Even the wild foxes passing by brushed against her ankles fondly, a testament to her immense popularity in this place. In the center of the village stood a modern fountain. Dancio pressed a hidden mechanism concealed within a stone block. With the grinding sound of stone against stone, a deep underground passage slowly revealed itself. The little fox maiden's mood shifted rapidly. Initially, she regarded Fang Shihao's group with extreme wariness, but the moment she noticed his spirit beast was a three-tailed fox, her demeanor softened. She timidly reached out to stroke the fox's fur, and when it didn't resist, she gleefully planted a kiss on its cheek. Her newfound affection extended quickly to Fang Shihao himself. She grabbed his hand and skipped happily toward the fountain, only to stop abruptly at the sight of the underground entrance. Sucking on her finger, she gazed at it with an expression of reluctance. Big brother has to settle a score with your Auntie Chio first. They'll come play with you after that, Fang Shihao said, deliberately elevating Dankia's title to provoke her. This wasn't just a dispute over the route, they had personal grievances to settle. You sharp-tongued brat. They'll teach you a lesson, so you won't dare spout such nonsense again. Dancio snapped, grabbing Fang Shihao by the arm and dragging him toward the underground palace. She paid no mind to the three-tailed fox baring its teeth in protest. After all, she had a six-tailed fox waiting in her spirit beast space, giving her plenty of confidence. As the two descended into the underground palace, the merman-shaped lanterns lining the staircase lit up one by one. When they stepped onto the intricately patterned stone floor, hundreds of lanterns illuminated in sequence like a cascading row of dominoes, bathing the circular underground arena in bright, vibrant light. Fang Shihao had gained considerable knowledge about secret realms through observing and exploring over time. Aside from the college entrance exam secret realm, he had ventured into some of the most prestigious ones: the Yunhai secret realm, the foundation of the Chui family's dominance in Guangning province, and the Qingqiu kingdom's secret realm, the most valuable asset of Qingqiu University. Yet, despite his experiences, his understanding of secret realms remained shallow. For ordinary beast tamers, such information was often inaccessible for a lifetime. Come on, show me your second beast, Dancio said with a beckoning gesture. Under the flickering light of the eternal flame, her red-painted nails glimmered with a blood-like sheen. Her finely chiseled, yet commanding features carried a rebellious expression, one that was hard to dislike despite its arrogance. As you wish. With a thunderous roar, the rock giant leapt out from the beast's space, letting out a deep growl at Dancio as it landed. sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Is that a rock giant? Principal Xue Jing felt a wave of shock ripple through him. It's a top-tier beast on par with the three-tailed firefox. Having just one would be enough to make any prodigy proud. But Fang Shihao actually has two. He began calculating internally. A talent of this caliber was rare even among the top 3 beast-taming families. He had to find a way to keep Fang Shihao at Qingqiu University. I see now, Ruan Danqiu said with sudden clarity. So it's the rock giant that gives you such confidence. Do you really think that with a three-tailed firefox and a rock giant, you can defeat my six-tailed firefox? You're gravely mistaken. Let me teach you a lesson only by focusing on cultivating the three-tailed firefox can you walk the true path. Everything else is a foolish detour. These words stirred conflicting emotions within Xiaoguai, the three-tailed firefox. On one hand, he agreed with the supremacy of the nine-tailed fox lineage. On the other hand, he resented Ruan Danqiu for doubting his master. However, when the six-tailed firefox appeared, all those thoughts were swept away. His fur bristled as he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The six-tailed firefox was indeed the ultimate evolution of the three-tailed firefox. It was twice Xiaoguai's size, yet its speed was unaffected by its massive frame. Its large body moved with an ethereal swiftness that was almost impossible for the eye to track. On land, it was nearly invincible unless faced with challenges from the skies or seas. The battle was about to begin. Zhulong, the six-tailed firefox, approached Xiaoguai and Xiaoshitu with an elegant stride. Unable to hold back, Xiaoguai launched the first attack, unleashing his signature move, the triple flame tail whip combo. But Zhulong dodged effortlessly, the fiery tails cutting through the air with a sharp, piercing crack. Your moves are too predictable. Ruan Danqiu critiqued sharply. The flame tail whip increases in power with each additional tail, but your three-tailed firefox telegraphs its attacks so much that anyone prepared can easily evade them. How exactly have you been training it? Though her words were harsh, they carried undeniable truths, a bitter pill to swallow, yet a valuable lesson. Earlier, Fang Shihao had noticed the significant wind-up time of Xiaoguai's fire tail whip but hadn't paid it much attention. This flaw was negligible against weaker opponents, but during this intense battle with Zhurong, its deadly disadvantage became painfully clear. Zhurong effortlessly dodged Xiaoguai's attack and immediately delivered a harsh lesson. Not only was the whip's wind-up slow, but its recovery time was even worse, leaving Xiaoguai completely vulnerable after a full-force strike. Seizing the opportunity, Zhurong bit down on Xiaoguai's nape and executed a powerful throw, tossing it to the side with the force of a charging rhino. Despite the display of strength, Zhurong had held back. Had it aimed to kill, a single bite to the neck would have sufficed. In just one exchange, Fang Shihao felt a chill in his heart. Xiaoguai was outmatched in every way: strength, agility, and most of all, battle experience. Even in a fight against an equal, Xiaoguai would struggle to prevail. The rigorous training Zhurong had undergone under Ruan Danqiu's guidance was evident. Thrown through the air, Xiaoguai managed to stabilize itself mid-flight and landed firmly on the ground. Although Zhurong had shown restraint, Xiaoguai was determined not to hold back in the battles to come. Fang Shihao issued a silent command in his mind. Give it everything you've got, Xiaoguai. Work with Xiaoshi. In an instant, golden flames surged around Xiaoshi, marking the activation of its ultimate ability, Mountain King's Wrath. The ground trembled violently as the earth core shockwave erupted, shaking the massive circular platform with overwhelming force. Even the stone materials of the Qingqiu Kingdom's underground palace, designed to withstand an 8-magnitude earthquake, began to quake uncontrollably. Everyone struggled to keep their balance, with Fang Shihao bracing against the wall, feeling as though he were trapped in a malfunctioning elevator. Amid the chaos, the 3 remaining beasts on the battlefield launched into their final showdown. Xiaoshi advanced on Zhurong while Xiaoguai leapt onto its back, its eyes blazing with ferocity. The earth core's seismic tremors, the strongest control skill of the stone-digging mountain demon, left even Zhurongfuan, who had easily overpowered Xiaoguai moments ago, momentarily staggered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhurong grew serious. Flames roared higher, licking the ceiling with an intensity that seemed to scorch the air itself. Despite the instability of the ground beneath her, her fiery aura alone was enough to intimidate most beasts into submission. But Xiaoshi and Xiaoguai were undeterred. One was unyieldingly tough, and the other naturally immune to fire. When the gap between them closed to 5 meters, Xiaoguai struck first. It lunged forward, its bone-crushing iron claws aiming straight for Zhurong's face. As both were fire-type beasts, the battle had devolved into a contest of sheer physical prowess. At the same time, 2 massive stone walls rumbled into existence, slamming together to trap Zhurong. With no room to evade, Zhurong's sharp fox claws tore into her, leaving her face bloodied and her bones rattled. Stunned for a brief moment, she failed to react as Xiaoshi closed in. Without any flourish, Xiaoshi unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch. Yet within that punch was the force of a mountain collapsing and waves surging a devastating power far beyond its simple appearance. At the critical moment, Zhurong's fur bristled as her 6 fiery tails, glowing like molten iron rods, lashed out with blinding speed. This was Ruan Danchio's improved version of the fire tail whip, nearly instantaneous with minimal wind-up or recovery time. All 6 tails struck Xiaoshi's incoming fist in unison. The deafening explosion that followed shook the underground chamber. A fiery shockwave erupted outward, reducing the stone walls confining Zhurong to rubble. Her enraged roar echoed through the subterranean space. However, she paid a steep price for the exchange. 4 of her tails were shattered. Xiaoshi, too, suffered heavily, its stone skin scorched black and its right arm completely obliterated. For a 6-star sovereign beast to face off against a 10-star epic and destroy its most formidable weapon with a single punch, even as a sneak attack, was a feat worthy of pride. Zhurong, unable to leverage her agility amidst the quake, had no choice but to endure the full force of the Mountain King's wrath-infused strike. In the end, even the mighty Zhurong found herself caught off guard in this battle of titans. Thanks to the excellent control capabilities of the Earthquake Core, the joint offensive of Xiao Shi and Xiao Guai should have had the upper hand. Although Zhurong, the 6-tailed fire fox, was constantly suppressed, the final outcome was disappointing. Both beasts were injured. The earthquake effects lingered. Xiao Guai, who often sparred with Xiao Shi in the beast space, could somewhat adapt to this environment and took the opportunity to attack Zhurong. However, its efforts were largely in vain. Its tail was nearly destroyed, while Zhurong, even in the most disadvantageous circumstances, handled the inexperienced Xiao Guai with ease. Xiao Shi could only assist from a distance by hurling stones. After a round of attacks, he didn't dare to approach Rash. Every time he tried to get closer, Zhurong would unleash a ferocious flame, hot enough to melt steel. Clearly, Xiao Shi had seriously angered Zhurong. If not for the lingering earthquake effects, Zhurong would have already pounced on him by now. I surrender. Fang Shihao saw the situation clearly. Even with the combined efforts of the 3-tailed fox and the rock giant, they were no match for the 6-tailed fire fox. As the earthquake effects began to subside, he decisively admitted defeat, recalling the injured Xiao Guai and Xiao Shi back to the beast space for recovery. I thought you had a stronger backbone. Surrendering already? Are you even a man? Ruan Danchio, seething with anger, could only vent her frustration through sarcasm. As a beast master capable of empathizing with her beasts, she deeply understood Zhurong's current fury, taking hits without being able to retaliate. Although the rules prevented her from summoning other beasts to assist Zhurong, the 5 auxiliary beasts specifically trained to support him were undoubtedly fuming with frustration in the beast space. Fang Shihao's timing for surrender was impeccable just as the control effects were about to wear off and Zhurong was preparing to counterattack. Ruan Danchio had no choice but to swallow her frustration. After all, as a department head, engaging in an unknown duel with a student was already embarrassing enough. Persisting further would only make her look truly ungraceful. Ignoring Ruan Danchio's taunts, Fang Shihao spoke sincerely. When I challenged you, I genuinely thought I could win. Clearly, I was naive. This battle has exposed many of my flaws, which I will work hard to improve. I also apologize for previously mocking you as a failure. In terms of nurturing fire foxes, you are far more accomplished than I am. I still have much to learn. However, my philosophy on beast training will not change. I hope, Professor Ruan, that you won't hold a grudge and that we may have the opportunity to spar again in the future. Before the battle, Ruan Danchio was, in Fang Shihao's eyes, merely a beautiful woman who could stir a man's primal desires. Now, her identity as an expert-level beastmaster far overshadowed any other labels. After offering his formal apology and stating his position, Fang Shihao turned to Principal Xuejing and Du Lingdong, who both wore complex expressions. I'm sorry for letting the school down. I think it's time for me to leave. I may not be the person you were hoping for, but there will be more talented individuals joining Qingqiu University in the future. As a gentleman, Fang Shihao felt only gratitude toward Qingqiu University as he prepared to depart. He had initially come for Ruan Danchio's extensive experience in training fire foxes, but now that their philosophies clashed, staying any longer would be meaningless. It was better to seek opportunities at Binghuang University, which always welcomed talent with open arms. Besides, with Cui Cs speaking on his behalf, rejoining Binghuang University wouldn't be difficult. Fang, don't be impulsive. Qingqiu University is the best place for you. Professor Ruan won't hold a grudge. Xuejing quickly stepped in to persuade him, repeatedly signaling Ruan Danchio to say something conciliatory. I don't hold grudges against students, but I do think you should leave. Ruan Danchio's response left Xuejing stunned. I asked you to keep him, not push him away. What are you saying? Xuejing exclaimed internally. Let me explain, Principal, Ruan Danchio insisted. Fang Shihao is indeed a genius, but he is not the only one. Allowing a misguided genius to remain will only lead truly promising talents, those capable of nurturing nine-tailed foxes, down the wrong path. This was the irreconcilable nature of their philosophical differences. Anyone with a fully developed ideology would be unlikely to change their beliefs. In Ruan Danqiu's view, Fang Shihao's continued presence would bring more harm than good to Qingqiu University. Don't rush to leave just yet. I promise to find a better teacher for you. Xue Jing made one last attempt to salvage the situation. Fang Shihao simply shook his head lightly, his decision firm. With no other options, Xue Jing reluctantly activated the portal to the outside world. The four of them returned to the principal's office. Ruan Danqiu left with her head held high, while Fang Shihao departed the campus. At the school gates, he hailed a taxi to Binghuang University. Time would tell who was right and who was wrong. Fang Shihao was confident that he would find better opportunities for growth at Binghuang University. A week had passed since the enrollment deadline for Binghuang University, and the bustling crowds of new students were long gone from the campus gates. A young man stood in front of the entrance. This was Fang Shihao. Sorry, you can't enter without a student ID. The security guard stopped him. These guards weren't ordinary people. Each of them was an elite beast tamer, far stronger than most freshmen. Fang Shihao briefly explained his situation, which left the guard both amused and baffled. Man, this is a first, getting into a top-tier university only to choose our so-called second-rate school, and now you're regretting it? The guard shook his head. Wait here. I'll report this to the higher-ups and see what we should do. In the eyes of the three top-tier universities, every other school was considered an unremarkable second-tier institution. Fang Shihao patiently waited outside the gate, unwilling to rely on Cui Siye for everything. That would be far too spineless. Before long, a mysterious figure emerged from within the campus, striding swiftly toward the entrance. The person was cloaked in a long black robe that covered nearly their entire body and wore a plague doctor's mask with a beak-like design. Not a single inch of skin was visible, making it impossible to discern their gender. What's going on here? The mysterious figure asked. The guards immediately responded with respect. Professor Crow, this student missed the enrollment deadline and is waiting for further instructions. While Professor Crow's appearance was intimidating and distant, their tone was surprisingly kind. It's not uncommon to run into difficulties while away from home. A few days late, what's the big deal? Just register him. Professor, the situation might be more complicated than it seems, one of the guards said hesitantly. Go on, explain, Professor Crow said. Though they had intended to leave for other matters, they paused to address the student's predicament. After the guard explained Fang Shihao's unusual case in detail, Professor Crow approached him. Are you absolutely certain you won't change your mind again? As the professor drew closer, Fang Shihao caught a strong whiff of perfume, but it failed to mask an underlying stench of decay, like the scent of festering wounds. Even so, Fang Shihao's expression remained calm. Yes, I've made my decision to join Binghuang University. I won't go back on it. In that case, he'll take responsibility for this decision. Process his enrollment and assign him a dorm, Professor Crow instructed firmly. The guards quickly sprang into action, and before long, Fang Shihao was handed his student ID. Thank you, Professor. And thank you as well, gentlemen, Fang Shihao said sincerely, fully aware that without Professor Crow's intervention, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After much back and forth, Fang Shihao eventually found himself at Binghuang University. Accompanied by a security guard, he was led to a modest four-person dorm room. Compared to the generous accommodations at Qingqiu University, this was merely a room with an available bed. At the moment, the dorm was empty. The other three roommates were all attending class. After quickly tidying up his bed, Fang Shihao dialed Cui Siye's number. On the other end of the line, Cui Siye spoke gently, offering comfort. Those short-sighted fools will regret losing you for the rest of their lives. Don't dwell on it. She paused briefly before adding, it's good that you're here. Campus life won't be boring now. I've rented a 500 square meter garden villa on Lingnan Road. If you're not comfortable in the dorm, just move in with me. Don't be polite. All right, you'll see how things go with my roommates first. If it doesn't work out, you'll move over, Fang Shihao replied. They'll hang up for now, let's have lunch together later. Cui Siye, who was in the middle of class, gave a quick affirmative before ending the call, feeling fully supportive of Fang Shihao's decision to leave the darkness for the light. Sitting on his bed, Fang Shihao began reviewing his class schedule and pondering how to replan his future. Around 11 a.m., as the bell signaled the end of class, his roommates started trickling back into the dorm. Hey, a new roommate. Bro, did you transfer rooms or something? The first to enter was the dorm leader, Lu Jiaming, a young man with a neatly combed side-part hairstyle, wearing a blue silk t-shirt. I transferred schools, Fang Shihao replied matter-of-factly. Whoa, that's impressive. What's your background? Exclaimed Ho Yuqi, nicknamed Monkey. In a university teeming with geniuses from across the country, transferring in was no small feat. Nothing special. I just had some help from Professor Wu Ya, Fang Shihao said calmly. Ah, that explains it. Professor Wuya is known for being approachable. He's the top expert on training flying beast companions here. Even Cui Nushin is one of his star students. Lu Jiaming nodded knowingly. Cui Nushin? You mean Cui Siye? Fang Shihao asked with a smile. Cui Siye? Who's that? I'm talking about Cui Zhiyun, the eldest daughter of the Fengshan Yilong family, who dominates the southeast. She's the real goddess. Lu Jiaming squinted his already small eyes, giving him a somewhat mischievous look. Haven't you seen the campus top 10 goddesses list? These are the beauties with both strength and looks. Marrying one of them would be worth shaving 10 years off your life. The conversation quickly veered into a heated discussion about the campus goddesses. The three roommates passionately debated who might replace the recently graduated Yunduo and Sulianro as the new top-tier goddesses. Fang Shihao remained silent throughout, fully aware of the trouble that careless words could bring. Just as the discussion reached its peak, Cui Siye sent a text inviting Fang Shihao to lunch. Rising to leave, he was stopped by Lu Jiaming. Hey, we've got a tradition here. New roommates have to treat the rest of us to a meal. You're not planning to break the rules, are you? We'll treat you guys to a nice dinner tonight. I've got plans with someone for lunch, so it's not convenient. Fang Shihao declined politely. Oh, having lunch with your girlfriend, huh? In that case, we should definitely come along and check her out for you. Lu Jiaming teased, refusing to let it go. Left without a choice, Fang Shihao texted Cui Siye to ask if he could bring his roommates along. Although Cui Siye reluctantly agreed, her enthusiasm clearly waned. Sensing her mood, Fang Shihao immediately replied, sorry, they'll stick to the original plan. Let's meet tonight instead. What's this? Not giving us any face, huh? Lu Jiaming's expression darkened as he blocked the doorway. He couldn't help but feel that Fang Shihao's calm and mature demeanor clashed with the dynamic of room 515. This sense of losing control unsettled the self-proclaimed dorm leader. Seizing the moment, he decided to make things difficult for Fang Shihao, hoping to assert dominance. After all, even in the microcosm of university life, a dorm leader could harbor an unhealthy desire for control. Respect? What respect do you deserve? Fang Shihao's eyes were sharp, his voice dripping with disdain. I only gave you respect because I thought you were worth it, but it turns out you're just a worthless nobody who doesn't know their place. He stood at the doorway of dorm room 515, tall and imposing, staring straight at Lu Jiaming. Get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for what happens next. Fang Shihao's tone carried a clear threat. He had already made up his mind if Lu Jiaming dared to say another word, he would settle it in the arena. After all, it was about time to replenish his life essence account. Hou Yuqi and Li Sanjin initially wanted to back Lu Jiaming up, but they were completely overpowered by Fang Shihao's intimidating presence. They could only stand by in silence, watching the scene unfold. Fine, fine. Lu Jiaming gritted his teeth. A transfer student acting so high and mighty? Just you wait, I'll make sure you can't stay in this dorm. His words were harsh, but his actions betrayed his cowardice as he reluctantly stepped aside, clearly only brave enough to plot behind Fang Shihao's back. Fang Shihao didn't waste another glance on someone so insignificant. Make him leave? He was already planning to move out. Out of my way, he barked, shoving Lu Jiaming aside before striding away, not sparing the toxic place another thought. Downstairs by the dormitory, Cui Siye was waiting for him. When she saw Fang Shihao approaching alone, a bright smile lit up her face. What happened to your annoying roommates? I gave them a good scolding. From now on, you're my roommate. Fang Shihao replied curtly. Welcome, welcome. Cui Siye's eyes sparkled mischievously. To celebrate you seeing the light, I'll treat you to the best Japanese cuisine in Dongwang district. A sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked by the curb. For someone like Cui Siye, who was used to traveling by helicopter in Tianlan City, this was considered low profile. The driver, Luo Jin, was an old acquaintance of Fang Shihao. Back in the day, Luo Jin's armored crocodile beast had died in battle while hunting a stone mountain demon, but he had bet on the right side. The young miss had generously rewarded him with a juvenile stone mountain demon, and since then, he had become one of Cui Siye's most loyal followers, accompanying her to Jingchuan City. The finest Japanese restaurant in Dongwang district was discreetly tucked away in a residential neighborhood. It was a private dining spot that served only 2 tables a day. Fang Shihao wasn't here for the food, though. He had a lot to discuss with Cui Siye, and the privacy of this exclusive setting was perfect for their conversation. A young girl dressed in a kimono gracefully placed plate after plate of meticulously prepared sashimi and sushi on the table, her every movement exuding respect and humility. The conversation between Fang Shihao and Cui Siye naturally shifted to Professor Crow. He's an excellent teacher, Fang Shihao remarked. I've attended 2 of his lectures and learned a lot. Now, he's also my mentor. Do you know why Professor Crow is always completely covered, never showing even a bit of skin? Cui Siye asked. Fang Shihao shook his head. Cui Siye initially hesitated, considering how the story might affect their dining mood, But then she remembered how Fang Shihao once slept soundly beside two charred corpses and decided to proceed. It all started 10 years ago, she began. That year, a beast slave infiltrated the water source of Jingchuan City to poison it. Professor Crow discovered the plot in time and confronted the intruder. Though he managed to kill the beast slave, his main contracted beast was struck by a powerful curse. Her voice grew somber. The beast's body began to erupt with festering boils, enduring unimaginable agony. To alleviate its suffering, Professor Crow used a lifelink technique to take on the curse himself. Since then, his body has been covered in oozing sores. To hide the disfigurement, he started wearing a heavy cloak and a mask. It's said that during the early days, he was in such excruciating pain that he couldn't sleep at night, his screams lasting until dawn. Fang Shihao couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect after hearing the story. At that moment, the kimono-clad girl placed the final dish on the table and quietly closed the door to their private dining room. By the way, Fang Shihao said, picking up a slice of sashimi that seemed to flicker in and out of sight amidst the dry ice mist, you mentioned before that you have a compelling reason to come to Binghuang University. Can you tell me now? The sashimi melted in his mouth, its exquisite flavor instantly dispelling the heavy mood that had lingered moments earlier. Instead of answering directly, Cui Xie responded with a question of her own. Do you know why it's called Binghuang University? Because the university controls the eternal glacier secret realm, the only place where the legendary ice crystal phoenix can be born, Fang Shihao replied after a brief pause. I've heard that every year, the top-performing student in the assessments is awarded an ice crystal phoenix. Exactly. Since the university's founding, only 5 ice crystal phoenixes have ever been given out, Cui Xie said, lowering her voice. According to confidential information, about 10 years ago, an energy tide occurred in the eternal glacier secret realm, indicating that a new ice crystal phoenix egg is being nurtured. Experts predict it will hatch either this year or next. That's why I'm here, because the 6th ice crystal phoenix has to be mine. It was then that Fang Shihao fully understood. Information of this caliber was typically monopolized by powerful families, inaccessible to ordinary people. Although he now stood among the ranks of the elite, privy to such priceless secrets, he knew that obtaining the legendary ice crystal phoenix amid fierce competition from other highly capable contenders would be no easy feat. I hope you succeed, Fang Shihao said sincerely. Fang Shihao was skeptical about Cui Xie's prospects. In his opinion, if Binghuang University had only Cui Xie, it wouldn't be hard for her to dominate the aerial combat field with her Fengshen Wyvern. However, the problem was that Cui Xie's elder sister, Cui Zhiyun, also attended Binghuang University. The eldest daughter of the Cui family, 5 years older than Cui Xie, had already reached the 7-star epic level with her Fengshen Wyvern during her college entrance exams. After years of training, her strength now rivaled that of Ruan Danqiu, the department head of Qingqiu University, who had once effortlessly defeated Fang Shihao. Cui Zhiyun is indeed formidable, but there are 9 other female beastmasters at Binghuang University whose strength matches hers, Cui Xie said with a cheerful smile. Just wait and see. The one who laughs last will definitely be me. While Fang Shihao and Cui Xie were chatting over their meal, across the street at number 96 Qingping Street in the Fox Lady Cafe, Principal Xue Jing walked in, looking utterly dejected. This cafe symbolized one of Fang Shihao's past dreams. She had once considered letting Xiaoguai evolve along the Fox Lady path. Now, that dream had been realized by Granny Hu. Dedicated to helping the Qingqiu Fox clan integrate into human society, Granny Hu was actually an epic-level beastmaster and a fox immortal in human form, the ultimate evolution of the Fox Lady path. She had witnessed the growth of 2 generations of 9-tailed flame foxes, and was the cornerstone of Qingqiu University's strength. Inside the cafe, the working fox ladies and their beastmasters, all students of Qingqiu University, greeted the principal warmly. Xue Jing nodded in response, his gaze quickly settling on a silver-haired old woman basking in the sunlight and gently stroking a fox. Granny Hu, you have to help me. I can't do this job anymore, Xue Jing said, his face filled with despair. What now? Did that girl Xiaoqiu bully you again? Granny Hu asked. If it were just that, I wouldn't even bother coming here. Ever since I became principal, there's not been a single day she hasn't bullied me. I'm used to that by now. The problem is, she's using her bullying tactics on the students. And not just any student, but the most talented one I've seen in the last decade. She drove them away. Xue Jing exclaimed, visibly agitated. If every genius gets treated like this, there's no point in me staying on as principal. To outsiders, Ruan Danqiu appeared to be a sweet-voiced, stunningly beautiful woman. But those who knew her well were aware she was a tyrant, and what she said when at Qingqiu University. Xue Jing had tolerated her autocratic ways for years, as she was the university's star attraction and the owner of a 6-tailed firefox, drawing countless talents to the school. But today, Xue Jing had reached his breaking point, and had come to Granny Hu for justice. Tell me everything from the beginning. If you're in the right, I'll make sure you get justice, Granny Hu said decisively. Xue Jing, with a touch of exaggeration, recounted the story in detail. Ah, that girl Xiaoqiu is far too stubborn. Granny Hu sighed deeply. Love is the key to guiding an ember nine-tailed fox to evolve into a nine-tailed fire fox, but no one ever said that love must be favoritism. Fine, I'll go in person. When Granny Hu pushed open the office door, a thick cloud of smoke greeted her. Ruan Danqiu was lounging with her elegant legs, clad in black stockings, propped up on the desk, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Upon seeing Granny Hu enter, she hastily retracted her legs, slipped on her high heels, turned on the air conditioner to clear the air, and greeted her with an awkward smile. Granny Hu, what brings you here? For once, the usually uninhibited woman looked a little uneasy. Granny Hu was someone she deeply respected, and who had provided her with the most guidance during her journey. Granny Hu's kind face turned stern. Xiaoqiu, I heard you chased away a new student today? Who's spreading such nonsense? That's not true. Ruan Danqiu denied it outright, shooting a sharp glare at Xue Jing, who was standing nearby. Scolding Xiao Jing right in front of me? You're getting more and more out of line, young lady. Granny Hu snatched the cigarette holder from Ruan Danqiu's hand and lightly tapped her on the head with it. For once, Ruan Danqiu was at a loss for words, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Even her six-tailed fox spirit, Zhu Rong, wisely pretended to be asleep. Granny Hu spoke gently. All right, stop sulking. Tell me exactly what happened this morning. She wasn't one to take Xue Jing's word at face value. Ruan Danqiu's account was highly subjective, painting Fang Shihao as a worthless troublemaker. After listening to both sides, Granny Hu sifted through their biases to uncover the truth. She sighed and said, Xiaoqiu, you're still as stubborn as ever. This time, you were wrong. Your approach to nurturing the nine-tailed fox spirit has gone astray. That's impossible. Ruan Danqiu's eyes widened. The biographies of Pang Tianbao and Sun Qingying both state that unwavering love is the key to unlocking the potential of the nine-tailed fox. Even the ice crystal phoenix at Binghuang University follows the same principle. The nine-tailed flame fox has never been an exception. Granny Hu patiently explained, love can indeed open the door to the nine-tailed flame fox's potential, but beyond that door are 999 steps to climb. Whether an ember nine-tailed fox can ascend to become a flame nine-tailed fox depends on its innate abilities. Love is a catalyst, not a magic cure-all. These words left Ruan Danqiu deep in thought. As a 300-year-old elder who had witnessed the growth of 2 generations of nine-tailed foxes, Granny Hu's insights carried far more weight than the snippets of wisdom found in biographies. Could it be I've been too narrow-minded? It's okay to have misconceptions, as long as you don't make mistakes in nurturing your spirit beast. You've done a great job with Zhu Rong. It's already close to becoming an ember nine-tailed fox. Granny Hu reassured her, gently patting her head as she sat on the sofa. The principal, Xue Jing, who had been standing to the side, cleared his throat and looked pitifully at Granny Hu. Stop making faces. Since I'm here, we'll make sure this matter is resolved. I'll go find that student and persuade him to return. With you handling it, I'm relieved, Xue Jing said, exhaling in relief. It might not be that easy, Ruan Danqiu muttered, sneaking a glance at Granny Hu before quickly lowering her head. Why not? I sent a surveillance hummingbird to follow him. After leaving the school, he went straight to Binghuang University and has already been accepted there. Despite her tough exterior, Ruan Danqiu had secretly dispatched the hummingbird out of concern for Fang Shihao's well-being. Seeing him quickly find a place at Binghuang University left her feeling both reassured and annoyed. What a little turncoat. Xue Jing placed one hand on his hip and the other on his forehead, turning to face the wall in despair. A rare talent that Qingqiu University had waited so long for was now someone else's student. It made him question his tenure as principal. Binghuang University won't be easy to deal with, but that student does have his merits. Don't worry, they'll bring him back, Granny Hu said, comforting the 2 senior members of Qingqiu University, who now looked like sulking children. What merits? He's just lucky and happened to run into a meddling crow. Ruan Danqiu retorted stubbornly. Many beast tamers are just a stroke of luck away from success. And luck, too, is a kind of talent, Granny Hu remarked as she slowly rose to her feet. Xue Jing and Ruan Danqiu immediately stepped forward to assist her as they left Qingqiu University together. At the same time, Fang Shihao and Cui Siya emerged from a private Japanese restaurant. 4,700,000 for one meal. This was the most expensive lunch I've ever had. But honestly, it was worth every penny, Fang Shihao said in genuine amazement. The exorbitant bill had left him stunned, but the restaurant owner had explained it thoroughly, even presenting the complimentary items. Each dish of seafood they consumed came from the most refined parts of extraordinary sea beasts. For instance, only a few ounces of meat were taken from creatures weighing over 1,000 pounds, with the remaining nutrient-rich bodies gifted to beast companions as a supplement. The Akeda family, known for their extensive maritime trade network, facilitated the transportation of rare ingredients to inland areas. Despite being new to Jingchuan City, Chui Xie displayed an exceptional familiarity with it, owing to the vast intelligence network established by the many branches of the Chui family scattered across the nation. This is nothing. Wait until I become the head of my family. I'll take you to the capital for an all-dragon feast, Chui Xie declared proudly, tilting her chin up with confidence. Watching this rare display of girlish excitement, Fang Shihao suddenly remembered that the person who always shielded him from storms was, in fact, just a 16-year-old girl. His gaze softened unconsciously, tinged with affection. As they rounded a street corner, an elderly woman with a warm, kind smile stood waiting for them. Be careful. The wind god wyvern is sounding a warning, Chui Xie said sharply, halting in her tracks and turning to alert Fang Shihao. Don't worry, children. I mean no harm, the old woman said gently. It was none other than Granny Hu. Fang Shihao stepped forward politely and asked, Ma'am, is there something we can help you with? I'm not here for both of you, just for him. My name is Hu, but the kids at Qingqiu call me Granny Hu, she introduced herself warmly. Before Fang Shihao could respond, Chui Xie cut in decisively, I'm sorry, but he doesn't retrace his steps. Once he leaves, he never goes back. Her words caught Fang Shihao off guard, and he glanced at her in surprise, realizing she had even discerned this about him. Granny Hu continued in a calm tone, I know Ruan Dancho's behavior drove you away. I've already reprimanded her, and if you return, shall offer you a sincere apology. Qingqiu University is prepared to offer conditions 10, no, 100 times better than what Binghuang University can. Granny, there's no need to say more. The second misspeaks for may never go back on my decisions, Fang Shihao said firmly, though his tone remained respectful. Wouldn't you at least like to hear the specifics of the offer? Granny Hu persisted, her smile unwavering. No, I wouldn't, Fang Shihao replied without hesitation. The moment the words left his mouth, Granny Hu closed the 10-meter gap between them in an instant, gripping his wrist. Though they were in the middle of a bustling street, Fang Shihao's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a trance. What did you do to him? Chui Xie demanded, her eyes blazing with fury as fierce winds began to swirl around her. The wind god wyvern readied itself for action. Calm down, child. I'm helping him, Granny Hu said calmly. This isn't the place for such matters. Too many eyes. Follow me. She turned and began to lead the way, with Fang Shihao following like a puppet. Chui Xie trailed closely, her expression filled with worry. As she walked, she discreetly ran her fingers over her black jade ring, sending a signal to the local Chui family forces. The message was clear. If no further instructions were received within 10 minutes, escalate the situation to the headquarters and initiate a citywide lockdown and search operation. Granny Hu noticed the subtle gesture, but chose not to comment. Meanwhile, Fang Shihao's consciousness was immersed in the scenes of the founding war from 2 centuries ago. He witnessed the legendary General Pang Tianbao and his 9-tailed flame fox standing tall at the left flank of the battlefield. The enormous crimson fox, its 9 tails ablaze, towered over the army. Amidst the roiling thunderclouds, the azure dragon flickered in and out of sight, its shimmering blue scales exuding an awe-inspiring power that shook Fang Shihao's very soul. The 9-tailed flame fox, the azure dragon, the ice crystal phoenix, the golden-crowned wind god wyvern, the black jade qilin, and the Zhu Yin, all of the most formidable beasts of the Tunglong Empire were assembled. Yet, throughout this grand spectacle, Fang Shihao's gaze remained fixated on the centerpiece of the battle, the unrivaled 9-tailed flame fox. The growth progression of the mountain giants follows a stable, step-by-step ascent, each stage marking an awe-inspiring transformation. Starting as stone men, standing between 1.6 to 2 meters tall, they evolve into stone giants towering at 6 meters, then into rock giants reaching 12 meters. Next comes the colossal moss giants, standing at 30 meters high, an epic sight to behold. Following them are the legendary mountain movers, a staggering 80 meters tall, like 30-story skyscrapers, come to life. Finally, at the pinnacle of this hierarchy stands the 15-star mythical mountain giant, a monstrous 200 meters tall, rivaling a 100-story building. With a single swing of its arm, it can topple skyscrapers, and within half an hour, it can raise an entire city, earning its title as a walking catastrophe. In stark contrast is the evolutionary path of the 9-tailed flame fox. Its most critical transformation comes when a blazing fox evolves into a 3-tailed flame fox, signifying a leap from an ordinary species to a mythical one. Despite Qingqiu University housing over 30 students cultivating blazing foxes, not a single one has successfully raised a 3-tailed flame fox, a testament to the difficulty of this breakthrough. The second crucial stage is when a 6-tailed flame fox evolves into an ember 9-tailed fox. This evolution requires a temporary sacrifice of its flame abilities, but in return, its size grows exponentially from the 5-meter length of a 3-tailed flame fox to the 12-meter, dinosaur-like stature of a 9-tailed flame fox, and finally to a staggering height of nearly 100 meters, with a body length of 140 meters when standing. This behemoth dwarfs any terrestrial creature in history and can even overpower a mountain mover of the same tier. Once fully evolved into a nine-tailed flame fox, regaining its fiery powers, it becomes the undisputed champion of land-based combat. At this very moment, a fully evolved nine-tailed flame fox stood proudly before Fang Shihao, its sheer presence cementing Pang Tianba's team as the dominant force on the battlefield. As the battle commenced, the nine-tailed flame fox shifted into combat mode. Its 9 crimson tails rose high, each tip igniting with an orb of orangered fire, glowing like miniature suns. The surrounding kilometer radius instantly turned into a no man's land as the searing heat incinerated anything below an epic deer beast. The 9 fireballs aligned in a perfect line, resembling a celestial phenomenon, and streaked forward at supersonic speeds, carving through the enemy ranks and unleashing a chain of mushroom clouds. Without pause, the fox opened its jaws and unleashed a beam of blinding white light, splitting the earth for kilometers, shattering clouds, and erasing all life in its path. Suddenly, the scene froze. The vibrant battlefield drained of color, and Fang Shihao found himself tumbling from one illusion into another. Now, he stood amidst a tranquil bamboo grove where a few playful fox cubs frolicked. Beside him was the silver-haired Granny, her eyes filled with reminiscence as she spoke softly, 9 stars aligned. A white arc piercing the sun. This was the eternal skill of the first nine-tailed flame fox. It has been lost for far too long. It was then that Fang Shihao realized he had walked into a trap. Just moments ago, he had been strolling through the streets with Cui Xia, but now he was thrust into the heart of a Warzanian elaborate illusion crafted by Granny. Had she not chosen to dispel the illusion herself, he might have remained trapped until his physical body perished. A cold sweat drenched his back, but he forced himself to remain composed as he asked, Granny, if you have something to say, just say it outright. Why resort to such roundabout methods? I want you to return to Qingqiu University, Granny stated bluntly. Qingqiu University needs you, and you need Qingqiu University. The nine-tailed flame fox undergoes 3 pivotal transformations in its lifetime, and only Qingqiu can guide you through them safely. Fang Shihao gave a wry smile. Granny, to be honest, even if I wanted to go back, it's impossible now. I've already been accepted by Binghuang University. This is not a problem. I still carry some weight at Binghuang University, Granny Hu said warmly. I refuse, Fang Shihao rejected without hesitation. A good horse doesn't double back to graze on old grass. He had been unceremoniously dismissed by Qingqiu University before, and now they wanted him back? He wasn't some ball to be kicked around at will. Granny Hu smiled wryly and waved her hand lightly. In an instant, a massive foxtail, dozens of meters long, appeared out of thin air beside Fang Shihao. Its fur was sleek and smooth, exuding an ancient and overwhelming aura. It was none other than the relic of the first nine-tailed flame fox. With this relic, you will have the chance to comprehend 2 eternal skills. 9 stars aligned and white rainbow piercing the sun. If you reconsider, not only will you hold this tail for a year, but I will also teach your 3-tailed fire fox a legacy skill. Fang Shihao wanted to refuse, but he found himself unable to speak. The power of 9 stars aligned and white rainbow piercing the sun was etched deeply in his memory, not to mention the allure of a legacy-level skill. After all, his Xiao Guai didn't even have a single rare skill yet. The leap to a legacy skill was simply too tempting to ignore. Let's just say it's for Xiao Guai, Fang Shihao thought to himself. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally spoke. I can return to Qingqiu University, but I have conditions. Speak. As long as it's not excessive, I can make the decision, Granny Hu replied. I want Qingqiu University to provide me with a 3rd contracted beast and cover all its resource consumption during my time there, Fang Shihao said, pausing for emphasis. Regardless of its current strength or species, it must have the potential to reach mythic level. You've got some ambition, kid. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, Granny Hu warned. Most beast tamers focused on a single core beast, and even a dual core approach was rare. Yet here he was, aiming to cultivate a 3rd core beast. Whether I can handle it or not is my business. Just tell me if you agree, Fang Shihao challenged. I agree. In fact, I can give it to you right now, Granny Hu said, waving her hand again. A small flower pot appeared out of thin air, containing a sickly-looking vine. What is this? Fang Shihao asked, his tone skeptical. This is your mythic-level beast, the cloud-treading vine, Granny Hu declared. Fang Shihao's face instantly fell. Granny Hu, I haven't even agreed to return to Qingqiu University yet, and you're already messing with me? That's not exactly fair. Among all the infamous beasts known for their drawbacks, the cloud-treading vine was second to none. This species had no growth cap or bottleneck, requiring no breakthroughs or advancements. It simply grew stronger by ascending in star levels. There had once been a 15-star cloud-treading vine on Earth, and its power could be summed up in one sentence. It erased an entire continent. The 780,000 square kilometer Ilian Island, had become Earth's first and only true no man's land after being overtaken by that vine. Any living creature that entered the island was mercilessly shredded. Not just animals, but even plants couldn't survive. However, the cost of cultivating a cloud-treading vine was astronomical. A European royal family had once exhausted its entire national treasury to raise a 13-star vine, only to be overthrown by its people due to crippling taxation. The vine was ultimately destroyed. Worse still, most cloud-treading vines available today were offspring of that infamous 15-star vine. Once they reached a certain level, they would be recalled by their progenitor, rendering all the tamer's efforts futile. To successfully nurture a cloud-treading vine, one needed not only the sharp eyes to identify a true progenitor, but also a near-infinite supply of resources. Such individuals were exceedingly rare. Granny Hu's warm smile carried a trace of cunning, the kind only a fox could possess. You're not wrong, but the Mo Yun vine is just too much trouble. Why not pick something else? Fang Shihao looked hesitant as he faced the notorious beast that had ruined countless royals, noble families, and wealthy merchants. After all, other beasts had at least a few success stories. The Mo Yun vine, however, had never once been raised to its full potential by any beast tamer. This Mo Yun vine is the most promising beast I have, Granny Hu coaxed patiently. You don't have to aim too high and insist on cultivating it to a 15-star level. Even at 8 stars, it can be a highly effective support beast with solid offensive, defensive, and control capabilities. Fang Shihao steadied himself and decided to inspect the vine. He took the withered-looking Mo Yun vine in his hands and immediately saw the data panel that only he could access. Species: Mo Yun vine mother plant. Grade: common. Upgradable star level: 0. Upgradable skills: basic, vine grapple, malicious vine entanglement. It was indeed a rare mother plant, not one of those maliciously spread offspring from a 15-star Mo Yun vine. Its potential for cultivation was significant. Owning such a precious mother plant could even recreate the legendary battlefields of founding wars. This realization made Fang Shihao even more certain that Granny Hu was no ordinary old woman, but a centuries-old fox spirit in human form. Alright, I'll take this Mo Yun vine. But for the resources needed to nurture it over the next 4 years of university, Qingqiu University must fulfill the terms you promised. No problem. The moment the deal was sealed, Fang Shihao's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Fox-Maid Cafe, surrounded by a dozen adorable little fox girls. Their wide, shy eyes peeked at him timidly, and the moment he looked back, they scattered like startled birds, leaving only their fluffy tails visible. Not far away, Cui Siya was sitting across from Granny Hu's true form, sipping coffee as they discussed something important. When Granny Hu noticed Fang Shihao had woken up, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Fang Shihao, not wanting to interrupt, pulled out a piece of dried ground dragon meat and began teasing the bashful little fox girls with it. After their discussion concluded, Granny Hu and Cui Siya approached Fang Shihao. To bring you to Qingqiu University, I've used up nearly every favor I had with Binghuang University, Granny Hu said with a smile. But it's settled. Miss Cui and I have reached an agreement. You can continue studying at Binghuang University as a visiting student without withdrawing. From now on, you'll be a student of both universities, enjoying the resources of both institutions. This is unprecedented in Jingchuan City's century-long educational history. Cui Siya lifted her head proudly, her victorious smile revealing that she had secured significant benefits for Fang Shihao. So, I report to Qingqiu University tomorrow? Fang Shihao asked, absent-mindedly stroking the soft ears of a fox girl nibbling on the meat. Yes, I've already spoken to Chiu Yatu. She'll teach you everything she knows without reservation. But I must give you a few reminders. Go ahead. The Mo Yun vine operates purely on instinct. If you fail to meet its growth requirements, it will start draining the life force of other creatures in your beast space, showing no mercy to anything. The higher its star level, the greedier it becomes. Make sure you're fully prepared before you begin cultivating it. I understand. Also, you'll need to come here every weekend so that Xiao Guai can study the fox spirit lineage's signature skill, Heavenly Fox Transformation, under my guidance. I will. After bidding farewell to Granny Hu, Fang Shihao and Cui Siya left the Fox-Maid Cafe. I didn't expect Qingqiu University to have such a formidable figure, Cui Siya remarked as they strolled down the street. As long as Granny Hu is around, Qingqiu University won't fall. In her eyes, Granny Hu's personal strength wasn't particularly overwhelming, but her vast network of connections was astonishing. Even the Cui family's ancestral matriarch had been close friends with Granny Hu centuries ago, a testament to her far-reaching influence. The saying an elderly person is a treasure to their family couldn't be more fitting for Granny Hu. Do you have classes this afternoon? Fang Shihao asked. Cui Siya shot him an exasperated glance. No, I don't. You've gone and gotten yourself into another big mess without saying a word. So this afternoon, it'll help you sort out the Mo Yun vine. I can handle it myself. You're underestimating the Mo Yun vine. It's the most troublesome beast in history for a reason. It won't be that easy to deal with. As she spoke, Chui Xie sent a message. Before long, a bulletproof car from the Chui family pulled up by the roadside, ready to take them to a lumberyard on the outskirts of the city. On the way, Chui Xie began explaining in detail just how difficult the Mo Yun vine could be. The moment the Mo Yun vine was transplanted into the beast space, it automatically advanced to a one-star beast. Unlike the frugal elemental creatures, the Mo Yun vine is notorious for its insatiable appetite. It can consume a century-old tree every week as a one-star beast. If its hunger is not satisfied, it will inevitably turn on its master. This is an ironclad rule. The Mo Yun vine has an extremely diverse diet. It especially loves devouring ancient trees, but will also consume plants and animals indiscriminately. Any living thing that comes too close is quickly broken down and digested. Chui Sierre emphasized, you must ensure that Little Guai and Little Stone's star levels always exceed that of the Mo Yun vine, or it will mercilessly hunt down your other beasts. This thing has no concept of loyalty or affection. Hearing this, Fang Shihao frowned. So, by your account, raising a Mo Yun vine is just asking for trouble. Not exactly, Chui Sierre explained. As long as you can meet its growth needs, the Mo Yun vine is actually easy to handle. It's simple-minded, doesn't require emotional bonds, and can be treated purely as a tool. I see, Fang Shihao mused. It's like raising a cursed blade that could harm its wielder at any moment. Exactly. The car drove out of the city, kicking up clouds of dust. The road was filled with armored vehicles and heavily modified weaponized cars. Chui Xie warned, the wilderness outside Jingchuan City is 10 times more dangerous than that around Tianlan City. You could encounter king-level or even epic-level powerful beasts at any time. Remember, once you leave the city, the cleared land is under human control, but the forested areas belong to the perilous wild. This isn't like the interior of the empire, where strong beasts are immediately exterminated. This is the true wilderness where one can either strike it rich overnight or meet their end in an instant. Fang Shihao listened intently. He understood that a beast master who hadn't conquered the wilderness could never claim to be truly powerful. One day, he would have to venture into the wild as well. But today, their destination was a lumberyard on the outskirts of the city, where they would prepare food for the Sunto one-star Mo Yun vine. Upon arriving at the lumberyard, the business negotiations were left to the driver, while Chui Xie observed Fang Shihao transplanting the Mo Yun vine. Fang Shihao closed his eyes and focused, and the potted plant in his hand vanished instantly. Inside the beast space, the Mo Yun vine thrashed violently like an out-of-control python, shattering the flower pot. Little Guai and Little Stone curiously approached to examine the new member. They had no need to worry about the Mo Yun vine vying for attention, as it possessed only the most basic survival instincts. Little Stone squinted to make out the tiny, finger-thin vine, while Little Guai grinned and said, "Plant beasts are naturally afraid of my flames. Don't worry, Master I'll handle its discipline." Fang Shihao's beast space had expanded to 10,000 square meters, divided into 3 zones. A quarry that constantly produced rocks, a lush grassland, and a black gold stone arena for beast sparring. At the center of the quarry stood a private cinema, mainly for Little Stone's entertainment, although Little Guai occasionally joined for a movie. Little Guai also had his own warm sandy area, his favorite spot for napping. Fang Shihao decided to plant the newly arrived Mo Yun vine at the edge of the space. The moment it entered the beast space, the vine revealed its unruly nature, writhing wildly in his hand, eager to take root. Fang Shihao held it firmly, channeling his mental energy into the simple mindscape of the vine, imprinting it with ease. "Listen, little one, I am your master. I will provide everything you need, but you must obey me. Understood?" The Mo Yun vine gave no response but stopped struggling. As soon as Fang Shihao planted it, he thought it wouldn't be too difficult to handle. However, the vine suddenly began to grow explosively. What had been a finger-thin vine swelled and shot out of the ground, reaching over 3 meters in length and the thickness of an arm, officially ascending to a one-star Mo Yun vine. Now starved from its advancement, the Mo Yun vine lashed out at everything around it. In mere seconds, it went from docilely accepting the mental imprint to aggressively draining Fang Shihao's spiritual energy. When it failed to seize more from him, it turned to the grass and small trees on the ground, leaving a trail of withered vegetation in its wake. "Stop wrecking the beast space. I'll get you some logs right now," Fang Shihao shouted, snapping out of his shock. But the ravenous Mo Yun vine ignored him, continuing its rampage. In just 30 seconds, a once fertile patch of grassland had turned into hardened, desert-like soil. Only now did Fang Shihao fully grasp how merciless the Mo Yun vine could be. Fresh logs were delivered in a steady stream. Seeing the abundance of food, the Mo Yun vine finally calmed down. Like a greedy leech, it coiled around the logs one by one, slowly draining their life force. After consuming the vitality of over 30 10-meter-long logs, the Mo Yun vine fell completely silent. It gently brushed against Fang Shihao's spiritual presence, behaving unusually submissively. It even severed a piece of itself, forming a bracelet around Fang Shihao's wrist to allow him to summon and control it at will. Fang Shihao stood in the beast-taming space, staring at the slow, languid movements of the Ma Yun vine in front of him. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Wow, they weren't kidding when they said the Ma Yun vine doesn't recognize anyone, not even family. If I don't give you enough resources, even your own father is out of luck? Huh?" Despite his grumbling, the Ma Yun vine continued to sway its sturdy tendrils in an indifferent, almost zen-like manner, as if it were a calm and unbothered plant. But Fang Shihao knew better. This thing was nothing but a piece of stubborn, uncooperative trouble. If you didn't follow its unique manual, it would throw a tantrum, and no amount of coaxing could change its mind. "Useless as a rotten log," he muttered, shaking his head in resignation. He decided to stop wasting energy trying to reason with it and resolved to treat it purely as a tool. The green vine bracelet snug around his wrist glowed faintly, and through their mental connection, Fang Shihao quickly grasped the Ma Yun vine's two basic abilities: Vine Hook and Entangling Tendrils. Vine Hook could instantly shoot out a 3-meter-long vine to grab a target. It could pull the target closer or propel Fang Shihao toward a distant point, making it as versatile as Spider-Man's webbing or Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms. However, without the lifelink bond of a professional beast tamer, such risky maneuvers were best avoided. After all, human bodies were far too fragile. Entangling Tendrils, on the other hand, was more practical. It could summon vines within a 3-meter radius to ensnare enemies. Of course, with the limited strength of a 1-star Ma Yun vine, it could only restrain weaker, awakening-level beasts. And that meager 3-meter range? Completely dictated by the vine's own length. Opening the star upgrade interface, Fang Shihao winced when he saw the requirement: 300 life essence points. He had expected the Ma Yun vine to demand more resources due to its lack of rank advancement, but this was ridiculous. Even upgrading Little Rock from 4 to 5 stars only needed 350 points. Just as his finger hovered over the upgrade button, he paused, recalling something. Returning his focus to the real world, he called out, "Get me 500 fresh logs." Chui Xie raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just tell me to cut back on buying things?" "Yeah, I did. I figured a few days' worth of supplies would be enough to save some resources. But the Ma Yun vine needs to level up, and I don't want to run out. Better to stock up." Chui Xie's lips curled into an amused smile as she watched him. Ever since Fang Shihao started nurturing Little Rock, she had noticed his extraordinary talent. Any beast under his care seemed to grow at an astonishing rate. This unique cultivation ability had only been seen a handful of times in history, and its value even surpassed that of mythical beasts. Chui Xie had been the first to recognize his potential. Before long, a logging truck arrived, delivering 500 freshly cut logs. Fang Shihao immediately activated the beast taming space, transferring the mountain of logs inside. With ample resources in hand, he wasted no time initiating the upgrade process. In the real world, Chui Xie watched Fang Shihao intently as he closed his eyes in focus. The more she observed him, the more she found his otherwise ordinary face captivating. She admitted to herself that her kindness toward him wasn't entirely selfless. His talent and character had won her over, prompting her to spare no effort in recruiting him. For someone who had spent 16 years with little interaction with men, Chui Xie found herself, for the first time, genuinely curious about one. Having grown up on the Chui family's turf in Tianlan City, Fang Shihao's background was no mystery to her. As Chui Xie got to know Fang Shihao better, she became increasingly convinced that he was her ideal partner. His resilient character and strong moral integrity left a deep impression on her. Though his methods could be ruthless at times, they always adhered to a clear moral boundary, and his commitment to justice was unwavering without being rigid. The only slight drawback was his rather ordinary appearance, but when it came to the significant matter of marriage, Chui Xie understood that capability and character were the most crucial criteria. At this moment, Fang Shihao was unaware that he had already made it onto Chui Xie's list of potential husbands, and was currently under her evaluation. Inside the beast-taming space, Fang Shihao was making a conscious effort to restrain his urge to splurge. After the Ma Yun vine advanced to 2 stars, its length extended to 10 meters, and its overall attributes improved slightly. However, this progress was not enough to satisfy him. Gritting his teeth, he invested another 600 life essence points to upgrade it to 3 stars. This time, the Ma Yun vine reached a length of 25 meters, with a corresponding increase in attack range and significant improvements in all attributes, finally meeting his expectations. Faced with the staggering cost of upgrading to 4 stars 1,000 points and 5 stars 2,000 points, Fang Shihao sensibly curbed his impulse to invest further. He decided to reserve the remaining 3,000 life essence points for Xiaoguai's evolution into a 6-tailed fire fox. As a support beast, a 3-star Ma Yun vine was already more than adequate. However, as its power increased, so did its consumption, now requiring 2 10-meter-long fresh logs every week. Were it not for his current lack of stable income and resource production, Fang Shihao might have considered evolving it to 10 stars. Yet, the resource demands beyond 10 stars were so astronomical that even master-level beast tamers would balk at the thought. By the time they left the lumberyard, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. When they arrived at Chui Siye's rented garden villa on Lingnan Road, the sky had completely darkened. This 2-story standalone villa, located in the elite neighborhood of Dongwang District, exuded a warm glow through its large floor-to-ceiling windows. The meticulously trimmed greenery was faintly visible in the night. The entire Lingnan Road Villa district was under strict police patrol, where not even a beggar was allowed to linger. Any nighttime wanderer would be immediately apprehended. 8 maids were already lined up at the entrance to greet them. Leading the group was Jin Tao, the head maid and Chui Siye's personal attendant brought back from the Yunhai secret realm. "Welcome home, Mississippi welcome, young Master Fang," the maids chorused. Fang Shihao responded politely to their greetings, while Chui Siye, accustomed to such formalities, took it in stride. "Pick any room you like, and let Jin Tao know if you need anything. I'm going to take a shower. I'm exhausted after a long day. See you at dinner," she said, stretching lazily before heading upstairs, followed closely by one of the maids. Fang Shihao, who once scoffed at the decadence of old aristocratic lifestyles, now found himself enjoying its perks as a beneficiary. All he could think was, "This is pretty nice. Good to see you again, young master." Jin Tao greeted him with a playful grin. She allowed herself a bit more familiarity with Fang Shihao, given that he wasn't officially the master of the house yet. "What did you just call me?" Fang Shihao's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected title. Jin Tao froze for a moment, realizing her slip, and quickly corrected herself. "My mistake, I meant to say young master. I don't mind, but make sure you don't say something like that in front of the second Mississippi. She might have your tongue cut out." "The second miss would never do that to me," Jin Tao replied with a cheeky smile. Having grown up alongside Chui Siye, their relationship had long since transcended that of a typical master and servant. "Which room does the second miss stay in?" Fang Shihao asked. "The first room on the left upstairs," Jin Tao answered. "Could she move to a room further inside?" "I'd like to take the one near the staircase." "Why?" Jin Tao asked, puzzled. "If an assassin breaks in, the room closest to the staircase is the most likely target," Fang Shihao explained earnestly, his sense of duty as a bodyguard kicking in. Jin Tao couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, you're overthinking it. This is a high-security area protected by the police. The surrounding shops are under our surveillance, and there are invisible floating jellyfish monitoring the villa around the clock. Forget assassins, even a stranger approaching the area would be immediately marked." Fang Shihao's mouth fell slightly open as he realized how out of touch he was. The level of protection the Chui family afforded their direct heirs was far beyond his imagination. "In that case, they'll stay on the first floor," he said. "The first floor is for the staff," Jin Tao said hesitantly. "It wouldn't be appropriate for someone of your status to stay there. The second miss wouldn't be happy about it." "It's fine," Fang Shihao replied firmly. "I need to fulfill my responsibilities as her bodyguard. In a crisis, being on solid ground is better for reacting quickly." The living arrangements were settled pleasantly. For Fang Shihao, even if he were to return to Qingqiu University, the conditions of a single dorm room simply couldn't compare to this garden villa, especially with dedicated staff to take care of everything. During the half-month spent in the Yunhai secret realm, Fang Shihao had been staying in the annex, rarely venturing out. It was always Chui Siye who took the initiative to visit him. It wasn't until they started living under the same roof that he truly got a glimpse of the real Chui Siye in her daily life. Fresh out of the bath, Chui Siye stood there, her slightly rosy, baby-fat cheeks resembling ripe apples, tempting Fang Shihao to take a bite. She was naturally stunning, requiring no makeup to enhance her features. Her delicate nose was perfectly shaped, her cherry-red lips glistened, and her almond-shaped eyes complemented her willow leaf eyebrows. Even without any expression, she exuded an extraordinary charm. Though Fang Shihao had repeatedly warned himself not to develop feelings for his superior, in that moment, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly averted his gaze, fearing that one more glance might completely captivate him. Dinner was exceptionally lavish. Winter melon pork rib soup, stir-fried water spinach, grilled lamb chops, ginger-steamed pork knuckles, and over a dozen other dishes, all prepared by a 5-star hotel chef using premium ingredients to ensure perfection. During the meal, the maids tactfully retreated, leaving only the flickering candlelight to create a serene ambience. Delicious food. A beautiful companion if only there were some fine wine. "Too bad you're underage and can't drink. Otherwise, it'd be perfect," Fang Shihao remarked wistfully. "Who says I can't drink? Bring out the wine." Chui Siye, in the throes of her rebellious phase, immediately retorted. "Don't push yourself. Drinking is bad for your health. How about some soup instead? Here, let me feed you." Fang Shihao ladled a bowl of pork rib soup and sat beside her. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? Cui Xia asked, a little surprised. You peeled shrimp for me at lunch. It's only fair I return the favor. Ah, I see. So you're the passive type. Passive? Passive about what? Nothing. Just feed me. This heartwarming scene made the maid sneaking a peek feel slightly nauseated, but the two involved seemed to be enjoying themselves thoroughly. After dinner, the pair took a short stroll in the garden before heading to their respective rooms before 9 o'clock. Although the maids were technically supposed to provide bed warming services, the head maid, Jean Tao, had strictly forbidden any attempts to seduce Fang Shihao, warning that such behavior would result in immediate dismissal. Heeding her stern warning, the maids behaved impeccably, not daring to cross any lines. Back in his room, Fang Shihao wasn't yet sleepy and decided to test the advanced Beastmaster ability he had awakened earlier that day, Spirit Possession. This ability allowed him to possess any beast marked with his spiritual imprint, primarily for remote control. However, it wasn't particularly useful at the moment, as his primary beasts were still in their rapid growth phase and wouldn't stray far from him. Intermediate-level Beastmasters were essentially still apprentices. Only upon advancing to the professional level could one be considered a true Beastmaster. The lifelink ability that granted them near immortality was vital for their survival. In this world, Beastmasters were divided into two categories, professional Beastmasters and non-professional ones. The latter couldn't even dream of venturing into the wilderness, where threats like harsh environments, mosquito bites, and diseases like malaria could easily claim their lives. To advance to the professional level, a Beastmaster needed to meet two criteria: tame 4 beasts and ensure their total star level exceeded 24 stars. At a minimum, this required 4 fully starred lore-level beasts. For students at elite universities, the probability of achieving professional status was about 1 in 10. For second and third-year universities, it was closer to 1 in 100. Only students from the big 3 families had a success rate exceeding 30%, which was already considered remarkably high. For Fang Shihao, reaching the professional level was a breeze. With his current 3 beasts, he could easily surpass 24 stars before graduating from university. Filled with hope for the future, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the driver took the two of them to their respective schools. Professor Ranjing's class might interest you. She's an expert in elemental beasts of fire, earth, water, and wind. Her lecture starts at 1 this afternoon. Want to join? Cui Xia asked. Of course. I'm a man with dual enrollment now. I've got to take full advantage of it. I'll have someone pick you up at noon. After lunch, we can go to the park together. Chatting and laughing, they soon arrived at their destination. Fang Shihao got out at the intersection and headed toward Qingqiu University. In the crisp, early autumn morning, with dew still clinging to the grass, Principal Xue Jing was already standing at the school gate in a long trench coat, waiting. From a distance, Xue Jing's face lit up with a warm, relieved smile as he spotted Fang Shihao. He quickened his pace to greet him, his tone gentle and welcoming. At last, we have you back. Don't dwell on what happened yesterday, madam, who and I have already sorted everything out. Let bygones be bygones. I'm glad you've come to terms with it, Xue Jing continued, his voice steady and reassuring. The resources you need to nurture your third beast have all been prepared. Come with me and I'll show you. Xue Jing had gone to extraordinary lengths to meet Fang Shihao's needs. The materials he gathered were nothing short of exceptional, each handpicked with care. The 1,000-year-old fragrant cypress wood exuded a faint, calming aroma. The towering, centuries-old oak radiated a commanding presence, and the rare, priceless agarwood was a treasure beyond compare. Seeing Xue Jing's meticulous efforts, Fang Shihao felt his earlier frustrations dissolve like mist under the morning sun. But Xue Jing wasn't done. He had an even greater surprise in store. Besides these standard materials, the Academy has arranged for you to receive 1 Lordier or higher wood elemental carcass every month. With this level of support, your Mayun vine should reach 6 stars in 4 years. If you dedicate yourself to its growth, it will be ready for great responsibilities by the time you graduate. As he spoke, Xue Jing gestured toward an open space nearby. There, lying quietly, was the massive carcass of a locust tree elemental. Its roots were still clinging to fresh soil, and the tree's surface bore the eerie imprint of a sorrowful, weeping face, emanating a sinister aura. This was a 5-star lore-tier wooden elemental, brimming with potent life energy. Sensing the presence of such high-grade nourishment, the Mayun vine within Fang Shihao's beast space began to stir restlessly. Fearing it might cause chaos, Fang Shihao quickly transported the carcass into the beast space. Embarrassed by the vine's overeager behavior, he scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Mayun vine is a bit impatient, please forgive its manners, Principal. I understand its temperament. No need to worry, Xue Jing replied kindly. Fang Shihao grasped Xue Jing's hand, his voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. For everything you've done for me, Principal, Qingqiu University will always be my alma mater, and you will forever be the mentor I respect the most. Jing, moved by Fang Shihao's sincerity, opened up in return. I don't ask for much. All I hope is that you study hard and one day, successfully raise a nine-tailed fire fox. Let the world see that Qingqiu University still has the power to cultivate true talent. That would be enough to make me proud. I promise I will. It's the dream I've been chasing all along. Just as the moment brimmed with warmth and resolve, an unwelcome voice shattered the atmosphere. Touching words, truly. But let's be honest, your chances of realizing that dream are less than 1%. Striding toward them in 14-centimeter heels, Ruan Danqiu exuded a commanding presence. She stopped in front of Fang Shihao, her tone dripping with mock politeness. Apologies for being harsh yesterday. I'll try to tone down my honesty moving forward. But I do understand you. After all, as someone whose odds of success are less than 0.5%, it's only natural for you to envy someone like me, a proven success. Her lips curled into a cold smile as she continued. Starting today, I'll be giving you a month-long intensive training program. My goal? To correct every bad habit you've developed while raising your three-tailed fire fox. I'll teach you everything I know without holding back. But if you can't keep up and decide to quit, that's on you. We'll see about quitting after I've judged your teaching methods. Fang Shihao shot back. Ruan Danqiu led him to her office, where she lit her pipe and took a few puffs before activating a secret realm called Golden Sands. The realm was breathtaking. Crystal-clear waters revealed darting fish and swaying seaweed below the surface. Coconut trees swayed gently in the breeze, while the calls of white seabirds punctuated the tranquil air. The golden sand shimmered under the sunlight, creating a scene straight out of a dream. Ruan Danqiu kicked off her heels, and Fang Shihao followed suit, removing his shoes. As their bare feet sank into the warm, soft sand, a sense of relaxation washed over them, as though the weight of the world had momentarily lifted. But Ruan Danqiu wasn't here to let him unwind. She wasted no time, diving straight into the first lesson. Yesterday's battle exposed a major flaw in your three-tailed fire fox. It makes overly exaggerated movements before attacking. Today, you'll have it perform the fire tail whip triple strike 1,000 times. You're not leaving until it's done. That's it? That's what you're teaching me? Fang Shihao sounded unimpressed. Ruan Danqiu's expression turned stern. What were you expecting? A lecture on problem-solving techniques? A step-by-step guide to evolving into a six-tailed fire fox? No amount of theory can replace practice. As for evolving into six tails, that will come in due time if your fox has the potential. If it doesn't, well, that's just reality. The freshly summoned Little Trouble let out a soft, determined sound. Its usually playful demeanor replaced with steely resolve. Watch closely, it'll show you potential you've never imagined. I look forward to it, Ruan Danqiu replied, fully understanding the fox's words. She added, Zhurong will supervise. If the movements aren't precise, they won't count. Also, summon your rock giant. It'll practice earthquake core against Zhurong. Why the rock giant? Repeated skill use builds proficiency, Ruan Danqiu explained. In truth, she also intended to train Zhurong to maintain balance during seismic disturbances. In that moment, Fang Shihao felt a surge of determination. If even someone as accomplished as Ruan Danqiu continued to push her beasts to improve, how could he allow himself to slack off? Got it. They'll cooperate fully. While we're at it, could you also explain the skill structure and combinations for the six-tailed fire fox? Sure, Ruan Danqiu replied curtly, wasting no words. The sea breeze gently swept across the beach as Ruan Danqiu and Fang Shihao sat side by side on beach chairs. Ruan Danqiu was focused, explaining in detail the core principles of choosing beast taming skills to Fang Shihao. When selecting beast taming skills, it's important to build on strengths and compensate for weaknesses, she said, lightly tapping the air with her finger. You want to maximize your beast's advantages while using supportive beasts to cover its vulnerabilities. Using her own six-tailed fire fox, Zhurong, as an example, she elaborated, Zhurong's strengths lie in its powerful physique and exceptional fire control. Thus, its skill selection revolves around two core aspects, fire and close combat. For instance, Flaming Palm might be a common skill, but when performed by Zhurong, its power rivals that of rare skills. Ruan Danqiu went on to share Zhurong's complete skill setup without reservation. In addition to the standard fire fox skills like Fire Tail Whip and Blazing Inferno, Zhurong had acquired 6 additional skills. Flaming Palm, the most compatible fire-based melee skill. Blazing Charge, an essential mobility skill. Soulquake Roar, a close-range control skill. Rolling Fireball, a tactical skill. And 2 rare skills, Meteor Shower and Flamestorm. Meteor Shower is a prerequisite skill for the eternal skill 9-star link of the original nine-tailed fire fox, she added. Flamestorm, on the other hand, is a challenging large-scale fire-based attack skill. If you're interested, I can teach you. In contrast, Xiao Guai's stolen skills seemed scattered and chaotic. Ruan Danqiu explained that university years are the golden period for beast tamers. a time when refining a cohesive skill system is a must for everyone in the field. She promised to teach all the skills except Meteor Shower, which could only be comprehended through the relic of the original nine-tailed fire fox. As a once promising prodigy of Qingqiu University, Yuan Danqiu had previously possessed this relic. Now, it resided in Fang Shihao's beast taming space, serving as Xiao Guai's nightly pillow. Fang Shihao had 1 year of usage rights, and during this time, whatever skills Xiao Guai could comprehend would depend entirely on its own innate potential. After a brief moment of thought, Fang Shihao spoke. Flamestorm is impressive, but I think I'd like to start with Blazing Charge. A smile appeared on Yuan Danqiu's face. What's your reasoning? Xiao Guai needs a mobility skill the most right now, Fang Shihao analyzed. It will allow us to maintain control, either advancing offensively or retreating defensively. We can tackle Flamestorm later. No wonder Xue Jing insisted on bringing you back. Yuan Danqiu nodded in approval. You don't blindly chase high-level skills, and your reasoning is clear. Once Xiao Guai refines the startup time of Fire Tail Whip, I'll teach it Blazing Charge. At that moment, Xiao Guai was diligently practicing Fire Tail Whip, its flaming tail lashing through the air and scorching the sand black. Zhu Rong, originally there to supervise, decided to spar with Xiao Shitu instead after noticing Xiao Guai's dedication. Xiao Shitu used its Earthquake Core skill to help Zhu Rong adapt to seismic environments, while Zhu Rong guided Xiao Shitu on countering agile beasts. While observing the beast training, Fang Shihao attentively absorbed Yuan Danqiu's shared insights. He admitted that he had never formally taught beast taming skills before. Xiao Guai and Xiao Shitu's skills were mostly self-learned or acquired through plundering. This was primarily due to his humble background, which limited his access to skill resources. Yuan Danqiu enjoyed conversing with Fang Shihao, as his quick comprehension often required little explanation. Their discussion gradually shifted from teaching to casual conversation, eventually landing on fire-based mobility skills. Excluding rare and heritage-level skills that are hard to come by, Yuan Danqiu said, the best ice-based mobility skill is Frost Path. But the strongest fire-based mobility skill isn't Blazing Charge. What is it? Fang Shihao asked. Thunder Fire Dash, an exclusive skill of the explosive beetle, Yuan Danqiu replied. Only the explosive beetle's unique physique allows it to master such a lightning-fast skill. I had Zhu Rong try it once, but it was impossible. Fang Shihao's eyes lit up. Is the explosive beetle rare? He asked, fully demonstrating his selective nature. Upon learning about the most exceptional fire-based mobility skill, he immediately became intrigued. In the world of beast taming, insect-type beasts are highly popular due to their affordability. A juvenile awaken-level explosive beetle is priced at around 50,000, while an adult costs merely 20 to 30,000. Many beast tamers intentionally leave a contract slot open to temporarily bond with such expendable beasts when needed. Through his conversation with Yuan Danqiu, Fang Shihao gradually learned various tactical strategies used by beast tamers. When he expressed his desire for little Guai to try learning Lightning Flash, Yuan Danqiu responded with a hint of mockery. You're young. You've got plenty of time to waste. Go ahead and try it. If you get the chance, you should also consider buying a Volcano Dragon. It has access to the exclusive Height-Ear Flame Tempest, which is far more powerful than the standard version. I'll definitely give it a shot. If I succeed, great. If not, I'll come back to learn Flame Charge from you. Deal? Fang Shihao said with determination. Suit yourself. The first class at Qingqiu University lasted for 4 hours. From entering the campus a little past 7 in the morning to leaving the Golden Sands secret realm, it was nearly midnight. The intense training left little Guai utterly exhausted, her 3 tails dragging lifelessly on the ground as she panted like a dog. Little Shitu was also battered, with his stone skin scorched and crumbling, clearly having taken a harsh beating from Zhu Rong. However, the gains were undeniable. Fang Shihao himself acquired a wealth of theoretical knowledge, waiting to be tested in practice. Around noon, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at the university gate to pick up Fang Shihao. Passing students glanced at the car but were not particularly impressed after all. In the world of beast tamers, having assets worth hundreds of thousands or even millions was common, and luxury cars were far from unattainable. During lunch, Fang Shihao accompanied Cui Siye for some barbecue, followed by a leisurely stroll in the park. At 1 p.m., the two of them attended a professional course by Professor Ranjing at Binghuang University. Unlike the fiery and intense Yuan Danqiu, Ranjing was calm and graceful, with a teaching style that was meticulous and precise, thoroughly explaining each concept. The class focused on water element beasts, particularly the lake fairy. While the lecture was excellent, it was not particularly useful for Cui Siye or Fang Shihao. After the class, the two waited for Professor Ranjing in the hallway. When Cui Siye showcased their king-level beasts, Ranjing's attitude shifted noticeably. She immediately led them to the beast activity arena. In the Twin-Timeter High indoor facility, the appearance of 2 colossal creatures drew the attention of the beast tamers sparring inside. Cui Sie's Stonecarver Mountain Troll stood at 6 meters tall and, though only 3-star, was outfitted with impressive gear: the Heart of the Earth, Mammoth's Last Wish, and the Desert Tyrant's Burial Shroud. Its combat capability was not to be underestimated. In comparison, Fang Shihao's 10-meter tall, 50-ton rock giant, Little Shirtu, looked imposing but lacked the same level of equipment, giving it a somewhat modest appearance. One was a scion of a prestigious family, the other a boy of humble origins with no notable background. But to Ranjing, such disparities in status were meaningless. Her gaze was fixed on Fang Shihao's rock titan. Stepping closer, she reached out and let her fingertips brush across the rough stone surface. As an expert in elemental beast taming, she could distinctly sense the immense power lying dormant within the cold, stony frame. The rock titan truly lives up to its reputation as the mightiest earth element beast, Ranjing remarked with genuine admiration. Then, turning to Fang Shihao, she offered her advice. Your top priority should be advancing its star rank to 8. At that level, it can hold its own against most epic-class terrestrial beasts. After that, you'll need to gather the Forest King Relic, Dragon Vein Inscription, and Superior Breath Soil. With those in hand, evolving it into a Moss Titan will be a natural progression. Fang Shihao's heart stirred at her words. He had already researched what it would take for his little stone to ascend to the epic-class Moss Titanen, astounding 32,000 life essence points, 4,900 fewer than what his three-tailed fire fox, Little Darling, required. Although his current stockpile of life essence was earmarked for Little Darling's growth, the possibility of natural evolution reignited his enthusiasm. What exactly are the Forest King Relic and Dragon Vein Inscription? Fang Shihao inquired earnestly. Before Ranjing could respond, Cui Xia interjected, eager to explain. Dragon Vein Inscriptions are magical patterns formed in areas where high-ranking dragon element beasts have resided for extended periods. They're often used to tame king-class hybrid dragon beasts. These can be mass-produced and are commonly seen at auctions, typically priced between 5 and 10 billion. The Forest King Relic, on the other hand, is an extremely rare artifact dropped by king-class plant element beasts upon defeat. It's so scarce that it's practically priceless. Ranjing nodded and added, I suggest focusing on leveling up your rock titan first and refining its skill set. Once its foundation is solid, venture into the wilderness to hunt plant element beasts. The spoils can be sold for funds to acquire Dragon Vein Inscriptions and Superior Breath Soil. And if you're lucky enough to obtain a Forest King Relic, then your rock titan's future will be limitless. She paused before asking, by the way, can you share the current skill configuration of your rock titan? Of course, Fang Shihao replied readily. Little Stone's standard skills include Rock Throw, Stonecraft, Crushing Wall, and Reckless Charge. Ranjing was just about to comment when Fang Shihao quickly added, oh, and it also has some rare skills, Mountain King's Wrath, Earthquake Core, Meteor Descent, and, Normal Punch. With each rare skill he listed, Ranjing's expression grew increasingly incredulous. Are we having a serious discussion here? Please don't joke around. Would you like a demonstration? Earthquake Core or Meteor Descent, your pick, Fang Shihao offered with a mischievous grin. Stop. Ranjing raised her hand in alarm. The school arena was just repaired. Don't destroy it again. She seemed lost in thought for a moment before speaking again. These skills aren't ordinary. Mountain King's Wrath is a signature move of the Mountain Bear King, and Earthquake Core is exclusive to the rock-digging troll. As for Normal Punch, I've never heard of it before. Fang Shihao explained that Normal Punch was, in fact, a concentrated, all-out strike that packed immense power. As for the other rare skills, they were hard-earned, gained through life and death battles. He refrained from going into detail, leaving Ranjing plenty of room for imagination. That makes sense, Ranjing mused, nodding in understanding. Your Rock Titan skill set is indeed impressive. Now, it just needs an excellent hard control skill to round it out. The Rock Titan's two signature moves, Meteor Strike and a powerful punch, both require immobilizing the enemy beforehand to guarantee a hit. While Seismic Core provides large-scale control, it lacks stability, and some beasts with exceptional balance can partially resist the effects of the tremors. Ranjing advised the Rock Titan to prioritize mastering two skills, Quicksand Trap and Mud to Stone. Quicksand Trap creates a unique pitfall that causes enemies to sink deeper the more they struggle. When combined with Mud to Stone, it can completely lock down opponents, ensuring the success of high-damage abilities. Fang Shihao recalled his two previous experiences using Meteor Strike. The first was in the arena against the Deerhead Spirit, where Little Rock had to firmly restrain the opponent to execute the move. The second was against Wang Rongxing's Ghostly Knight, where the massive meteor successfully destroyed the Dark Warrior but failed to hit the primary target, the Ghostly Warhorse, which escaped the attack's range. These experiences validated Ranjing's suggestions. Although Fang Shihao's third beast, the Cloud Vine, could also provide control effects, its current power was woefully inadequate. Limited resources made it impossible to prioritize its development, leaving it an unreliable option. Besides, Little Rock needed to independently master its own control skills. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Ran. Fang Shihao said respectfully. I understand what needs to be done now. To learn quicksand trap, you'll need to gather a certain number of desert gemstones, Ranjing explained, handing him a book. As for mud to stone, the library already has a basic skill manual, but this is a detailed annotated version by Professor Dongping Chao. You can borrow it for reference, but make sure to return it. While Ranjing and Fang Shihao were deep in discussion, Cui Xie found herself entirely sidelined. However, she didn't mind, fully understanding that prodigies often received extra attention. After all, when she sought advice from Professor Crow, he too prioritized answering her questions over others. Eventually, Ranjing turned to Cui Xie and analyzed the development path for her rock-digging mountain troll. To ascend to the epic-level Golden Mountain Troll, two difficult prerequisites had to be met: gaining control of a clan of rock-digging mountain trolls and becoming their leader, and defeating an epic-level beast with golden bloodline in a duel to earn its bloodline's approval. These daunting requirements made even Cui Xie, who came from a prominent family, furrow her brows. Fortunately, her contract with the rock-digging mountain troll was primarily for a durable and powerful land combat bodyguard, and a monarch-level evolution was sufficient for her needs. Before parting, Ranjing gave a final reminder to Fang Shihao. If you have any questions about developing your rock titan in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. That goes for this young lady as well. It was your idea to consult Teacher Ran, and yet I ended up being the center of attention. I owe you an apology, Fang Shihao said softly to Cui Xie as they left the hall. It's fine. There's no need to draw such lines between us. I don't mind you taking the spotlight, Cui Xie replied casually. But her demeanor suddenly shifted, her expression turning serious, her eyes sharp with hostility. Following her gaze, Fang Shihao saw Professor Crow in his signature black robes approaching alongside a tall woman. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Cui Xie, though her features were subtly different. While Cui Xie had softer, almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, this woman's sharp sword-like eyebrows and regal phoenix-shaped eyes exuded an air of cold elegance. Is that your sister? Fang Shihao asked. Though he had never met Cui Zhiyun, the eldest daughter of the Cui family, her commanding aura made her identity unmistakable. Yes, Cui Xie replied in a low tone, her voice akin to a threatened young beast, outwardly fierce, but betraying an underlying fear. Oh, isn't this my dear little sister? Cui Zhiyun said with a faint smile, dimples forming on her cheeks. Only a year into high school, and you're already so eager to follow in my footsteps. If you missed me, you could have just said so. Her warm smile contrasted with the sharpness in her eyes, which grew increasingly piercing. Professor Crow, as the mentor to both sisters, had no intention of getting involved in family disputes. He promptly excused himself, nodding briefly to Fang Shihao as he departed. Fang Shihao returned the gesture, then calmly locked eyes with Cui Zhiyun. Cui Xie's expression was icy, her gaze fixed coldly on her elder sister, Cui Zhiyun. The reason I started university early is something you know better than anyone, sister. You're the one I hold dearest, so naturally, I want you to witness my success firsthand. A faint, mocking smile curled her lips. I heard you forcefully pushed your Windwing Wyvern to 6 stars using some shortcut. Do you really think that's enough to crown you the ultimate winner? Or is your trump card that retainer you spent the entire summer recruiting? Cui Zhiyun stood gracefully in the middle of the hallway, exuding an air of composure. A small crowd of curious students had already gathered around, captivated by the sight of one of Ice Phoenix University's top 10 beauties. Every move she made seemed to draw their undivided attention. Her expression remained calm, as if she had long anticipated her sister's every move. Little sister, the resources I can mobilize from the family far outweigh yours. What kind of sister uses intelligence networks to spy on her own sibling? Cui Xie asked coldly. The kind who cares deeply for her younger sister, Cui Zhiyun replied with a saccharine smile. I'm only worried you might get into trouble. I still remember the old days fondly when you used to follow me around like a little shadow, always hiding in my wardrobe whenever you caused mischief. People grow up, my dear sister. Yes, and growing up often means becoming insatiably greedy. Cui Xie's expression remained stoic as she retorted. Wanting more when you already have plenty is greed. But being stripped of what's rightfully yours and fighting to reclaim it? That's not greed, that's justice. The murmuring crowd of students began pulling out their phones, snapping pictures and recording videos of this unexpected, sisterly confrontation. News of this dramatic encounter would soon spread like wildfire across campus. Cui Zhiyun's younger sister had arrived at Ice Phoenix University. Let's end this conversation here for today. I'll find you when I have time, Cui Zhiyun said, decisively concluding the tense exchange. I'll be waiting, Cui Xie replied with a sharp edge. As Cui Zhiyun turned and walked away, Fang Shihao quickly stepped forward to shield Cui Xie. Playing the role of a celebrity bodyguard, he deftly pushed through the crowd, escorting her out of the hallway. Once they emerged into the open air, the warm sunlight seemed to melt away the shadows lingering on Cui Xie's face. Are you two really from the same mother? Fang Shihao finally blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity. What do you think? Chui Xie snapped back with irritation. Same father too? At this, Chui Xie turned and shot him a withering glare, her sharp eyes cutting through him like daggers. Fang Shihao wisely shut his mouth, aware of the long-standing traditions of the Chui family. He knew that women in their lineage always inherited the family name and business, while the role of the father often remained ambiguous, a subject best left unspoken. Once Chui Xie's mood steadied, the two made their way to the Eastern Qing District's beast trading market. There, they purchased items worth a staggering 15 million, a desert jewel weighing 500 grams, 12 explosive beetles for 360,000, and 10 tons of green jade or for 6 million supplies intended to improve the diet of their elemental beasts. While gathering information in the market, a shopkeeper hinted at the availability of hired ear earth essence and arranged to meet Fang Shihao for a transaction later that evening. They also learned that the Mulan auction house would be hosting a sale of dragon vein engravings in mid-month. However, as for the elusive Forest King relic, it was so rare that most merchants hadn't even heard of it. On their way back, Fang Shihao couldn't help but ask, how did you figure out that shopkeeper offering his number was a scammer? Does he have a death wish, trying to con beast masters? Chui Xie replied calmly, don't overestimate the status of beast masters. For a skilled con artist, tricking someone like you is a point of pride. Besides, he doesn't fear retaliation. Didn't you notice the red ghost head emblem next to his shop sign? That's the mark of the Ghost King Xie family. With their backing, he's untouchable around here. But you still haven't explained what gave him away. What made you so sure he was lying? Fang Shihao pressed on, his curiosity unrelenting. High-grade Shirang is essentially hard currency for beast tamers. Fang Shihao mused as he listened to Chui Xie's explanation. In all my years, I've only ever used less than 10 grams of it, which shows just how rare and valuable it is. There's no way that shopkeeper has any in stock. Even if they did, they wouldn't sell it to you. That makes sense, Fang Shihao nodded. How do you think they'll try to scam people? Most likely by colluding with the police to extort money, Chui Xie replied in a hushed tone. High-grade Shirang is strictly prohibited from circulation. Just attempting to buy it is technically illegal. While the law doesn't heavily regulate us beast tamers, if the police decide to investigate, it'd be hard to get out of it without paying a hefty price. She paused, then added, but you're a student at Binghuang University. If you mention the school, they probably wouldn't push too far. After all, a third of the city council members in Jingchuan are Binghuang alumni. For all we know, the police chief might even be one of our seniors, running around at night just to outwit some scammers? I don't have time for that. Fang Shihao shook his head, rejecting the idea. Chui Xie seemed eager for some excitement, but Fang Shihao had far more pressing matters to attend to. By the afternoon, the two had returned to the garden villa. Fang Shihao immediately locked himself in his room to begin experiments, while Chui Xie left for several hours and didn't even come back for dinner. This was nothing unusual. Fang Shihao was a dedicated beast tamer, wholly focused on nurturing his beasts. Chui Xie, on the other hand, had to juggle her role as a beast tamer with her responsibilities as the heir to the Chui family, a role of far greater importance. Following the advice of his mentors, Wan Danqiu and Ran Jing, Fang Shihao immersed himself in the beast space, teaching his beast, Little Stone, how to master the art of the quicksand trap. As a child of the earth element, Little Stone was naturally skilled with rock manipulation. To master sand-based techniques, which also belonged to the earth element, all he needed was some rare materials and a bit of practice. After Fang Shihao crushed a desert gemstone, Little Stone's control over sand became almost instinctive. However, the effects of the gemstone would fade as its energy was depleted. Only once Little Stone could manipulate sand independently of the gemstone would he be ready to fully learn the quicksand trap. Compared to the instant power boost from the plunder ability, traditional beast training did feel slow and inefficient. However, plunder wasn't without its limitations. For example, the lightning flash skill Fang Shihao had taken from an explosive beetle could only be used by fire element insect-type beasts, which meant it couldn't be granted to Little Guai. System, is there a way to modify skills so they can be used by a broader range of beasts? This was the first time Fang Shihao had turned to the system for help with something he didn't understand. The system responded immediately, detected that the host is currently an advanced beast tamer with 4 empty skill slots. The Forge module can now be activated. When all skill slots are filled with the same skill, the skill can be refined to perfectly adapt to a specific beast. There is also a very small chance of upgrading the skill to a higher level. The more materials used in the refinement, the higher the probability of an upgrade. Well, isn't that something? I wouldn't have known about this if I hadn't asked. Fang Shihao laughed. The rules of the Forge module were simple. When he defeated beasts, he could plunder their skills. If he didn't immediately assign the skill to a beast, it would occupy one of his empty skill slots. Once he collected enough instances of the same skill, he could refine them to make the skill compatible with a target beast. However, this was only practical for the basic skills of low-level beasts, as such beasts were more commonly sold in bulk, making them easier to hunt en masse. Eager to test this newfound ability, Fang Shihao summoned his Mo Yun Vine and swiftly defeated 3 explosive beetles in succession. Amid deafening blasts, he plundered 3 copies of Lightning Flash, which, combined with the one already in his inventory, made a total of 4. After designating Little Guai as the target for adaptation, Fang Shihao activated the forge. Within seconds, a refined version of Lightning Flash was created. However, just as he prepared to assign the skill to Little Guai, the system issued a prompt. The modified skill, Lightning Flash, defies the natural order. As per the principle of equivalent exchange, one skill of the same level must be sacrificed from the target beast. That's harsh, Fang Shihao muttered, though he quickly came to terms with it. With his plunder ability, he was bound to acquire plenty of skills in the future. His beasts wouldn't lack good options. Besides, as beasts grew stronger, many skills naturally became obsolete and were replaced over time. Little Guai currently had 5 ordinary skills. Fire Tail Whip, Blazing Wildfire, and Ground Fire Eruption were innate abilities Fang Shihao would never consider replacing. The remaining 2 Taunt and Bone Crushing Claw were acquired through plunder but had limited utility. Taunt, being a psychic-type skill, wasn't particularly compatible, while Bone Crushing Claw felt redundant for a beast like Little Guai, who excelled in Firetail attacks. Either could be sacrificed. Remembering that Taunt had once saved his life and might still prove useful as a psychic-type skill, Fang Shihao decided to replace Bone Crushing Claw. Little Guai, who had been practicing Firetail Whip, suddenly froze, sensing a fragment of his memory fading. In its place, a new memory emerged. The ability to burst forward at an incredible speed, covering a short distance in an instant. Eager to test his new power, Little Guai's flames flared up, and he shot forward like a high-performance sports car, leaving a trail of fire in his wake as he appeared 50 meters away in the blink of an eye. The explosive speed, akin to teleportation, left Little Stone, who was practicing sand manipulation nearby, utterly stunned. That guy's gotten stronger again. I need to work twice as hard now, Little Stone thought to himself, redoubling his focus on his training. The power of Lightning Flash was breathtaking. When Xiaoguai unleashed the move, its speed was so fast that it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. All that remained was a blinding streak of flame in the air, leaving Fang Shihao's eyes stinging from the intensity. No wonder Yuan Danqiu called this the ultimate fire-type dash skill, Fang Shihao thought to himself with a sense of relief. Once Xiaoguai fully masters Lightning Flash, and we refine the startup lag of Flame Tail Whip, just these 2 moves alone will be enough to defeat enemies in an instant. After acquiring this new ability, Fang Shihao spent the entire night studying the rules and restrictions of the Forge module. He learned that each skill could only be fused once, meaning the remaining explosive beetles could no longer provide another Lightning Flash. Since he had yet to bond with a 4th beast companion, he decided to temporarily keep the beetles in his beast space, where they could be used as expendable resources if needed. The most critical restriction was to avoid forcibly matching incompatible skills. For example, Xiaoshi would never be able to handle the extreme speed of Lightning Flash. Attempting to do so would only result in a degradation of its abilities, or in severe cases, genetic collapse and death. The core purpose of the Forge module was to enable the signature skills of lower-tier beasts to reach their full potential when wielded by top-tier beasts. Among the tens of thousands of known beast species, many possessed extraordinary abilities but were unable to fully unleash their power due to their inherent limitations. This realization filled Fang Shihao with excitement over the immense potential ahead. Brimming with enthusiasm, Fang Shihao didn't fall asleep until 5 in the morning. Yet even with only 2 hours of rest, his youthful energy at 18 or 19 kept him spirited. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by the maids, crispy-seared ferocious elk liver, juicy snow mountain yak sausages, and a glass of golden goat milk, set off for school with Cui Siya. During training that day, Xiaoguai's speed with the Flame Tail Whip had noticeably improved. Observing this, Yuan Danqiu couldn't help but praise. At this rate, it'll only take half a month for Xiaoguai to fully master Flame Tail Whip. Then, it can start learning Blazing Charge. No need, Fang Shihao replied confidently. Xiaoguai has already mastered Lightning Flash. We can move straight to Flame Storm. Yuan Danqiu scoffed, her expression dripping with disbelief. You've known each other for 2 days, and you're already bragging? If Xiaoguai has truly mastered Lightning Flash, then tonight I'll… Whoa, stop right there. Fang Shihao quickly interrupted, waving his hand frantically. He immediately ordered Xiaoguai to demonstrate. In an instant, Xiaoguai activated Lightning Flash. The explosion sounded like a cannon firing, and it streaked forward at lightning speed, cutting through 100 meters in a flash. A dazzling red beam sliced through the white ocean spray, leaving Yuan Danqiu momentarily stunned. When the skill ended, Xiaoguai fell into the water, slightly disheveled as it swam back to shore. Yuan Danqiu's expression froze in shock. It really is Lightning Flash? Convinced now? Fang Shihao smirked, crossing his arms. Next time, don't be so quick to doubt others. Fang Shihao deliberately avoided the topic raised by Ruan Danqiu, as if their previous conversation had never taken place. He had no intention of forming a deeper connection with this eccentric female teacher. His current studies had already left him utterly exhausted, and he truly had no energy to spare for anything else. Ruan Danqiu's pride was thoroughly shattered by Xiaoguai's astonishing talent. The skilled lightning flash, which her own beast, Zhu Hong, had trained for months without mastering, was effortlessly learned by Xiaoguai overnight. This level of talent was comparable to the legendary first-generation nine-tailed firefox. Actions speak louder than words. Xiaoguai's potential undeniably surpassed that of her Zhu Hong. All right, you win. I owe you one. Ruan Danqiu admitted frankly, her gaze softening. Owe me what? Fang Shihao feigned ignorance, though the nervous expression on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Look at that face, Ruan Danqiu said, stepping closer. Back in the day, I had suitors lining up from Qingqiu to Binghuang. Well, you did say that was back in the day, Fang Shihao retorted. What, do you think I'm too old for you now? Ruan Danqiu pressed further, leaning in so close that her body nearly touched his. Even Zhu Hong, standing nearby, watched Fang Shihao warily. Of course not. Fang Shihao quickly denied. Honestly, if you put on a school uniform, who would ever guess you're a teacher? The word teacher brought Ruan Danqiu back to her senses. After that brief and ambiguous encounter, the atmosphere during their lessons became subtly awkward. The two maintained their distance and focused on their respective training, only exchanging a simple goodbye when it was time to part ways. In the days that followed, Fang Shihao's life settled into a routine. Mornings spent training with Ruan Danqiu in the secret realm of Golden Sands Beach, afternoons attending lectures at Qingqiu University. He paid special attention to every class taught by Professor Ranjing, though he occasionally attended lectures by other professors as well. His free time was spent in the library, absorbing knowledge like a sponge soaking up water. On weekends, while Cui Xie was at the beauty salon, Fang Shihao visited Granny Hu's Foxmaid Cafe. At the entrance, a cheerful young foxmaid named Bebe greeted him enthusiastically, and Fang Shihao handed her a strip of ground dragon jerky. Ever since becoming Cui Xie's bonded retainer, his standard of living had risen to match that of an heir to a respectable mid-tier family. Passing through the tea room's teleportation gate, Fang Shihao arrived at the Nine-Tailed Sanctuary in the kingdom of Qingqiu. The grandeur of the space was breathtaking. A 50-meter coiled golden dragon pillar and 88 identical red-painted beams exuded a sense of solemnity and magnificence. Granny Hu was dusting the ruby-carved statue of the nine-tailed flame fox deity. Under Granny Hu's guidance, Fang Shihao witnessed the wonders of the inheritance-level skill, Heavenly Fox Transformation. With effortless ease, Granny Hu demonstrated how she could shift between enormous and minuscule forms. This display far exceeded Fang Shihao's understanding and left him marveling in awe. I want to learn it. Xiaoguai leaped out of the beast space, eager and impatient to master this newfound skill. Xiaoguai was practicing the art of the Heavenly Fox Transformation, while Fang Shihao could only sit nearby, feeling anxious and helpless. He pulled over a small stool, cracking sunflower seeds as he watched Xiaoguai struggle, her face turning bright red with effort. When it comes to acquiring inherited skills, there are only two ways. Either the beast awakens them naturally during its rank ascension, or they are passed down through inheritance. This is why they are called inherited skills. Once awakened, they can be passed down through 3 generations. Although it is widely believed in the Beastmaster community that inherited skills cannot be taught, Granny Hu was currently teaching Xiaoguai, causing Fang Shihao to wonder if the so-called experts were deliberately hiding the truth. The first day of training yielded no progress. As they parted ways, Granny Hu gently stroked Xiaoguai's head and comforted her in a soft voice. The Heavenly Fox Transformation is incredibly difficult to master. Even Zhu Rong spent nearly 5 years under my guidance and still didn't fully grasp it. Don't rush. As long as you learn it before ascending to the Ember Nine-Tailed Fox, you'll be fine. Why does it have to be learned before the ascension? Fang Shihao asked curiously. Granny Hu explained that once the Nine-Tailed Fox ascends, its physical form becomes permanently fixed, making it impossible to master the Heavenly Fox Transformation. She then shared the story of the first-generation Nine-Tailed Flame Foxes wanted to learn the transformation after ascending but was too late due to its massive size. The second generation learned from this and mastered the Heavenly Fox Transformation ahead of time. This is why, in historical records, people often see Sun Qingying holding a small fox in his arms, which was actually the true form of the second generation Nine-Tailed Flame Fox. When Fang Shihao returned home, the first thing he saw was Cui Xie sitting by the sofa, surrounded by dozens of men's outfits. You're back, Cui Xie said. I bought you some clothes. Try them on. You're going to be my date at tomorrow's banquet, and you can't show up looking sloppy. Fang Shihao glanced down at his loose sportswear and gave an embarrassed smile. I actually have formal clothes. Don't even mention those cheap rags. Cui Xie rolled her eyes, clearly disgusted by his shabby wardrobe. Under her watchful gaze, Fang Shihao reluctantly changed into a gray suit. Years of physical labor had given him a well-toned physique, and the tailored suit accentuated his upright, athletic build. Cui Xie stood up, her eyes sparkling with an unusual glow as she slowly approached him. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Her breathing quickened, and it seemed as though she wanted to take things a step further. Miss, please control yourself. You are still underage. Fang Shihao quickly interrupted, cutting through the tension in the air. Fang Shihao maintained a rational distance in response to Cui Xie's overtures. In his eyes, workplace romance was inherently inadvisable. Moreover, Cui Xie still carried a certain naivety, like an unripe peach, not the type he preferred. Faced with Fang Shihao's lack of romantic response, Cui Xie cast him a shy yet annoyed glance before urging him to continue trying on clothes. Though Fang Shihao reluctantly cooperated by changing into several outfits, his impatience soon showed. That's enough. Are you seriously planning to make me try on every single one? In the end, they reached an agreement: a haircut in the morning and attending the banquet in the evening. What kind of banquet is it? And who's attending? Fang Shihao pressed for more details. It's the welcome banquet for Binghuang University, primarily for the descendants of prominent families, Cui Xie explained. Every year around this time, newcomers and senior members of these families use this event to network. It's an exclusive gathering ordinary students don't even know it exists. Sunday arrived as planned. Fang Shihao got his haircut in the morning and spent the afternoon engrossed in his reading. As night fell and the city lights began to glow, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom carried the two of them to the Jinlong Hotel. Despite its somewhat gaudy name, the Jinlong Hotel was, in fact, part of a luxury chain owned by the royal family, its signature five-clawed golden dragon logo a unique emblem of royalty that no one dared to imitate. A doorman in a striking red uniform carefully inspected their invitation cards before guiding them into the banquet hall. Mr. Xiamingqing has reserved the top 3 floors of the hotel tonight, he informed them. All entertainment facilities are open to the esteemed guests. The banquet hall was opulently decorated, easily accommodating 1,000 guests. Overhead, dazzling lights filtered through layers of blue and purple silk drapes, creating a distinctive cool-toned atmosphere that contrasted starkly with the surrounding warm lighting. Each chair had a name tag affixed to its back, indicating the seating arrangement. Cui Xie's seat was in the front row, and Fang Shihao, as her accompanying guest, was seated right beside her. Here, the social hierarchy was unmistakable. The most powerful family heirs occupied the front rows. The heirs of moderately influential families were seated in the middle, and those from less prominent or non-heir branches were relegated to the back. This meticulously arranged seating plan underscored the rigid class distinctions that these families held in the highest regard. As they approached the main stage and took their seats at the frontmost table, it was no surprise to spot Cui Jian seated there. Her sister, Cui Xie, was assigned the seat right next to her. This seating arrangement inevitably raised eyebrows. Either the host of the banquet, Xiamingqing, was completely oblivious to the tension between the sisters, or he had orchestrated this on purpose. Well, my dear sister has really outdone herself, bringing a boyfriend to the banquet. Cui Jian sneered the moment Fang Shihao pulled out a chair for Cui Xie and they both sat down. Her tone was dripping with mockery. And you're one to talk, Cui Xie retorted without missing a beat. Sure enough, sitting beside Cui Jian was her own companion, Wan Zongwei, a towering figure nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a muscular build and a buzz cut so sharp it seemed to bristle. Wan Zongwei was no ordinary man. He hailed from the Wan family of Meiyu City, a prominent lineage. Though not part of the direct bloodline, he served as Cui Xian's foremost retainer and battlefield ally. His primary beast was a king-tier ordinary triceratops, a creature passed down through the Wan family as their secret weapon. His secondary beast, however, was a king-tier disheveled ghost king, a rare and formidable entity from the Xie family of Jingchuan City, a top-tier clan specializing in ghost-type beasts. It was Cui Jian who had secured this powerful ghost king for him, and it was this act that cemented his unwavering loyalty to her. Well, since we both brought our men along, why don't we let them have a little contest? Let's see whose taste is better, Cui Jian proposed with a saccharine smile, though her eyes gleamed with provocation. Game, Wan Zongwei said without hesitation, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze on Fang Shihao. Fang Shihao, unfazed by the blatant challenge, felt a familiar fire ignite within him. The boy who once dared to set mountains ablaze and defy the powerful families was back. In 2. Loyalty to one's master is paramount. In a fair fight between equals, I've never backed down from anyone. Perfect. I was just thinking this banquet needed an opening act, Xiamingqing chimed in as he approached. Far from diffusing the tension, the host seemed all too eager to fan the flames. Let me know when you're ready. I'll arrange the venue for you. Xiamingqing's appearance was striking in its own way: pale, almost bloodless skin, dark circles under his eyes, drooping bags, slanted brows, and a perpetually sly expression. He never looked anyone directly in the eye when he spoke, exuding the air of someone who had spent far too many nights indulging in debauchery. But for beast tamers from noble families, such things hardly mattered. Becoming a professional beast tamer meant sharing life force with their beasts, granting them immortality. The atmosphere crackled with excitement as the crowd caught wind of the impending duel. Spectators began placing bets, and the room buzzed with a chaotic energy. Do you really want the Chui family's retainer to make a fool of himself in front of everyone? Chui Xia's voice cut through the noise, her tone icy. Her words made Wan Zhongwei frown. He had intended to put Fang Shihao in his place, but he had no desire to become a laughingstock in the process. Sensing the shift, Chui Zhiyun quickly backed down. I was just joking. No need to take it seriously. Everyone, disperse. As more guests arrived, the banquet gradually fell into rhythm. The 10-person table at the front was nearly full, with 7 seats already occupied. Alongside the Chui sisters, Fang Shihao, Wan Zhongwei, and Xie Mingsheng, there was Xiang Tianqing of the Xiang family, whose legendary Titan python was the pride of their lineage, and Li Pinglan, the heir to the Li family, who commanded an epic deer 5-colored pheasant. The 3 remaining seats were reserved for equally prominent figures: Shen Imo, the heir to the Rat King; Ji Qianqian, a member of the royal family's branch line; and Dugu Qianxue, the eldest daughter of the Dugu family, whose legendary 6-tusked white elephant was a symbol of their power. These 3 individuals were not only heirs to influential families, but also counted among the most admired figures on campus. The tension between the Chui sisters remained palpable, their animosity laid bare for all to see. Meanwhile, Chui Zhiyun turned her attention to Xie Mingxing, engaging him in a lively discussion about the incoming class of freshmen. At the opulent welcome banquet, the newly arrived Chui Xia was engaged in a hushed conversation with Fang Shihao, meticulously introducing him to the other heirs of prominent families seated at the head table. Her voice was low, as if revealing a series of closely guarded secrets. The Li family's 5-colored golden pheasant, also known as the 5 Virtues chicken, Chui Xia gestured subtly toward Li Pinglan, is steeped in legend. It's said that chickens embody 5 virtues. Their comb represents civility, their sharp claws symbolize martial prowess, their bravery in the face of enemies shows courage, their willingness to share food signifies benevolence, and their crowing at dawn demonstrates trustworthiness. These virtues are said to manifest as 5 colors in the bird's feathers. Anyone chosen by this creature is deemed virtuous and talented. While its combat ability isn't the strongest, the Li family has always been a cradle of talent, and as the direct heir, Li Pinglan unquestionably deserves his place. Her gaze shifted to 2 others. Xiang Tianqing of the Xiang family and Dugu Qianxue of the Dugu family are both heirs to the most prestigious families in the region. Their Titan python and 6-tusked white elephant surpass the Li family in both heritage and potential. At this point, Chui Xia's tone grew somber. The one to watch out for most is Xie Mingxing from the Xie family. He seems to have formed an alliance with my sister, even offering their family's guardian beast, the Ghost King, to Wan Zhongwei. She then elaborated on the Xie family's unique system for cultivating Ghost Kings, from the extraordinary green-faced Ghost King to the Lord-level Fang-toothed Ghost King, then to the King-level disheveled Ghost King. Only through the devouring of these 3 forms could the legendary Supreme Ghost King be created. Just as she was explaining, Ji Qianqian and Dugu Qianxue made their grand entrance together. Ji Qianqian wore a deep navy evening gown that accentuated her alabaster skin, adorned with dazzling jewels that instantly made her the center of attention. In stark contrast, Dugu Qianxue sported a cropped jacket and trousers, her face partially obscured by dark sunglasses. Her every movement exuded a rebellious charm. 8 of the 9 seats were now occupied. Xie Mingxing promptly ordered the doors sealed and took the stage to deliver his opening speech. Fang Shihao noticed an empty seat and leaned closer to Chui Xia to inquire. That seat belongs to Shen Imo, Chui Xia whispered. She's a recluse and never attends events like this. Xie Mingxing knows this well, which is why he closed the doors as soon as Ji Qianqian and Dugu Qianxue arrived. The banquet officially commenced, with an endless stream of priceless delicacies being served. The entire event cost a staggering 4 to 500 million, with the piece de resistance being a soup made from the tendons of a legendary flood dragon and the fins of a heavenly pike. Yet, the extravagant meal wasn't the main focus. The true purpose was to foster connections among the heirs of the great families. However, the atmosphere at the head table was anything but lively. Fang Shihao, as someone of common origins, kept his head down and ate silently, ignored by everyone. The Chui sisters were visibly at odds, while the 3 campus beauties Ji Qianqian, Dugu Qianxue, and Chui Zhiyun were engaged in subtle but intense rivalry. Xie Mingxing appeared calculating, Xiang Tianqing remained aloof, and only Li Pinglan made an effort to lighten the mood, though to little effect. Before long, the restless Ji Qianqian rose from her seat, pretending to admire the moon alone, instantly attracting a crowd of admirers. Xiang Tianqing left shortly after, and Xie Mingxing also excused himself, his eyes already fixed on a young and beautiful junior. He licked his lips as he made his way toward her. Before leaving, Dugu Qinxue made a point to seek out Ji Qianqian for a brief, whispered conversation. Of the 9 top-ranked heirs, only 5 remained at the banquet: Chui sisters, 2 family retainers, and Li Pinglan. This so-called welcome dinner was little more than a formality. The elite heirs had shown their faces and left, making it clear they had no real interest in the newcomers. Li Pinglan, hoping to make new connections, instead found the atmosphere at the table stifling. He quickly came up with an excuse and slipped away. Fang Shihao, nervously sipping water, soon followed, heading to the restroom. Wan Zhongwei, wiping his hands, stood and trailed after him. Aren't you going to follow him? Aren't you afraid your little boyfriend might get the short end of the stick? Cui Jiyun asked, her lips curling into a faint smile as she addressed her sister. If your loyal dog dares to harm Fang Shihao, he'll be the one to die. Cui Xie replied firmly. Fang Shihao never needed her protection. Her threats were often bluffs. But Fang Shihao? He was someone who would kill without hesitation. You seem to have a lot of faith in him, Cui Jiyun remarked, her usual mocking tone replaced by rare sincerity. Congratulations, little sister. It seems you weren't fooled by some smooth-talking pretty boy and have chosen a reliable partner. Throughout the summer, Cui Jiyun had watched her sister's relentless efforts to recruit Fang Shihao. Sending Wan Zhongwei to challenge him had been her way of testing his abilities. Now, seeing that Fang Shihao was indeed capable, she offered her sister genuine congratulations. Cui Xie responded with a quiet acknowledgement, tacitly accepting her sister's words. Meanwhile, on his way to the restroom, Fang Shihao found his path blocked by Wan Zhongwei. The man, built like a professional basketball player, towered over him, casting a massive shadow under the hallway lights. Move. Good dogs don't block the way, Fang Shihao said bluntly, not bothering with courtesy. You've got some nerve, kid, Wan Zhongwei growled, his frustration bubbling over as he deliberately picked a fight. Want to settle this? Meet me in the arena, Fang Shihao shot back, cutting straight to the point. Wan Zhongwei sneered, cracking his knuckles. Nah, I think I'll loosen you up right here. He raised his fist, but before he could act, a flash of cold steel caught his eye. An instant later, a sharp pain exploded in his abdomen. He stabbed me. Wan Zhongwei gasped, sweat beading on his forehead as his legs gave out, dropping him to his knees. His throat was now dangerously close to the blood-stained blade. Behind him, his beast's space cracked open, and his Triceratops and crimson-haired Demon King stood ready to charge. But the hallway was too narrow, and with the banquet hall full of elite heirs, unleashing a beast fight would bring disastrous consequences. Clenching his teeth, Wan Zhongwei begrudgingly ordered his beasts to retreat. Fang Shihao grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. If you want to be my enemy, you'd better be prepared to die. Clearly, you're not ready, he said coldly, letting the blade hover over Wan Zhongwei's chest. The larger man didn't dare utter a single word of defiance. Of course, Fang Shihao knew he couldn't actually kill him. Doing so would provoke Wan Zhongwei's beasts into seeking vengeance, forcing him to release his own colossal stone giant, which would undoubtedly cause massive destruction. Killing you now would be too easy. Heal up and come find me again when you're ready to die. Now get lost. Nearby, a cleaning lady pushing a cart had witnessed the entire scene, her legs trembling in fear. Call a doctor for him, Fang Shihao ordered before striding into the restroom. His strike had been precise, injuring only the abdomen and intestines, nothing that couldn't be treated with the advanced medical technology of the Beastmaster era. The restroom of the Golden Dragon Hotel was opulent, its stalls more spacious than the bedrooms of most average homes. Just as Fang Shihao was about to undo his belt, a stunning maid in a cheongsam appeared with a polite smile. Good evening, esteemed guest. Is there anything I can assist you with? She asked. Fang Shihao froze mid-action, his movements coming to an abrupt halt. Fang Shihao stood at the bathroom door, awkwardly realizing he had entered the wrong room. Just moments ago, he had delivered a cold, emotionless strike to Wan Zhongwei, but now, a small mistake left him feeling uneasy. A maid in a cheongsam quickly approached him. Honored guest, this is the bathroom, she said with a polite smile, then crouched down as if preparing to help him remove his pants. Stop. Fang Shihao recoiled, pushing her away in a panic. I don't need that kind of service. You misunderstand, young master, the maid explained with a hint of grievance. We are maids trained by young master Xie Mingqing, specifically to assist distinguished guests with their needs in the restroom. Assist in the restroom? Fang Shihao frowned, the concept utterly alien to him. After the maid briefly described her duties, his shock rendered him speechless. Seeing his look of resistance, the maid asked softly, Shall I still assist you, sir? No, I don't need anything. You can leave. As you wish. The maid respectfully exited, her demeanor calm and submissive, as though she had long accepted her role as an object at the mercy of others. Distracted, Fang Shihao relieved himself and left the bathroom, still feeling dazed. On his way back, he passed a guest room with its door ajar. Inside, A torn Chong Sam lay scattered on the floor, and a drunken heir was pinning a maid to the bed. Fang Shihao walked on, his expression numb. Further down the hallway, he noticed a man and a woman huddled in a dark corner, locked in a passionate embrace while injecting each other with an unknown substance, their faces lost in a haze of ecstasy. Reaching an open window, Fang Shihao lit a cigarette. He had intended to quit his smoking habit from a past life, but after witnessing such depravity, he suddenly felt that indulging in a cigarette was a trivial matter. Surprised? Li Pinglan's voice came from beside him, though Fang Shihao hadn't noticed when he arrived. Never seen anything like this before? I haven't had much exposure to the aristocratic families, and those I've dealt with were all enemies, Fang Shihao replied calmly. Li Pinglan chuckled. Interesting. A commoner daring to go up against noble families and still breathing impressive. If all noble families are like this, it's no wonder they'll eventually be wiped out, Fang Shihao said coldly. Such a murderous mindset isn't great for your liver. Li Pinglan teased, then added with a smirk, truth be told, the truly capable heirs are out there working hard. It's these hedonists who actually reduce internal competition. Before leaving, Li Pinglan handed him a business card. In Jingchuan City, I have a bit of influence. Call me if you need anything. Returning to the banquet hall, Fang Shihao noticed that half the guests had already left. At the entrance, Cui Xie was waiting for him. The two departed together, leaving the chaos behind. In the car, Cui Xie praised Fang Shihao for putting Wan Zhongwei in his place and expressed her indignation on his behalf. In response, Fang Shihao gently pinched her cheek, a small, affectionate gesture that marked the extent of their intimacy. A week later, Fang Shihao's life had returned to normal. He continued his routine of visiting the Fox Lady Cafe to train Xiaoguai, though progress remained slow. On campus, Cui Xie's popularity skyrocketed after the welcome banquet, earning her a spot among the top 10 campus beauties. Whenever she walked alongside Fang Shihao, envious stares followed them everywhere. Meanwhile, Wan Zhongwei, after being injured that night, surprisingly had not sought revenge. Whether it was fear or Cui Xian's intervention keeping him in check remained unclear. Deep down, Fang Shihao was eagerly anticipating Wan Zhongwei's visit. Over the past 2 weeks, apart from earning a meager income by hunting a few explosive beetles, his accumulation of life essence had almost come to a standstill. This left him worried how long would it take for Xiaoguai to evolve into a six-tailed fire fox? One leisurely afternoon, over tea, Fang Shihao asked Cui Xie about the underground beast battle arenas in Jingchuan City. Cui Xie explained that such places, where beasts were pitted against each other in life-and-death battles, did indeed exist. In fact, they were one of the main ventures of major gambling companies. Are you thinking of participating? Cui Xie frowned and asked. I'm considering it. I don't recommend it, she said seriously. The beastmasters who compete in these arenas usually use wild beasts they've captured, not their main companions. You only have 3 beasts right now. My vine is still maturing, and both Xiaoguai and Xiaoshida have immense potential. Are you really willing to gamble with their lives? Her words left Fang Shihao deep in thought. It was indeed contradictory to risk his main beast's lives in order to earn life essence to strengthen them. Seeing his furrowed brow, Cui Xie suggested, if you're determined to participate, I can ask my family's retainers to select a few combat-ready, but less promising beasts from our family's beast cages and have them shipped to you. That won't be necessary. I'll think it over more carefully. Fang Shihao politely declined her offer. He was well aware that life essence could only be gained from creatures killed by contracted beasts. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to contract with beasts that lacked potential, only to have them fight to the death for him and later abandon them. While Xiaoguai and Xiaoshitu were eager to battle, Fang Shihao would never let them take such risks. His gaze then shifted to Ma Yunvine. Unlike his 2 main beasts, Ma Yunvine lacked consciousness, and Fang Shihao had never been able to form an emotional bond with it. To him, it was purely a tool. In the beast space, Fang Shihao sternly addressed the unresponsive Ma Yunvine. The days of freeloading are over. Get ready for some tough times. Xiaoguai, if I raise Ma Yunvine to 6 stars, or even 7 or 8 stars, will you be able to keep it in check? Fang Shihao recalled Granny, whose warning must never let Ma Yunvine's power surpass that of his other beasts, or it would hunt them down. Rest assured, Master. As long as I'm here, it won't cause any trouble, Xiaoguai replied resolutely. With that reassurance, Fang Shihao visited Granny Hu late at night to seek her advice. She assured him that as long as Ma Yunvine didn't exceed 8 stars, there wouldn't be significant issues. On Monday, during school, he approached Principal Xue Jing to request an advance on the wood spirit remains allocated for his future 4 years in college. Xue Jing agreed to provide 3 existing wood spirit remains and promised to source more. To comprehensively enhance Ma Yunvine's strength, Fang Shihao devised a 2-pronged plan. First, to increase its star level, and second, to refine its skill system. Through an introduction by teacher Ranjing, he met Chu Yuanjia, an expert in plant-based beasts. This professor, in his early 40s with a small, neatly trimmed mustache, exuded an air of humility and elegance. As an experienced beastmaster, Chu Yuanjia understands the importance of tailoring his teaching methods to each student's unique beast. He listened attentively as Fang Shihao introduced his Mayun vine. Currently at 6-star level, the Mayun vine can extend up to 120 meters and is on the verge of advancing to 7 stars, at which point its length is expected to reach 170 meters. It has mastered 3 skills so far: Vine Grapple, Malevolent Vine Bind, and Guillotine Strangle. Fang Shihao expressed some disappointment in the vine's growth, as it had only awakened Guillotine Stranglia, rather basic skill during its progression from 3 to 6 stars. This skill is essentially a pure offensive variant of Malevolent Vine Bind, targeting critical joints and applying force to break them. It is particularly effective at constricting an opponent's neck to decapitate them, hence the name. Excellent. It hasn't been taught any skills yet. A blank slate, perfect for its master to shape, Chu Yuanjia observed immediately, recognizing that all 3 skills had been instinctively awakened by the Mayun vine. He then delved deeper into Fang Shihao's training goals. In your tactical system, what role do you envision for the Mayun vine? Will it focus more on control or attack? I hope it can balance both control and attack, capable of handling battles on its own, Fang Shihao replied. So you want the best of both worlds, huh? Ambitious young man, Chu Yuanjia said with a chuckle. Now, is the vine's primary focus on unknown combat or crowd control? Are you aiming for single-target takedowns or battlefield dominance? Unknown, Fang Shihao answered without hesitation this time. He explained that the Mayun vine was mainly needed for duels in the confined spaces of an arena, so its skill set naturally leaned towards single-target combat. As for crowd control, he could focus on learning large-scale AoE skills in the future. With a clear answer, Chu Yuanjia thought for a moment before taking out paper and pen to design a skill module. It consisted of 3 basic skills and 2 rare skills. Basic skills: Crushing Lash, a focused, powerful strike. Demonic Vine Frenzy, sustained attacks on enemies in a frontal area. Hellish Bind, numerous vines erupting from the ground to ensnare enemies. Rare skills: Death Octagon, combining the strengths of the first 3 skills. 8 thick vines erupt from the ground to furiously lash a central target. Heavenly Lasso, requires spatial affinity, allowing vines to be launched from any location through the void. Chu Yuanjia explained that mastering these 5 skills would be considered a graduation-level achievement for its current stage. The skill set was primarily single-target oriented, but retained some crowd control capabilities. The skills were designed to build upon each other. Mastering the first 3 basic skills would naturally lead to Death Octagon. As for Heavenly Lasso, it required spatial talent, but even without it, the Mayun vine's overall combat effectiveness wouldn't be compromised. You can find the skill books for these 5 techniques in the library. Start by studying them on your own, and come to me if you encounter any difficulties, Chu Yuanjia instructed. Fang Shihao thanked him and prepared to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he suddenly asked, Teacher Chu, do you know of any exclusive plant-type beast skills that are particularly suitable for the Mayun vine, but are notoriously hard for it to master? I want to challenge its limitations. Funny you should ask. There is one, Chu Yuanjia replied, raising an eyebrow. Have you ever heard of the Eternal Thorns? Seeing Fang Shihao shake his head, Chu Yuanjia elaborated on the near-immortal Eternal Thorns. This plant-type beast possesses an unparalleled regenerative ability, capable of repairing any damage in an incredibly short time, thanks to its ceaseless cellular metabolism. One of its rare skills, Thousand Branch Annihilation, allows it to endlessly proliferate in the face of strong enemies, creating a death zone that can annihilate everything in its path. This ability enables even the relatively weak Eternal Thorns to fend off powerful beasts. Many beastmasters have fantasized about what it would be like if a more powerful plant-type beast could master Thousand Branch Annihilation. While some exceptionally talented beasts have managed to learn it, they lack the Eternal Thorn's boundless vitality. As a result, using this skill often comes at the cost of their lives. The Mayun vine can attempt to learn Thousand Branch Annihilation, Chu Yuanjia concluded. If it succeeds, it would gain a trump card, a last resort technique to sacrifice itself and ensure survival in dire situations. Fang Shihao stood in front of the flower pot, gazing intently at the cluster of Eternal Thorn barely half a meter tall, his brows furrowed. As an extraordinary organism, could this seemingly fragile plant truly possess a rare-grade skill? Without a doubt, Cui Sierre explained. The Eternal Thorn has evolved to maintain a compact size to conserve energy in harsh environments. In desert regions, it is regarded as a source of life. Its famous, bitter thorn juice is extracted endlessly without the plant ever withering. It's truly remarkable. She paused for a moment before adding, this particular Eternal Thorn was not easy to acquire. I pulled some strings and paid a hefty price to import it from the desert. While its rank is not high, its rarity and economic value are undeniable. Let me verify that, Fang Shihao said as he reached out to touch the thorny branches. His system's observation ability activated instantly. Data appeared clearly before his eyes. Species, eternal thorn. Rank, awakened. Level, 1 star. Skill, rare grade 1000 thorn annihilation. The data confirmed that the eternal thorn did indeed possess the rare grade skill 1000 thorn annihilation, its sole offensive capability. Ordinarily, this plant was docile, allowing animals to graze on it or humans to extract its juice. It only unleashed its skill when its life was in imminent danger. Fang Shihao decided to transplant the eternal thorn into his beast space with a simple goal: to kill it and claim the 1000 thorn annihilation skill. This task would be carried out by his Mo Yun Vine. After half a month of intense training, the Mo Yun Vine had already mastered 4 out of the 5 skills taught by Professor Chu Yuanjia. The only exception was Heavenly Binding Noose, which required spatial talent. The rapid growth of the Mo Yun Vine was largely due to Fang Shihao's dedication. As a tool without independent learning ability, the Mo Yun Vine skills were actually the result of Fang Shihao learning them first and then teaching it step by step. This diligent, small-town scholar had poured his heart and soul into the process, investing 3,000 life essence points and even exhausting the 2-year supply of extraordinary wood essence corpses promised by Qingqiu University. The battle erupted in an instant. The 7-star monarch level Mo Yun Vine faced off against the 1-star awakened eternal thorn, a colossal disparity in power. The Mo Yun Vine's tendrils swept forward like a tipped-over truck, shattering the air with explosive cracks. Sensing its life was in danger, the eternal thorn finally revealed its fangs. Thorny branches bristling with crimson spikes grew wildly, weaving an impenetrable thicket of thorns within a 100-meter radius. In the blink of an eye, the unassuming potted plant expanded 1,000-fold under the effect of 1000 thorn annihilation, transforming into a deadly zone of razor-sharp spikes. Yet, the overwhelming difference in strength rendered its efforts futile. The Mo Yun Vine's whips tore through the thorny defenses with ease. The iron-hard spikes of the eternal thorn couldn't even scratch the Mo Yun Vine's resilient body. With a single decisive strike, the Mo Yun Vine lunged like a dragon emerging from its lair, crushing the eternal thorn's core and absorbing its life force. A system notification promptly appeared. Your beast, Mo Yun Vine, has killed the eternal thorn and absorbed 630 life essence points. The figure left Fang Shihao stunned. While it was true that the Mo Yun Vine's consumption of the eternal thorn had reduced its life essence requirement for leveling up by 200 points, how had it managed to claim such an enormous amount of life essence? Fang Shihao witnessed a shocking scene. The eternal thorn, entangled by the devil vine, rapidly withered, turning into decayed wood and debris. This sight reminded him of his discoveries during his time as a butcher. Creatures stripped of their essence still appeared fresh and intact. In that moment, he realized that what people referred to as life essence was not merely surface vitality but something far deeper. This revelation explained why the devil vine could yield double the benefit it absorbed the thorn's life force, while Fang Shihao harvested life essence comparable to that of a lord-level beast. The seemingly inconspicuous eternal thorn contained astonishing energy, replenishing his previously depleted reserves of life essence. The system notified him that he currently had 4 empty skill slots and could plunder the rare skill, 1000 Branch Annihilation, to bestow upon the devil vine. While differences in species might cause some variations, this transfer was not mandatory. Fang Shihao recalled what his mentor, Chu Yuanjia, had told him half a month ago. This skill might suit the devil vine, but using it could result in the plant exhausting its life force and dying. This is exactly the kind of mutual destruction tactic I need, Fang Shihao calmly decided. Much to his relief, through mental communication, he discovered that using the skill now renamed 1000 Vine Annihilation would not be fatal. It would only cause the devil vine to enter a brief dormancy. After all, the devil vine's resilience was as tenacious as its life force. With everything in place, tonight marked Fang Shihao's debut in the underground beast fighting arena. These events were no longer truly underground. Advertisements could be seen everywhere, from buses to subways, and even the Beastmaster Guild openly endorsed them. After fierce competition, only 2 arenas remained: King of Beasts, founded by mid-tier noble families, and Divine Might Arena, backed by the Xie family. Fang Shihao chose to make his debut at the Divine Might Arena. He had met Xie Mingqing, the Xie family's heir, once before and felt a favorable impression of the arena under their patronage. The venue was located in the Heishui district, a 20-minute drive from his residence. Unlike the strictly regulated and affluent Dongwang district, Heishui district was fertile ground for shadowy industries. He activated the services of his personal driver, Yang Fa. Having arrived in Jingchuan City 20 days earlier, Yang Fa had been living on the outskirts, quietly gathering intelligence. Considering the city's complex dynamics, they opted for a second-hand Volkswagen equipped with bulletproof glass and a reinforced, explosion-resistant chassis. At 5 p.m., the neon sign of the Divine Might Arena lit up, its opaque one-way glass exuding an air of mystery. Inside, there was a ticketing hall, But the actual arena was located within a secret dimension. As a competitor, Fang Shihao entered the backstage area directly through a special portal. Here, all participants wore masks and went by codenames to keep their real identities separate. Many high-profile figures mingled within this circle, carefully distancing themselves from their public personas. Donning a fox mask and adopting the codename Fox, Fang Shihao prepared to make his first appearance. This weekend, the young prince is holding another bride selection. In the lounge, two competitors wearing masks were chatting casually. One had a glowing skull mask, while the other wore an emerald mask. Fang Shihao, quietly seated on a nearby sofa with his fox mask on, listened as they gossiped about Pei Ziyu, the heir of the Southern King. This is the 5th time this year, right? Yeah, just imagine so many gorgeous women lining up for him to choose from. Way better than picking hostesses at a nightclub. I envy the ones who get chosen. That's a lifetime of luxury and wealth. Take Wei Ziying from Binghuang University, for example. She was with the young prince for 6 months and walked away with a king-tier beast as a parting gift. She's even worshipped as one of the top 10 campus goddesses. Turns out she's just another used-up plaything. Fang Shihao listened thoughtfully. As someone accustomed to the reckless behavior of noble heirs, Pei Ziyu's bride selection didn't strike him as particularly outrageous. However, the story about Wei Ziying gave him a new perspective on so-called campus goddesses. No wonder Cui Xia always resented him joking about her campus goddess title. The Divine Beast Arena was divided into 4 tiers of arenas. A, B, C, and D. The entire arena was reserved for epic tier beast battles, which required weeks of promotional build-up and had ticket prices 5 times higher than usual. The tier hosted battles between king tier and lord tier beasts, while the tier was for extraordinary tier and awakening tier matches. The most brutal was the tier arena, where humans fought beasts, a desperate choice often made by gamblers at the end of their rope. Fang Shihao had signed up for the 5th match in the tier arena's 5 p.m. slot, where he would face a 6-star lore-tier snow mountain boar. As he contemplated his strategy, a staff member wearing a black vest, white shirt, and Bluetooth headset approached him. Tier arena, match 5 contestants, please prepare. You'll take the stage in 3 minutes. The man with the glowing skull mask stood up, noticing that Fang Shihao was also rising to his feet. Oh, you're my opponent for this match, kid? That's right, Fang Shihao replied curtly. Not bad. So young and already raising a 7-star Cloudvine beast. You've got guts, risking your own beast in a death match. Looks like I'll lose to you this time, the man said, offering a smile of approval. Fang Shihao remained silent. As a newcomer, he understood the importance of speaking less and observing more. The fact that his opponent could instantly recognize that his Cloudvine beast was self-raised revealed the man's extensive experience as a professional beastmaster. The tier arena covered over 500 square meters, roughly 1.5 basketball courts. For king-tier beasts, this space was far from spacious. Speed-type beasts could complete a turn in just a few breaths. This design was intentional, forcing beasts into life-or-death combat almost immediately. Energy emitters along the arena's edges could generate shield walls to contain the battle's aftermath. Surrounding the arena were 6 rows of spectator seating, each row accommodating 500 people, allowing for a total capacity of 3,000. With standing room, the arena could easily hold over 10,000 spectators. Only when the entire arena was at full capacity would additional viewers be redirected here to watch via the large screens. Over 1,000 spectators filled the stands of the arena, most of them experienced beast tamers. Ordinary gamblers struggled to grasp the intricacies of battles at this level. At exactly 5 p.m., the 5th match was about to begin. Next up, we have Fox's 7-star Monarch class Cloudvine facing Skullface, 6-star Lord class Snowy Mountain Boar. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena via loudspeakers. A wave of chatter surged through the audience. Fox? A new contender? Starting with a 7-star Cloudvine? Interesting. 7-star Monarch versus 6-star Lord? As long as the Cloudvine doesn't slip up, that Snowy Mountain Boar is done for. Did you place a bet, third bro? The odds are too low boring. I'll wait for the next match. I'm throwing in a casual 500,000 just to test the waters. Fang Shihao, wearing a mask, stood silently at the edge of the arena, ignoring the buzz around him. As the protective energy shield activated, the 2 beast tamers stepped onto the arena, which was covered with soft soil and scattered rocks. His eyes sharpened. This was the debut battle for his Cloudvine. As soon as the Cloudvine touched the ground, it rooted itself firmly in the soil. Its exposed tendrils stretched up to 10 meters long, with an even larger portion hidden underground. On the opposite side, the Snowy Mountain Boar stood, its body covered in dense, grayish-white bristles resembling snow-coated pine needles. It pawed at the ground restlessly, torn between charging forward and holding back in hesitation. Without hesitation, Fang Shihao commanded the Cloudvine to attack. Thick vines erupted from the ground with a rumbling noise, rising high before crashing down forcefully. While the snowy mountain boar boasted impressive straight-line speed, its bulky frame made quick dodges nearly impossible. A sharp crack echoed as its front leg snapped under the impact. Seizing the moment when the boar lost its balance, the cloud vine's flexible tendrils coiled around its massive body like a serpent, locking tightly around its thick neck. The fortune beast was hoisted into the air, resembling a slaughterhouse pig awaiting its demise. Under the immense twisting force, muscle fibers tore and bones shattered until the boar came crashing down lifelessly. The battle was over in just 10 seconds. A system prompt followed immediately. Your cloud vine has killed the snowy mountain boar, absorbing 550 units of life essence. The crowd erupted. That was insanely fast. What a terrifying display of power. That cloud vine is brutal. It gave me chills just watching. Remember this fox guy. From now on, I'm betting on all his matches. The announcer calmly declared, the winner is Fox's cloud vine. The next match will commence in 5 minutes. With that, he pressed a button, and the soil churned, swallowing the boar's corpse. Skullface remained stoic. What a shame. That snowy mountain boar was a fresh catch, only had it for half a month. Barely won a few matches before it died in your hands. Beast tamers like him made their living by capturing young beasts. Fully grown ones were hard to tame, and were either used for battles or slaughtered for meat. Thanks for the match, Fang Shihao said with a polite bow. He didn't leave immediately but lingered in the arena for another half hour, feigning interest in gambling. It was part of his cautious nature. Standing out too much could draw unwanted attention. During this time, he observed the Bing and Ding arenas. The Bing arena, though featuring less intense battles, was the liveliest. Cheers and shouts of victory and defeat echoed nonstop, making it the top contributor to the casino's revenue, accounting for over 40. The Ding arena, on the other hand, was purely a spectacle of bloodshed. Fang Shihao arrived just in time to witness 3 gamblers in chainmail locked in combat with an awaken-level gray wolf, or rather, being slaughtered by it. What unsettled him most wasn't the gamblers who had lost everything and staked their lives, but the audience, who watched the carnage with a mix of excitement and numb indifference. He stayed at the Ding arena for less than 2 minutes before leaving. Fang Shihao sat on his way home, carefully calculating today's gains. The first match at the Beast Arena had already earned him 550 points of life essence, and this was just a test run. He quickly did the math in his head. Assuming 800 points per match, with 2 matches a week, that would be 1,600 points. Alternating between 2 arenas, he could earn 3,200 points a week. At this rate, in just 77 days, 2.5 months, he would have the 36,900 life essence points needed for Xiao Guai to evolve into a legendary 6-tailed fire fox. But reality was always more complicated than plans. As his victories stacked up, the arena would inevitably pit him against stronger opponents. After all, the arena thrived on profits and would never tolerate an undefeated champion. If Fang Shihao displayed an invincible streak, even with low odds, people would still bet on his victory. At that point, the arena would face losses and would surely send an opponent that Mo Yunvine couldn't defeat, someone who could both crush his beast and punish those gamblers who didn't know when to quit. On a chilly, wind-swept evening, Fang Shihao walked leisurely down a dimly lit street, dressed in a black turtleneck and a gray long coat. Suddenly, a young voice called out to him. "Big brother, I'm so hungry. Could you buy me a roasted sweet potato?" Turning around, he saw a poorly dressed boy hiding behind a trash can to shield himself from the wind. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Fang Shihao led the boy to a nearby street vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes. The sweet, tempting aroma even stirred his own appetite. "Boss, they'll take all the roasted sweet potatoes," Fang Shihao said, planning to buy enough to fill the boy's stomach and let the vendor wrap up early for the night. But he didn't notice how deserted the street was. The occasional passerby moved quickly, avoiding eye contact. This was Little Knife Gang territory. "There are 12 sweet potatoes left. They're all yours," the vendor said with a wide smile as he packed them up. Yet, there was a sly glint in his eyes. "How much?" Fang Shihao asked, pulling out his phone to pay. 10,000 yuan each. That's 120,000 yuan in total. The moment the vendor spoke, the boy vanished into the shadows. 4 tattooed men wielding serrated knives emerged from an alley. Fang Shihao instantly realized he'd walked into a trap. He quickly scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no gunmen lying in wait. The green vine bracelet on his wrist lit up, and thick vines lashed out like whips. Before the knife-wielding thugs could get close, they were sent flying. One crashed into a wall and died on the spot, while the other 3 hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. The boy, who had tried to run, was caught by a vine that shot up from the ground and coiled around his ankle. Meanwhile, another vine climbed up a street lamp and wrapped around the vendor's neck, suspending him in midair. Inside a nearby shop, members of the Little Knife Gang had been drinking when they noticed the commotion. They rushed out, panicked, and began pleading. "Let them go. Take one more step and you'll die." Fang Shihao barked, his voice cold and commanding. Until he advanced to the rank of a professional beastmaster, he couldn't afford to let any threats get too close. The gang members froze in place. Their leader, a man wearing a gold ring, stepped forward cautiously. Please, honored beastmaster, forgive us. We didn't know your identity. We meant no offense. This wasn't the first time the Little Knife Gang had tried extorting a beastmaster. Usually, as soon as their target revealed their status, the gang would back off with apologies. But tonight, they had the misfortune of running into someone like Fang Shihao, a man who wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. As the old saying goes, if you walk along the riverbank long enough, you're bound to get your feet wet. A single sweet potato for 10,000 yuan? You've got some nerve charging that price. Fang Shihao glared coldly at the scene before him. The sweet potato stall near the bank was clearly not a legitimate business. It was a front for extortion and coercion. With a swift motion, vines snaked out and pulled back the child who had been leading the way. Fang Shihao crouched down, his tone gentle as he asked, "Hey, little one, did they force you to do this? Be honest with me, I'll make sure you get justice." The boy looked at Fang Shihao with a frightened expression and shook his head timidly. "No one forced me, I'm doing it willingly. They're good people. They gave me food and a place to survive." The innocent tone in which he spoke these unsettling words instantly dissipated the killing intent that had been radiating from Fang Shihao. "Beastmaster," the gang leader sneered, "we only turn to crime to fill our bellies. Our main business is collecting debts. The worst we do is take a limb or two. You, on the other hand, kill without hesitation. What makes you fit to judge us? Spare me the excuses. Evil is evil, and I deal with it by any means necessary." Fang Shihao retracted his vines, and the sweet potato vendor, who had been hanging from a street lamp, crashed to the ground before losing consciousness. Fang Shihao turned and walked away. If this were the Shaodao Society abducting children to train them in theft and scams, he would have eradicated them without hesitation. But this boy had been taken in after becoming homeless, and the arrangement was consensual. Fang Shihao had no right to interfere. This world was too tainted a place where the rich indulged in endless revelry, while the poor struggled for even a foothold. Having traveled from a time of peace to this chaotic world, Fang Shihao couldn't ignore how twisted everything felt. Whenever these thoughts arose, he would suppress them, knowing deep down that he, too, was a beneficiary of this distorted reality. That evening, when he returned home, Cui Siye was still giving him the cold shoulder. She had always opposed his participation in beast battles, but Fang Shihao had reasons he couldn't ignore. On Friday, he easily claimed victory in the Beast King arena, earning 600 life essence points. On Saturday, he deliberately delayed his participation until the evening. After all, that was when students were most likely to compete. Concealing his identity without leaving a trace, Fang Shihao had a simple goal: to exploit the two major arenas until his companion, Xiao Guai, ascended to the epic tier. After that, he would leave the arenas for good. No one would ever know that the codename Fox had been his. Sunday was his unbreakable routine, visiting Granny Huss Fox Maid Cafe. "Bebe, Ying, Nuanyuan, how are you all doing?" He greeted the little fox maids cheerfully as they prepared coffee. Fang Shihao, Sr., came an excited squeal from the cashier. Turning to look, he was surprised to see Shin Wanwen. It turned out she was working there part-time, and mentioned that the cafe belonged to their university. Before catching up with Shin Wanwen, Fang Shihao first escorted Xiao Guai into the nine-tailed fox sanctuary within the Qingqiu Fox Nation's secret realm. Upon returning, he chatted casually with her and learned that she shared a dorm with Yu Xiaowei and Xiang Wanqing. He explained, "I only attend private lessons with Professor Wan Danqiu, so I don't spend much time on campus. Sorry I didn't leave my contact info last time." "You probably don't realize," Shin Wanwen said with a smile, "but you've already become a legend at Qingqiu University." On the first day of school, someone spotted a three-tailed firefox on the lawn. Rumors spread about a prodigy, but the person remained a mystery. "Only the three of us knew it was you, but we didn't tell anyone." Fang Shihao was blunt. "I'm waiting for the right moment to make a grand debut." At Binghuang University, his reputation had been built on his girlfriend, Cui Siye. But at Qingqiu University, the mere presence of his three-tailed firefox was enough to make him a standout. Speaking of timing, Shun Wanwen said excitedly, "Before winter, Qingqiu University is teaming up with Xingqiu University, Guilong Volcano University, and Golden Peak Feline Beastmaster Academy for a 4-school joint wilderness survival training. Each school will send 100 outstanding students. You should join." "When does it start?" Fang Shihao asked eagerly. As a young man with dreams of conquering new frontiers, he had long been fascinated by the wilderness. After all, half of the vast land was still under the dominion of the Beast Kings. The joint military exercise of the 4 academies was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for him. Even if it wasn't about seeking fame and glory, he was determined to participate. "Mid-September, in about 2 weeks, Shun Wanwen replied. She leaned in, lowering her voice. "Right now, all the schools are in the preparation phase. They're scouting locations, and selecting their top students. I heard this exercise comes with a casualty quota. After all, it's a real wilderness environment, with a minimum death rate of 20%. Unlike during the college entrance exams when you could signal for help with flares, out there, you'll have to rely entirely on yourself. Are you sure you want to go? Fang Shihao chuckled. We are beast tamers exempt even from killing charges. If we enjoy the best resources, we must also face the deadliest dangers. It's our duty. For him, the resolve had been made the moment he chose this path. Closing his eyes, he initiated a mental connection with Xiaoguai. In 2 weeks, we'll be heading into the wilderness. We need to get stronger. I will. Xiaoguai, who was practicing his heavenly fox transformation, immediately perked up his ears, filled with determination. Among Fang Shihao's 3 beasts, Xiaoguai was the most diligent. Ever since discovering the flaw in his signature move, the multi-tail fire lash, he had devoted every moment outside of eating and sleeping to training. A skill that Fang Shihao's mentor, Wan Danqiu, estimated would take a month to perfect, Xiaoguai had mastered in just 10 days. Over the next 20 days, he began focusing on the blazing storm technique. While he had successfully added it to his skill set, it was far from polished. Xiaoguai's relentless efforts stemmed from a deep sense of inadequacy. To outsiders, becoming a 3-tailed fire fox signified immense potential. But Xiaoguai knew the truth. Among his kind, his potential was among the weakest. Ruan Danqia's 6-tailed fire fox, Zhuhong, was born a blazing fox, the strongest of its litter. Xiaoguai, on the other hand, was just an ordinary fox from a pet shop. If not for a twist of fate, he wouldn't have even had the chance to become an awakened beast. Compared to his master's other beasts, Xiaoguai seemed even more unremarkable. Xiaoshidu had extraordinary innate talent, so much so that his mother had almost destroyed him while still an embryo. Ma Yunvine, on the other hand, was a natural prodigy, capable of limitless growth as long as resources were sufficient. But Xiaoguai refused to accept his fate. As the beast that had accompanied Fang Shihao the longest, he knew his master was a rare genius. To avoid being sidelined and to achieve his ambition of becoming the leader among the beasts, she had to work harder than anyone else. Despite enjoying top-tier resources his master's life essence prioritized for him, the giant tail of the first-generation 9-tailed blazing fox accompanying him to sleep, and personal lessons on the heavenly fox transformation from a 300-year-old fox, immortal Xiaoguai struggled to break through. He hadn't managed to glean any skills from the relics, and after a month of effort, he had made no progress with the heavenly fox transformation. With his master's journey into the wilderness imminent, Xiaoguai felt stuck in place, his strength stagnant. In the sacred hall of the 9-tailed foxes, Xiaoguai failed yet another transformation attempt. Frustrated, he bit down on his fluffy tail, his head drooping in dejection. "What's the matter, little one?" Granny Hu asked gently, her warm smile radiating comfort. Xiaoguai whimpered softly, pouring out his inner turmoil. "Well, I never." Granny Hu chuckled. A 3-tailed fire fox, known far and wide for its boundless potential, troubled by its origins. The moment you ascended to become a 3-tailed fire fox, you shed your old self entirely. Let me tell you a story, little Oni story about the 2nd-generation 9-tailed blazing fox, Qingying. Granny Hu's gaze softened as she began. Qingying's master, Sun Qingying, was originally a student at Ice Phoenix University. In her junior year, she found a young firetail fox with its tail bitten off in a sewer near the hotel where her birthday party was held. That fox was Qingying. No one knew how she ended up in the city's sewers or what had attacked her. Sun Qingying took her in purely by chance. At first, Qingying wasn't even raised as a battle beast. Back then, Sun Qingying already had a powerful king-level main beast, the steel-jawed crocodile, along with several lord-level support beasts. Sun Qingying, with his remarkable beast-taming lineup, naturally dismissed Qingying, the crippled extraordinary-level fire-tailed fox. However, Qingying never gave up on herself. During her days under his care, she dedicated every moment to honing her combat skills. Her agility became so refined that even the steel-jawed crocodile struggled to subdue her without resorting to wide-range attacks. Qingying's perseverance deeply moved Sun Qingying. At a pivotal moment, as he was about to advance to the rank of professional beast tamer, he made a shocking decision, abandoned the steel-jawed crocodile, and poured all his efforts into nurturing Qingying. After graduation, he even took up a position as a janitor at Qingqiu University, solely to delve deeper into the art of training fox-type beasts. Under Sun Qingying's devoted guidance, Qingying surpassed the steel-jawed crocodile in just 2 years and, by the 5th year, evolved into an ember 9-tailed fox. During the Beast King invasion 5 years later, she ascended to fame as the legendary 9-tailed flame fox, with her heroic act of shielding her master and reigniting fire. Xiaoguai listened intently, as if seeing her own future reflected in Qingying's tale. Granny Hu spoke gently, "You're too eager to prove yourself. Let go of your burdens, trust in yourself, and trust in your master. Now, try again. Watch my movements carefully." This time, Xiaoguai calmed herself. Her clear gaze mirrored the energy flow within Granny Hu. In that instant, her mind abandoned visions of a majestic future and instead filled with memories of her time with Fang Shihao building her a little nest, sharing milk with her, and their joyful bike rides together. I miss those times so much. That longing seemed to awaken something within her. Xiaoguai's form began to shift. Her three tails merged into one, and her large frame shrank to the size of an ordinary fox. On her skill panel, the words Celestial Fox Transformation appeared. She had finally mastered this legendary ability. Granny Hu nodded in approval as she watched the serene yet vibrant expression on Xiaoguai's delicate fox face. This familiar feeling had been present in both previous generations of the nine-tailed flame fox. Xiaoguai was undoubtedly destined to become the third. Later that morning, Fang Shihao returned home early with a small fox perched on his shoulder, its glossy black eyes full of life. As soon as Cui Xie saw the adorable creature, she was instantly charmed. Why are you back so early today? Oh my, this little fox is so cute. Where did you find it? Let me hold it. You don't recognize it, do you? This is Xiaoguai. Fang Shihao explained with a grin, eager to share the exciting news. Seeing Cui Xie's disbelief, Xiaoguai leapt down from his shoulder, instantly reverting to her original massive form, her enormous body nearly filling the living room. Cui Xie quickly recovered from her shock and couldn't help but marvel at how Fang Shihao once again shattered her expectations. Fang Shihao proudly introduced, "This is a legacy skill passed down by Granny Hu, the Celestial Fox matron herself, Celestial Fox Transformation. And Xiaoguai mastered it in just 1 month." Cui Xie hugged Xiaoguai's enormous fox head and planted a gentle kiss on the soft, snowy fur beneath her chin. In response, Xiaoguai reverted to her small fox form and joyfully pranced around the room. Fang Shihao pulled Cui Xie to sit with him, transitioning to a more serious topic. He shared his plan to participate in the upcoming joint exercise organized by 4 prestigious universities: Qingqiu University, Xingqian University, Guilong Volcano University, and the Golden Summit Feline Beast Academy. The event would select 400 students for a wilderness expedition. Cui Xie expressed her understanding and support but couldn't hide a hint of concern. It's a pity you'll be away for a week attending a family elder's birthday banquet and handling some matters. If I could stay, with my wind god Wyvern by your side, it'd be much safer. Don't treat me like I'm fragile. I can't rely on you for everything, Fang Shihao replied with a smile. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, your sister will also attend, right? Will Wan Zhengwei be going with her? Him? That guy doesn't even qualify to attend the banquet, Cui Xie said disdainfully. Why are you suddenly asking about him? I have a theory. Hear me out. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.